Chapter 8:12 Terrifying Abilities, Simulated Sword Techniques. The one sword that divides worlds. The release of power raises the question, has the sword master's strength reached the point of opening the heavenly gate? If so, the earlier decision to pass the mantle to Jian Taixin was not a spur-of-the-moment action, but rather a premeditated strategy. Upon hearing Fang Huaiyuan's words, the spectators were momentarily engulfed in myriad thoughts, their gazes filled with astonishment as they turned towards the Lu Wu sword. Let us not concern ourselves with others for now. First, let us see if you can withstand a single strike from me. Ren Qianxing's internal energy surged into his long sword. Fang Huaiyuan's expression drastically altered, as a wave of dreadful sword energy locked onto his heart. The sword master, not far away, sensed the situation as well, his gaze sharpening. Just moments earlier, when Ren Qianxing had engaged Qin Muliang, he had unleashed this very sword technique. The power that erupted when four long swords converged into one had astonished even him. However, Ren Qianxing possessed not merely four long swords, but seven. What magnitude of force could be unleashed if he were to execute the combined strike of 7 swords? The sword box, perhaps that was his purpose for coming here. Yet, it remained uncertain whether his own prowess could manifest the singular strike that divides worlds with the union of 7 long swords. Lu Wu sword pondered. Following the defeat of Qin Muliang, he noted the significant depletion of Ren Qianxing's internal energy, a fact he was acutely aware of. Lu Wu sword, do you not intend to intervene? Fang Huaiyuan, targeted by the oppressive energy, contorted his face in rage. He had not anticipated Lu Wu's sword's lack of intention to act at this critical juncture. Relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. Buzz. At that moment, an exceptionally sharp sword energy coalesced atop Ren Qianxing's long sword. The instant the sword energy materialized, it burst forth like a ray of aurora. The brilliance of the sword, extraordinarily fierce, rendered the surrounding air seemingly still, all eyes fixated on that formidable beam of sword light. Longevity, underworld hand. Upon witnessing this, Fang Huaiyuan's internal energy surged, enveloping his palm as he clenched his fists and crossed them over his heart. He intended to use his arms to withstand the impending strike. Boom! The sword light collided with his arm, layers of energy manifesting to counter the fierce brilliance. My gloves almost reached the spiritual level. Your sword cannot break through. Fang Huaiyuan bellowed. His entire being surged with energy, and with a resounding crash, his ferocious internal energy surged forth, desperately converging on his arm to withstand Ren Qianxing's strike. In that moment, the scene was one of chaos, with sand and stones flying, evoking terror among the onlookers. Crack! As the assault persisted, a fissure appeared in the long sword held by Ren Qianxing. With the emergence of the crack, his internal energy dissipated, and the sword light vanished. Indeed, an ordinary long sword was insufficient. Gazing at the cracked sword in his hand, Ren Qianxing sighed. Although these long swords were crafted at great expense, they could not endure the relentless might of his domineering sword energy for long. Moreover, this particular sword had just been utilized to execute the strike that divided worlds, claiming the life of Qin Muliang from the Changxing society. The sword bore a crack, a testament to the sheer ferocity of Ren Qianxing's technique. An ordinary sword simply could not withstand such overwhelming sword energy. Whispers swiftly spread through the air, blocking a strike. Fang Huaiyuan's previously tense expression gradually faded, replaced by a hint of coldness. It was truly unfortunate that Deputy Pavilion Master Ren did not possess a single decent sword. Just right, I too wield a sword. Let Deputy Pavilion Master Ren witness my swordsmanship. As he spoke, Fang Huaiyuan drew a soft sword from his waist, infusing it with his vital energy, which emanated a sharp sword light. With the sword in hand, an aura of terrifying sword intent surged around him. He too was a swordsman. On the observation platform, Morong Qingchen's gaze sharpened. The recent mention of the Sacred Sword Lake's Heavenly Sacred Sword Cannon by Qin Muliang was precisely due to Fang Huaiyuan. It was not surprising that he excelled in swordplay. Su Chen remarked with a calm demeanor. Divine momentum, shadow of the sword. Boom! A surge of divine momentum erupted from Fang Huaiyuan, and indistinct sword shadows materialized behind him. The shadows of the sword. Upon witnessing this, Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. My long sword is also a top-tier weapon. I wonder how formidable your earlier strike, sword across worlds, will be when unleashed. Fang Huaiyuan cast a sidelong glance at Ren Qianxing, a cold smile gracing his lips. As he shifted his stance, He positioned the long sword before his chest, reminiscent of Ren Qianxing's previous sword move. The essence of sword intent surged forth, and a single point emerged at the sword's tip. Observing this scene, all present were momentarily stunned. This move bore a striking resemblance to Ren Qianxing's technique. From a young age, I possessed a unique talent. Once I observe a sword move, I can replicate it. Initially mere imitation, I have utilized this ability to condense my divine momentum, sword shadows. By simulating the sword moves I witness within my divine momentum, I can render them real, transcending mere mimicry. To perish beneath my own sword technique is an honor you should cherish, Fang Huaiyuan declared, gazing at Ren Qianxing. Upon hearing Fang Huaiyuan's words, all were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Fang Huaiyuan possessed such an ability to imitate another's sword intent. Furthermore, he had consolidated his divine momentum based on this imitation, showcasing his extraordinary talent as a successor of the Qianxing society. Su Chun regarded Fang Huaiyuan, pondering whether Ren Qianxing would encounter difficulties. Murong Qingchen's expression grew grave. Fang Huaiyuan's prowess exceeded expectations. Her gaze continued to scan the surroundings until it fell upon a certain figure. Sima Changhen was present. Murong Qingchen addressed the figure cloaked in black. Sensing her gaze, Sima Changhen merely nodded slightly, his expression now serious as he focused on Fang Huaiyuan. The successor of the Qianxing society certainly should not be underestimated. It appeared that his ambition for the heavenly sacred sword cannon from the sacred sword lake was to integrate the insights of past sword masters into his sword shadows. Should he succeed in this endeavor, Fang Huaiyuan would undoubtedly become a formidable force. It remained uncertain whether Ren Qianxing could break the deadlock. His eyes flickered. On the other side, the sword master's expression shifted. As a swordsman, he understood the terrifying nature of such an ability. His gaze turned toward Ren Qianxing. Die for me. As the sword master cast his gaze upon Ren Qianxing, Fang Huaiyuan's sword erupted with a brilliant light. The sword he wielded was a top-tier weapon, unleashing a terrifying surge of sword energy. Whoosh! The blade soared forth, generating an earth-shattering wave as it streaked towards Ren Qianxing. In response to this strike, Ren Qianxing's innate vital energy surged within him. Instead of concentrating it upon his body, he raised his palm and struck outward. The innate vital energy merged with the dragon god palm technique, resulting in a golden flying dragon emerging from his hand to collide with the sword light. Boom! The two forces clashed, producing a resounding roar, followed by a cataclysmic storm. Within this tempest, Ren Qianxing's divine aura surged forth, a terrifying force akin to his sword technique, radiating fierce sword brilliance that pressed against Fang Huaiyuan's divine might. At that moment, 3 swords materialized in his hands, including one that was on the verge of shattering. The 3 swords united, forming a singular blade that transcended time itself. Chapter 8:13. My target has always been you, Swordmaster Buzz. The 3 swords converged, and the power within Ren Qianxing surged like a tidal wave towards the trio of blades. They emitted a striking brilliance, as if countless sword rays amalgamated into a formidable spectacle. Observers found their vision pierced by the sword light, compelled to close their eyes. Whoosh! In an instant, the sword light burst forth, altering the very essence of the world around it. Though Fang Huaiyuan had just executed the technique of transcending time with his sword, it lacked such overwhelming momentum. Witnessing this scene, Fang Huaiyuan's expression shifted dramatically. With a swift motion, he proclaimed, "Ascend, dragon, cleave the heavens." This time, he refrained from mimicking Ren Qianxing's technique of transcending time. Although he had previously attempted to replicate it, he had not yet achieved the level of mastery required to unleash its full potential, and it had drained too much of his vital energy. Thus, he temporarily abandoned the imitation of Ren Qianxing's technique. He raised his sword, letting his vital energy surge forth, infusing it into the blade. Under this influx of energy, the sword erupted with a terrifying sword aura, and a dragon's silhouette emerged, soaring upwards and issuing a deafening roar. Flash! Fang Huaiyuan shouted, and with a thunderous clash, the sword dragon collided with the sword light of transcending time. However, the sword dragon was pierced through by the sword light, advancing towards Fang Huaiyuan. Reacting swiftly, he positioned his sword defensively before his chest in an attempt to ward off the strike. Sizzle! The sword light pierced through his blade, heading straight for his body. Bang! Fang Huaiyuan was propelled backward, crashing against a flight of stairs, and he spewed a mouthful of blood. Yet, the sword light failed to penetrate his body. for a silver aura enveloped him. This luminous protection emanated from a piece of armor, indicating its exceptional quality. Indeed, as a descendant of the Qianxing society, Fang Huaiyuan possessed remarkable treasures. Many onlookers expressed their astonishment at this revelation. At this moment, the 3 long swords wielded by Ren Qianxing shattered into fragments, cascading to the ground. Though your swords are formidable, they cannot pierce my body. How will you kill me? Fang Huaiyuan growled, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he rose. My swords may be rendered useless, but is your armor still intact? Ren Qianxing remarked coldly, fixing his gaze on Fang Huaiyuan. Upon hearing Ren Qianxing's words, Fang Huaiyuan glanced down at the armor protecting his chest, where he discovered a crack had formed. His pupils constricted. He had not anticipated such damage. It seemed unlikely his armor could withstand another blow from his opponent. With a steely resolve, he clenched his fist once more, realizing he must adopt an offensive stance, for his adversary still possessed 4 swords. He turned his attention to the swordmaster. Luojian, you still have 4 swords remaining. Let us strike together to eliminate him, and I shall retreat immediately. Fang Huaiyuan declared. I await the outcome of your battle. The swordmaster replied, his expression impassive as he scrutinized the aura surrounding Ren Qianxing and his sword techniques, contemplating how best to counteract Ren Qianxing's current move. Fang Huaiyuan narrowed his eyes upon hearing Luojian's words. He was surprised that Luojian had yet to intervene. Ren Qianxing, do you not seek to challenge Luojian and claim this holy sword lake for yourself? You still have 4 swords at your disposal to defeat him. I shall withdraw at this moment. Fang Huaiyuan feigned weakness, gazing earnestly at Ren Qianxing. Today, you shall surely perish. Ren Qianxing swiftly summoned the remaining 4 long swords from his sword box. Just moments ago, an elder from your Qianxing society fell beneath my 4 swords. I wonder if your gear can withstand this strike. With the 4 swords converging into one, he channeled his energy into the blade. A tremendous aura of malevolence emanating from it. Fang Huaiyuan's pupils constricted at this sight as he elevated his own energy to its utmost limit. The force within his palm surging. Sword shadow. With fist as shadow, the mighty sword unites. Fang Huaiyuan roared, unleashing his power as a fist-shaped shadow emerged within the sword's silhouette, merging with the sword shadows. With a thunderous crash, he unleashed a strike that transformed his fist into a blade. At that moment, Ren Qianxing's 4 swords unified, emitting a brilliant sword light. This light was piercing and swift, akin to a celestial ray, blindingly bright as it surged forth, penetrating all in its path. It collided with the descending sword shadow, which was subsequently pierced through. Fang Huaiyuan was taken aback. With a swift motion, he summoned Elder Qin He from the nearby Holy Sword Lake, attempting to use his body as a shield against the oncoming blade. Yet, the sword light pierced through Elder Qin He's form and, in the blink of an eye, appeared before Fang Huaiyuan. Once again, a silvery glow erupted from Fang Huaiyuan's body. With a splatter of blood, the sword light penetrated his armor and pierced through his being. As the brilliance faded, Fang Huaiyuan stood, gazing intently at Ren Qianxing. 2 pieces of top-tier equipment could not withstand your strike. Given time, I am certain I could replicate your technique. Fang Huaiyuan fixed his gaze upon Ren Qianxing, lamenting the absence of alternatives. Alas, there are no ifs, Ren Qianxing replied coldly. With a thud, Fang Huaiyuan collapsed onto the ground, his expression steeped in profound regret. The demise of Fang Huaiyuan elicited a shift in Murong Qingchen's demeanor. She had not anticipated that Sima Changhen would remain passive during Fang Huaiyuan's final moments. Her eyes instinctively turned towards the spot where Sima Changhen had previously stood. To her surprise, he was nowhere to be seen. A slight furrow formed on Murong Qingchen's brow. At that moment, Su Chen also noted Sima Changhen's disappearance. Observing the place where Sima Changhen's figure had vanished, he mused. Sima Changhen has likely made his way to the Sword Tomb. I wonder what his intentions are. Although Su Chen had maintained cordial interactions with Sima Changhen, he sensed a deeper cunning within him. Perhaps his true objective was never Fang Huaiyuan. As the heir of the Eternal Life Society, capturing Fang Huaiyuan would inevitably draw the ire of the society itself. Even with formidable strength, Sima Changhen could not withstand their onslaught. Thus, it was plausible that his initial target was not Fang Huaiyuan at all. The individuals at the Sword Tomb had followed Fang Huaiyuan. They must possess knowledge of the Eternal Life Society's whereabouts. Capturing them could lead him to the Society's location, thereby fulfilling his mission. Suddenly, Murong Qingchen had a revelation and spoke up. Impressive. was all Su Chun could remark, his gaze shifting towards the square. The impending battle promised to be the most exhilarating of all. As for the sword tomb, individuals had already ventured there, and they would soon ascertain the circumstances unfolding in that domain. In the square, Lu Wujian regarded Ren Qianxing. Your 4 long swords have begun to show signs of fissures. Though they can still deliver a strike, their potency is severely diminished, and your internal energy has been significantly depleted. Do you still wish to engage me in combat? Lu Wujian spoke with a calm demeanor. They are merely insignificant fish. My objective has always been you. The sword master, Ren Qianxing retorted, meeting Lu Wujian's gaze. If that is the case, allow me to send you on your way with a single sword. Upon hearing Ren Qianxing's words, Lu Wujian's tone turned chillingly cold. Chapter 814. 1,000 Swords Unite. A single sword across worlds, breaking the heavenly gate, entering the heavenly gate with his surroundings brimming with sword energy, his divine aura erupted, and a colossal sword shadow manifested behind him. Today, I shall sever you and breach the heavenly gate. Lu Wujian's voice deepened, as terrifying sword energy surged towards the heavens. His aura began to shift, and with this transformation, the skies grew tumultuous with thunder and lightning, revealing an ethereal image of the heavenly gate. The 4 symbols sword intent loomed, obscuring the sky, as the heavenly gate materialized. For surges of soaring sword intent emerged within the sacred sword lake's grand hall, shrouding the void. The appearing heavenly gate seemed to lose its target momentarily, suspended in the void as it gathered strength for a thunderous strike. This is the 4 symbols shielding sky sword intent, created by the 1st generation sword master of Sacred Sword Lake. It can temporarily obscure the perception of the heavenly gate, allowing us to unleash our utmost power and cleave through the heavenly gate to escape this place. Who would have thought that today it would be employed against you? Ren Qianxing, you should feel honored. My being is my sword. With a single stroke, I shall open the heavenly gate. Lu Wujian unleashed all the power within him, transcending the level of concentrated spirit found beneath the sea. This formidable energy did not dissipate. Rather, it coalesced around him, transforming Lu Wujian into a colossal sword. In a sudden leap, he ascended into the heavens. Beneath the celestial gate, an overwhelming sword aura ravaged the darkened sky. A brilliant sword light materialized, piercing through the realms of existence. Without a long sword, how can you withstand my strike? Lu Wujian, embodying the essence of the sword, gazed at Ren Qianxing. As he spoke, the celestial gate above trembled, a faint power emerging to converge with the giant sword. In that moment, a palpable pressure enveloped the world, centering upon Ren Qianxing. His eyes ignited with fervent light, a fierce battle spirit surging forth. Excellent. You have obscured the celestial gate, allowing me to unleash my full potential. As Ren Qianxing spoke, his aura erupted, rivaling that of the sword master. You have also reached this realm. Observing Ren Qianxing's transformation, Lu Wujian, now a giant sword, regarded him with a serious expression. Sword slash, shattering the celestial gate. Witnessing this, the sword master Lu Wujian swung his blade, unleashing a massive sword energy that transformed into a blinding light, tearing through everything as it surged toward Ren Qianxing. At that instant, the brilliance of the sword obscured all, even affecting the celestial gate. The sword light enveloped the heavens, its terrifying might instilling fear. Sword unification. At this moment, Ren Qianxing let out a low shout. As he did, the long swords held by nearby warriors seemed to be drawn toward him, slipping from their control and converging before him. In an instant, hundreds of long swords appeared in Ren Qianxing's grasp, a sword that spans worlds. The multitude of swords coalesced, erupting into a singular sword light that pierced through the void. Those spectating were left in awe, their eyes wide with astonishment. The swordmaster's strike was immensely powerful, capable of breaking through all barriers. Yet, the sword unleashed by Ren Qianxing, fueled by countless long swords, was even more fearsome, as if it could penetrate the very fabric of reality. With a swift motion, the sword light pierced through the long swords, momentarily halting before transforming into the figure of the swordmaster. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his aura in disarray, as blood erupted from his chest. He had been pierced through by Ren Qianxing's strike. With a sword comes a move. I underestimated you and failed to block your strike. Yet even in death, he vowed, I shall not allow you to live. The swordmaster declared, as the 4 symbols celestial sword intent, once shrouding the void, converged upon him. If I die, you shall perish as well. Harnessing this power, the sword master's body surged toward Ren Qianxing. At that moment, the latent energy from the celestial gate erupted, enveloping both combatants. The world darkened, as if an infinite, terrifying power had descended. With the might of the celestial gate, I shall slay you. My sword destroy? The immense sword light, infused with the power of the celestial gate, surged toward Ren Qianxing as the heavens darkened and the sword light descended. The power unleashed now is far more terrifying than that which erupted from the heavenly gate before. The sword master is doomed, yet harnessing the essence of the four symbols from the sacred sword lake, he unleashes a final strike, intent on taking Ren Qianxing down with him. How could I, Ren Qianxing, be vanquished? If heaven seeks my demise, I shall shatter the heavens. With a convergence of myriad swords into one, a single sword transcends realms. Beneath this celestial force, Ren Qianxing lets out a fierce roar, and countless long swords rise from within the sacred sword lake, converging before him, transforming into a terrifying beam of sword light. In an instant, it shoots forth. At that moment, the entire world perceives only this sword, with nothing else in sight. The sword light pierces through the sword master's body, breaching the colossal energy that descends, ultimately soaring toward the heavenly gate. Boom! The sword master's body disintegrates, and the heavenly gate shatters as well. With the stroke, Ren Qianxing has slain the sword master and ruptured the heavenly gate. A shadow of light emerges, enveloping Ren Qianxing. At this juncture, he has exhausted all his strength with that single strike, becoming ensnared by the luminous veil. As the veil envelopes him, he is drawn skyward by an unseen force toward the light. This is the breaking of the heavenly gate. Su Chen observes this scene, his gaze flickering as he contemplates invoking the power of the sorcerer Pang Ban to shatter this pulling force. However, at this moment, he receives a telepathic message from Ren Qianxing. My lord, do not act. Should this force be disrupted, my passage through the heavenly gate will become even more perilous, and my strength will be diminished. I shall enter the heavenly gate first. Upon hearing Ren Qianxing's words, Su Chen's brow furrows slightly before relaxing. Ren Qianxing's advance into the heavenly gate could provide him with valuable insights regarding the situation above. In the void, Ren Qianxing steps forward, the light vanishing as the sky returns to normal. On the ground, the onlookers are astonished, having never anticipated that Ren Qianxing's final strike would slay the last-ditch sword master, allowing him to breach the heavenly gate and depart. Amidst their astonishment, Su Chen swiftly transforms into a fleeting shadow, appearing beside Fang Huaiyuan, collecting the remnants of his shattered gauntlet, long sword, inner armor, and all belongings. He then materializes beside the sword master, retrieving the half-scroll of the heavenly holy sword canon from within his robes, while the other sword masters possess nothing. Su Chen's actions are swift. One cannot afford to be slow in such matters. At this moment, the others regain their senses, but the treasures are already in Su Chen's grasp. Let us head toward the sword tomb. Su Chen conveys to Murong Qingchun and the others, and with that, he darts toward the sword heart island of the sacred sword lake. As Su Chen's figure vanishes, the others finally react. The sword master is dead. The sacred sword lake is in ruins. With Ren Qianxing having slain the sword master and escaped through the heavenly gate, it means there are no spoils to collect. They rush into the sacred sword lake, hoping to uncover the sword manual or treasures. Suddenly, a realization strikes some. Seize it. All rush toward the sacred sword lake. It becomes a race to see who can act the fastest. Whoever seizes the treasures first will claim them. In an instant, the entire sacred sword lake manor descends into chaos, while Su Chen, in his swift motion, conceals the items in his robes and transfers them all into his ring. The figure did not linger for a moment, treading through the water, making its way towards Sword Heart Island. Around 6 in the evening, the narrative progressed to Chapter 8:15, The Clarity of Sword Heart Grass, Lan Yueho, and Qian Junmo. On Sword Heart Island, Qian Junmo gazed at the figure in the sky. A look of surprise etched upon his brow. A silhouette appeared beside him, belonging to the middle-aged man clad in black. It was not the sword master Lu Wujian who had ascended the heavenly gate, but rather Ren Qianxing. It seemed that Lu Wujian had encountered trouble. However, the status of Fang Huaiyuan remained uncertain. Have you located the exact whereabouts of the Sword Heart Clarity Grass? Qian Junmo inquired. Indeed, it has been found in the valley surrounding the sword tomb. I shall escort the young master there, replied the middle-aged man in black. Since the location has been determined, let us proceed. As long as we acquire the Sword Heart Clarity Grass, our purpose will be fulfilled, regardless of what becomes of the Holy Sword Lake. Qian Junmo asserted. Understood. The black-clad man led Qian Junmo towards a specific area of Sword Heart Island. Before long, they arrived at a valley. Who goes there? A sharp voice rang out as they approached, followed by two figures wielding swords. Boom, boom. As the two figures emerged, the black-clad man beside Qian Junmo launched forward, striking with both palms. The two figures were sent hurtling backward, blood spewing from their mouths, lifeless before they hit the ground. Without any pause, they entered the valley. At the heart of the valley lay a pool, within which two small grasses emanated a sword-like aura. Sword Heart Clarity Grass. Upon seeing the two small plants, Qian Junmo's face lit up with delight as he stepped forward to pluck them. Ah, no wonder you refrained from exerting your full strength. You were coveting the Sword Heart Clarity Grass. At this moment, several figures emerged from behind Qian Junmo, led by Lan Yueho, accompanied by four sword-wielding maidens clad in white. Lan Yueho, I did not seek you out, yet you come to trouble me, Qian Junmo remarked, directing his gaze at Lan Yueho. Were you not here to kill me? Yet you have remained idle, leaving me to ponder your true intentions. However, since you do not strike first, I shall take the initiative to eliminate you. Lan Yueho replied coldly. Eliminate me? Do you possess the capability? Qian Junmo retorted. Do you know why I have spared your life? It is because I am not yet prepared to ascend the heavenly gate and depart, which is why you have lived thus far. But if you wish for your end, I shall gladly send you on your way. As he spoke, Qian Junmo's gaze sharpened. With a forceful stomp, he surged forward like a cannonball. His hand shot out, revealing a formidable power that surged forth toward Lan Yueho. Impudent. As Qian Junmo made his move, the four sword-wielding maidens behind Lan Yueho leapt into the air, their swords drawn, ready to strike at Qian Junmo. Do you dare to challenge the young master? At the moment the four maidens drew their swords. The middle-aged man accompanying Qian Junmo let out a low growl, unleashing a terrifying pressure that swept towards the four. Deal with that old man. Do not allow him to obtain the Sword Heart Clarity Grass. I shall confront Qian Junmo. Lan Yueho scoffed coldly. Boom. As the words left his lips, his body surged forward, his hand clenched into a fist, emanating terrifying energy. Without mercy, he launched his fist at Qian Junmo with astonishing speed. The two collided, fist met palm, and their bodies shifted apart simultaneously. You have surprised me, Lan Yueho. You have merely condensed a semblance of divine might. You are quite anxious to strike at me, Qian Junmo remarked, his brow furrowed as he regarded Lan Yueho, seemingly perplexed by the divine energy radiating from him. Qian Junmo, were it not for you, I might not have condensed such a basic semblance of divine energy. Therefore, I shall not allow you to acquire the Sword Heart Clarity Grass, lest you strengthen your divine might, Lan Yueho declared, fixing his gaze upon Qian Junmo. Then I shall see what you can do to prevent this. With merely those four at your side. Or is it just you? Qian Junmo retorted coldly after his strike. As he spoke, his flowing hair danced. Waves of terrifying true energy continuously radiating outward. As the true energy expanded around him, invisible crimson ripples erupted from his being. Lan Yueho, if you seek death, then let it be today that you perish at the Holy Sword Lake. With the transformation of those crimson ripples, the emanating true energy shattered the oppressive divine might surrounding Lan Yueho. Blood soul power. Qian Junmo, your bloodline power is not of the Qian family sword path, but rather the blood soul power. How astonishing, Lan Yueho exclaimed, realizing the true nature of Qian Junmo's power. It appears you desire the Sword Heart Clarity Grass, not to amplify your divine might, but to awaken your sword path bloodline. You are not of the Qian family's direct line. Lan Yueho's expression stiffened as he spoke. It is precisely because I am not of the direct line that I have been dispatched to hunt you down. If I slay you, the family head will permit my entry into the direct lineage. A cold glimmer surged in Qian Junmo's eyes as he took a step forward. The crimson ripples and true energy erupted simultaneously. He stomped the ground, causing it to tremble as he propelled himself toward Lan Yueho. With a punch, the blood-red ripples converged with the true energy, erupting forth. The fierce energy struck at Lan Yueho like a piercing spear. Lan Yueho unleashed his divine might, a golden shadow appearing behind him, radiating a brilliant golden light. The golden light formed a lunar blood shadow. Divine might, celestial void moon. With his divine might fully unleashed, he stamped the ground and shot forward. Golden wheel, celestial moon. Boom. As his fist struck, A golden will howled forth from his fist, colliding with Qian Junmo's punch. Boom. The two forces exploded, the golden wheel shadow and the crimson true energy vanishing simultaneously, though Lan Yueho was forced to stagger back several paces. Lan Yueho, your bloodline is locked. You cannot unleash your abilities. If you wish to survive, you ought to prolong your existence. Qian Junmo taunted. Yet, despite his derision towards Lan Yueho, there was no hint of relaxation in his demeanor. Lan Yueho is the legitimate heir of the Lan family. Even though his bloodline has been sealed, one must not be careless. Qian Junmo, do you think it is so easy to become a legitimate heir of the Qian family? Even if you were to kill me and return to Tianmen, you would still be unable to claim that status. You are merely indulging in fanciful dreams. Moreover, even if you did become the legitimate heir of the Qian family, death would still await you. My father may not intervene, but my sister can certainly eliminate you. In the end, you would only be a discarded pawn. Qian Junmo, I am aware that you have refrained from attacking me, as you are weighing these very factors. Lan Yueho spoke coldly. Seeking death? Then die. Qian Junmo erupted once more, charging towards Lan Yueho. At that moment, two figures appeared, Luxing and Shui Yiren. Their purpose for coming here was also the Jianxin Tongming grass. To their surprise, someone had arrived before them, and a battle had ensued. Shui brother, you go and retrieve the Jianxin Tongming grass. Luxing instructed. Shui Yiren leaped towards the precious herb. Seeking death, the middle-aged man in black, engaged with the four maidservants, changed his expression upon witnessing this and struck back, sending the maidservants retreating, his hand reaching out towards Shui Yiren. However, a piercing sword aura suddenly locked onto him, causing his outstretched hand to freeze as he turned his gaze towards the one who had targeted him. Luxing from the Qinglong Society. The middle-aged man was taken aback at the sight of Luxing. In that brief moment of surprise, the four maidservants quickly gathered together. Sword formation. They unleashed four beams of sword energy, which converged to form a triangular sword array, enveloping the middle-aged man. His expression shifted in alarm. Divine might. Black underworld dragon break. With a thunderous roar, his formidable aura erupted as he extended his hand in the shape of a dragon claw, attacking the sword light. At the instant of collision between the sword light and the dragon claw, the middle-aged man was propelled towards the pool. Whoosh! A sword light, swift as a shadow, cleaved through the air. The middle-aged man's heart raced, and he moved just as Shui Yiren reached the pool, raising his hand to grasp the two Jianxin Tongming grasses. Bang! At that moment, Lan Yueho was struck back by Qian Junmo. Retreat! Lan Yueho commanded, and the four maidservants promptly positioned themselves by his side. Since the people of the Qinglong Society had already obtained the Jianxin Tongming grass, there was no need for him to continue the fight. Observing Qian Junmo, he asked, Gentlemen, could you spare one Jianxin Tongming grass? Looking at Luxing and Shui Yiren, he continued, there is no reason to relinquish what has been acquired, wouldn't you agree? Qian brother? At that moment, Su Chen appeared, his gaze fixed on Qian Junmo. A smile graced Su Chen's face. Earlier, while inspecting Fang Huaiyuan and Lu Wu's corpses, he had obtained 3 orange lottery tickets. He surmised that had the weapons been damaged, he would have acquired even more. Su Xiaolong. Qian Junmo's expression tightened upon seeing Su Chen. As Su Chen appeared, the masters of the Qinglong Society undoubtedly gathered here. He had little chance of victory. Young Master Su. Lu Sheng and Shui Yiren bowed to Su Chen, their figures leaping to his side. Young Master Su, the clear mind herb is incredibly valuable to me. I wonder if you would part with a specimen? Qian Junmo gazed at Su Chen and said, in exchange for an appropriate reward, I can offer you a clear mind herb. Su Chen glanced at Qian Junmo and, after a moment of contemplation, replied. He had overheard their conversation. One must belong to the Lan family, while the other was from the Qian family. Lan Yueho was likely a direct descendant of the Lan family, and had perhaps wronged the Qian family, leading to a forced severance of his bloodline. The Qian family dispatched Qian Junmo to assassinate Lan Yueho, promising him a position as a direct descendant of the Qian family upon success. Yet, as Lan Yueho had pointed out, if the Qian family could kill him, they would have done so long ago instead of sending him here. However, these matters were of no concern to Su Chen. What he desired now was to acquire treasures and rewards. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Qian Junmo pondered for a moment, saying, Young Master Su, I propose a trade. I can offer you a top-tier weapon-grade sword in exchange for the clear mind herb. At this moment, Lan Yueho interjected. I have an ancient text I obtained atop the heavenly gate. I do not know its contents, but it must be extraordinary. I will trade this ancient text for the clear mind herb." As he spoke, Qian Junmo produced a weathered tome from his robe and tossed it to Su Chen. Su Chen caught the tome and began to peruse its pages, finding unfamiliar characters, only to see lines of runes. Acquired ancient secret technique. Celestial dragon vein severing technique. Reward: 4 orange lottery tickets. It was merely a name, without specifics on the practice of the celestial dragon vein severing technique. What script is this? Su Chen furrowed his brow, looking at Qian Junmo. I have consulted texts. This is the celestial dragon Qianxing script from the ancient sect of the 8 sections of the celestial dragon palace. Yet I have found no one who recognizes these characters. This tome is not replicable, young Master Su, so you need not worry about me making copies. Qian Junmo assured Su Chen. Very well, I shall accept this trade. Though Su Chen could not comprehend the celestial dragon Qianxing script, the name alone, coupled with the reward of 4 orange lottery tickets, indicated its significance. As they spoke, Shui Aaron handed the clear mind herb to Su Chen. Clear mind herb. Reward: 1 orange lottery ticket. The moment Su Chen touched the clear mind herb, he received an orange lottery ticket. All at once, he amassed 5 orange lottery tickets, and with the previous 3 he had obtained, he now possessed 8 tickets in total. He swiftly sent the clear mind herb flying toward Qian Junmo, whose face lit up with joy. He had wagered correctly this time. Having gathered information about Su Chen, he knew of his fondness for ancient texts. As expected, although the tome was indeed remarkable, he could not ascertain its contents, rendering it of no use to him. At this moment, Su Chen felt a stir within his heart. His luck today was rather fortuitous. He first drew 4 orange lottery cards, acquired the celestial dragon meridian technique, obtained 10 bottles of celestial elixir, acquired the character Chu Jiangnan, and acquired the character Gu Shintong. 2 characters, along with the newly acquired celestial dragon meridian technique and elixirs. As Su Chen gazed at the rewards, a faint thrill coursed through him. The elixirs he possessed, aside from a few reserved for his own cultivation, had all been sent to the Mountain River sect by Yuan Xiyun for unified distribution by Zhuge Jinhua. The celestial elixir was equally beneficial for those strong in the sea of consciousness. Thus Su Chen found himself lacking in such elixirs. He opened the celestial dragon meridian technique, and instantly, a surge of knowledge regarding the cultivation method flooded his mind. Upon acquiring this technique, Su Chen was astonished. For the celestial dragon meridian technique was a means of seizing fortune and momentum. It allowed one to extract the essence of a land, a nation, or a sect, consolidating it to form the 8 parts of the celestial dragon bloodline. When this bloodline reaches its zenith, one can wield power to uproot mountains and shatter the heavens. How domineering! Su Chen silently marveled. Did this imply that his own strength was insufficient? With his ability to summon characters and seize territories, he could undoubtedly acquire this fortune and consolidate the 8 parts of the celestial dragon bloodline. As for the character Chu Jiangnan, he was the son of Duan Yuki from Sword Whistling the Jianghu, who at the tender age of 7 bore the mission of seizing the 7 Stars Tower. He was sent by his father to Qin Baichuan's side, becoming a trusted confidant. With an exterior of grace and gentility, he possessed a meticulous mind and ambitious aspirations. Manipulated by Lu Sheng with a sword, he became a pawn that forced Bai Yun to become Yan Bei Fei, ultimately meeting his demise at Bai Yun's hands. Su Chen assessed his strength, which was positioned at the level of the Dantian Transformation Sea. He was stronger than the previously encountered Lu Sheng and could serve as one of the 12 Hall Masters of the Qinglong Society. Gu Shintong, the biological father of Gu Zhen, one of the protagonists in the novel Songhai, was the king of the Eastern Isles and practiced the Emperor's Qi observation technique, rendering him nearly invincible in the world. It was said that as long as Gu Shintong lived, the Eastern Isles would not perish. His strength was at the shattering level. Chapter 817, The Misfortunate Sword Heart, the Guardian of the Sword. With a life-risking strike against the sword, Su Chen was taken aback, having just encountered the shattered Ren Qianxing. And now another had arrived. Qian Junmo and Lan Yueho, both possessing considerable luck. He had initially pondered who would take over the Sacred Sword Lake. Now, with this opportunity, he would succeed Ren Qianxing as the deputy master of the West Pavilion, claiming the Sacred Sword Lake for himself. That which he had fought for could not be relinquished to others. Xiaolong, farewell for now. Until we meet again. With that, Qian Junmo departed with his companions. After Qian Junmo left, Lan Yueho approached, saying, Brother Su, are you not going to bid? You simply agreed to Qin Junmo's terms? The celestial dragon thousand elephants text has long been lost. It matters not. I have an affinity for rare ancient texts. Moreover, Qin Junmo had no intention of killing you. He may not even wish to do so. Why not allow others to progress? Direct heirs from noble families do not easily become so, do they? I shall head towards the sword tomb. Would you care to join me, Lan Yueho? Su Cheng gazed at Lan Yueho and declared, Of course we shall go together. At that moment, they found themselves before a building situated beyond the sword tomb on Sword Heart Island. This edifice was none other than the library of the Holy Sword Lake. Before the library, Jian Taixin confronted 4 individuals opposing him. The quartet comprised the subordinates of Fang Huaiyuan, led by an elderly man draped in gray robes, whose aura was feeble, marred by a deep sword scar that pierced to the bone across his chest. His malevolent gaze was fixated upon a solitary figure seated outside the library, before whom lay a seemingly ordinary longsword. Yet this unremarkable blade stood there as if it were a pillar supporting the heavens. The deep scar on the gray-robed elder's body evidently bore the mark of the figure before him. Their eyes were now cast into the void, enveloping the atmosphere in a heavy silence. That was Ren Qianxing's silhouette. Observing this scene, an elder beside Jian Taixin spoke gravely, Sword Master. Ren Qianxing has crossed the celestial gate. I fear for Master Lu Jian's safety. Jian Taixin's gaze also turned toward the void, his brow furrowed in concern. Logically, it should have been Master Lu Wu who shattered the celestial gate and departed, yet it was ultimately Ren Qianxing who did so. What could this signify? If not that Master Lu had encountered misfortune? If Master Lu was in peril, then Fang Huaiyuan surely faced a similar fate. You must go and check on Fang Huaiyuan, Jian Taixin urged, directing his gaze toward the 4 adversaries. The other 3 turned their eyes toward the elder, whose expression darkened further. Just then, a figure raced toward them. Sword Master. The former Sword Master has fallen, and Ren Qianxing has crossed the celestial gate. Fang Huaiyuan and the 4 elders of the Eternal Life Society have perished at his hands. Our Holy Sword Lake is under siege by numerous martial artists. We implore you to return and take charge of the situation, reported the disciple. What? Jian Taixin's countenance froze in disbelief. He had not anticipated such dire news. The assailants had all been slain by Ren Qianxing, who had now crossed the celestial gate. Meanwhile, the Holy Sword Lake was under assault. This cannot be. How could the young master be dead? Exclaimed the elder cloaked in despair, momentarily stunned by the revelation. Just then, Sima Changhen emerged from the shadows, accompanied by Lin Xiaodian and several cloaked figures. Sima Changhen, I did not expect you to come here, Jian Taixin remarked, his eyes narrowing. The individuals now present were hardly allies. Jian Taixin, from this day forth, there shall be no more Holy Sword Lake. Submit to me, and I will allow you to govern the Holy Sword Lake, Sima Changhen declared, fixing his gaze upon Jian Taixin. In the wake of the Sword Master's demise, this was the opportune moment for Sima Changhen to claim the Holy Sword Lake. Sima Changhen, I never imagined you harbored such ambitions to seize my Holy Sword Lake. Jian Taixin retorted, his eyes glinting with icy resolve. The Holy Sword Lake has become mere remnants. Why should I, Sima Changhen, not occupy it? Sima Changhen replied coldly. I never anticipated you, Sima Changhen, to possess such ambitions. Everyone has underestimated you. The gray-robed elder interjected with a scoff. In this matter, I must express my gratitude to Fang Huaiyuan. Were it not for his prior efforts, I doubt that Sacred Sword Lake would be in its current state. Fang Huaiyuan has passed away, and thus there is no need for my return. I happen to have some matters to discuss with you. Sima Changhen addressed the gray-robed elder. Let us accompany you. Who do you think you are? The elder, shrouded in an aura of death, coldly retorted, glaring at Sima Changhen. Are you forcing my hand? Sima Changhen replied, his tone indifferent, no longer regarding the individuals present. A formidable aura surged from him, pressing down upon the assembly with terrifying force. You underestimate me. Jian Taixin. Jian Taixin's eyes gleamed with cold intensity as he fixed his gaze on Sima Changhen. To kill me? I am quite eager to witness your prowess. Sima Changhen's expression remained impassive. Sword Master Lin, Jian Taixin called out, but before his words could fully resonate, the last of the remaining 5 elders struck Jian Taixin from behind with a palm. Bang! Jian Taixin was sent flying by the impact. Boom! In an instant, a sword light flashed, and the Sacred Sword Lake members surrounding the elder had their throats slit by a single stroke. I salute you, my lord. The elder sheathed his sword and knelt before Sima Changhan. As he knelt, the old man seated before the library opened his eyes, a flicker of sword light gleaming within. Sima Changhan, truly impressive. Long ago, I had foreseen this at Sacred Sword Lake. The elder observed Sima Changhan, raising his hand to draw Jian Taixin's form closer. Uncle I. Jian Taixin coughed up blood, gazing at the elder. My meridians are shattered. Recovery will be arduous. Under normal circumstances, I would prevail, but today, I fear I shall not leave this place. The Jian family cannot bear such disgrace. Uncle, I shall escort you. His expression turned despondent as a surge of sword energy erupted from his palm. Jian Taixin was momentarily stunned, his eyes filled with reluctance. Before he could retaliate, he was ambushed and ultimately slain by his own uncle. What a ruthless maneuver. Sima Changhan's gaze sharpened at this scene, a flicker of wariness appearing in his eyes for the elder. I did not foresee that today would mark the demise of Sacred Sword Lake. However, I am eager to witness your strength, Sima Changhan. The elder rose to his feet, and the sword before him began to tremble. I am Jian Qianxing, the guardian of Sacred Sword Lake. Today, I shall determine our fates with a single strike. As the elder spoke, a terrifying sword intent surged from him. The intent manifested as he raised his sword. The setting sun, blood red. A crimson afterimage appeared behind him, casting a hue of red amidst the dimming heavens. The blood sword of the setting sun shall slay the world. Jian Qianxing bellowed. As he shouted, a massive sword light erupted from the elevated blade, infused with a sanguine hue, emanating an astonishing ferocity, capable of tearing through the sky as it descended in wrath. This strike, a tide of sword light, brimmed with murderous intent, enveloping all in its path. At this moment, the life force of the elder began to wane significantly, as he wielded his final breath to execute this sword strike. Chapter 818. The Manifestation of the Valley God, Sima Changhan defeated before battle. Witnessing this scene, Sima Changhan was momentarily taken aback, and an overwhelming aura erupted from his being. A colossal shadow loomed behind him, shaking the very heavens and earth. The sword intent that the elder had condensed appeared to tremble under the weight of this divine presence. It was Su Chun, who was rushing to the scene, was astonished to behold such a terrifying power. Sima Changhan, indeed, it was his divine might. Lan Yueho, standing beside Su Chun, spoke up. Sima Changhan. Su Chen's gaze sharpened as he turned to face Sima Changhan. The Kunping stirs the mountains and rivers. Sima Changhan exclaimed, unleashing a palm strike imbued with the might of the Baiming Kuan, causing the very landscape to tremble. A massive silhouette of a Kuan sword forth, colliding with the descending beam of the galaxy sword. The sword's luminescence shattered, and the force dissipated, leaving the ground tranquil once more. The Sword Clan, descendants of the second-generation sword master of the Sacred Sword Lake, had a storied legacy. It was said that the second-generation sword master, throughout his life, wielded his sword to vanquish countless heroes, only to ultimately challenge the third emperor of the great Chu Empire, meeting his demise at the hands of his own blade. Upholding the belief that a swordsman is invincible. After the palm strike landed, Sima Changhan regarded the sword-wielding elder and declared, defeat means death. Your divine might is formidable, yet it remains unrefined. Once fully realized, it could surely shatter the gates of heaven. Truly a pity that we cannot duel in your prime. Today, the victors and the vanquished are clear. The defeat of the Sacred Sword Lake is not unjust. Boom. The elder fell to the ground, his vitality extinguished. Sima Changhan, you have concealed yourself well, remarked the remaining gray-robed elder. Fang Huaiyuan is dead. I trust you will make the right choice. Sima Changhan addressed the gray-robed elder and his companions. You. The gray-robed elder's eyes narrowed as he glanced at the three behind him. At this moment, their expressions were uncertain, and they too were unsure of how to proceed, casting glances at the gray-robed elder. Despite their considerable strength, witnessing Sima Changhan's overwhelming palm strike, they realized they were no match for him. Any attempt to engage would likely lead to their own destruction. If we defect from the Changxing society, we will be hunted down, the gray-robed elder exclaimed. Rest assured, you will be escorted to the capital and join my Tianguan division. Do not forget, I am one of the 4 commanding generals of Tianguan division in Jiangnan. Sima Changhan proclaimed. One of the 4 commanding generals of Tianguan division in Jiangnan. The gray-robed elder remarked. It is rumored that the Tianguan division has 4 commanding generals named Heaven, Ruin, Earth, and Annihilation. Which one are you? To my surprise, you are well informed. My title is Annihilation. Sima Changhen replied. Annihilation, the one who single-handedly eradicated the Jiang and Tiandao sect. Truly unexpected. It seems our schemes have been thoroughly seen through. Your defeat is not unwarranted. I agree to follow you and join the Tingguan division, the gray-robed elder declared. You all, salute the general. The other three, upon witnessing the scene, immediately knelt and saluted, exclaiming, Excellent. Truly splendid. Xiaodian, consult the elder. You shall take charge of the sacred sword lake with these three, while I depart with you. Commander Sima Changhen instructed Lin Xiaodian, and the last of the 5 elders, preparing to lead the gray-robed man away. He sought to glean information regarding the Eternal Life Society from the gray-robed figure. Understood. The 2 departed with their companions, with one of the 5 elders stepping forward. There was confidence that the sacred sword lake would soon be restored to tranquility. Commander Sima, your actions are quite inappropriate. At this moment, a deep voice emerged from the shadows. The speaker was a man clad in a flowing robe, past his 40th year, with brows akin to flying swords and an appearance of striking elegance, exuding an air of dominance. Upon seeing the newcomer, Sima Changhen's expression tightened. What is your intention, sir? Do you also covet the sacred sword lake? Sima Changhen spoke in a low tone. At this juncture, Lin Xiaodian and the others paused, and upon Sima Changhen's words, Lin Xiaoyan's gaze shifted to the elder, holding 2 blue orbs. The elder appeared momentarily stunned, his brow furrowing slightly, yet he did not hesitate. The blue orbs instantly shot forth, one after the other, towards the man who had appeared. However, the man, upon noticing this, raised an eyebrow, his eyes glinting with a cold light. With a flick of his wide sleeve, a surge of energy erupted, creating a whirlwind that intercepted the blue orbs, establishing a balance that held them suspended in midair before him. He then extended a hand from his sleeve, his features resolute, his fingers long and pale, resembling finely carved jade. Raising his palm before the blue orbs, he stated, To test me comes at a price, Commander Sima. Such habits are ill-advised. As he spoke, a surge of energy erupted from his palm, and with a flick, the 2 blue orbs were sent hurtling back at incredible speed, accompanied by a terrifying force, resembling meteors as they raced towards the elder. The elder's countenance changed drastically. He unleashed a terrifying energy, reaching for his orbs. Boom! His palm collided with the orbs, managing to grasp one. Yet, a dreadful energy erupted from the 2 orbs. Bang! His arm, clutching the orb, was obliterated, blood and flesh scattering, revealing shattered bones. The elder cried out in agony. With a single strike, the elder's arm had been shattered. Who are you? Sima Changhen's expression turned icy at the sight. I am Gu Shintong, the vice master of the West Pavilion of Tianya Pavilion. The newcomer was none other than Su Chun, who had recently acquired Gu Shintong's allegiance. Although his interaction with Sima Changhen had been relatively amicable, how could the sacred sword lake be relinquished so easily? Furthermore, having recently obtained the technique of meridian interception, he was eager to extract benefits from the sacred sword lake, with its rich historical heritage and extraordinary fortunes. Commander Sima, you do not suppose that Tianya Pavilion has only sent one person, do you? Uncertain of Sima's intentions, Gu Shintong gazed at him and remarked, This sacred sword lake, does it belong to you or to my Tianya Pavilion's western pavilion? Upon hearing Gu Shintong's words, Lin Xiaoyan's expression sharpened, as he contemplated responding. I have been scheming for the sacred sword lake for quite some time. Simply relinquishing it does not sit well with me, Sima Changhen replied, directing his gaze toward Gu Shintong. Let us engage in a contest. Sima's divine prowess displayed earlier was indeed impressive, though regrettably incomplete. Against me, your chances of victory are slim, Gu Shintong stated with an air of calmness. Sima Changhen was taken aback by Gu Shintong's candid admission of his superiority. His aura surged, and a terrifying phantom materialized. As he unleashed his divine might, Gu Shintong's presence shifted, emanating an overwhelming energy. At that moment, Sima Changhen felt a sudden chill, as if his very essence had been laid bare. This sacred sword lake shall be entrusted to you, esteemed one. Until we meet again. Farewell. With that, he swiftly turned, grasping the gray-robed elder and leaping away. The onlookers exchanged glances, surprised by the unexpected restraint shown by Sima Changhen. They anticipated a display of power. How disappointing that he chose not to engage. I had wished to witness the full extent of his abilities, Gu Shintong sighed, watching Sima Changhen depart. Chapter 819. Gu Shintong's Breakthrough. The transfer of Fang Huaiyuan Tower, is it truly so that Sima Changhan has withdrawn without a fight? Lan Yueho observed, astonished at the retreating figure of Sima Changhan. Just moments ago, Sima had exhibited formidable divine prowess, suggesting he was more than capable of engaging in battle. Yet, without a single clash, he retreated. His gaze shifted toward Gu Shintong, a formidable figure from Tianya Pavilion, a force previously unmentioned in the annals of Tianmen. This Sima Changhan is exceedingly cautious. He must have sensed something. Let us depart. With the sacred sword lake now claimed by Tianya Pavilion, we need not linger here. Su Chun cast a glance at Gu Shintong, standing resolutely before the library. Lan Yueho followed suit, departing alongside Su Chun. I am Gu Shintong, Deputy Pavilion Master of Tianya Pavilion. Today, Sword Heart Island belongs to my Western Pavilion. No one is permitted to linger here. Anyone remaining on Sword Heart Island after the span of a mere incense stick shall be executed. As Su Chun and his companions made their way back, a deep voice resonated throughout Sword Heart Island. Those who had been poised to invade the island swiftly altered their course upon hearing the proclamation, their expressions shifting as they witnessed Lin Xiaotian and his group hastily retreating. The visitors, now reconsidering their advance, promptly withdrew. While martial artists in the realm often thrived on conflict, when confronted with overwhelming dread, self-preservation took precedence. The Sacred Sword Lake Manor lay in ruins, with the remaining disciples of the Sacred Sword Lake fleeing in disarray. In merely a day's time, the entire Sacred Sword Lake, once dominated by a formidable power, was obliterated in an instant. The demise of martial forces transpires with such alarming swiftness. Within the inn, Su Chun returned alongside Zhuang Xuanji and others. Morong Qingchen had already departed to meet with Sima Changhan, and Luo Hanqiu also bid farewell to Su Chun as she returned to the Taishang Wujimen. Inside the room, Mei Xuanxuang let out a sigh, having originally intended to observe the sword tomb of the Sacred Sword Lake, only to find that opportunity lost. Her purpose for coming was to study the swordsmanship within the tomb, hoping to enhance her own musical path by drawing parallels. At that moment, Su Chun received a notification. The host's subordinate, Gu Santong, has successfully stepped into the Shattered Realm, rewarding one orange lottery card. It appeared that the previous battle at Kunlun had greatly aided Gu Santong, allowing him to enter this realm so swiftly, a testament to his exceptional talent, Su Chun mused. Just then, Yuan Suiyuan entered the room. Upon seeing this, Zhuang Xuanji and Mei Xuanxuang nodded to Su Chun and departed. The sect leader, Lu Qingqiu, has come secretly seeking an audience. I have arranged for her to stay in a guest room, Yuan Suiyuan informed. It seemed she was involved with matters concerning the Wan family, who is leading the assassination task against Wan Xiangxiu from the Qinglong Association in Jiangnan. Su Chun inquired. The task has been assigned to Xiao Siwu, Yuan Suiyuan replied. Xiao Siwu is it? He should have no trouble eliminating Wan Xiangxiu, Su Chun remarked. Given that Wan Xiangxiu's strength is at the Dantian Hua high level, Xiao Siwu's covert approach to killing poses no issues. According to the schedule, Xiao Siwu should have already arrived in Yanqing. Let us go meet Lu Qingqiu, Su Chun declared, and the two departed the room. Meanwhile, in another chamber, Lu Qingqiu, cloaked in a black cape, stood within. The hood concealed her features. With a creak, the door opened as Su Chun stepped inside. Lu Qingqiu lowered her cloak, revealing her exquisite and alluring visage. Greetings, Su Xiaolong, she said with a slight bow. Lu, the leader of the tower, your covert visit is concerning Wan Xiangxiu, I presume? Please, take a seat. Su Chun welcomed her as he entered and gestured for her to sit. Su Xiaolong, the matters at Sacred Sword Lake have concluded, and I must return to Yanqing, hence my visit to consult, Lu Qingqiu replied softly. The task has already been claimed. I believe Wan Xiangxiu will soon meet his end. Su Chun stated. Upon hearing that the task had been claimed, a flicker of joy crossed Lu Qingqiu's face. She had witnessed the prowess of the Qinglong Association's experts firsthand. Previously, she had only heard tales, but now she had seen the reality, which was indeed different. This is a 6/10 contract from the Fang Huaiyuan Tower, which I present to you, Su Xiaolong, Lu Qingqiu said, producing a pre-written contract from her bosom. Her intention in coming was to align herself with Su Chun, and she had already prepared the contract, granting him 6/10 of the tower's interests. You wish to sever ties with the Wan family, it seems. Su Chun cast a glance at the contract before him and spoke softly. I have received word that Wan Chunhan is intent on acquiring my Fang Huaiyuan Tower. Thus I am compelled to proceed in this manner. Otherwise, upon my return, Fang Huaiyuan tower shall no longer belong to me. Should I hand over the tower to Lord Su Xiaocheng, I may at least retain 40%. However, should it fall into the hands of the Wan family, I shall be left with nothing. Lu Qingqiu responded, very well. I shall take hold of this contract. Su Chun then secured the document. He had initially planned to acquire Fang Huaiyuan tower, so how could he refuse such an offer? In the future, for matters of account reconciliation, you may contact Zhuang Xuanji. For other concerns, please reach out to the former steward, Su Chen instructed. Thank you, young Lord Su. I shall take my leave now. Lu Qingqiu offered a slight bow before departing. There were far too many eyes on Su Chen at present, and she wished to keep her interactions with him discreet for the time being. Once Lu Qingqiu had left, Su Chen returned to his quarters. The evening had arrived. With a crescent moon gracing the sky, he changed into a suit suitable for nocturnal endeavors and swiftly departed. His destination was the sacred sword lake, where he intended to employ the celestial dragon pulse technique to seize the lingering fortune of the lake. Although Su Chen was not deeply versed in the intricacies of bloodlines, he had witnessed the prowess of Qian Junmo in his recent confrontation with Lord Lan Yue, where Qian Junmo had exhibited the power of his bloodline. While he had not unleashed its full potential, he had nonetheless managed to suppress Lord Lan Yue, who also possessed a bloodline but faced complications. This underscored the profound nature of bloodline power. The Celestial Dragon Pulse technique ultimately aims to cultivate 8 celestial dragons. It involves the absorption of all fortunes and energies, condensing them within one bloodline to manifest 8 celestial dragon bloodlines. Naturally, to materialize these 8 dragons, one must siphon immense fortunes. With a form as elusive as a shadow, he vanished swiftly into the night. Upon his re-entrance to Jianxin Island, he found it enveloped in silence. Without pausing, he made his way to the heart of the island, the Sword Tomb. Outside the Sword Tomb, Gu Shintong appeared. Master, all individuals on the island have been cleared. He reported with a bow. I seek a secluded valley to harvest the residual fortune of Jianxin Island. You shall provide protection, Su Chun instructed Gu Shintong. There is a remote valley not far from here that would suffice, Gu Shintong replied, leading Su Chun to the designated location. The valley was devoid of any presence, and his subordinates remained outside to safeguard the master. Excellent. Su Chun nodded, then settled himself in a meditative posture within the valley. Chapter 820, Celestial Dragon Pulse Technique. Seizing the fortune of Sacred Sword Lake in the sky, a crescent moon hung, casting its silvery light over the valley. Su Chen began to execute the Celestial Dragon Pulse technique, forming seals with his hands. Streams of golden true qi materialized, transforming into diminutive golden dragons. With a decisive motion, Su Chen pressed his palm against the ground, causing the golden dragon qi to surge into the earth beneath him. As the golden aura dragons meandered above the ground, they began to whirl around, continually circulating their ethereal energy. This movement orchestrated a formation upon the earth's surface. With the emergence of the formation, a subtle tremor resonated through Sword-Heart Island. An invisible current, seemingly drawn by the formation, rapidly converged towards it. Sitting cross-legged at the center of the formation, Su Chen's face illuminated with joy. An intangible force surged from the formation into his being. Sensing this current, Su Chun initiated the Heavenly Dragon Meridian technique, capturing the energy within his body. As time elapsed, the amount of energy he retained within grew, gradually coalescing into a golden point of light. This luminous orb began to incessantly absorb the gathered energy. The initial step of the Heavenly Dragon Meridian technique was the condensation of this point. This golden point served as the foundation for the manifestation of the Heavenly Dragon. As the energy continued to be drawn into the golden point, Su Chen's body emitted a series of crackling sounds, and a faint golden radiance enveloped him, imbued with an air of majesty and solemnity. His internal energy surged rapidly, converging towards his dantian. At that moment, his dantian, which had already reached its limit, seemed to shatter its constraints and expand once more. Indeed, my dantian can be further enlarged. A spark of brilliance flickered in Su Chen's eyes. He concentrated his mind, attuning himself to the state of his dantian. This means my dantian can at least double in size. Fortunately, I had not yet decided on the manifestation of any divine power. Otherwise, I might have missed this opportunity. Su Chen pondered. Suddenly, several golden points surged into his meridians, relentlessly refining his physical form. Su Chen's body was already formidable, and this enhancement rendered him even more terrifying. Moreover, the The force of fortune continued to flow into him. Time trickled by. Meanwhile, in another location, within the estate of Sima Changhen, Ren Qianxing expressed his discontent. Brother, the sacred sword lake has been obliterated, yet the Tianya Pavilion has emerged, which is quite detrimental for us. The Tianya Pavilion truly oversteps its bounds. This world reveres the strong, the weak must endure. However, the appearance of the Tianya Pavilion in Jiangnan at this juncture likely signifies some ulterior motive, Sima Changhen remarked solemnly, furrowing his brow. Amidst the shifting tides of the martial world, the emergence of various factions, the presence of the Tianya Pavilion in Jiangnan is hardly surprising. Yet, brother, it should be noted that the Tianya Pavilion has also suffered considerable losses. After all, Ren Qianxing has broken through the heavenly gate and departed, resulting in the loss of a powerful figure, Ren Qianxing added. Indeed, they have lost a strong contender. However, the arrival of the Tianya Pavilion in Jiangnan should not be taken lightly. Remain vigilant regarding the movements of Gu Shintong. And all individuals heading to Sword Heart Island must exercise caution, Sima Changhen instructed. Your Highness, Prince Morong has arrived and is currently in the hall. At this moment, a servant approached, bowing respectfully. Let us go meet His Highness. Sima Changhen, accompanied by Ren Qianxing, made their way towards the grand hall of the manor. Inside, Morong Qingshan was seated. Upon entering, Sima Changhen and Ren Qianxing immediately bowed in respect. Greetings, Master of the Bureau. Sima Changhen addressed Morong Qingshan. As the head of the Tianjin Bureau, Morong Qingshan had officially assumed his position, hence the formal address. Have they disclosed the location of the Changxing Society? Morong Qingshan inquired. They have indeed mentioned it, but locating it may pose some challenges, Sima Changhen replied, producing a map. The precise location of the Changxing Society lies on an island in the East Sea. However, this island shifts with the ocean currents, necessitating special coordinates to pinpoint the society's location. Nevertheless, the approximate area should be within this range, he indicated on the map. It would be prudent for you, Sima Zongshi, to relay this information swiftly to Elder Shui, Morong Qingshan suggested. I shall return to the capital shortly, but prior to my departure, I wish to meet with the other 3 grand envoys of Jiangnan. Would it be possible for you to notify them? The 4 grand envoys operate independently, and I am unaware of their specific identities or whereabouts. Should you wish to summon them, an official decree can be issued for their assembly. However, based on past occurrences, it may take over half a month for them to convene, potentially delaying the transport of the Changxing Society members to the capital, Sima Changhen explained. In that case, it is paramount to prioritize their transport to the capital, Morong Qingshan stated. While we may have a general idea of the area, to avoid unforeseen circumstances, these individuals should not be brought to the Tianjin Bureau until we can ascertain the accuracy of their claims. What is your perspective on the Qinglong Society? Morong Qingshan inquired. The Qinglong Society is a formidable entity, currently the foremost assassin organization in Jiangnan. However, I suspect their ambitions extend beyond mere assassination. We must remain vigilant. Sima Changhen replied gravely. And what of the Tianya Pavilion? Morong Qingshan continued. The Tianya Pavilion wields even greater terror, with powerhouses comparable to those of the Qinglong Society. My subordinate initially intended to seize the Sacred Sword Lake, while Ren Qianxing was engaged with the Tianmen, but a deputy master from the West Pavilion, known as Gu Shintong, has emerged. This individual possesses formidable strength, rivaling that of Ren Qianxing. I have dispatched personnel to monitor the activities on Jianxin Island, keeping a close watch on Gu Shintong. Sima Changhen responded, his tone serious. Based on the historical conduct of the Tianya Pavilion, it seems they will likely center their influence around the Sacred Sword Lake, expanding their reach into the surrounding regions of Jiangnan. For you, Sima Zongshi, cohabiting with the Tianya Pavilion presents a significant dilemma. I wonder if the forces you have assembled can contend with them, Morong Qingshan queried. The strength of the West Pavilion of the Tianya Pavilion remains uncertain. I am unable to make any estimations, Sima Changhen replied. Is that so? The movements of Tianya Pavilion are troubling, Sima Zongshi. To avoid complications, let them return to the capital today, said Morong Qingshan. Very well. I shall make the necessary arrangements, Sima Changhen responded promptly. Shortly thereafter, several figures departed from Sima Changhen's estate. Elder brother, why did His Highness Morong engage you in such lengthy conversation? Ren Qianxing inquired upon returning to the hall. She was probing me, assessing the extent of my power, seeking to win me over for her own purposes. It seems our esteemed Murong is unwilling to relinquish control over Tianjin division so easily, Sima Changhen replied gravely. As the clock struck 7, the narrative continued. Chapter 821, Flying Dagger, Xiao Siwu, Wanjia Wanxiangsu. In a tavern within Yangcheng, Xiao Siwu, adorned with a broad-brimmed hat, quietly sipped his drink in a corner. Meanwhile, on the second floor, a young man clad in a brocade robe stood by a window, gazing out at the bustling street. Tall and with a resolute demeanor. His star-like eyes shimmered like jade, exuding an air of sternness, as a subtle aura enveloped him. This individual was none other than Wan Fu's third young master, Wan Xiangshu. What has Lu Qingqiu been up to in Luoyang? Wan Xiangshu asked the elderly figure clad in green, standing behind him. Third young master. Lu Qingqiu merely attended the Luoyang Marquis banquet and later appeared at the Sacred Sword Lake Assembly. So far, we have not discovered any instances of her meeting with others in private, the elder replied. Attending the banquet of the Luoyang Marquis is no trivial matter, Wan Xiangshu remarked, his brow slightly furrowing at the mention of the Marquis's name. Do not worry, third young master. The Luoyang Marquis rarely interferes in the affairs of the martial world and is unlikely to lend her assistance, the elder assured him. But this is not Lu Qingqiu's style. When did she depart from Luoyang? Wan Xiangshu pressed. According to reports, she has already left Luoyang and should return to Yangqing in 3 to 4 days. The elder informed him. On her way back? I believe it would be better if she does not return at all, Wan Xiangshu stated. Third young master. Do you mean to keep her away? If she does not return, it may hinder our acquisition of the Fang Huaiyuan tower. After all, the eldest and second young masters are also eyeing it, the elder cautioned. My intention to prevent her return to Yangqing is not to harm her, but merely to detain her and keep her under our control. Lu Qingqiu possesses considerable ability, but harbors excessive ambition. To gain full control over the Fang Huaiyuan tower is but a pipe dream, Wan Xiangshu declared. I understand. I shall arrange for this immediately, the elder behind him affirmed. At that moment, a tavern attendant appeared at the doorway, carrying a basket. Third young master, your special vegetarian dish is ready. Upon hearing this, the elder approached the attendant, accepted the basket, and handed over a piece of silver. The attendant's face brightened with a smile as he bowed and withdrew. The preparations are complete. Let us depart. Wan Xiangshu turned and spoke. After you, third young master. The elder in green followed closely behind Wan Xiangshu as they exited. Downstairs, Xiao Siwu cast a glance at Wan Xiangshu descending the staircase, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. A flying knife materialized in his hand. Prior to his arrival, he had perused Wan Xiangshu's dossier and was aware that Wan Xiangshu frequented this in every 3 days. Thus, he awaited the opportune moment to strike. The Wan Manor was heavily guarded, making it a daunting task to eliminate his target within its confines. However, this venue presented the most favorable opportunity for an assassination. Wan Xiangshu possessed remarkable talent, wielding formidable strength at the level of Dan Tianhua High. Hence, Xiao Siwu had to be exceedingly cautious. If he failed to deliver a fatal blow in one swift motion, the chance to kill Wan Xiangshu would be lost. Wan Xiangshu moved with great speed, soon arriving at the inn's entrance. Outside, the sun blazed brightly, and the moment he stepped through the door, the sunlight was almost blinding. It was precisely this moment that Xiao Siwu had been waiting for. He leaped from the window of the inn, and as he vaulted through, the flying knife was unleashed with breathtaking speed, its trajectory seemingly vanishing in the sunlight, reappearing instantaneously at Wan Xiangshu's throat. Boom! Just as the flying knife was about to pierce Wan Xiangshu's throat, an aura of divine might erupted from him, disrupting the knife's velocity. In that fleeting instant, the divine might dissipated, replaced by a terrifying force that enveloped him entirely. Bang! The long knife collided with the force, causing Wan Xiangshu to stagger back several paces. His protective aura shattered, and the flying knife clattered to the ground. A drop of blood appeared at his throat. Seeking death, Wan Xiangshu touched his throat, his gaze turning fierce. Had it not been for the divine might left by his father within him, alerting him to the imminent danger, he might not have reacted in time and would have been fatally wounded. The divine might. Xiao Siwu's eyes narrowed. He had not anticipated that Wan Xiangshu would possess such an aura. It was evident that this divine presence was not his own, but rather a remnant left by another, as it could only impede the speed of his flying knife. Xiao Siwu's resolve solidified. Kill. At that moment, the elder beside Wan Xiangshu drew a long knife from his waist and surged forward. The knife transformed into a shadow, unleashing a torrent of blade energy towards Xiao Siwu. Xiao Siwu's gaze sharpened. In that instant, he remained still, summoning the flying knife once more, which shot forth to collide with the shadow of the knife, generating a wave of energy. As this energy surged, a flying knife pierced through the force, appearing before the elder. The elder's expression shifted as he reversed his long knife, slashing to intercept the flying knife. The long knife met the flying knife with a resounding clang, sending sparks of metal flying. The elder narrowed his eyes slightly. Just then, another flying dagger emerged, instantly piercing his throat. At that moment, the guards beside Wan Xiangshu also drew their blades to attack Xiao Siwu. In the blink of an eye, those men found daggers lodged in their throats. In an instant, only Xiao Siwu and Wan Xiangshu remained in the arena. You did not manage to kill me with your first strike, yet you do not flee in haste. Do you still wish to eliminate me? Wan Xiangshu paid no heed to the fallen. Instead, his gaze was cold and unyielding as it fixated on Xiao Siwu. If I am not mistaken, you must belong to the Qinglong Society. May I inquire your name? I am Xiao Siwu of the Qinglong Society. The reason for my presence is that, given my strength, I cannot kill you this time. Should you take refuge within the Wan estate, I would have no opportunity to strike, thus rendering my mission a failure. Therefore, you must be eliminated today. Xiao Siwu spoke in a grave tone. The Wan estate is the dominant force in Yang City, undoubtedly housing formidable warriors. If he failed to eliminate Wan Xiangshu this time, he would lose his chance to act again. The absence of an opportunity would signify the failure of his mission, necessitating that others take on the task of extinguishing Wan Xiangshu. Thus, he was resolute in his intent to end Wan Xiangshu's life today. As he spoke, a dagger materialized in Xiao Siwu's hand, and his spirit coalesced around the weapon. Recently, he had sought counsel from Li Xuanhuan, significantly enhancing his dagger skills. The opponent's divine aura had just been shattered by his strike, leaving no second layer of protection. He was confident he could dispatch his foe. Upon witnessing the dagger raise in Xiao Siwu's hand, Wan Xiangshu's expression sharpened. Chapter 822, The Stone Alliance of Ling Luo, Feng Huaiyuan, leader of the 36 alien races. Boom. A surge of vital energy erupted from him. Attempt to kill me? Then let me see. As the vital energy manifested, Wan Xiangshu transformed into a shadowy wraith, racing towards Xiao Siwu with blinding speed. He could not afford to flee. Should he retreat, the dagger would surely lock onto him, placing him in even greater peril. He had no choice but to close the distance, approaching Xiao Siwu to envelop him with his palm strikes and shadowy fists, denying him any chance to unleash his daggers. In such a scenario, Xiao Siwu would inevitably perish. Xiao Siwu's gaze narrowed slightly, his hand steady and unwavering. You shall not have the opportunity to strike. Your demise awaits. In the blink of an eye, Wan Xiangshu's figure materialized, unleashing a powerful surge of vital energy as his palm struck towards Xiao Siwu's chest. This was the moment. Whoosh. Xiao Siwu's other hand shot out, the dagger clasped between his fingers, hurtling forth to meet his adversary. Sizzle. The razor-sharp dagger pierced through the heart of his opponent. Simultaneously, Xiao Siwu's form retreated like a phantom, moving with astonishing speed. Wan Xiangshu's palm struck empty air, crashing against the ground. Boom. Debris exploded from the ground. After the dust settled, Wan Xiangshu clutched his heart, his eyes filled with resentment as he gazed at Xiao Siwu. The emergence of your right-hand dagger drew my focus there, allowing me to overlook the one in your left hand. At the outset, your lethal move lies within your left hand. Wan Xiangshu gazed at Xiao Siwu with a dispassionate expression. Indeed, it is a pity that this thought eluded you moments ago. Upon finishing his words, Xiao Siwu leaped into the air and vanished into the house, followed by several figures who similarly disappeared from the sight of the onlookers. In Jiangnan, at the Wind Fierce clan's stronghold among the 36 alien races, the clan leader, Feng Huaiyuan, scrutinized Ling Luoshi with narrowed eyes. Master Ling, your audacity is commendable. Having extinguished the Tiansan clan and the Duyan clan, you dare to approach the Wind Fierce clan. Do you not fear that I might encircle and eliminate you? Feng Hanley's tone bore a chill. Clan leader Feng, if your intention were indeed to kill me, I would not be seated here so calmly. Moreover, should you take my life, what would it accomplish? I am merely one of the 12 leaders of the Qinglong Society, Ling Luoshi replied with an unruffled demeanor. Master Ling, you are being too modest. Let us dispense with the veiled implications. What brings you here this time? Feng Hanley's expression returned to normal as he spoke softly. Clan leader Feng, since we have broached the subject, I shall be frank. I have come to propose an alliance with you. The 36 alien races ought not to serve as mere tools for the Lai family. As the second strongest among the 36 alien races, you should consider the collective interests of our kin. My January Hall is prepared to ally with you against the Lai family, as well as against any factions among the 36 alien races that pledge allegiance to them, Ling Luosher articulated. Upon hearing Ling Luosher's words, Feng Hanlai furrowed his brow slightly. The current state of the 36 alien races was one of trepidation. The Lai family had yet to make any overt moves, but as members of the 36 races, they were acutely aware of the Lai family's strength. Furthermore, the Lai family was backed by the seventh prince, who was surrounded by numerous other forces. They would not allow any misfortunes to befall the Lai family. Thus, should the situation deteriorate, the Wind Fierce clan might find itself the first to be obliterated. Clan leader Feng, sometimes, indecision can lead to lost opportunities. Once lost, such opportunities are irretrievable. Are you still afraid that the Lai family might seize an advantage? The Lai family has not merely offended my Qinglong society, they are also engaged in conflict with the Beggar clan. To speak candidly, had I not desired to monopolize the Lai family and ascend further within the Qinglong society, I would have long since united with the other leaders of the Qinglong society to strike against the 36 alien races. There would have been no need for collaboration with you or interaction with the Beggar clan, Ling Luosher declared in a deep voice. At Ling Luosher's pronouncement, Feng Hanlai's expression shifted. Currently, the two prominent leaders within the Qinglong society were Ling Luosher and Yuan Shisan. Both possessed strength at the sea consolidation level, with Ling Luosher being among the pinnacle of such power. Yuan Shisan, even before reaching the sea consolidation level, had the capability to slay those at that level, and now, having ascended further, his prowess had grown even more formidable. If the other leaders were similarly potent, and if the 36 alien races did not unify, they would inevitably fall one by one. It seemed that Ling Luosher feared the gathering of the 36 alien races, which was why he sought collaboration with Feng Hanlai. Once the Lai family and its followers were vanquished, Feng Hanlai would likely ascend as the leader of the 36 alien races. This was indeed a remarkable opportunity. I grant clan leader Feng a day to contemplate this proposition. If, within a day, the Wind clan leader fails to deliberate carefully, I shall venture to the Beggar's sect and invite several hall masters to join. At that juncture, it would be difficult to ascertain against whom we may strike. As Ling Luosher spoke, he rose to his feet. Very well, within a day, I shall provide a response to Hall Master Ling. However, I am uncertain how to reach Hall Master Ling, Wind Hanlai remarked, gazing at Ling Luosher. Within a day, the Wind clan leader need only hang a red lantern at the city gate to signify agreement. Should there be no red lantern, it shall denote a refusal to cooperate. I take my leave. Having spoken, Ling Luosher donned his hat and turned to depart. Wind Hanlai gestured, and the steward beside him promptly accompanied Ling Luosher out. After Ling Luosher and the steward had exited, a figure emerged from the back of the hall. Father, this is an opportunity. Why not agree to Ling Luosher immediately? This figure, clad in a purple robe and possessing a strikingly handsome appearance, conveyed a sharp intensity in his gaze. The Lai family is not easily dealt with. If they were, they would not stand as the foremost among the 36 alien clans. Wind Hanlai replied in a grave tone. Are you suggesting, Father, that you oppose cooperation? The young man in the purple robe retorted. Ling Luosher's intentions were abundantly clear. Should we refuse to cooperate, it is likely that the next target will be our Wind Lai clan. This matter requires thorough contemplation, Wind Hanlai asserted solemnly. Report. At that moment, a disciple entered from outside. Report, clan leader. The Lai family has issued a summons to the 36 alien clans, commanding your immediate presence at the ancestral grounds of the 36 clans to discuss strategies against the Azure Dragon Society in 3 days. Failure to attend will result in treatment as a traitor to the 36 clans. The disciple reported. What? Now you are asking Father to go to the ancestral grounds. Upon hearing this announcement, the young man in the purple robe's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, Father, what does Lai Zhenbei intend? Gathering the leaders of the 36 clans for discussion at this time. If the Azure Dragon Society were to strike, would it not result in our annihilation? The young man in the purple robe stated solemnly. I understand, you may withdraw for now. Wind Hanlai waved his hand. He turned to the young man in the purple robe, saying, his intent is straightforward. He seeks to secure the Lai family by rallying other clans. Given the frequency and timing of the Azure Dragon Society's attacks, they could feasibly eliminate 2 more clans in the near future. We should be able to devise a strategy against the Azure Dragon Society during this period, Wind Hanlai remarked gravely. Chapter 8:23. The Ruthless Ling Luoshi. The annihilation of the 36 alien clans approaches. However, Ling Luoshi was quite explicit. If we do not collaborate with them, our Wind-like clan shall be the next to face their wrath. Should that occur, we would be utterly incapable of withstanding their assault. As the young man in the purple robe spoke, the atmosphere grew tense. Go. Retrieve Home Master Ling. We have no alternative. The path before us is fraught with wolves while tigers lurk behind. We must cooperate with them. Failing to do so would mean the extinction of our Wind-like clan. Wind Hanlai declared. Yes. The young man in the purple robe accepted the order and immediately set off to pursue Ling Luoshi. Before long, Ling Luoshi, who had not yet exited the Wind residence, returned to the hall once more. Hall Master Ling, I consent to collaborate with you. In the northern region of Lijiang, the leaders of the 36U have been summoned for a meeting in 3 days to deliberate on how to deal with the Qinglong Society. I perceive this as an opportunity to eliminate Lijiang Bei. I wonder if Master Ling possesses the confidence to seize this chance. Feng Hanlai gazed at Ling Luoshi and remarked, the convening of the 36U indeed presents an opportunity. However, it appears we shall require the assistance of some skilled individuals. I will reach out to the Dragon Head and the masters of the Qinglong Society to ensure their support when the time comes. As for the Jiangnan Beggars Gang, I am uncertain whether it should be you, Chief Feng, or I who makes contact. Ling Luoshi replied, the Beggars Gang is currently embroiled in conflict with the Lai family, making it unwise for our Feng-like clan to intervene directly. It would be better for you, Master Ling, to visit the Beggars Gang. The ancestral grounds of the 36U are located in Tianjin City, where they will gather in 3 days. Feng Hanlai clasped his fists in respect. Very well. Let us not delay. I shall set out immediately to meet with Chief Qiao of the Beggars Gang to discuss our strategy against Lijiang Bei. 3 days hence, we shall converge in Tianjin City to jointly eliminate him. Ling Luoshi clasped his fists and swiftly departed. Prepare yourself. It would be prudent to take refuge outside Fenglai City. After Ling Luoshi left, Feng Hanlai addressed the young man in the purple robe beside him. Why must we hide, father? We have already allied with Ling Luoshi. Surely the Qinglong Society can handle Lijiang Bei? Their strength is formidable, and I believe Lijiang Bei's demise is inevitable. The young man in purple questioned, perplexed. Until the final moment, anything can transpire. Thus, it is wise for you to conceal yourself for the time being, Feng Hanlai replied. But father, I wish to accompany you to the ancestral grounds. This is a grand event. The young man insisted. A grand event? The battle at the ancestral grounds is hardly a celebration. Our alliance with the Qinglong Society is to confront Lijiang Bei. However, it is possible that the Lai family has orchestrated this situation to ensnare the Qinglong Society. Therefore, you cannot attend. You must leave the city and hide. Feng Hanlai spoke firmly. Are you suggesting that this meeting could be a scheme by the Lai family? Indeed. With the 36 Yizhu in turmoil, it is quite normal for someone to betray them and ally with Ling Luoshi. The Lai family may very well be plotting against the Qinglong Society, which means I might have to shift my stance based on the prevailing circumstances, putting you in danger. My life is of little consequence. Yours is paramount, Feng Hanlai asserted. At this moment, outside the Feng residence, Ling Luoshi mounted his carriage, where Wen Xuan was already seated. In 3 days, the leaders of the 36 Yizhu will gather. Feng Hanlai has consented to our collaboration. You shall remain here, and once Feng Hanlai departs, inform me so we can invade the Feng residence without leaving a single survivor. Additionally, keep an eye on anyone attempting to leave. Those who do must be executed. I, Ling Luoshi, have vowed to annihilate the 36 Yizhu, ensuring their complete eradication. Ling Luoshi's tone was laced with deadly intent. Upon hearing his words, Wen Xuan's face broke into a cruel smile. Ling Luoshi's thirst for blood surpassed his own. My subordinates will monitor everyone in the Feng residence. No one shall escape alive. Wen Xuan leapt from the carriage as the driver continued onward. The night deepened. 2 figures emerged in a secluded area of the Wind Manor, precisely the housekeeper of the estate. They boarded a carriage that had been prepared in advance. Young master, I shall first escort you to a manor outside the city. If our Wind Flame clan manages to navigate through this ordeal unscathed, you may return. The housekeeper informed the young man clad in purple robes. Uncle Feng, I fear my father may reconsider his alliance with Ling Luoshi, the purple-robed youth replied. It is not a matter of reconsideration. Both Ling Luoshi and Lai Zhenbei are pressing the clan leader. We have no choice. Should we refuse to cooperate with Ling Luoshi? Once the clan leader departs, the Qinglong society will strike against our Wind Flame clan. Even with the clan leader present, we might not be able to fend off the opposition, let alone in his absence. Therefore, the clan leader has no alternative but to agree to collaborate with Ling Luoshi. However, the vicissitudes of fate are unpredictable. Should the 36 alien clan leaders unite and Lai Zhenbei possess formidable backup, the clan leader may also choose to side with him. Remember, as the clan leader, you must prioritize the family, the elderly housekeeper admonished. The carriage sped swiftly. Upon exiting the city, they arrived at a small manor. This estate lacked servants, allowing the young master to cultivate in solitude for some time. I shall return to the Wind Manor now, the housekeeper said as he turned to mount his carriage, heading back into the city. As he watched the carriage vanish, the purple-robed youth's expression hardened, weighed down by the unexpected plight facing the once mighty 36 alien clans. Turning to enter the manor, he made his way to the hall, aided by the moonlight, preparing to light the lamps. Suddenly, the lights within the room blazed to life. "Young Master Feng, I have lit the lamps for you." A figure sat in the hall, casting a cold gaze upon the young man. Startled, the purple-robed youth's demeanor shifted, adopting a defensive stance. "Who are you?" he demanded sharply. "I am Ren Qianxing, the leader of the Qinglong society," the intruder declared. He had been monitoring the movements of the Wind Manor and had followed the young master upon his departure. Entering the manor ahead of him, Ren Qianxing of the Qinglong society, "What brings you here?" The young master's expression sharpened at the revelation. "My father has allied with your leader, Ling. I am aware that the clan leader has allied with Ling, but that does not pertain to my presence here. I am here to kill you," Ren Qianxing replied coldly. "Kill me? Our Wind Flame clan has collaborated with you. Why would you turn against me?" The purple-robed youth spoke, his hand discreetly hovering near his waist, where a soft sword lay concealed. "Why? Your leader has declared the extermination of the 36 clans. How could he spare you?" A murderous glint flickered across Ren Qianxing's lips. "A promise must be fulfilled. None of the 36 alien clans shall survive." Hearing Ren Qianxing's words, the purple-robed youth's expression shifted dramatically. "If that is the case, then you shall die first." Grasping the hilt of his sword, he shot forth in an instant, transforming into a terrifying curtain of blade light that enveloped Ren Qianxing. The fierce radiance of the sword stung the eyes, accompanied by a howling tempest that echoed within the room. Yet, a cold smile graced the corner of Ren Qianxing's lips. The moment the sword curtain descended upon him, he raised his palm, unleashing a terrifying force that shattered the violent sword light. Subsequently, he struck the Wind Clan leader with a forceful palm. Bang! The leader of the Wind Clan was sent hurtling backward by the impact. As he flew through the air, Ren Qianxing's form followed like a wraith, his hand rising to seize the man by the throat, pinning him to the ground. Thud! His body crashed against the floor. The Wind Clan leader attempted to scream, but his throat was gripped too tightly to produce any sound. "Your Wind Flame clan will soon meet its end." Crack! As he spoke, Ren Qianxing crushed the man's throat. Anger, horror, and resentment marred the leader's face. He had never anticipated such an outcome. The world of martial arts, which he had yet to explore, had claimed his life prematurely. It was far more brutal than he had imagined. Releasing his grip, Ren Qianxing discarded the lifeless body of the Wind Clan leader into the hall. With a wave of his hand, the lights in the hall extinguished. He turned to leave, knowing that once Feng Huaiyuan departed tomorrow, he would storm the Wind Manor. At that moment, within an inn in Luoyang City, Yang Yinluan and Mu Yuanping wore expressions of deep concern. "Brother Yang, Qingxian has been completely ensnared by Yu Peiyu and intends to return to the true martial temple with him. This is not a good development. We cannot allow him to go there," Mu Yuanping asserted. "Indeed, we must prevent him from reaching the true martial temple. Yet, we have been unable to find an opportunity to act," Yang Yinluan replied solemnly. "Exactly. Initially, there was a chance during the Qingxian Sacred Sword Lake event, but Yu Peiyu showed no interest in it. Qingxian accompanied Yu Peiyu instead of going to the Sacred Sword Lake," Mu Yuanping exclaimed. "Brother Yang, you must devise a plan. Now that these two have become inseparable allies, we must unite to confront Yu Peiyu. I have heard that Elder Jiuju has gone to the Lingjiang region to seek out Guan Yutian from the Tianyao Pavilion. Elder Jiuju has some connections with my father. If we go to the Lingjiang region, perhaps we can leverage Elder Jiuju's influence to drive away this enigmatic Yu Peiyu." Yang Yinluan contemplated for a moment before speaking. That is indeed a viable plan. Mu Yuanping nodded. Let us go find Qingxian. The two rose simultaneously. Meanwhile, outside the inn, in the pavilion, Mu Qingxian held Yu Peiyu closely. Yu Lang. Tomorrow we shall depart for the true martial temple, where I will introduce you to my master. At that time, I will beseech my master to grant you a Dao decree, and together we shall ascend to the heavenly gate. Mu Qingxian spoke softly, her tone gentle, devoid of the previous harshness. I do not require a Dao decree. Once my strength advances further, I should be able to cleave through the heavenly gate with a single sword strike. Yu Peiyu replied with a calm demeanor. The appearance of the celestial gate over the sacred sword lake has stirred Yu Peiyu, who has sensed its formidable power. He believes that with further enhancement of his abilities, he may cleave through it. Yu Lang. Many have attempted to sever the celestial gate, yet beyond it lies a realm far more brutal. The uncertainty of where one might emerge after facing the celestial gate weighs heavily on him. Moreover, the suppression within the celestial realm is more formidable upon entering. One's power would be curtailed, necessitating a period of acclimatization. Yet, the dangers above are not limited to warriors. Fearsome beasts and demonic entities lurk as well. If we possess a Dao order, we can appear within the confines of the true martial shrine and directly join its ranks, remarked Mu Qingxian. The celestial realm is so merciless. Yu Peiyu's expression momentarily faltered. Their understanding of the circumstances beyond the celestial gate is regrettably scant. Indeed, numerous forces inhabit the celestial realm, dynasties, sects, demons, and ferocious beasts. At times, this place feels more like a paradise on earth, Mu Qingxian elaborated. Please enlighten me about the conditions within the celestial realm. Yu Peiyu expressed his eagerness to learn more. My knowledge is limited, gleaned from a few texts within the true martial Dao pavilion. When I inquired with my master, he stated that he would reveal the details when I am prepared to step into the celestial gate, Mu Qingxian replied. At that moment, Yang Yinluan and Mu Yuanping approached from a distance. Upon seeing Mu Qingxian embracing Yu Peiyu, a shadow of discontent flickered in their eyes, though their faces betrayed nothing. Greetings. Is there something you two wish to discuss? Mu Qingxian asked, releasing her hold on Yu Peiyu. Junior sister. Elder Jiu has descended to confront Guan Yutian in the Lingjiang region. We can rendezvous with him there and return to the true martial Dao pavilion together, Yang Yinluan informed her. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingxuan's expression tightened. Elder Jiu's descent is to challenge Guan Yutian, whose strength is formidable. We must indeed make the journey. She nodded in agreement. Yu Lang, let us proceed to the Lingjiang region before returning to the true martial Dao pavilion. Mu Qingxian then turned to Yu Peiyu. Yu Peiyu nodded, eager to visit the true martial Dao pavilion, one of the sacred sites of the Dao. I shall first gauge the true strength of our esteemed leader. He mused internally. Then let us set forth. According to our itinerary, Elder Jiu should soon arrive in the Lingjiang region. Yang Yinluan urged. Very well. Let us gather our belongings and depart. Mu Qingxian affirmed, assisting Yu Peiyu in preparing for their exit from the inn. In another location, Su Chun observed the messages relayed by Yu Peiyu. I never anticipated that Mu Qingxian would hastily escort Yu Peiyu to the true martial Dao pavilion. Such swiftness leaves me speechless. Su Chun lamented. However, Mu Qingxian's assertion regarding the celestial realm's harshness appears to hold truth, and from the current situation, it seems humanity may not hold the upper hand. I hope Yu Peiyu can access more information upon reaching the true martial Dao pavilion. It seems Ren Qianxing will encounter numerous challenges upon entering the celestial realm. There is an urgent need for us to enhance our own strength. Su Chun felt a sudden sense of urgency welling within him. With the aid of the Tianhuang body bloodline, Li Qinzhou, under the host's command, has ascended to the shattered realm, earning 1 orange lottery card. Now, I possess 6 orange lottery cards. I shall draw immediately. Su Chun mused to himself. He proceeded with the draw. The host has acquired the character 6-fingered zither demon Wang Xuemei, the character Li Wuxia, the heavenly demon zither, the character Fang Yingcan, 1 bone cleansing pill, and a top-tier exclusive sword belonging to Shimin Shui Shui. This, Su Chun gazed upon the scene, his eyes filled with astonishment. He never anticipated that fortune would smile upon him so generously this time, granting him an array of characters and a sword from Shimin Shui Shui. Chapter 825, Group Attack. Slaughter, proceeding to the ancestral lands of the 36 alien races. He promptly examined the character information. 6-fingered zither demon Wang Xuemei, a character from Ni Kuang's novel, Six-Fingered Zither. A practitioner of the Tianlongmen's 8 Sounds of the Dragon, she has lived a life driven by vengeance, wielding the Tianlongmen's heavenly demon Zither. When she appears in the martial world, it is said that when the heavenly demon Zither is unveiled, all faces turn pale, and the 8 sounds resound, heralding a great upheaval. With a single person and a Zither, she can annihilate the entire martial realm, her power unparalleled, akin to a concentrated spirit in the sea. Li Wuxia, a character from Lu Qingying's novel, Disciple of the Evil God, once revered as the supreme evil in the world, feared by all in the martial realm. He is undoubtedly the foremost expert in Lu Qingying's narrative, having dominated the martial world for 60 years. Clad in red, he roams the martial landscape, single-handedly battling and slaying over 70 masters, establishing his absolute supremacy, his strength residing in the shattered realm. Fang Huaiyuan, a character from Wenshu's Who is the Hero? He is the de facto leader of the Bridge Group, one of the 6 great masters of the contemporary era, practicing the 3 divine skills of the Zizai sect's Yuan 13 limits. Upon mastering his skills, he renamed himself Fang Huaiyuan, aspiring to usurp the former leader of the world's greatest gang, Li Qinzhou, and become the preeminent figure in the dark underworld. His prowess is akin to a concentrated spirit in the sea. Observing this, Su Chen shook his head slightly. Fang Huaiyuan's strength surpasses even that of Yuan 13 limits at his debut. Could it be that he has surpassed his predecessor? This thought inevitably led him to reflect on Guanxi, the world's most eccentric man. Why is he weaker than them? According to Who is the Hero, Fang Huaiyuan and his companions had banded together to besiege Guanxi, clearly inferior to him. Perhaps it is because Guanxi, the madman, met an untimely demise, thus stunting any potential enhancement. Su Chen could only entertain this notion. Recently, numerous adept individuals from the Shattered Realm have arrived. Are they here to assist me in mastering the Tianlong Meridian technique? Su Chen pondered. Previously, at the Sword Heart Island in the Sacred Sword Lake, he had executed the Tianlong Meridian technique, resulting in a doubling of his strength and an expansion of his dantian. He no longer needed to contemplate which divine force to consolidate. Presently, the Qinglong Society is engaged in combat against the 36 alien races. Wang Xuemei's heavenly demon Zither serves as a weapon for group attacks, a formidable instrument of destruction. In her prime, she single-handedly decimated the entire martial realm with her Zither, a feat not merely spoken of, but fully realized. One strike from her could cause devastating losses to the 36 alien races. Reflecting on this, he cast a glance at the heavenly demon Zither, a weapon of superior spiritual quality. With this weapon, Wang Xuemei's prowess is indeed terrifying. Such a ruthless character should remain within the Qinglong Society, becoming the leader of the April Hall, Su Chen mused. The strength of Li Wuxia is somewhat formidable. Placing him as a hall master within the Qinglong Society seems rather unjustifiable. However, if one of the hall masters of the Qinglong Society could attain a level of fragmentation, the impact upon their emergence might be even more explosive. This thought flickered in Su Chen's mind. The god of murder, the prestige of the 12 hall masters, instantly elevated. Yet, one cannot rank him 5th. Such a figure should either occupy the foremost position or be relegated to the last. With the foremost already established, he should be positioned as the 12th hall master, representing the pinnacle of the 12 hall masters' combat prowess. Given the current circumstances, it appears that the strength of the 12th hall master subtly exceeds that of the 7 dragon heads. As for Fang Huaiyuan, there is no need to mention the master of the Mei Hall. Chu Jiangnan's strength seems somewhat lacking. With this thought, Su Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh. For Chu Jiangnan's strength only reached the dantian, transforming into the sea. If he could accumulate enough elixirs to hasten his entry into the sea of concentration, that would be ideal. Previously, he had considered dispatching Xie Xiaofeng to the 36 foreign races, but with Li Wuxia now on the scene, Xie Xiaofeng could momentarily refrain from taking action. Su Chen sighed once more. Finally, he regarded the cleansing elixir, which purifies one's meridians and enhances cultivation aptitude. These elixirs, at present, were of no use to him and would be sent to Zhuge for distribution. It seems that intercepting fortune could also enhance my luck, he contemplated. At that moment, the door creaked open. The leader, Yen Shisan, had brought the previously acquired Falling God Pearl. Entering was Yuan Suiyun. The Falling God Pearl is rumored to enable practitioners to cultivate a second divine power. A glimmer flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he received a brocade box from Jian Taixin, opening it to grasp the Falling God Pearl. Acquiring the Falling God Pearl can assist warriors in cultivating a second divine power. However, upon completion, it may secretly damage one's foundation. Use with caution. Reward: 1 orange lottery card. As Su Chen held the Falling God Pearl, a warning appeared, advising against its use. This Falling God Pearl is worthless. Initially, Su Chen had held great expectations, but upon seeing the warning, his expression momentarily faltered. This Falling God Pearl damages one's foundation. I must find a way to exchange it. Su Chen handed the brocade box back to Jian Taixin. Damages the foundation? Jian Taixin was taken aback, then replied, although this Falling God Pearl may harm the foundation, it is nonetheless an extraordinary treasure. For those warriors who have stepped into the sea of concentration and reached a bottleneck in their aptitude, the Falling God Pearl can be of immense value. Perhaps, later on, if the leader acquires a treasure that can restore the foundation, this item will prove invaluable. Hearing Jian Taixin's words, Su Chen felt his perspective had been somewhat narrow. If there exists a treasure capable of restoring the foundation, then mastering 2 divine powers would undoubtedly yield even greater power. He placed the Falling God Pearl back into the brocade box and tossed it into his storage ring. The master of the sect, news has just arrived from Master Ling's side. Lai Zhenbei has summoned 36 alien tribes to convene in the ancestral grounds of Tianjin City in 3 days to discuss strategies against the Qinglong Society. Master Ling wishes to capture them all in one fell swoop and has requested the dispatch of skilled experts to assist him. Jian Taixin remarked that the personnel have already been prepared for him. This time, I shall deliver a decisive blow. Su Chen whispered, today, I shall send all 3 drawn individuals, along with Chu Jiangnan and Yuan Shisanxian, to showcase their formidable strength, which will undoubtedly astonish the martial world. Xiao Siwu has completed the task of assassinating Wan Xiangxiu. However, he is currently being pursued by the Wan family. Nevertheless, Xiao Siwu has sent word to the Qinglong Society, instructing them not to send support. He wishes to use this opportunity to hone his own abilities and elevate his strength further. The 1st and 6th dragon leaders have emerged from the northern 9 prefectures and are heading toward the Hua family in Jiangbei. Jian Taixin commented, the Hua family in Jiangbei should possess some depth. With the 2 dragon leaders' enhanced powers, it would be prudent to take action against them. Su Chen replied, contemplating. It seems I must hasten to consolidate the foundation of the celestial dragon intercepting pulse technique into a dragon shadow. Once the dragon shadow is perfected, it will automatically absorb fortune when I annihilate a power, eliminating the need to be physically present. It would be a waste. No, I must attend the gathering of the 36 alien tribes. The Lai family is backed by the imperial family, and with the profound legacy of the 36 tribes, their fortune is immense. If I could absorb it, I might be able to coalesce a fragment of the ethereal shadow. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with determination. He resolved to accompany them. We shall prepare our belongings tomorrow and secretly head to Tianjin City. Su Chen instructed Jian Taixin. Should we inform Miss Shuang and Miss Mei? Jian Taixin inquired. I have urgent matters this time. Let them return to Jinling City first, Su Chen replied. Chapter 826. The Huangfu Family, Huangfu Tiansu. Blood Dragon Pillar. The following day, as Su Chen was preparing to head to Tianjin City, an unexpected visitor arrived, the saintess of the Cold Moon sect, Zi Hanyue. Dressed in a flowing white gown, her long, ink-like hair cascaded down to her waist, captivating all who beheld her. Master Su, it has been a long time. Zi Hanyue greeted Su Chen with a slight bow. Her heart reflecting on how someone who once resided in a remote border town had now become the renowned young master of the Qinglong Society. Indeed, it has been a while. I never expected you, Miss Hanyue, to come to Jiangnan, Su Chen expressed with surprise. Please, take a seat. Su Chen gestured for Zi Hanyue to sit. I have come to seek your assistance, Master Su, she said, producing a portrait from her bosom and placing it upon the table. The image depicted a middle-aged man clad in a purple-gold robe, exuding an air of authority that suggested a significant status. This man is named Huangfu Tiansu, the 3rd master of the Huangfu family from Shenyang County in Jiangnan. I wish to request your help in retrieving an item from him. As for the reward, our Cold Moon sect will provide a satisfactory compensation, Zi Hanyue declared. The Huangfu family, one of the 4 great families of Jiangnan, is known for its understated presence, yet its strength is far from ordinary. What is it that you seek to seize? Su Chen neither declined nor immediately agreed. Recently, Huangfu Tiance acquired a blood dragon pillar from the Blood Cave Mountain, an item of immense value to our Cold Moon sect. However, our influence in Jiangnan is insufficient, which is why we seek the assistance of Su Xiaolong. Zihanhua spoke candidly. The blood dragon pillar. You mean to say that Huangfu Tiance has obtained a blood dragon pillar? Su Chen inquired solemnly. He was well aware of the blood dragon pillar, having perused numerous ancient texts, one of which detailed this artifact. The blood dragon pillar was the weapon of the first national master of the extinguished Dechu Empire, Shui Yunzi, reputed to have the ability to condense myriad blood and refine its essence. It seems Su Xiaolong is knowledgeable about the blood dragon pillar. Therefore, I shall refrain from further explanation. I wonder, Su Xiaolong, would you be willing to undertake this task? If so, here is our earnest deposit. It is rumored that Su Xiaolong has a keen interest in rare treasures, and I am curious if you find these two items appealing. Zihanhua revealed a brocade box from her bosom. As she opened the box, within lay a jade tablet engraved with the image of an ox, representing the zodiac sign of the ox. Beside the jade tablet was a pitch-black orb that seemed to draw one's attention with an almost hypnotic allure. The zodiac ox tablet is merely this orb? As Su Chen spoke, he examined the zodiac tablet before lifting the ebony orb, furrowing his brow. Triggering the zodiac ox tablet rewards 2 orange lottery tickets. Triggering. Heavenly Demon Mind Pearl, when practiced with the Heavenly Demon Zen method, can enhance mental power. Rewarding 2 orange lottery tickets. Su Chen received the information, yet wore a look of confusion. What precisely this ebony orb is remains unclear to me. Though I know it can absorb one's mental essence, prolonged gazing will lead to mental fatigue, Zihanhua remarked. Su Chen set the Heavenly Demon Mind Pearl down and turned his gaze to the zodiac tablet. This zodiac tablet, when completely assembled, is said to offer the chance to join the 12 divine palaces upon entering the heavenly gate. You would present it so casually? Su Chen regarded Zihanhua. Assembling the zodiac tablets is exceedingly challenging. It would be better to use it as a deposit. Zihanhua responded. Huangfu Tiance ranks second in the Huangfu family, practicing one of their supreme arts, the Crimson Sun technique, reputedly mastered to perfection, with his divine power manifesting as a red sun's shadow. To seize the blood dragon pillar from him, it would likely require formidable experts. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible to obtain. Thus, these 2 items as a deposit are insufficient, Su Chen declared, closing the brocade box. Although these items are advantageous to him, he desired more. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Zihanhua pondered for a moment and replied, I currently possess only these 2 items. I shall return to prepare, and in 5 days, I will come again to meet Su Xiaolong, at which time I will bring the full reward. Consider these 2 items as my introductory gift. Zihanhua pushed the brocade box in front of Su Chen and remarked, In 5 days, you say? Alas, I fear I shall not be here, but rest assured. Someone will await your arrival. The one who awaits you is the very person who will assist you. He shall assess the remuneration you offer. Su Chen took the brocade box and replied, Currently, Xie Xiaofeng is right here. When the time comes, Zihanhua will present a generous reward. And Xie Xiaofeng can indeed take action. The individual awaiting you possesses formidable strength. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Zihanhua nodded appreciatively, promptly rising to express, Thank you, Su Xiaolong, for your reminder. I shall ensure the reward satisfies my elder. With that, Zihanhua hurriedly departed. Indeed, the depth of the Cold Moon sect is extraordinary. Su Chen mused as he watched her leave. Master, should we dispatch someone to follow her? Asked Yuan Suyun. No need. The Cold Moon sect is not to be trifled with, and our business can continue. Prepare the items. We shall set forth. Su Chen commanded. Everything is ready. Let us proceed to Tianjin City. Su Chen rose and departed. Meanwhile, within the manor of Sima Changhen, Lin Xiaodian reported, Eldest brother, Su Chen has secretly left Luoyang City, but his exact whereabouts remain unknown. Should we investigate further? There is no need for inquiry. Should we pursue this matter, it may not end well for us. He need only leave Luoyang City, Sima Changhen replied. What news from Sword Heart Island? Last evening, there were reports of tremors, which vanished after a brief moment. Over the past 2 days, the sword tombs within Sword Heart Island have erupted with sword energy, only to subsequently disappear. I dispatched men to investigate, but they were engulfed by a powerful force upon entering the island and were killed. For now, we shall refrain from sending more personnel. However, It is evident that that valley deity is utilizing the sword tombs for some purpose, Ren Qianxing stated gravely. Let us hold off on further investigations for now. We shall monitor from the periphery. Have there been any responses from the other 3 Grand Commanders regarding the gathering of information? When will they arrive in Luoyang City? Sima Changhen inquired. Only the Grand Commander Lei has yet to respond. The other 2 should arrive in Luoyang City in 5 days, Ren Qianxing reported. Grand Commander Lei has always favored seclusion. It seems we must wait a while longer. Keep a close watch on the movements of the Lai family. The 36 leaders of the foreign tribes, the Qinglong Society, will undoubtedly not let this opportunity slip by, and a great conflict may ensue. Should Lai Zhenbei suffer defeat, the Lai family may vanish from Jiangnan. This matter must be meticulously recorded, as it presents us with a chance to gauge the strength of the Qinglong Society. Perhaps Su Chun is indeed heading to Tianjin City, Sima Changhen remarked. Chapter 8:27. The concerns of the 7th Prince Lu Yu and the plans of Lai Zhenbei in the capital, within the residence of the 7th Prince. Lu Yu wore a face marked by grimness. Is the Qinglong Society truly this audacious? His voice, though low, resonated with a deep-seated fury. The Lai family was not only his maternal lineage but also one of his significant sources of support. Should the Lai family encounter difficulties, his losses would be catastrophic. Your Highness, the power demonstrated by the Qinglong Society is overwhelmingly vast. However, they have also provoked a formidable enemy. I have already established contact with several prominent figures from the Ministry of Personnel. They are contemplating taking action against the Qinglong Society. A middle-aged man clad in a blue robe spoke before him. This man is Gongsun Mingjing, one of the 3 chief advisors to the 7th Prince. Merely having intentions implies that there is no set timeline for action. It has been an extended period since Lord Tianding was slain, yet they remain inactive. Truly a band of ineffectuals. The 7th Prince Lu Yu remarked coldly. Your Highness, please exercise caution in your words. Gongsun Mingjing immediately interjected. The power of the ministry's elites is formidable. They are currently vying for support from the ministry. What arrangements have been made on my uncle's side? He has convened a conference of 36 foreign clans. There must be a plan in place. Lu Yu said solemnly. Lord Lai has made arrangements. The master of the dead man's tomb has already brought people to Tianjin City, not only from the dead man's tomb, but the ancestral figure of the Red Sun Palace. The true man of Red Extreme has also secretly arrived at the Lai family. Gongsun Mingjing added. Is that all? The 2 dragon heads of the Qinglong Society, Li Xuanhuan, wields a flying dagger capable of shattering the heavens. His prowess is extraordinary. Besides Li Xuanhuan, there is another individual in Luoyang City who has yet to reveal himself, having blocked a strike at the heavenly gate with his long sword. The strength of these 2 is likely exceptional, requiring caution, Lu Yu remarked. Rest assured, Your Highness, Lord Lai has also been in contact with the Great Compassion Temple of the esoteric sect. One of the leading figures of the temple, the Celestial Eye Master, is bringing the temple's treasured garment, the heavenly Dufang Kasaya, to the Lai family, coupled with the Lai family's alliance with the 36 foreign experts. What can the Qinglong Society do? Gongsun Mingjing stated. It is said that the heavenly Dufang Kasaya is a weapon of mid-grade spiritual quality. The Celestial Eye Master brings this treasure. Even if Li Xuanhuan makes an appearance and unleashes that terrifying flying dagger, he likely cannot defeat the Celestial Eye Master. Lu Yu responded. Excellent. We must decisively thwart the Qinglong Society this time. I must also express my gratitude to them, were it not for their multitude of enemies. My uncle would not have been able to unite so many forces. Lu Yu declared. Maintain close vigilance over the situation in Jiangnan. Has there been any response from King Lai? Lu Yu shifted the topic. King Lai has agreed and is willing to marry another daughter to Your Highness, Gongsun Mingjing replied. Any alliance requires binding ties. The previously arranged marriage with Princess Nie Qing'er of Danyang County has met with tragedy. The connection with King Lai has been temporarily severed. The 7th Prince Lu Yu, in order to solidify his ties with King Lai, intends to select another daughter of King Lai as a consort. Very well, in that case. This matter cannot be delayed. Have him choose a candidate swiftly. I shall issue the marriage decree. Lu Yu stated. Your Highness, this matter cannot be rushed. Currently, the situation in the Tingzhou region is quite volatile, and the King Lai's residence is in a rather passive position. I believe we can afford to wait. Gongsun Mingjing replied solemnly. Mr. Gongsun, are you suggesting that this turmoil in Tingzhou will affect King Lai? Lu Yu inquired, a slight frown creasing his brow. There is such a concern. But your highness, since King Lai has already consented to this matter, he will not revoke his agreement. We can patiently await his response. Gongsun Mingjing assured. Is that so? You shall handle this matter. Liu Yu commanded. Despite the apparent calm among the various princes, numerous individuals secretly amassed strength, poised to seize any opportunity to strike. Should any misfortune befall the Lai family, I fear I shall be their primary target, spoke the seventh prince. Rest assured, your highness. I understand, replied Gongsun Mingjing. In another locale, within the ancestral land of the 36 alien races, in a vast estate in Tianjin City, Lai Zhenbei stood with his hands clasped behind him atop a pavilion. Feng Huaiyuan dares to engage with the Qinglong Society. He is courting death, he remarked. Have there been any movements from the other clans? Lai Zhenbei inquired solemnly. At present, no contact with the Qinglong Society has been detected from the other clans. A man in black robes bowed and reported behind him. The other clans likely view Ling Luosher of the Qinglong Society with disdain. According to our intelligence, Feng Huaiyuan is expected to arrive in Tianjin City today. As soon as he arrives, bring him to me. I am eager to ascertain whether he has collaborated with the Qinglong Society and hope he can provide me with some valuable information. Lai Zhenbei stated coldly. Understood. The man in black bowed and departed. After the black-clad figure left, Lai Zhenbei cast a glance at the scene beyond the pavilion before turning back inside. Within the room sat an elderly man in a blue robe, leisurely sipping tea. Elder, have there been any developments regarding the Qinglong Society in the black market of Jinling City? Lai Zhenbei asked the blue-robed elder. Reports from the Jinling black market indicate no significant activity from the Qinglong Society's stronghold. We are currently convening the leaders of the 36 alien races. They may suspect we have a contingency plan, and thus may hesitate to act, the blue-robed elder replied, setting down his teacup. The Qinglong Society is formidable. This is an opportune moment for them to strike. I would rather they refrain from action, for then I could consolidate the remaining experts of the 36 alien races under my command. The Qinglong Society would be inadvertently assisting me, Lai Zhenbei remarked gravely. Although the Lai family commands the 36 alien races, the latter are dispersed across various regions, lacking concentrated power. The prospect of the Qinglong Society intervening presents an opportunity for Lai Zhenbei. Often, crises and opportunities coexist. Should the Qinglong Society choose not to act this time, he could effortlessly accomplish his objectives and would indeed owe them a debt of gratitude. A true hero, a strong man, knows how to leverage every circumstance. At that moment, outside Tianjin City, Su Chun and Yuan Suiyun gazed upon the imposing black stone walls, towering several dozen meters high, evoking an impression of invincibility. The bustling crowd at the city gates displayed a myriad of attire and appearances. Master, this is the ancestral land of the 36 alien races. When the 36 alien races migrated to Jiangnan, they congregated here, keeping it closed to outsiders. Over time, as they moved on, only a few remained, gradually opening up to the outside world. The unique characteristics of the 36 alien races attracted many locals from Jiangnan, leading to this flourishing scene, noted Yuan Suiyun. The city is defended by the Lai family's grand elder, Lai Qianxing, the fourth head of the dead man's tomb. Su Chen had previously heard of this elder from the Liu family, Liu Qianxing, from Wei Dongjun. My lord, it is likely that the people from the dead man's tomb will appear here, said Yuan Suiyun. Then let us obliterate them all. A glint of cold light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Let us proceed into the city. With that, Su Chun and Yuan Suiyun stepped into Tianjin City. Chapter 828. The Celestial Demon Zither, April Hall Master, Wang Xuemei, not long after Su Chun and his companions entered Tianjin City. A woman carrying a long zither appeared at the city gate. The woman was tall and donned a flowing black gown, her long hair cascading elegantly, emanating an aura of coldness that suggested a sense of danger to those around her. Passers-by instinctively kept their distance from the woman in black. The city gate guards, upon witnessing this, exchanged knowing glances. Tianjin City was the territory of the 36 alien clans, under the control of the Liu family. As the 36 clans gathered, their purpose was to confront the Qinglong Society, and the guards had been instructed to report any suspicious individuals promptly. If someone appeared who was clearly not from the 36 clans, they could very well be affiliated with the Qinglong Society. The leader of the guards signaled to a companion beside him, who swiftly departed. The woman in the black dress did not enter the city but merely stood at the gate, as if awaiting something. Time passed slowly. and the atmosphere at the city gate grew increasingly eerie. The pace of some pedestrians quickened. "Captain, what does she intend to do?" a guard inquired, approaching the leader. "This is not our concern. Her presence here is certainly not benign. We should remain cautious. At the first sign of trouble, we must flee," the guard captain replied quietly. But the young guard hesitated, tempted to approach her for questioning. "We have already reported the situation here. If you wish to court death, do not involve us," the captain warned coldly, seemingly aware of the young man's thoughts. At that moment, two groups of people emerged on the road outside the city gate. Leading them were two figures, one clad in a jet-black blood robe embroidered with the image of a great black python, the new leader of the python clan, Lu Guqing, who succeeded Lu Jianxiu. The other was dressed in a white robe, with white hair and a pallid complexion. Yet his eyes were sharp and piercing, the leader of the Whitewood clan, Bai Shilei. Following them were a dozen warriors, each bearing a long sword. As they caught sight of the woman in black standing at the gate, their expressions hardened, and they halted in their tracks. Lu Guqing of the Python clan, Bai Shilei of the Whitewood clan. The woman in black addressed them directly. Hearing her words, Lu Guqing and Bai Shilei's gazes sharpened. It was clear she had come for them. "Who are you?" Lu Guqing asked, regarding the woman in black. "I am Wang Xuemei, the hall master of the Qinglong Society's April Hall, here today to claim your lives." Boom. Her voice echoed, and with it, a terrifying aura of murderous intent surged forth. Hall master of the Qinglong Society. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two leaders shifted dramatically. At that moment, the individuals distant from the city gates gazed in horror at the sudden appearance of Wang Xuemei. The gathering of the 36 alien tribes was solely intended to confront the Azure Dragon Society. Yet, unexpectedly, the Azure Dragon Society had manifested right at the city gates, intercepting those who sought to unite with the tribes. The audacity displayed was a blatant disregard for the 36 tribes. Seeking death, eliminate her. Lu Guqing's eyes turned fierce as he uttered a low growl. Behind him, dozens of martial artists swiftly drew their swords, advancing towards Wang Xuemei. With a chilling gaze, Wang Xuemei summoned the Qianxing, which soared from behind her and positioned itself before her. With a flick of her hand, a wave of energy surged forth, colliding with the assailants, resulting in a catastrophic explosion of flesh and blood. In an instant, the ground was drenched in crimson. The attackers, akin to ants, were utterly annihilated. The scene was extraordinarily harrowing. Lu Guqing and the white-clad Shilei were taken aback. Although Lu Guqing possessed formidable strength within the sea of concentration, he was not among the elite. And Shilei had only recently entered this realm. "We must breach the city, otherwise, we stand no chance of survival," Lu Guqing declared. Divine manifestation, giant shadow of the celestial python. Celestial python divine fist. With a fierce cry, Lu Guqing unleashed his divine might and struck. They were in Tianjin City, and their objective was to force their way in and await reinforcements. There was no escape for them. Divine manifestation, solitary desolation. Shilei's divine aura was peculiar. Upon materialization, an atmosphere of melancholy permeated the air. His palm struck forth like a withered flower at dusk, captivating the gaze as it surged towards Wang Xuemei. Unfazed, Wang Xuemei responded with a wave of her hand, sending forth a ripple of sound waves. The shockwave shattered their divine manifestations. Both were momentarily staggered, blood surging in their throats, their spirits alarmed. They had not anticipated that the resonance of her qin could inflict harm upon them. At that moment, Wang Xuemei firmly planted the Qianxing into the ground. With a subtle motion of her fingers, two strings of the qin shot forth, transforming into twin silver beams that streaked through the air. Aware of the impending danger, their expressions shifted drastically, and they attempted to evade. Yet, their speed paled in comparison to that of the qin strings. Swoosh, swoosh. The two beams pierced through them, halting their movements, and they fell from the sky. The strings were retracted, and Wang Xuemei remained composed. Is this the extent of the 36 tribes? Such meager strength is hardly worthy of opposing my Azure Dragon Society, she remarked coldly, gazing at the fallen figures on the ground. Audacious, outrageous. At that moment, a low growl resonated from within the city. As the voice echoed, a figure descended onto the ground. A robust, middle-aged man clad in a blue robe appeared at the city gates. He was Mu Fenghai, ranked fourth among the 36 tribes. Observing the emerging figure from afar, someone outside the city remarked, "The Azure Dragon Society is indeed excessively arrogant to dare approach." At that moment, A chilling voice emerged from behind the shadow, belonging to an elder clad in a gray robe, exuding an aura of death. Who might this individual be? Some present failed to recognize the figure. Wang Shuai gazed at the two newcomers with an indifferent expression, her psyche undisturbed by their arrival. With an air of death surrounding him, it was evident that you hail from the graveyard of the dead, Wang Shuai remarked. To my surprise, you are aware of my origins. I am Fei Hongyu from the graveyard of the dead, the gray-robed elder proclaimed, his voice resonating with a formidable power that sent waves of terror cascading towards Wang Shuai. Merely a corpse, why the need for such volume? Wang Shuai retorted, as her own aura erupted, dispersing the oncoming sound waves with ease. A terrifying intent to kill manifested around her, condensing in the air and altering the very color of the heavens. The onlookers in the distance felt the weight of this murderous intent, trembling in fear and astonishment. What a terrifying aura of death! How many lives have been extinguished to conjure such a presence? Some whispered in trepidation. Wang Shuai, the slaughtering demon of the six-fingered zither, had indeed claimed countless lives, which only intensified the ferocity of her murderous intent. In the face of Wang Shuai, both Mu Fenghai and Fei Hongyu exchanged a glance, their hearts sinking as they recognized the formidable adversary before them. Divine aura, eternal stars. Divine aura, forbidden land of death. They too did not dare to be careless, unleashing their own divine might simultaneously. With a cry, Mu Fenghai propelled himself forward, his palm striking out with an overwhelming force, conjuring a terrifying energy that resembled a nebula, imbued with destructive power, crashing towards Wang Shuai. This was the pinnacle of his skill, the star-extinguishing palm. Meanwhile, Fei Hongyu of the graveyard of the dead raised his hand, which resembled white bones. His palm extended like claws, lunging at Wang Shuai. In an instant, his hand enveloped the surrounding space, leaving no room for evasion. Though his hand appeared skeletal, it bore the weight of a mountain, suffocating all who were near, accompanied by a miasma that corroded the body. With the combined pressure of their divine auras, and their full might unleashed, the atmosphere trembled, suppressing the earlier momentum initiated by Wang Shuai. Foolhardy. Under the weight of their combined might, Wang Shuai scoffed. As their hands descended upon her, she unleashed her divine might. Murderous intent of the celestial demon. Boom. A far more terrifying divine aura erupted from her, suffused with a profound intent to kill. The murderous energy coalesced into a phantom of a zither, casting the world into a blood-red hue, as if awash with endless slaughter. Raising her hand, she wielded the celestial dragon zither. With a sharp cry, she commanded, her hand vibrating with power. With a single stroke, the attackers felt a terrifying current sweep towards them, momentarily halting their advance. Bang! The point of contact where their palms met erupted in a cacophony of sound. What? Upon witnessing the scene, the expressions of the two individuals shifted dramatically. They immediately launched another attack, sending forth two formidable waves of energy towards Wang Shuai. With a resounding thud, she deftly plucked the strings of her zither, unleashing a terrifying sonic wave that swiftly countered their assault. Subsequently, Wang Shuai continued to strum her instrument, sending forth successive waves of sound. The two adversaries attempted to withstand the onslaught, but after fending off a few sound waves, they found the sonic force infiltrating their very beings. Their movements faltered as they struggled to contain the internal vibrations. From this day forth, it would become a nightmare for the 36 alien tribes. With those words, Wang Shuai cradled her zither and turned to depart. Stop! The two, observing her retreat, exchanged alarmed glances, yearning to pursue her, yet the energy within their bodies thwarted any possibility of chase. Shortly after Wang Shuai's exit, several figures materialized at the city gates, led by Li Jinbei. As he approached the two standing at the entrance, a sudden explosion erupted. The bodies of Mu Fenghai and Fei Hongyu disintegrated into a gruesome display of flesh and blood. This sight sent a wave of horror coursing through Li Jinbei's eyes, filled with unrestrained malice as he gazed in the direction Wang Shuai had vanished. At that moment, several figures appeared at the city gates. Among them Feng Hanlai of the Wind Clan. Upon witnessing the scene, his expression froze in shock. What transpired here, Li Clan leader? Feng Hanlai inquired as he approached Li Jinbei. Are you truly unaware? Li Jinbei replied, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Am I supposed to know? Feng Hanlai was taken aback, unable to grasp the meaning behind Li Jinbei's words. Suddenly, A figure materialized before Li Jinbei. My lord, at the other 3 city gates. All the individuals from various tribes have met with disaster. None remain alive. There are still 10 tribes yet to enter the city, the newcomer reported. What? At this revelation, Feng Hanli's countenance shifted drastically as he questioned. They all perished at the hands of the Qinglong Society. The one who struck here was Wang Xiumei, the leader of the April Hall of the Qinglong Society. As for the other gates, they too were likely assaulted by hall leaders. Clan leader Feng, you are indeed fortunate, remarked Li Qianxing, who was clad in blue, casting a glance at Feng Hanli. Feng Hanli was taken aback. He had not anticipated an assault from the Qinglong Society at this moment, preemptively eliminating a portion of the tribes before the 36 could gather. Elder, it is not fortune on my part. It is likely that several came seeking us, prompting the Qinglong Society to strike first. Feng Hanli hastily explained. Is that so? Then let us enter the city. There are matters I wish to discuss with you. Li Jinbei responded, opting against confrontation, fearing it might incite unrest among the remaining tribes. Seeing this, Feng Hanli had no choice but to follow suit. Meanwhile, within the city of Tianjin, Su Chun and Yuan Suiyun were dining in a humble inn. Their appearances altered and dressed inconspicuously. At that moment, a figure wielding a long knife entered, taking a seat at one of the tables. The surrounding patrons, upon seeing him, could not help but exclaim, Wang Dadao, why have you arrived only now? Do you know? They continued, just moments ago at the East City Gate, Wang Xiumei, the leader of the Qinglong Society's April Hall, single-handedly annihilated the newly appointed leader of the Meng clan, Lu Guqing, along with Bai Shilei of the Baimu clan and his entourage. Moreover, the 4th strongest among the 36 alien races, Mu Fenghai, and the expert from the grave of the dead were also defeated, all killed effortlessly by a single individual wielding a zither. The strength of the Qinglong Society is truly formidable. A newcomer took a sip of his drink and spoke. Are you saying that members of the Qinglong Society took action? Indeed, the assailant was overwhelmingly powerful, with murderous intent that could shake the heavens. Truly, she is an unparalleled female demon. Wang Dadao replied, not only in the East City, but also at the other 3 city gates. All those from the 36 alien clans were likewise slaughtered. The Qinglong Society acted with remarkable decisiveness. It seems the 36 alien clans are in for a stroke of bad luck. Bad luck? It may be more than that. The Qinglong Society has declared intentions of extermination. However, just at the city gate, Li Jinbei appeared, accompanied by experts, indicating that the Li family has also summoned powerful allies. The prospect of a grand battle excited some individuals. Martial artists, after all, thrive on witnessing such clashes. Otherwise, they would not have gathered here. Let them make the first move. I am eager to see how you will withstand this, Li Jinbei, Su Chen remarked, raising his cup. Of course, he was not directly involved in this affair. It was Ling Luoshi who commanded and arranged everything. His only objective was to seize the fortunes of the 36 alien clans and the Li family. With their combined fortunes, he hoped to conjure a glimpse of the celestial dragon's phantom. In the grandest estate of the city, Feng Hanli followed Li Jinbei into the hall. Feng clan leader, have you had contact with Ling Luoshi? Li Jinbei inquired as soon as they entered. Yes, Ling Luoshi came to see me, hoping I would provide them with information regarding the 36 alien clans. If I refused, they threatened to annihilate my Fenglai clan. Feng Hanli replied. Li Jinbei understood that Ling Luoshi had reached out to him. Thus he felt no need for concealment. Any pretense was now meaningless. So you consented? I had no choice but to agree. However, I am willing to collaborate with you, Brother Li, to encircle and eliminate the members of the Qinglong Society. I trust you have made the necessary preparations for summoning the leaders of the 36 alien clans? Feng Hanli stated. Preparations have indeed been made. If they dare to come, I will ensure they meet a gruesome fate. Find a way to contact them, and urge them to act during the meeting. They should refrain from making a move now. Li Jinbei instructed Feng Hanli, concerned that the remaining alien clans might encounter trouble as well. I cannot reach them. I must wait for them to contact me. When I arrived, Ling Luoshi was heading to see Qiao Feng of the Beggars Sect, seeking an alliance. Feng Hanli remarked. The Beggars Sect, merely a group of beggars. If they dare to come, it would be an opportune moment to eliminate them. Upon arriving in Tianjin City, it is believed that they will establish contact with you. Grand Elder, please guide the chieftain of the Wind Clan to the prepared guest chambers, Li Jinbei instructed. Chieftain of the Wind Clan, please, the elder in the blue robe. Li Qianxing remarked, his tone tinged with impatience. Unfazed, Feng Hanlai departed the hall. The estate is a quintessential example of Jiangnan architectural style. Shortly thereafter, Li Qianxing led Feng Hanlai into a spacious courtyard. Within the courtyard, various flowers and plants, though not particularly rare, were well-maintained and thriving. Chieftain of the Wind Clan. Your subordinates will be arranged in the adjacent courtyard, Li Qianxing stated before turning to leave. Watching Li Qianxing's retreat, a shadow of gloom flickered in Feng Hanlai's eyes. Master, they are being overly oppressive, the elderly steward accompanying him remarked, his face betraying indignation. Investigate the recent events, Feng Hanlai commanded. Master, should we send spies to ascertain what formidable experts Li Jinbei has summoned for assistance? The steward inquired. The Wind Clan ranks second among the 36 clans and possesses its own spies within Tianjin City. There is no need for investigation. It would yield no results. Feng Hanlai replied. First, look into the situation at the city gates. He gestured dismissively. Understood. The elderly steward bowed and exited the courtyard. In the estate's main hall, the blue-robed elder, Li Qianxing, entered. Master, Feng Hanlai has dispatched his steward. I believe members of the Qinglong Society will engage with him. Should we send someone to monitor the situation? No need. Feng Hanlai never intended to collaborate with the Qinglong Society. He is astute and well aware of his responsibilities. My concern is not for him, but for the Qinglong Society. Their actions tarnish the reputation of the 36 alien clans and instigate unrest among the populace. Inform the clan leaders already present in the estate to remain indoors temporarily to avoid any unforeseen incidents, Li Jinbei stated solemnly. Today, the Qinglong Society openly attacked and assassinated members of the 36 alien clans, including Mu Fenghai, ranked 4th, and Fei Hongyu from the Grave of the Dead, both falling victim to the formidable Wang Xuemei of the Four Moon Hall. Wang Xuemei's prowess is quite extraordinary, having showcased her strength by launching an assault at the city gates. Meanwhile, the other 3 locations experienced covert strikes. This coordinated effort serves to exert pressure on me. Li Jinbei, I am eager to see just how powerful the Qinglong Society truly is, he murmured to himself. As evening descended upon Feng Hanlai's courtyard, the steward reported, Master, I have thoroughly investigated the situation at the city gates. The most formidable among them appears to be Wang Xuemei, the leader of the Four Moon Hall of the Qinglong Society. Armed with a single zither, she ruthlessly subdued 4 formidable warriors of the Sea of Concentration, her aura brimming with murderous intent. Although this is her first appearance, the gathered information suggests she is a seasoned killer. The troubles instigated by the Qinglong Society are being shouldered by us, the 36 alien clans. Hoping that this time, Li Jinbei can strike down the members of the Qinglong Society with thunderous force, thus alleviating the troubles of my 36 foreign tribes. The members of the Qinglong Society have contacted you, haven't they? Feng Hanlai gazed at the elder steward. Master, this letter was sent shortly after we left the estate. The elder steward replied, producing a letter from his sleeve and handing it to Feng Hanlai. Feng Hanlai had dispatched the elder steward from the estate precisely so the Qinglong Society could establish contact with him. He opened the letter. In the dead of night, outside the eastern city, at a manor 5 miles away, Li Jinbei awaited the head of the Feng clan. The letter was signed by Ling Luoshi, the master of the first month hall, outside the city. Upon seeing this, Feng Hanlai's brow furrowed slightly as he passed the letter to the elder steward. Master, we must not entertain this notion of going outside the city. The elder steward's expression shifted as he read the contents of the letter. Within the city, Ling Luoshi likely does not feel secure either. It seems that I must meet Ling Luoshi myself. I still hold value, and they should not dare to act against me. Moreover, even if they do attempt to strike, I, Feng Hanlai, am not so easily vanquished. Feng Hanlai declared solemnly. But what if they do take action? The elder steward countered, his tone grave. After I depart, you shall meet with Li Jinbei and request his assistance for me. Feng Hanlai contemplated for a moment before asserting. It appears we have no other choice, the elder steward replied solemnly. As night deepened, Feng Hanlai swiftly exited the estate, heading towards the city outskirts. At a manor outside the city, Ling Luoshi stood with his hands clasped behind his back at the entrance of the grand hall, gazing at the luminous moonlight. In this life, I shall revel endlessly in the beauty of the moonlight. In my previous life, warriors too faced the cycle of life and death, merely stronger than ordinary mortals. In this world, yet to ascend to the heavenly gate, one can attain a lifespan of 200 years upon reaching the celestial realm. Should one ascend to the heavenly gate, longevity may be even more attainable, perhaps even immortality. Of course, all this hinges upon power. He must assist his master in establishing supreme authority, for power begets resources, which in turn fosters greater strength. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Ling Luosher's eyes. This was the conviction that guided him in this life. Within the grand hall, Yuan Shishengxian sat, emanating a formidable aura. He practiced the hate heaven technique bestowed by Su Chun, swiftly merging his past life's grievances into his cultivation, bolstered further by elixirs, which propelled his strength to new heights. Beside him sat two young individuals, Chu Jiangnan, the third hall master, and Fang Huaiyuan, the fifth hall master. Chu Jiangnan, with closed eyes, was channeling the energy within his body, focusing his mind on condensing his divine might. His strength lagged significantly behind that of others. The master had appointed him as the 12th hall master, and he must reach such heights. Otherwise, with his current prowess, he would merely be a steward within the Qinglong society, akin to Wen Xuan. Thus, he was fervently eager to enhance his strength. Recently, having integrated the divine might of this world, he had discerned the direction in which to condense his own divine might. He believed it would not be long before he could step into the depths of concentration. As for Fang Huaiyuan, he exuded an air of nobility, his gaze sharp, and was also in a meditative state. Suddenly, his expression shifted. In the courtyard, a figure descended, none other than Feng Hanlai. Upon entering the grand hall, he sensed four distinct presences. Feng clan leader, you have arrived. Please come in. Beckoned Ling Luosher, who stood at the entrance, gesturing for Feng Hanlai to enter the hall. Feng Hanlai's eyes flickered slightly, yet he followed and stepped into the hall. Upon seeing the three individuals seated to one side, his gaze sharpened momentarily. Among them, only one was not from the Sea clan. These are the three hall masters of the Qinglong society who have come to assist me. Hall Master Yuan Shisan of February, Hall Master Chu Jiangnan of March, and Hall Master Fang Huaiyuan of May. Please, take a seat. As Ling Luosher introduced them, he motioned for Feng Hanlai to sit opposite Yuan Shisan, while he himself took a seat beside Yuan Shisan. As Feng Hanlai settled down, a look of confusion crossed his face. Before my arrival, I heard that your society's Hall Master of April, Wang Xuemei, is renowned for her ferocity. I had hoped to witness her prowess, yet she is absent. Hall Master Wang Xuemei is currently engaged in a fierce battle at the East City Gate, Ling Luosher replied. When the time is right, she will make her appearance. Clan leader Feng must have encountered Lai Jinbei. What sort of formidable expert has he summoned? Ling Luosher inquired, observing Feng Hanlai's demeanor. I have yet to ascertain that. However, before the meeting concludes, I shall investigate. Yet, I implore you, Hall Master Ling, to refrain from striking against the remaining leaders of the 36 alien races for the time being. After vanquishing the Lai family, I intend to subdue these alien factions. Feng Hanlai asserted. Is that so? Regrettably, I fear I cannot acquiesce to your request. Since you have not discerned Lai Jinbei's true strength, I must utilize the remaining alien races to gauge his power, Ling Luosher countered, shaking his head. Hall Master Ling, what do you mean? Do you doubt my capabilities? Feng Hanlai's countenance grew cold at the remark. To be candid, I indeed harbor doubts regarding you. Moreover, my invitation for you today was also to leverage you as a means to probe Lai Jinbei's strength, Ling Luosher stated plainly. What do you imply? Feng Hanlai's expression shifted upon hearing Ling Luosher's words. To kill you. To see whether Lai Jinbei will intervene, Ling Luosher replied in a remarkably calm tone. Initially, there was a need to draw upon other forces to contend with the 36 alien races. Thus, he sought to utilize Feng Hanlai, intending to eliminate him after the Lai family was dealt with. However, now that his own forces were sufficient, Feng Hanlai had become expendable. Those deemed useless must face death. Chapter 831. The Divine Spear and Blood Sword. Young Lord Feng Hanlai's reluctant demise upon hearing Ling Luosher's words. Feng Hanlai's gaze hardened. Ling Luosher, you intend to kill me. Lai Jinbei, bold enough to summon the leaders of the 36 alien races, must undoubtedly have prepared numerous strong allies. Without my presence, you would be utterly unaware. Do not underestimate Lai Jinbei. Feng Hanlai spoke gravely. Regardless of his preparations, he is destined to perish. Your value lies solely in assisting me to probe Lai Jinbei's foundation, Ling Luosher declared with an unwavering demeanor. Do you truly believe you can kill me? Feng Hanlai retorted, as his form transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing toward the courtyard's exit. As he moved, Fang Huaiyuan, seated at the rear, also sprang into action. You're here. How can you escape? As Fang Huaiyuan pursued, a surge of energy manifested in his arms, transforming into arrows of sorrow. These arrows, infused with his qi, shot forth with astonishing speed, not one, but three, targeting Feng Hanli's head, throat, and heart simultaneously. Sensing the impending threat, Feng Hanli swiftly pivoted, unleashing three powerful palm strikes to intercept the oncoming arrows. The collision resonated with a thunderous sound, unleashing a terrifying force that momentarily hindered his movement. He landed within the courtyard, and as he descended, a firework erupted from his hand, soaring into the sky, an arrangement he had prepared beforehand. "Oh, it seems you have your plans," Fang Huaiyuan remarked coldly. "However, it matters not. Next year on this day will mark your demise. Though I fear no one will mourn you. Your son was slain the moment you departed from the Feng Manor, and your entire family has been extinguished. Not a single soul left alive." Fang Huaiyuan's gaze remained fixed on Feng Hanli, his voice icy. "What? You annihilated the Feng Manor and killed my son? You never had any intention of cooperation." Feng Hanli's expression twisted into a snarl as he absorbed Fang Huaiyuan's words. His gaze shifted towards the hall, where Ling Luoshi now stood at the entrance. "I, Ling Luoshi, have vowed to eradicate the 36 alien tribes. How could I go back on my word? Tonight, you shall join your son," Ling Luoshi declared, hands clasped behind his back. I will kill you." Feng Hanli's eyes blazed with fury as a formidable force erupted from within him. He uttered no further words and charged at Ling Luoshi. "Your opponent is me. It is said that you are the second strongest among the 36 alien tribes. I am eager to witness if your strength lives up to the reputation." Fang Huaiyuan interposed himself before Feng Hanli. "You wretched beast, if you wish to die, I shall first slay you, and then Ling Luoshi." Feng Hanli growled, his eyes turning crimson. With a divine aura that summoned the winds and thunder, he unleashed the heavenly wind thunder fist. An overwhelming surge of energy erupted from him, manifesting as a tempestuous force. The air crackled with thunderous roars as his palms surged with the might of wind and lightning, barreling towards Fang Huaiyuan with no restraint. His intent was clear, to eliminate Fang Huaiyuan before turning to Ling Luoshi. "Old fool, do you possess the power to kill me?" Fang Huaiyuan retorted, his own divine aura surging forth, manifesting as a mountain. The moment it appeared, a weighty force surged forth, accompanied by a tidal power. Though young, Fang Huaiyuan's strength was formidable. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to be one of the 6 greatest masters of the present era at such a tender age. As his divine aura emerged, the secret technique known as the mountain character scripture began to operate rapidly within him, focusing his qi into his arms. He conjured the arrows of sorrow, crafted from his own ingenuity. This was due to the fact that, although Yuan Shisan had just recently broken through to the realm of concentration, he had forged the arrows to maximize their potency. Moreover, the divine force he manifested was akin to a sorrowful arrow. When combined with his weapon, it unleashed an even greater might. Fang Huaiyuan, utilizing the mountain scripture as his divine force, concentrated his utmost energy to forge a sorrowful arrow. The sorrowful arrow erupted forth, colliding with the oncoming palm attack. The air crackled with thunderous winds, while the arrow resonated with a fierce energy. In that moment, the clash of these two forces sent waves of energy surging through the courtyard. Both combatants were forced to retreat simultaneously, with the 8 forces of wind and thunder. After being shaken back by the impact, Feng Hanli surged forward once more, his palms striking out in unison. The power of wind and thunder roiled within his hands. This time, though the speed was not particularly swift, the terrifying strength emanating from it was enough to instill dread. Sensing the force contained within that palm, Fang Huaiyuan's gaze sharpened. The mountain scripture within him surged rapidly, and a formidable energy gathered upon his arms like a raging tide. 2 sorrowful arrows materialized, shimmering silver. Their mere presence made the surrounding air quiver, evoking a sense of impending collapse. The sorrowful arrows, being skills of great potency, were destined to slay. "Kill! Kill!" They both shouted in unison, their palms descending as the sorrowful arrows shot forth. Boom! Boom! The 2 forces detonated, unleashing a tempest. Fang Huaiyuan was forced back by the blast. "I shall slay you." Observing this, Feng Hanli charged fiercely at Fang Huaiyuan. By suppressing him, he could deny Fang Huaiyuan any chance of reprieve, especially with Ling Luoshi and the others still present. The overwhelming force of wind and thunder surged continuously around him, erupting from his palms. In that instant, Fang Huaiyuan was under immense pressure, feeling as though he were being driven into a corner. Are you not here to kill me? Is this all the strength you possess? With relentless pursuit, Feng Hanli's eyes glimmered with a red light, his strength formidable. His palm pierced through Fang Huaiyuan's energy barrier. Aiming directly for his chest, Fang Huaiyuan hastily maneuvered his feet, narrowly evading this strike. Feng Hanli's expression twisted into one of fury as his hand transformed into a claw, lunging toward Fang Huaiyuan. Yet, at that moment, a fierce expression crossed Fang Huaiyuan's face. His hand moved at his waist, and a streak of blood-red sword light surged forth instantaneously, tearing through Feng Hanli's energy barrier and swiftly piercing his throat. The speed of the sword light was astonishing. Feng Hanli could not evade it. With a hiss, the sword light retracted, and Fang Huaiyuan retreated, his soft sword dripping with blood. The sound of the droplets echoed within the silent courtyard. Fang Huaiyuan was renowned in the martial world, known by the illustrious title the Young Marquis of Blood and Sword. Capable of turning clouds into rain with a flick of his hand, wielding the divine spear and blood sword with unparalleled finesse. While a person's name might be misremembered, their titles would never be mistaken. The mention of the divine spear and blood sword referred to his two ultimate skills, the Blood River Divine Sword and the Wu Ri Divine Spear. Feng Hanli's strength was at the apex of the sea of focus, whereas Fang Huaiyuan had yet to reach such heights. Unable to confront him head-on, he resorted to cunning. Initially, he had been audacious, directly countering Feng Hanli's attacks and using the mountain and sea divine force to mitigate the pressure of his divine force, preventing a swift kill. Just as Feng Hanli closed in, believing victory was at hand, Fang Huaiyuan unleashed the Blood River Divine Sword, piercing through his opponent's throat. In the realm of martial arts, when combatants clash, the absence of overwhelming strength necessitates the use of strategy and cunning. Grasping your own throat, Feng Hanli's eyes brimmed with unyielding resentment. Thus, he met his end at the hands of Fang Huaiyuan. Moreover, the absence of Lai Zhenbei and his companions raises questions. You were merely a tool they employed to test our resolve. It is truly a pity, for your demise was inevitable. Ling Luoshi remarked to the defiant Feng Hanli, signaling for assistance. Yet, no one responded. This situation could only be explained in such a manner. Thud. Feng Hanli's body collapsed onto the ground. Chapter 832. I have come to borrow your head. Not far from the manor, the elder and the family had exchanged signals. It was time to act. Beside Lai Qianxing, Feng Hanli's steward spoke with urgency. I have dispatched individuals to investigate. We await their news. Lai Qianxing, clad in blue robes, responded with a calm demeanor. At that moment, a shadowy figure rapidly approached Lai Qianxing, bowing respectfully. Elder, within the manor, there are 4 masters of the Qinglong Association. January S. Master Ling Luoshi. February S. Master Yuan Shisanxian. March S. Master Chu Jiangnan. And May S. Master Fang Huaiyuan. Ling Luoshi had no intention of collaborating with the Feng clan leader. Prior to his arrival, he had annihilated the entire Feng lineage, as the clan leaders sought to kill him. The 5 masters of the Qinglong Association engaged in battle with the Feng clan leader. Although the Feng clan leader initially held the upper hand, he was ultimately slain in a moment of carelessness. The cloaked figure succinctly recounted the events that transpired within the manor. What? You say the family head? Upon hearing this news, the steward beside Lai Qianxing was filled with disbelief, his expression fraught with agitation. Elder, I implore you to take action and avenge our family head. Bang! Just as his words fell, Lai Qianxing suddenly struck, delivering a powerful blow to the steward's head. The steward, caught completely off guard, had his skull shattered by the force of the blow. With Feng Hanli dead, you shall follow your master into oblivion. We cannot linger here. We must depart. Feng Hanli was merely a pawn in their game, a tool to probe the Qinglong Association. His death is inconsequential. Moreover, this place is no longer safe. Thus we must leave swiftly. Yet, they had scarcely taken a few steps when they halted. Beneath the moonlight, a woman garbed in white sat in serene meditation not far from them, a guqin resting before her. At the instant they paused, her closed eyes suddenly opened, unleashing a piercing chill. The atmosphere around them turned instantly lethal. It is you? April's master of the Qinglong Association, Wang Xuemei. Upon seeing the woman in white, the elder Lai Qianxing's pupils constricted, his gaze reflecting trepidation. Earlier that day, Wang Xuemei had wreaked havoc at the gates of Tianjin City, her visage having been widely disseminated. Furthermore, the guqin before her signified her identity. It appears you have been waiting for us. Lai Qianxing remarked coldly, his eyes fixed intently on the ancient instrument before Wang Xuemei. The guqin is a harbinger of death. The esteemed one has come specifically to make use of Elder Lai's head. I implore you, do not be stingy. Wang Xuemei's voice was cool, yet an invisible aura of murderous intent permeated the air. The atmosphere shifted, stirring without a breeze. If you wish to take my head, let me see how you intend to do so. Elder Lai Qianxing snorted coldly. Suddenly, his hand shot out, seizing a figure clad in black beside him, and he hurled the individual directly towards Wang Xuemei. Bang! Wang Xuemei remained composed, her hands deftly plucking the strings of the heavenly demon zither. The rushing black-clad figure was instantly obliterated, exploding into a cloud of crimson mist. As this sanguine fog erupted, Lai Qianxing made his move. He did not flee but transformed into a streak of darkness, hurtling towards Wang Xuemei. His hand extended, claw-like, aimed at the zither in her grasp. If you seek to kill me, I shall strike you down first. His speed was astonishing, as long as she could not pluck the strings. The zither's power would remain dormant. Yet, Wang Xuemei was swifter still. In an instant, her palm made contact with the zither. The sound resonated, manifesting as a wave of silver that surged towards Lai Qianxing. Lai Qianxing's expression shifted to one of alarm as he retreated rapidly. Divine might surged forth, true flow of the heavens. The might of his fist unleashed, a vortex of energy erupted under the influence of his divine aura. Bang! The two forces collided, sending shockwaves through the air. Lai Qianxing was pushed back several steps, his feet pounding the ground to regain his balance. His gaze dark and fixed upon Wang Xuemei. His fist, which had been thrust forward, slowly descended, blood trickling from it. One strike. His previous tempestuous energy had failed to counter her sound waves. This woman, I am no match for her. We must strike together. Lai Qianxing spoke in a low voice. He had not come alone. As he spoke, two shadowy figures emerged swiftly from the darkness. The duo positioned themselves in a triangular formation to encircle Wang Xuemei. One wielded two golden symbols, while the other grasped a gray copper staff, exuding a menacing aura. Their eyes, like venomous serpents, locked onto Wang Xuemei, daring to approach. Do I not possess some preparation? Lai Qianxing's gaze was chilling as a sinister smile crept across his lips. I have heard tales of your formidable zither. I wonder which is mightier, your instrument or my symbols. As he spoke, the wielder of the golden symbols spread his arms wide before bringing them together with a resounding clang. A crisp, resonant sound erupted from the symbols, and a wave of golden light surged forth, targeting Wang Xuemei. Attack! In that fleeting moment, the one wielding the gray staff moved forward without uttering a word. Accompanied by the sound of resonating waves, a staff was thrust towards Wang Xuemei with the swiftness of lightning. The divine aura, furious ape. At the moment of attack, this divine force erupted, revealing a blurred silhouette of a colossal gray ape behind him. A strike that could rend the heavens. With the emergence of the furious ape, the aura of the staff wielder became wild and tempestuous, emitting low growls and howls. A suffocating bloodlust surged forth, transforming him into a frenzied beast as he swung downwards with his staff. On the other side, Lai Qianxing's eyes turned a ghostly gray. A terrifying aura of death enveloped him, and his divine force erupted instantaneously, converting his true energy into a shroud of death that enveloped his fist. A punch was unleashed, with the terrifying death energy spiraling towards Wang Xuemei. Humph! Wang Xuemei's icy gaze deepened, and with a cold snort, she plucked the strings of the heavenly demon zither. Boom, boom, boom. A wave of sound surged towards the individual wielding the golden gong. Within the sound waves lay an infinite will to kill, piercing through the golden sonic waves. It formed a crescent blade that struck out with lethal intent. Clang, clang, clang. Observing this, the gong wielder frantically clashed his gongs to unleash sound waves in an attempt to defend himself. However, the crescent blade sliced through everything, penetrating his body. Meanwhile, two additional sound waves surged towards the staff wielder and Lai Qianxing. The collision of these energy waves with the force of their fists and the staff ignited a terrifying storm of energy. At the moment the energy storm erupted, Wang Xuemei embraced the heavenly demon zither, plucking the strings once more. This time, no sound emerged. Instead, a zither string shot forth, transforming into a silvery ray that pierced through the storm, penetrating the staff wielder's protective aura. With a hiss, it punctured his throat. The staff wielder, wishing to retaliate, was momentarily distracted by the pain in his throat, glancing at a silver zither string. Boom! The energy from the zither string erupted, causing his throat to explode and his head to be severed. His body, for a moment, remained upright. Witnessing this scene, Li Qianxing's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that the three would so effortlessly neutralize the threat, even eliminating one of their own. His countenance grew grave as he turned to the gong wielder. Yet, as he looked, he noticed cracks forming in the gong, which soon shattered into copper shards. Brother Lin. Boom. Li Qianxing's words were cut short as the gong wielder's body detonated. Reduced to mere flesh and blood, Fang Huaiyuan held the heavenly demon zither, a top-tier spiritual weapon, and its unleashed power was incomparably formidable, an unstoppable force. With a cold snort, Fang Huaiyuan cast her gaze upon Li Qianxing. Let me send you on your way. She plucked the zither strings once again. A terrifying wave of sonic power surged towards Li Qianxing. Kill. True flowing spiral wave. Seeing this, Li Qianxing summoned every ounce of true energy within him without reservation. He unleashed a punch, and the terrifying true energy formed a series of protective barriers that shielded him from the sonic attack. When the two forces collided, a violent surge of true energy swept outward, instantly turning nearby trees to powder, scattering them with the wind. Under this overwhelming force, Li Qianxing's complexion turned pale as he was sent flying backwards from the impact. A muffled groan emanated from his throat, followed by a spurt of fresh blood. Just at that moment, a silver string surged forth with alarming speed. Observing this, Li Qianxing swiftly twisted his body to evade the assault of the silver string. However, as he maneuvered, the silver string unexpectedly recoiled and instantaneously ensnared his throat. A sharp hiss pierced the air as a crimson mark appeared upon his neck. It was not merely his evasion, but rather an intentional ploy by his adversary to ensnare his throat. He felt the blood flowing from the wound as his hand instinctively reached for his neck, and soon after, his head tumbled to the ground, his gaze now vacant. Fang Huaiyuan seized his severed head, clutching it firmly in her grasp. Chapter 833. The Head Delivered. Provocation at the doorstep within the manor of Tianjin City. Li Jinbei occupied the seat of honor at the northern end. Beside him sat an elderly man clad in a gray robe, his visage pale and wan. The old man appeared to be in a state of half-sleep, his eyes open yet unblinking, devoid of any aura, resembling a living corpse. At that moment, a figure entered, bearing a grave expression and cradling a rectangular box in their hands. Patriarch, the members of the Qinglong Association have sent a box, requesting you to open it personally, the newcomer announced. Li Jinbei's countenance hardened as he rose from his seat. Have the elders returned? He inquired. There is no news of the elders as of yet. The newcomer replied hastily. As they spoke, Li Jinbei had already approached them, placing his hand upon the ornate box. I am curious to see what the Qinglong Association has delivered. Upon opening the box, the expression of the bearer transformed drastically, their hands trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Li Jinbei's face darkened ominously. This is sheer audacity, he thundered, his voice resonating with palpable fury. Inside the box lay two severed heads, one belonging to Feng Huaiyuan and the other to Li Qianxing. To murder and then deliver the heads was a blatant affront. The bearer of the box was drenched in cold sweat, paralyzed by fear, unable to set the box down or remove it from their grasp. Patriarch, there is no use in your wrath. Allow me to examine this. The previously motionless gray-robed elder stood and approached the ornate box. With a swift motion, he extracted the two heads, inspecting them closely. Feng Hanli's head was severed post-mortem, while the elder's head was taken by a specialized weapon. I wonder if these heads can be of use to me. The head of Feng Hanli may be taken, but the elder's head must be buried with respect. The weapon used to sever the elder's head was likely a string from a musical instrument, wielded by that Fang Huaiyuan from the Siyue Hall. Immediately dispatch someone to investigate outside the city. I demand to know what transpired. Li Jinbei declared, his tone grave. Understood. The intruder swiftly exited the hall, cursing the Qinglong Society with vehement rage. A malevolent aura emanated from Li Jinbei, who was filled with a desire for vengeance. The brazen act of murder at the city gates, culminating in the delivery of severed heads, was an utter provocation directed at him. The Li family had never endured such affronts and indignities. Come forth, Li Jinbei commanded in a low voice. A figure cloaked in black entered the hall, exuding a terrifying presence. Mobilize our forces at once and ensure the remaining clan chiefs are brought back promptly. I must convene the meeting of the 36 tribes without delay. The murderous intent surged within him, He was resolute in his determination to rend apart the members of the Qinglong Society, particularly Ling Luoshi. The following morning, Su Chun emerged to find Ruyun already waiting. The two descended from the second floor to the inn's lobby, ready to partake in breakfast. At that moment, several patrons were already enjoying their morning meal. "Did you hear? There were more deaths outside the city last night," one martial artist exclaimed. "Isn't death a common occurrence?" Someone nearby retorted. "In the realm of martial arts, fatalities are expected. While death is indeed commonplace, last night the members of the Qinglong Society clashed with the 36 tribes. The casualties included Fang Huaiyuan, ranked second among the 36 tribes, and the esteemed elder of the Lai family, Ren Qianxing." The burly man spoke softly. "What?" The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. They were taken aback by the sudden demise of the Lai family's elder and the second-ranked Fang Huaiyuan within a single night. Do you know how they perished? Curiosity piqued among some listeners. The specifics are unknown, but it is likely that it was the work of Wang Xuemei from the Qinglong Society, who wields an ancient zither, one individual remarked, settling down and taking a hearty drink from his bowl. But that is not all. The Qinglong Society not only killed Fang Huaiyuan and Elder Lai, but also presented their severed heads to Lai Zhenbei. Such tyranny. It feels as though the 36 tribes are being treated like mere dumplings. Another spoke solemnly. It may not be so simple. Lai Zhenbei would not dare to summon the 36 tribes without possessing some means of his own. As they conversed, a bloodied figure on horseback raced towards the ancestral estate of the 36 tribes. Who was that? He appears to be the captain of Lai Zhenbei's guards. Yet he is drenched in blood. Rumors circulated regarding Lai Zhenbei's mobilization of forces to retrieve the remaining members of the 36 tribes. But it seemed that those who had yet to arrive might be in grave danger. Regardless, this is still the domain of the 36 tribes. The oppressive aura emanating from Lai Zhenbei indicates his extreme fury. One wonders what formidable allies he has summoned. Su Chun pondered. Let us finish our meal and then proceed to the ancestral estate of the 36 tribes. From the looks of that returning figure, it seems Ling Luoshi and his faction have already eliminated the clan leaders who were yet to reach Tianjin City. Our next step will undoubtedly be to confront Lai Zhenbei directly. In the midst of fierce turmoil, I am eager to discern the hidden strategies you possess. For years, Lai Zhenbei has adeptly commanded the 36 diverse clans, demonstrating remarkable cunning and martial prowess. Within the grand hall of the estate, more than 20 individuals were seated, primarily the chieftains of the 36 clans who had arrived earlier. At that moment, their expressions were marked by intense fury, an aura of lethal intent enveloping them. Lai Zhenbei, however, occupied the foremost seat, his demeanor remarkably composed. At this juncture, the bloodied leader who had previously been seen by Su Chun and his companions burst into the hall, exclaiming, "Master, we were ambushed by the beggars' sect upon our return. All the remaining chieftains have been slain." Lai Zhenbei, he continued, "Ling Luoshi of the Azure Dragon Society has come with the beggars' sect's leader, Xiao Feng, seeking an audience. Please grant us an audience." Just as the leader's words echoed, a thunderous voice resonated from beyond the estate, crashing into the hall with a formidable presence. Within the hall, expressions fell into stunned silence. Before a chilling realization spread across their faces, the Azure Dragon Society had audaciously approached their ancestral grounds. How brazen of the Azure Dragon Society! They seek their demise, echoed the calls for vengeance. The previously restrained chieftains now exuded an even greater aura of malevolence. The 36 clans were already known for their brutality and had been incited to a frenzy by the Azure Dragon Society. The atmosphere in the hall was charged with murderous intent. Lai Zhenbei rose decisively, striding towards the exit. The others followed suit, leaving the hall to confront the looming presence outside the estate. Around 7 o'clock, outside the estate, Ling Luoshi, clad in resplendent attire, stood alongside Xiao Feng, donned in a gray robe. Their gazes, filled with iciness, fixated upon the estate before them. "Is that Ling Luoshi of the Azure Dragon Society and Xiao Feng of the Beggars' Sect?" murmured a few martial artists gathered nearby. Many had anticipated the Azure Dragon Society would intervene, yet few expected such a direct confrontation. What could this mean? Are they truly prepared to face the 36 clans head-on? Questioned one individual beside another, astonished at the audacity of the Azure Dragon Society, which had moved from assassinations to a bold visit. The unfolding drama promised to be riveting. With the unexpected alliance of the Azure Dragon Society and the beggar's sect threatening to ignite a full-scale conflict. Whispers of speculation circulated, causing a stir throughout Tianjin City as numerous martial artists hastened to gather. On rooftops and in taverns nearby, crowds began to swell. Su Chun and Yuan Huaiyuan had arrived early, standing close to the estate. "My lord, Lai Jinbei and the people of the 36 clans must be driven to madness," Yuan Huaiyuan remarked quietly. "What lies beneath Lai Jinbei's facade? I hope he will surprise me," Su Chun replied, his gaze fixed firmly on the ancestral estate of the 36 clans. In their line of sight, the estate erupted with ferocious energy as figures surged forth like a swarm of locusts, with Lai Jinbei leading the charge. The eyes were filled with ferocity and malevolence. "Ling Luosher and Xiao Feng, how dare you appear in the ancestral land of the 36 alien tribes?" Lai Jinbei glared at them. "What is there to fear? After today, there shall be no 36 alien tribes left. Thank you, head of the Lai family. Honestly, without you, extinguishing the 36 alien tribes would have taken considerable time." Ling Luosher stepped forward, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. His tone was calm, yet his killing intent soared to the heavens. Upon hearing Ling Luosher's words, Lai Jinbei's originally fearsome and sinister expression suddenly turned placid. "Your ambition is commendable, but today, this shall be your burial ground. Since you have come, reveal yourselves. Let me see what formidable experts the Azure Dragon Society and the Beggar's Sect have brought." Lai Jinbei spoke with a chilling gaze. At that moment, a melodious sound of a zither resonated. Boom, boom, boom. 3 terrifying sound waves surged towards Lai Jinbei. The aura of the Shumi skies, shocking energy. Lai Jinbei shouted, instantly unleashing 3 powerful punches. The force of his punches collided with the sound waves, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Amidst the cacophony, a figure clad in white, ethereal in presence, emerged. Wang Shuomei, holding the heavenly demon zither, gazed coldly at Lai Jinbei, a hint of astonishment flickering within her heart. The strength of his punches had thwarted her soundwave assault. Although she could not fully harness the power of the heavenly demon zither, Lai Jinbei's ability to simply block her sonic attack was formidable. "Azure Dragon Society, Wang Shuomei?" Lai Jinbei's expression darkened upon seeing her. This person had slain many from their 36 alien tribes. Wang Shuomei remained silent, standing resolutely. Noticing her silence, Lai Jinbei turned to Ling Luosher. "Is it true that the Azure Dragon Society has sent only 2 individuals? That would truly disappoint me. The Azure Dragon Society has not merely sent 2. Brother Yuan, it is time for you to reveal yourselves." As Ling Luosher's words fell, Yuan Shisan, Chu Jiangnan, and Fang Ying stepped forth from the crowd. The old beggar should show himself too. Following Yuan Shisan's emergence, 2 elderly men clad in beggar's garments stepped forward as well. Hong Qigong and Bai Lingxiu, 2 formidable experts from the beggar's sect. Is this the strength of the beggar's sect? Some were not particularly astonished by Yuan Shisan and his companions, but the appearance of 2 powerful individuals from the beggar's sect took many by surprise. Rumors of other strong figures within the beggar's sect had circulated, but these 2 had evidently never revealed themselves. I did not expect there to be a warrior at the Dantian transformation level. Lai Jinbei's gaze fell upon Chu Jiangnan, his tone laced with astonishment. He had initially assumed they were all at the Sea of Concentration level. Just as Lai Jinbei's words fell, a sudden scream echoed throughout the estate. "You!" Upon hearing the scream, Lai Jinbei's expression darkened. "Go see what has happened," he commanded those behind him. 3 figures prepared to turn, but at that moment, Chu Jiangnan transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing before the 3, seeking death. Seeing Chu Jiangnan block their path, a potent surge of true energy erupted from the 3 individuals, their forms moving swiftly towards Chu Jiangnan with lethal intent. The strength of Chu Jiangnan had already been assessed by Lai Jinbei. He was at the level of the Dantian transforming into the sea. The 3 assailants were likewise at this formidable stage, making their objective of eliminating Chu Jiangnan merely a trivial endeavor. With a swift motion, one of them brandished a gray spear, its speed astonishing as it transformed into multiple spear shadows, darting towards the vital points of Chu Jiangnan like a flash of lightning. The other 2 unleashed their true energy, following closely behind. Chu Jiangnan's gaze remained tranquil. He gripped his sword and surged forward in an instant. The sword's radiance was chilling. Clang! The spear clashed against the sword's light, erupting into sparks and a resounding boom. Die! At that moment, the combined assault of the other 2 was upon him. Their expressions twisted with malice as their palm strikes enveloped Chu Jiangnan. With concentrated resolve, he swiftly retracted his sword and unleashed 2 more strikes. The sword's aura was fierce, colliding with their palm energies, generating explosive sounds. As the detonations echoed, Chu Jiangnan bent his body and stepped forward, his sword energy swelling dramatically. The surrounding air could barely withstand the immense cacophony produced by the sword's force. Trained under the esteemed Yuxing Yijian, Chu Jiangnan's swordsmanship was undeniably domineering. Sword blade storm. The sword energies erupted from his blade, sweeping forth towards the 3 adversaries at a breathtaking speed. In the blink of an eye, the attackers found themselves engulfed in a tempest of sword energy. Their minds were overwhelmed, and as they unleashed their spear, palm, and fist strikes against the storm, it dissipated momentarily. However, the spear wielder sensed an ominous presence, his body bristling with dread. "Not good," he exclaimed, but before he could utter another word, a beam of sword light pierced through his chest, leaving no time for a scream. His body collapsed, bursting into a mist of blood. The other 2, witnessing this macabre scene, were struck with horror and lunged at Chu Jiangnan. In a fleeting motion, Chu Jiangnan's form shifted again, and another fierce wave of sword light erupted. A chilling aura enveloped the 2 assailants, who felt their movements slow. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Chu Jiangnan became a phantom, penetrating through them. Swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, 2 heads rolled away, their severed necks spraying a deluge of blood. The severed heads bore expressions of shock and disbelief. Within a mere moment, all 3 of the 36 otherworldly beings, of the same caliber as Chu Jiangnan, lay lifeless on the ground. This scene sent waves of terror through onlookers. The strength of the Qinglong Association's leader was indeed formidable. Lai Zhenbei's eyes took on a veiled intensity. Chapter 835. The battlefield intensifies. Figures continuously emerging. "I have come to slay you." At that moment, a figure surged forth, radiating a divine aura, blade radiance. The instant this individual made their move, a tremendous divine presence erupted, accompanied by a blinding flash of blade light that swept through the air like a tempest. Chu Jiangnan's gaze sharpened. A sense of peril surged within, and an overwhelming pressure suppressed his entire being. Although he had yet to fully consolidate his divine presence, he had nonetheless gained some insights. The sword energy swirled around him, resisting the onslaught of this oppressive force. In that fleeting moment of staving off the pressure, his figure moved swiftly, barely evading the descending blade. Boom! The blade struck the ground, sending dust flying. As the blade impacted, the long sword in his hand transformed into a streak of brilliance, hurtling toward Chu Jiangnan. With a swift stroke, Chu Jiangnan unleashed his sword, the collision of sword energy and blade energy resulting in an explosive clash. The sword energy detonated, yet the blade energy surged forth unabated. Chu Jiangnan continued to strike, barely managing to fend off the oncoming blade energy, though he was jolted back by its formidable force. The path of the blade, a manifestation of the might of the ocean's concentrated essence, was undeniably domineering. Moreover, Chu Jiangnan had yet to step into that realm of concentration. In that moment, he found himself at a disadvantage. Observing this predicament, Fang Huaiyuan made a move. Just as he did, a figure suddenly emerged, positioning itself before Fang Huaiyuan. The newcomer exuded a chilling aura, his gaze fiercely fixed on Fang Huaiyuan. He raised his palm, unleashing a wave of icy malevolence that surged toward Fang Huaiyuan, seeking death. Upon seeing the interruption, Fang Huaiyuan's expression turned icy. He raised his arm, and with a flicker of intent, the heartbreak arrow coalesced and shot forth. The assailant's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the arrow, yet he did not retract his hand. As the heartbreak arrow collided with his palm, a layer of dark energy enveloped it, rendering his hand akin to obsidian glass. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated as the condensed heartbreak arrow met the palm. Fang Huaiyuan's gaze sharpened, his aura intensifying as he unleashed his divine presence, propelling himself toward the assailant with fervor. With his palm thrusting forward, an immense force surged like a mountain, aimed at the adversary. Shadowy heartbreak. As Fang Huaiyuan charged, the assailant let out a low growl, summoning a profound and icy power from his palm, angling it precisely toward Fang Huaiyuan's chest. Boom! Fang Huaiyuan pivoted his palm, striking against the opponent's hand. The two forces collided head-on, causing both to stagger back several steps. "If you seek to obstruct me, then I shall first eliminate you." Fang Huaiyuan's eyes turned fierce. his divine presence erupting in full force. As this power surged, both the mountain scripture and the endurance divine art within him ignited simultaneously. A terrifying energy radiated from his being. With this surge, he raised his arm, conjuring another heartbreak arrow. If you wish to kill me, then today, I shall bring your demise. Let you witness the might of my tomb of the dead. The one who dares to kill. Behold the might of the tomb of the dead. The assailant's expression darkened, his aura surging ominously, a presence akin to death enveloping him. His palm appeared like black glass. The previous heartbreak arrow had failed to penetrate his palm, leading him to dismiss it. Kill. In that instant, Fang Huaiyuan's heartbreak arrow shot forth with ferocity. The assailant's palm also struck out. However, this time, as the palm met the heartbreak arrow, it pierced directly through his hand. The formidable warrior from the tomb of the dead emitted a piercing scream. Do you think that by thwarting my initial strike, you can prevent my subsequent attack? Fang Huaiyuan scoffed coldly. In the midst of this disdainful sound, his figure abruptly manifested before his opponent, his palm extending toward their throat with lethal intent. How dare you? At that moment, a deep, chilling voice resonated through the air. As this voice emerged, the surrounding atmosphere turned frigid, as if time itself had momentarily stilled. Observing this, Ling Luosher's gaze sharpened. He stepped forward, unleashing his formidable aura, causing force screens to materialize instantaneously to counteract the oppressive force. Boom! Yuan Shisin stepped forward, summoning a sorrowful arrow from his arm, which shot forth with dazzling light toward a particular target. A withered hand appeared, striking out to collide with the sorrowful arrow. On another front, a resonant Buddhist chant echoed, unfurling toward Fang Huaiyuan. Wang Xuemei's eyes narrowed as she produced the Tianma Qin, unleashing a melody that clashed with the Buddhist sound. With a thunderous roar, the two forces collided. A figure clad in a purple robe emerged. Just then, Fang Huaiyuan's hand landed upon the throat of the assailant, his expression fierce. If you lack the strength, refrain from intervening. With a swift motion, he snapped the opponent's throat, discarding the lifeless body aside. In that instant, the atmosphere grew tense. An elder in a gray robe, exuding an aura of death, materialized. Meanwhile, the monk in the robe faced off against Wang Xuemei. The tomb of the dead, where life and death are intertwined, and the great Vajrayana temple, Tianmu Shangren, were recognized by some martial artists who gasped in recognition of the two figures. The being known as Ming Jiozhong cast a glance at Yuan Shisin, then turned to Fang Huaiyuan. The one who killed my kin in the tomb of the dead shall soon face the severing of their head. Ming Jiozhong's voice was low and menacing. As he spoke, he lifted his hand, seizing the corpse of the elder slain by Fang Huaiyuan. With a swift motion, he decapitated the already deceased elder, a surge of deathly energy emanating from his grasp. In the blink of an eye, the bloodied head transformed into a mere skull. The onlookers were taken aback, unable to fathom the scene before them. Tang Mu, reveal yourself, Ming Jiozhong called, playing with the skull in his hand. The mention of this name startled the observing martial artists, even causing Su Chun, perched atop a building, to narrow his eyes. Unlike others, Su Chun was not well acquainted with this Tang Mu. To his astonishment, the former leader of the Red Sun Palace had also arrived. As Su Chun pondered, someone spoke up. The Red Sun Palace. His gaze sharpened. The Red Sun Palace had previously allied with the Nangong family and the Jiang Beihua family against him. Yet, it was Ding Peng and Yin Nantian who had been dispatched to handle matters with the Jiang Beihua family and the Red Sun Palace. Before they could act, the alliance had already targeted the Qinglong Association. Surveying the surroundings, a figure stepped forth. The figure clad in a crimson robe stood tall and imposing, with hair of a similar fiery hue. An intense wave of energy radiated from him, a manifestation of the ultimate mastery of the Red Sun Palace's secret technique, the Radiant Sun 9 Extremes. This individual is indeed formidable, Su Chen remarked as he beheld the emerging figure. Upon witnessing this presence, Xiao Feng's face revealed a glimmer of battle intent. The aura emanating from his opponent was wild and potent, strikingly reminiscent of his own. He stepped forward, a surge of dragon-like energy emanating from him, sweeping toward the adversary. Xiao Feng, this is our enmity with the Azure Dragon Society. You have chosen to involve yourself. Do you not fear that your beggar's sect may be obliterated as a result? The appearance of Tang Mu, who spoke with a chilling gaze, was met with Xiao Feng's unwavering resolve. No one has the power to bring my beggar's sect to ruin, Xiao Feng retorted. It is said that the previous leader of the Red Sun Palace, Tang Mu, wielded the radiant Sun Nine Extremes to dominate Jiangnan, elevating the Red Sun Palace to one of the two leading sections. Today, I am eager to witness the extent of your prowess, Xiao Feng declared, his aura surging. Chapter 836. The divine might of Chu Jiangnan converges, manifesting all things, commanding the ninefold pressure to descend like stone. Yuan 13 limits. The grave of the dead? I wonder if the new master of the grave of the dead has arrived? Su Chun remarked, observing the elder in gray robes. Are you aware that the grave of the dead has a new master? A clear, cold voice echoed in Su Chen's ear as his words faded. His expression momentarily tightened as he turned towards the source of the voice. A woman in a blue and white long dress stood nearby, her figure elegantly accentuated by the attire. Though her face was obscured by a veil, the beauty of her features was evident, albeit with an air of aloofness in her gaze. I merely heard rumors of a new master for the grave of the dead. Might I inquire why you, miss, are also interested in the grave of the dead? Su Chen inquired. Indeed. The veiled woman stepped closer, her presence commanding attention. Yuan Suiyun's expression sharpened, adopting a defensive posture. I harbor no ill intentions. There is no need for wariness, she reassured, sensing Yuan Suiyun's caution. What are your thoughts on this confrontation? She continued. This clash is rather unpredictable. Given the current circumstances, it is challenging to ascertain who will emerge victorious. Su Chen responded softly. I have a favorable view of the Azure Dragon Society. They have yet to experience a genuine defeat, the veiled woman asserted. That remains to be seen, Su Chen remarked, glancing towards Chu Jiangnan's direction. His opponent was a formidable entity from the depths of the sea, exerting pressure upon him. Although he resisted this force with his sword energy, he remained overall constrained, though the pressure was beginning to wane. Who do you think will perish among them? The cold-eyed woman inquired, her gaze also fixed on Chu Jiangnan. The sea's formidable entity shall meet its demise, she concluded. Chu Jiangnan's swordsmanship is formidable. His opponent's divine aura could not suppress him. Once Chu Jiangnan finds an opportunity, the mighty being in the sea may very well be slain by a single strike. What do you think, fair lady? Su Chen inquired, casting his gaze towards the serene woman. Your perspective aligns perfectly with mine, she replied, her beautiful eyes unwavering. As they conversed, the knife-wielding expert engaged with Chu Jiang and suddenly withdrew his attack. Gripping his long blade horizontally, a chilling light emanated from his gaze. If this continued, you might consolidate your divine aura, but I shall not grant you such an opportunity. Receive my blade. After exchanging numerous strikes without gaining the upper hand, the aura surrounding Chu Jiang and became increasingly concentrated, hinting at the formation of a divine presence. He would not allow Chu Jiangnan to achieve this. Should that happen, he feared he would meet his demise beneath Chu Jiangnan's sword. Thus, he resolved to eliminate Chu Jiangnan with a single stroke. With a thunderous roar, his sword intent erupted as he raised his blade, condensing the sword energy into the form of a ferocious tiger. Chu Jiangnan's eyes narrowed. This attack was anything but ordinary. The blade's might was akin to that of a tiger. With a single slash, the sword energy surged forth like a tiger leaping from the mountains, its murderous aura resonating through the heavens. As the weight of the moment settled heavily upon Chu Jiangnan, his opponent unleashed the strike. Tiger's fury. With a powerful stomp, the adversary launched himself into the air, delivering a strike. The sword energy became immensely potent, drawing in all the surrounding air into its vortex. Chu Jiangnan felt the gravity of the situation. An overwhelming pressure enveloped him. The very space around him seemed to constrict, inducing a sensation of suffocation. In that moment of impending doom, visions from his previous life flooded his mind. He had schemed for a lifetime, vanquished Qin Baichuan, only to perish at the hands of Baiyun, rendering his efforts futile. Though reborn, the oppressive weight of his past had not completely dissipated. Under the immense sword intent, he reflected on his existence, and his mindset began to shift. In this life, he would embrace his true self, no longer cloaked in shadows. The river flows south, and the sword's cry resonates throughout the realm, a perfect embodiment of his essence. In that instant, the divine aura he had been cultivating abruptly took form. Chu Jiangnan's divine presence bore no relation to the sword itself. Though he practiced the swordsmanship of Lu Sheng, he was not enamored by it. He sought a greater potency. Upon entering this world, he had cultivated the myriad manifestations of his father, Duan Muqi. The myriad manifestations became exceedingly enigmatic, with strikes as weighty as thunder. merging the forces of yin and yang, truly domineering. Thus, he directed his divine presence toward this path. In an epiphany, his divine aura solidified into the myriad manifestations. With a resounding boom, a surge of thunder erupted. As his divine presence coalesced, Chu Jiangnan unleashed a sword strike. The clash of sword light and blade light resulted in the shattering of the latter. The tremendous force sent Chu Jiangnan's long sword flying from his grasp. Even if you comprehend divine presence, what of it? Beneath my blade, you shall still meet your end. The sword energy shattered the air as it struck through Chu Jiangnan. The assailant wore a sinister grin upon his face, raising his long blade once more to unleash another devastating slash. The speed of his attack was astonishing. However, Chu Jiangnan moved even swifter, his mastery of the myriad realms allowing him to evade this lethal blow in an instant. With a thunderous crash, the blade's energy struck the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. In that moment of chaos, a figure appeared before the sword-wielding adversary. With a resounding thud, a fist was propelled forward, akin to a thunderclap, striking the opponent squarely in the chest. The impact sent the assailant careening through the air, whereupon his body erupted in a gruesome explosion of flesh and blood. This startling scene left onlookers in disbelief. Although the earlier confrontation had been tense, no actual clash had occurred until now, and many were eager to witness the unfolding battle. Chu Jiangnan had successfully condensed divine might through this skirmish. With a swift motion, he seized the previously hurled long blade, directing it towards the individuals behind Lai Zhenbei. The atmosphere grew increasingly tumultuous as Hong Qigong and Bai Lingshu surged forward. Lai Zhenbei's gaze sharpened, and the remaining 10 or so individuals behind him charged forth, igniting fierce combat between the two factions. At this moment, Fang Ying observed as his sorrowful arrows manifested continuously, shooting forth like meteors, striking at the gathered crowd. The air was filled with explosive sounds and anguished cries. Retreat. Some individuals hastily made their way toward the estate. Fang Ying, Chu Jiangnan, Hong Qigong, and Bai Lingshu plunged into the manor. The gang of beggars had dispatched their formidable members, collaborating with Wen Xuan and Yuan Shisan's other disciples who had entered the estate beforehand. The scene descended into chaos. Lai Zhenbei's countenance darkened, yet he remained steadfast at the entrance of the manor, his gaze menacingly fixed upon Ling Luoshi. Ming Lao, you handle Ling Luoshi and Yuan Shisan. I shall eliminate the others. Lai Zhenbei addressed Ming Jiucheng. Very well. Upon hearing Lai Zhenbei's command, Ming Jiucheng's expression turned ferocious, an aura of malevolence enveloping him. A colossal divine might emanated from him, heralding the manifestation of his divine might. Nine-turned skull. With a fierce cry, Ming Jiucheng summoned forth a bloodied apparition, revealing 9 skulls within the phantoms. This divine might swiftly enveloped Ling Luoshi and Yuan Shisan, aiming to suppress them with his singular power. Chapter 837, A Fierce Clash. The Lai clan ancestor, the power of celestial beings. Divine might, 4-panel screen. Divine might, sorrowful arrow. As Ming Jiucheng's divine might surrounded the two, their own powers erupted in defense against the oppressive force. Ling Luoshi's divine might had yet to reach its full potential, while Yuan Shisan had only recently entered the fray. Facing Ming Jiucheng alone, they found themselves at a disadvantage. With a grimace, Lai Zhenbei felt his aura surge as he turned to charge into the manor. He intended to eliminate everyone who entered the manor of the Qinglong society, and this was, of course, a display of power. He sought to ascertain whether any other members of the Qinglong society would reveal themselves. Boom. At that moment, the divine aura emanating from Wang Xuemei erupted, the ethereal image of the heavenly demon zither materializing in the air. She raised the zither with a swift motion, the 8 sounds of the celestial dragon. With deft fingers plucking the strings, she unleashed the 8 sounds of the celestial dragon, targeting Lai Zhenbei in an offensive manner. A wave of sonic energy surged forth towards him. Divine force, the surging might of Xumi. A terrifying presence manifested, and with it, Lai Zhenbei's inner energy surged exponentially, forming a vortex of formidable energy. The incoming sound wave collided with this vortex. Boom. A cataclysm of power erupted. Lai Zhenbei staggered back a step, his expression darkening. The opposing sound wave had actually forced him to retreat. Master, your adversary is me. At that moment, the figure of the Taimu master from the esoteric sect appeared before Wang Xuemei. Vudrazen Sutra. Upon his arrival, the Taimu master uttered a low incantation. and a surge of scripture burst forth from his lips. The power of the scripture transformed into a wave of sound directed at Wang Huaiyuan. As this sonic force erupted, a terrifying golden apparition emerged behind him, presenting a blurred image of a Buddha. Clash! Wang Huaiyuan's hands danced over the zither strings, unleashing a torrent of sound waves that collided with the resonant voice of the sutra. The two forces clashed, generating invisible ripples that spread outward. Those nearby instinctively covered their heads, howling in agony. Even Su Chun, standing atop the rooftop, felt a powerful sonic wave assaulting his mind. Boom! A surge of inner energy erupted from Yuan Suyun, shielding Su Chun. In the aftermath of the sonic onslaught, many collapsed to the ground, clutching their heads. Su Chen's gaze shifted toward the distant, cold woman, who remained unaffected by the sonic waves. From this scenario, it appeared that the Qinglong society was not prepared for the might of Lai Zhenbei and was at a distinct disadvantage. Su Chen spoke, "This is merely the beginning." The cold woman replied, her eyes fixed intently on the battlefield. "Haha, it seems that you have no reinforcements. Today, I shall bury you all here." Lai Zhenbei's countenance twisted in a grotesque grin, brimming with madness. He probed for any other masters, who should have emerged by now, rather than Wang Huaiyuan attempting to thwart him. Just then, in the next instant, a streak of sword light abruptly appeared. The sword light was obsidian, slicing through the air as if the very fabric of space was condensed. This strike was rapid and domineering, reminiscent of Chu Jiangnan's swordsmanship, yet even more formidable. The one wielding it was Lu Xingyijian. To err on the side of caution, Lu Xingyijian and Xue Yiren had accompanied Su Chun to Tianjin City. With this strike, Lu Xingyijian amalgamated his divine aura and sword intent, fierce and swift. The surging might of Xumi. Lai Zhenbei reacted swiftly, regaining his composure in an instant. With a thunderous roar, he struck forth with a palm, aiming at the pitch-black sword light. One sword severing life and death, he declared, as Lu Xingyijian unleashed his blade with a low shout. The dark radiance soared into the air, and with a resounding clash, the force of Lai Zhenbei's palm met the sword's aura. He was pushed back several steps, as was Lu Xingyijian, who also staggered from the impact. Kill! Lu Xingyijian, undeterred by his previous failure, surged forward with renewed vigor. His long sword transformed into a shadowy blade, enveloping Lai Zhenbei. Lu Xingyijian. A hint of coldness flashed across Lai Zhenbei's face as he beheld his adversary's attack. Su Mi Tian Gang, Blood Fiend Heaven's End. Within him, the Su Mi true energy surged rapidly, igniting his vital essence with a thunderous roar. The crimson aura filled the heavens, transforming the sky into a blood-red expanse. Merging with the Su Mi Gang Qi, with a clenched fist, he unleashed the triple Blood Fiend Fist. One punch, two punches, three punches, within the blink of an eye. The terrifying potency of the Blood Fiend and Gang Qi coalesced within his fists. Boom! The descending black sword light shattered under the weight of his blows. Lu Xingyijian was again forced to retreat several steps, a trickle of blood oozing from his wrist as he gripped his longsword. Lu Xingyijian, you are still no match for me, Lai Zhenbei scoffed, his form a blur as he became a mere shadow. I shall eliminate you first. The sword sovereign of the Qinglong society will be buried here. With a single punch, he released a force akin to a mountain, the blood aura like an ocean, suppressing the sword energy surrounding Lu Xingyijian. Unyielding, Lu Xingyijian swung his sword, unwavering and resolute. The clash between the long sword and the fist reverberated through the air. Lu Xingyijian was again knocked back, his feet striking the ground forcefully before he managed to steady himself. Yet at that moment, the sword energy surrounding him began to dissipate, his breath unstable, and blood continued to flow from his hand. However, Lu Xingyijian's eyes sparkled with determination. Why does Li Wuxian not intervene? Seeing this situation, Su Chun felt a chill in his heart. Judging from the displayed strength, Lu Xingyijian was inferior to Lai Zhenbei. Continuing the battle would yield no victory for Lu Xingyijian, perhaps even leading to his demise. He pondered why Li Wuxian refrained from acting. His gaze involuntarily shifted to the icy woman beside him. The cold woman remained stoic, seemingly sensing Su Chen's stare. Lu Xingyijian is not Lai Zhenbei's opponent. If the Qinglong society does not produce other experts, they may indeed face defeat, especially since the strongest of the Lai family has yet to make a move. The strongest of the Lai family is not Lai Zhenbei? Su Chen queried, puzzled. Lai Zhenbei is formidable, yet the Lai family has an elder named Lai Tianxiong. rumored to possess the strength of a transcendent being, the cold woman elucidated. What? The power of a transcendent being? Su Chen's face reflected astonishment. In his heart, he understood why Li Wuxia had not yet appeared. He was likely awaiting the elder Ren Qianxing to take action. His gaze returned to Lu Xingyijian. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng sensed Lu Xingyijian's plight and moved to intervene, but Tang Mu spoke up before he could act. Master Qiao, are you eager to witness my prowess? Let us see whose technique prevails, my radiant sun 9 extremities palm or your 18 dragon subduing palms. As Tang Mu spoke, an aura of divine might erupted from his being. This potent energy radiated a searing heat, accompanied by a terrifying flame like true qi that enveloped him, particularly manifesting in his crimson glowing palms. With a swift motion, he surged forward. Radiant sun, blazing yang. Xiao Feng's gaze turned icy. His aura surged, and a formidable golden true qi erupted from within him, swirling like dragon shadows. Dragon subduing, heavenly suppression. With both warriors unleashing their dragon shadow, true qi, a thunderous clash ensued as their palms met. The air crackled with violent energy, and both combatants were momentarily forced back. In that instant of retreat, a torrent of ferocious energy erupted from within them, their auras reaching unprecedented heights as they let out a fierce roar. The power in their palms surged forth once more, flames igniting and energy dragons howling. The battleground erupted with a series of terrifying shockwaves, the atmosphere being violently torn apart as substantial waves of energy soared skyward, stirring the clouds. Excellent, excellent. Both Tang Mu and Xiao Feng, having been thrown back, bore expressions of exhilaration. Divine might, radiant Sunday. In this moment, Tang Mu unleashed the true power of his divine aura. A blazing sun radiated from him, inflating his true qi to such an extent that the surrounding air ignited into a vacuum under its fervent heat. It has been many years since I fought at full strength. I am curious to know the origins of your beggar's sect, Tang Mu inquired, gazing at Xiao Feng. The emergence of the beggar's sect had been quite sudden, perplexing many, including himself. The martial world is ever-changing, and so are the forces within it. Why should our beggar's sect not make its appearance? Xiao Feng replied, as his divine might surged forth, revealing 18 swirling dragon shadows. What a domineering aura! With such power, you are destined to become one of the dominators of this realm, Tang Mu remarked, observing the overwhelming force radiating from Xiao Feng. There exists a certain kinship amongst the strong. Radiant sun 9 extremities palm. As his words fell, Tang Mu unleashed a powerful strike. Flames erupting from his palms like a blazing sun, his energy swelling as if to rival the sun itself. 18 dragons subduing palms. At that moment, Xiao Feng also launched his attack, his true qi flowing like a torrent as he struck forth, transforming into 18 dragon shadows that clashed against Tang Mu's incoming palm. Boom. With the 18 dragons subduing palms and the radiant sun, both forces collided with an even more terrifying impact than before. Their palms met with a resounding crash. The ground beneath them shattered under the immense force, and a tempest swirled around them. Two figures stood firmly upon the ground, their feet sinking into the earth as they engaged in a fierce battle of terrifying strength. Around them, sand and stones were swept into a chaotic whirlwind, rendering it impossible to discern who would emerge victorious. Such raw power, such overwhelming ferocity. This Xiao Feng was able to match Tang Mu blow for blow, showing no signs of weakness. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were filled with awe. Tang Mu had risen to fame long ago, his red sun palm unparalleled in might, having vanquished numerous formidable opponents. This was what had established the Red Sun Hall as one of the two dominant factions. Though Xiao Feng had previously displayed immense strength, he had only recently gained recognition, and many had been skeptical of him. However, the tides had changed. The beggar's sect would undoubtedly emerge even stronger after this battle. This was the silent consensus among the crowd. Suddenly, as the spectators contemplated this, two formidable energies surged forth. Ling Luoshi of the Azure Dragon Society and Yuan Shishangxian, the grave of the dead. He scoffed, I wonder if your life has 9 lives. Ling Luoshi unleashed the full power of his 4-panel screen, igniting his ferocity. His palm struck out, a terrifying aura coalescing within, transforming into a terrifying force directed at Ming Jiozhong. How dare you flaunt your power before me, old man? Ming Jiozhong laughed maniacally, his deathly aura swelling as he transformed into a streak of light, charging towards Ling Luoshi. At that moment, Yuan Shixiangxian unleashed his heartbreak arrow, a silver glimmer shooting forth, aimed at Ming Jiuzhong. With a sharp focus, Ming Jiuzhong pivoted his palm to intercept the heartbreak arrow. The impact caused a tremendous explosion, momentarily stalling Ming Jiuzhong's movement. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Ling Luoshi, with lightning speed and flowing hair, appeared before him, an aura of ferocity radiating from his being. With a resounding clap, he brought down his palm, shattering the air with immense force. What a commendable technique! Ming Jiuzhong exclaimed, yet he remained unperturbed, raising his palm to counter. Their palms collided, his internal cold energy surging forth, a miasma of deathly aura enveloping the air. Kill! At this juncture, Yuan Shixiangxian let out a low cry. Channeling the power of his mountain scripture and the art of enduring humiliation, summoning the heartbreak arrow once more. A tempest arose, waves crashing violently. Observing this, the skull Ming Jiuzhong had toyed with earlier shot forth, colliding with the heartbreak arrow and resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. In the wake of the blast, Yuan Shixiangxian stepped forward, standing before Ming Jiuzhong. In this moment, he unleashed the recently mastered technique, the art of heavenly hatred. An overwhelming sense of hatred surged within him, igniting the mountain scripture's power. His body emitted crackling sounds as he grew larger, his bones popping like firecrackers. Receive my palm. With the residual force of the explosion aiding him, he struck out, his palm akin to thunder, heavy as 1,000 pounds. With suffocating hatred, he emerged. The countenance of Ming Jiuzhong shifted dramatically, a surge of deathly energy enveloping him as he forcefully repelled Ling Luoshi with a single strike. His aura intensified as his palm's energy coalesced, colliding with Yuan Shixiangxian's hand, resulting in a resounding explosion. Ming Jiuzhong staggered back several paces, his feet crashing against the ground, causing the stones beneath to splinter. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. As Ming Jiuzhong braced himself against Yuan Shixiangxian's palm, Ling Luoshi seized the moment to strike with the swiftness of a specter, channeling his true energy into a stone door that barreled toward his opponent. An anger ignited within Ming Jiuzhong's gaze as he realized he was being suppressed and had sustained injuries. 9 turns of life and death palm, he roared, unleashing his full power. His palm struck out, entwined with deathly energy, colliding with the stone door. The clash of their fierce energies created a thunderous roar, sending shockwaves that scattered debris across the ground. The force tore through the air like a tempest, rivaling the might of Qiao Feng and his companions. Ling Luoshi was jolted back, blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Yet, his expression remained unchanged as he surged forward, his power swelling. Meanwhile, Yuan Shixiangxian unleashed his strength, combining his fists and feet in a coordinated assault alongside Ling Luoshi against Ming Jiuzhong. The earlier oppressive aura had transformed into a relentless siege, a scenario no one could have anticipated. It remained uncertain whether Ming Jiuzhong possessed any hidden trump cards. From atop the roof, Su Qin spoke, glancing at the icy woman beside him. She possessed profound knowledge, and he was eager to hear her thoughts. It is over for him, the icy woman declared solemnly. Chapter 839, Lu Sheng's Sword, the demon blood unleashed, one sword to slay, shocking the north. Upon hearing her words, Su Qin was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a statement from her. Although Yuan Shixiangxian had only just entered the waters of concentration, his energy was formidable, and his heartbreaking little arrow was an exceptionally lethal technique. Not only was the arrow powerful, but the hatred he had just unleashed was equally terrifying. These two forces, compounded with Ling Luoshi's strength, rendered Ming Jiuzhong unable to defend against their combined onslaught, sealing his fate. Just as she spoke, Ling Luoshi's palm met Ming Jiuzhong's once more. In that moment, Yuan Shixiangxian refrained from attacking directly. Instead, he shifted behind Ling Luoshi, channeling his formidable energy into him. The impact sent Ming Jiuzhong reeling. As he staggered back, Yuan Shixiangxian's heartbreaking little arrow was unleashed once again. In an instant, it transformed into a flash of silver light. Ming Jiuzhong instinctively struck out to block the arrow with his palm. In that fleeting moment, Ling Luoshi pressed the advantage, and his aura began to shift dramatically, initially exuding a menacing flame that promised destruction. At that moment, an aura of terrifying majesty emanated from him, a presence so formidable that it seemed to rival the might of mountains and rivers. This was a stark contrast to the ferocity he exhibited earlier. Under this overwhelming force, There was an undeniable sensation that caused his adversaries to be intimidated by his spirit or pressured into submission, leading them to defeat without battle. General Ling Luosher let out a low growl, striking forth with his palm, declaring, "This." As he unleashed his hand, Ming Jiozhong felt an unsettling weight. Realizing the formidable nature of this blow, the deathly energy within him surged rapidly, rendering his already pallid complexion even more ashen. Yet, the power of his palm swelled as he countered with his own force. When their energies clashed, Yuan Shursin shot forward, delivering a powerful punch. The impact resonated forcefully, as Ming Jiozhong's internal energy formed a protective barrier to absorb the blow. However, as the barrier materialized to intercept the punch, a heart-piercing arrow manifested upon his arm. With a swift motion, the arrow pierced through the barrier, embedding itself within his body. Ming Jiozhong let out a low roar, his internal energy in disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Luosher advanced, his palm crashing into Ming Jiozhong's chest like a grinding wheel. The force sent him sprawling, blood erupting from the corner of his mouth. In that instant, another heart-piercing arrow emerged, penetrating his skull and pinning it to the ground. With a resounding explosion, the arrow detonated, shattering his head. The once arrogant Ming Jiozhong met his demise in this manner. Onlookers, witnessing this scene, were momentarily taken aback. The once dominant Ming Jiozhong had fallen. With his death, Ling Luosher and Yuan Shursin were liberated, their previously displayed strength proving to be overwhelming and formidable. At that moment, as Lai Jinbei engaged in combat with Lu Xingyijian, his gaze sharpened, and fury surged within him. He had not anticipated that Ming Jiozhong would fail to subdue Ling Luosher and Yuan Shursin, ultimately being slain by them. Meanwhile, he himself had been unable to overcome Lu Xingyijian for an extended period. With anger boiling within him, he unleashed another strike, a tempest of energy erupting forth. Lu Xingyijian's sword energy dissipated the force, causing him to stagger back several paces, his internal energy becoming increasingly unstable. Suddenly, a terrifying presence filled the manor. As this energy manifested, several figures hastily fled from within the estate, none other than Wen Xuan and his companions. Their faces were pale, having just encountered a formidable presence within the manor. As this aura enveloped the surroundings, a figure emerged from the estate, cloaked in a robe of purple and gold. His raven-black hair flowed in the wind, and his eyes were as dark as a black hole, his complexion slightly pale, yet radiating a formidable authority. It was Lai Tianxiong. Besides Su Chun, a cool, aloof woman regarded the approaching figure with a slight furrow of her brow. She had not anticipated Lai Tianxiong's arrival at this moment. "Ancestor." Upon encountering the individual, Lai Jinbei bowed respectfully to the newcomer. "Does it truly take this long to slay a single person? Should I lend a hand?" Lai Tianxiong remarked, gazing at Lai Jinbei. Upon hearing his words, Lai Jinbei's gaze shifted towards Lu Xingyijian, a fierce intent surging within his eyes. His profound, true energy began to manifest, exuding an overwhelming aura of lethal intent. With a powerful strike, he unleashed his murderous energy. Lu Xingyijian's expression hardened, his residual sword energy erupting within him as he executed a swift strike. A resounding crash echoed as he was sent flying backward, blood spewing from his mouth. His long blade embedded in the ground, his arm trembling. Yet, in that moment, a look of shock crossed his face. The drop of demonic blood that had previously merged within him seemed to pulse to life, surfacing in his veins, a terrifying black aura enveloping him. This dark energy radiated with a horrific power, and Lu Xingyijian let out a low growl, imbued with a disquieting force. What was happening? Observers turned their gazes towards Lu Xingyijian, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. As the demonic blood stirred, the vitality within Lu Xingyijian began to boil. Waves of crimson energy surging forth. His eyes transformed to a blood-red hue. With his long sword raised once more, the energy flowed into it, accompanied by a dreadful intent that surged within. "I shall slay you." Lu Xingyijian's voice resonated deeply. Lai Jinbei's expression faltered, sensing an immense terror as his own power began to swell rapidly, seemingly breaking free from unseen restraints. In the expanse of heaven and earth, a celestial gate faintly materialized. Yet, at the moment the gate appeared, Lu Xingyijian had already launched his strike. As the terrifying sword light emerged, an eerie silence enveloped the world, as if obscuring the celestial gate itself. Then the black sword light descended. Boom! Lai Jinbei was enveloped by the dark radiance. following the sword light's passage. The celestial gate vanished from the sky, while Lai Jinbei remained standing, unmoving, his gaze fixed on Lu Xingyijian. "What is that power?" he inquired. His eyes locked onto Lu Xingyijian. At this moment, Lu Xingyijian coughed blood, his long sword shattered, veins bursting on his arms. The power of the demonic blood was overwhelming. He had been slowly absorbing it, but this time, under Lai Jinbei's complete suppression, the ferocity of the demonic blood surged, merging with his own blood, culminating in this devastating strike. However, it had inflicted severe injuries upon him, and merely standing was a feat in itself. Seeing Lu Xingyijian silent, Lai Jinbei intended to speak again, but with a resounding crash, his body was cleaved in two. Witnessing this, Lai Tianxiong's eyes blazed with fury as he directed a palm strike towards Lu Xingyijian, exclaiming, "I have awaited you for a long time." Just then, a figure appeared before Lu Xingyijian, raising a hand to effortlessly neutralize Lai Tianxiong's attack. Chapter 840. The malevolent god Li Wuxie dominates the scene. Ancestor of the Lai family makes his move with a simple gesture. The ancestor of the Lai family shattered Lai Tianxiong's power. The Qinglong society also harbored formidable warriors who had yet to intervene. Upon the arrival of a certain figure, the spectators' gazes sharpened, all fixated on the individual who had made the decisive strike. This figure was an elderly man, his hair as white as snow, clad in a long black robe. Though his aura appeared tranquil, it exuded a disquieting presence that sent chills down one's spine, imbued with a sinister quality that inspired fear. "Take him away," the newly appeared figure commanded. A silhouette materialized beside Lu Xingyijian, revealing himself to be Huaiyuan, who had accompanied Lu Xingyijian. Utilizing the clarity of the sword heart grass from the sacred sword lake to consolidate his divine might, Huaiyuan stepped into the sea, supporting Lu Xingyijian as they swiftly departed. "There truly are strong warriors," the cold-eyed woman beside Su Chen remarked, her expression one of astonishment at the sight. "I wonder what position he holds within the Qinglong society. Could he be the great dragon head?" She pondered aloud. "Perhaps not," Su Chen interjected, keen to discern the identity of the man. "His power is formidable. Although I have yet to encounter the second dragon head, Li Xuanhuan, I can ascertain that this individual surpasses others in strength. If he were not the great dragon head, it would seem rather implausible." From the woman's words, it was evident that she held a keen interest in the Qinglong society. The chief responsibility for this matter lay with Ling Luoshi, the head of the first hall within the 12 halls of the Qinglong society. Aside from Lu Xingyijian, who was a sword sovereign, all others were hall masters, suggesting that this man might also be a hall master. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the cold-eyed woman furrowed her brow slightly. Meanwhile, Lai Tianxiong directed a cold inquiry towards the newcomer. "Who are you?" "I am Li Wuxie, the master of the 12-moon hall of the Qinglong society," the figure replied. "Your strength cannot merely be that of a hall master," Lai Tianxiong remarked, astonished at Li Wuxie's prowess. "What is impossible about it?" The 12 halls of the Qinglong society, while subordinate to the dragon heads, do not imply that the strength of the hall masters is inferior to that of the dragon heads. "My lineage has consistently held the position of master of the 12-moon hall," Li Wuxie stated. "Is there something significant about this 12-moon hall master position?" Lai Tianxiong's gaze sharpened as he processed Li Wuxie's words. "Indeed, it represents the pinnacle of strength within the 12-moon hall. For the Lai family to summon me is a matter of honor. You emanate an aura that suggests the presence of a formidable being beyond the mortal realm. Utilize it, or you shall find no opportunity to do so." Li Wuxie fixed his gaze upon Lai Tianxiong. "You." Lai Tianxiong's expression darkened at Li Wuxie's assertion. "April Hall Master, do not hold back. Eliminate that bald donkey with all your might," Li Wuxie commanded, his attention shifting away from Lai Tianxiong to Wang Xuemei. At Li Wuxie's words, Wang Xuemei nodded, her eyes sharpening with determination. The adept of the Dashan Temple, possessing strength comparable to his own, is also adept in the manipulation of sound waves and is adorned with a remarkable defensive treasure. This artifact is no ordinary item. Without unleashing her full potential, she cannot vanquish her opponent. Previously, she refrained from exerting her utmost strength, fearing the emergence of additional formidable adversaries. For once she fully unleashed her power, it would dissipate swiftly, leaving her unable to continue the battle. Now, however, with Li Wuxie's appearance, she can fully unleash her might. What? The April Home Master has not exerted her full strength. Could there be more hidden techniques? At this moment, The onlookers fixate their gaze upon Wang Xuemei, whose expression turns icy as she directs her eyes towards the adept of the Taixin temple. Energy swirls around her, and a surge of power manifests within her palm. This energy weaves through her fingers, settling upon the Tianma. Boom! In that instant, a terrifying wave of sound erupts from the Tianma, resonating like the roar of a dragon. As this dragon's roar reverberates, the world descends into darkness. The adept of the Taixin temple's demeanor shifts as he is enveloped in a dreadful melody. Though it is a sound, it carries an ominous intent, infused with murderous energy. In that moment, he lets out a low growl, and a radiant light envelopes him, forming a colossal barrier of qi. Heavenly dragon wave, he exclaims, his voice reverberating with a Buddhist chant. Clang! Wang Xuemei moves swiftly, unleashing 8 powerful sound waves in an instant. The Buddhist resonance emitted by the adept is obliterated beneath this sound wave, colliding against the barrier of qi, which shatters immediately. The force of the impact strikes the adept, who, despite conjuring a layer of defense against the sound waves, is overwhelmed by their immense power, causing him to stagger back, blood spilling from his mouth. In that fleeting moment of retreat, Wang Xuemei leaps into the air, her sound waves continuing to surge forth. The adept can barely withstand the onslaught. Suddenly, a silver string from the qin darts forth, accompanied by the sound waves, its presence undetectable within the energy. Just as the adept stabilizes his form and attempts to counter the string with his palm, a flash of silver light pierces through his throat. His movements falter, and the silver string returns. Wang Xuemei strikes down upon his head. Bang! The energy surges from his cranium into his body, resulting in a catastrophic explosion, leaving behind only a cassock, which she seizes in her grasp as she returns to her previous position. Meanwhile, Tang Mu, engaged in combat with Xiao Feng, senses this shift and his expression changes. He unleashes a palm strike to repel Xiao Feng, attempting to escape into the distance. You think you can leave? A voice calls out as a hand shoots forward, releasing a wave of energy akin to a divine dragon from the depths of the sea. A swirling column of red and white energy rushes towards him. Tang Mu's countenance shifts as he prepares to counter, but upon contact, a torrent of ferocious flames surges into his palm. As he resisted, a sudden chill erupted, instantly enveloping his arm in a layer of dark ice. Alarmed, he found himself face to face with Xiao Feng. Fleeing is the act of the weak. Defeat me, and perhaps you may escape, but running away is not an option. With a thunderous clap, his palm struck the opponent's chest. With a resounding thud, Tang Mu was sent crashing to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. His eyes filled with unwillingness as he collapsed. At this moment, the atmosphere grew tense. The Lai family, the 36 foreign tribes, and the powerful allies they had summoned, none were left alive. The 12th master of the Qinglong society, Li Wuxia, was overwhelmingly powerful. His gaze turned to the ancestor of the Lai family, Ren Qianxing. It's your turn. I grant you this opportunity. Li Wuxia addressed Ren Qianxing. You. Upon hearing Li Wuxia's words, Ren Qianxing's expression twisted in rage. At this juncture, he had no choice but to unleash all his might and attempt to eliminate Li Wuxia. If I can kill one, then that will suffice. He roared, a surge of energy not his own radiating from him. The earth trembled. Boom. As the world shifted, the ethereal image of the heavenly gate reappeared. To think that in recent times, the heavenly gate had manifested multiple times, all due to the emergence of new forces. The cold woman beside Su Chen spoke, her gaze fixated on the spectral heavenly gate, a glimmer of light flickering in her eyes. Indeed, the heavenly gate has been appearing frequently lately. I am curious as to what lies beyond it. Noticing her mention of the heavenly gate, Su Chen couldn't help but inquire. From her words, it was clear that the cold woman possessed significant knowledge about it. The heavenly gate serves as both a barrier and a form of protection. However, beyond it lies a world far more brutal. Your aura is unusual. You have the ability to shatter the heavenly gate and escape. Yet perhaps remaining in this world would be a wiser choice, for life can be exceedingly fragile, she remarked. Upon hearing this, Su Chen was taken aback. He had always sensed that the cold woman was extraordinary, and her words suggested her identity was far more complex than he had initially believed. However, previously, Ren Qianxing of the Tianya Pavilion had broken through the heavenly gate to leave. Wasn't the heavenly gate a realm that martial artists aspired to reach? It was rumored that even the sword master of the sacred sword lake wished to tread upon it. Ren Qianxing from the Tianya Pavilion is indeed remarkable, If he were to grow within the heavenly gate, he would undoubtedly become a formidable force. Yet, I wonder if he can truly rise to prominence. I've heard no tales of the Tianya Pavilion among the human factions within the heavenly gate. Sometimes, a genius without a solid foundation struggles to ascend. The cold woman replied. May I ask for your name, fair lady, as you hail from beyond the heavenly gate? Su Chun inquired, astonished by her assessment of Ren Qianxing. I am Li Hanxiu, she stated. She did not conceal her name. Upon hearing the woman's words, Su Chen's expression altered. Li Hanxiu, the newly appointed master of the Tomb of the Dead, could this cold woman be the new master? To achieve such a position at such a young age stirred something within Su Chun. Boom. Just as Su Chun pondered, a phantom of the heavenly gate erupted in the void, growing increasingly ominous. The entire space became exceptionally oppressive. A terrifying force coalescing as if locking onto the aura of the one about to unleash it. Amidst this atmosphere, Li Wujie remained unperturbed, his gaze fixed on the surging aura of Li Tianxiu. Despite the escalating energy enveloping him, it remained concentrated at a singular point. Are you afraid of the power of the heavenly gate descending? Li Wujie inquired, observing Li Tianxiu. Yet such power poses no threat to me, he continued, his eyes unwavering. Hearing Li Wujie's words, Li Tianxiu's expression darkened. Then receive my strike first. Li Tian, for symbols, sword seal, he shouted, his voice resonating with intensity as he lifted his palm. Terrifying true energy rapidly converging at its center. Boom. Within his hand, the true energy coalesced, forming 4 sword shadows, each adorned with the spectral visages of fierce beasts. As these 4 sword shadows emerged, an overwhelming aura of slaughter permeated the air. For symbols, sword seal. It appears the Lai family has some connection to the 4 symbols sword palace of Huangzhou, the cold woman remarked, her voice cutting through the tension. Hearing her words, Su Chen's heart stirred. The 4 fierce beast shadows appeared, with 2 merging into the sword shadows. Boom. The 2 sword shadows descended upon Li Wujie. Only 2? It seems you cannot unleash your full strength, Li Wujie remarked, shaking his head slightly, a hint of regret evident. However, true energy within him began to circulate rapidly, his divine might surging forth instantaneously. A hand manifested within this divine force, radiating a hint of golden, somewhat Buddhist aura, starkly contrasting the malevolent energy emanating from Li Wujie. Yet, inexplicably, there was no sense of dissonance emanating from him. As the hand appeared, it struck forth, channeling all terrifying true energy and divine might into it. A colossal palm print materialized. Heavenly Buddha palm. Li Wujie intoned, unleashing the palm to collide with the descending sword shadows. Boom. The massive palm print impacted the 2 sword shadows, which seemed to bear an immense burden. They held for but a moment before shattering into fragments. As the sword shadows broke apart, Li Tianxiu's expression shifted dramatically, a muffled groan escaping his throat as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Unleash your full power. And with the assistance of the heavenly gate, let us battle, Li Wujie declared coldly, his voice reverberating through the air. Li Wujie's strength was formidable. It was a pity he was somewhat advanced in age. Otherwise, with such power, upon entering the heavenly gate, he would undoubtedly become a formidable force if he survived. Observing Li Wujie in the arena, the cold woman spoke solemnly. Miss Li implies that you are capable of dealing with Li Wujie. Su Chen observed Li Hanxiu's remarks regarding Li Wujie and could not help but comment. Li Hanxiu spoke with considerable bravado. I am not his match at present, he replied. If not now, then was it in the past? Is it possible that Li Hanxiu descended from the heavenly gate? Su Chen pondered. Even if I must perish, I shall slay you. A thunderous roar erupted from Li Tianxiu. His aura, previously restrained at the critical threshold, surged forth in an instant. At that moment, it seemed as if the heavenly gate sensed its target. Instantly, a terrifying force of thunder descended. For symbols, sword seal, reverse. Li Tianxiu bellowed, forming seals with his hands. For streams of true energy surged forth, transforming into 4 sword shadows, each shadow fleetingly revealing the terrifying visage of ferocious beasts. Boom. The first force from the heavenly gate descended, yet it was vanquished by the 4 sword intents that reversed its course. Unity, annihilate. Li Tianxiu clasped his hands, and the 4 sword shadows coalesced into a singular, pitch-black sword radiance. With a single strike, he cleaved through the void, plunging the world into silence. An overwhelming darkness enveloped everything. Heavenly Buddha, the world awakens. In this moment, The aura surrounding the malevolent god Li Wuxia surged dramatically, an immense power erupting forth. The heavenly gate sensed the strength within Li Wuxia. Boom! A force descended directly, yet en route, it was shattered by the terrifying might of Li Wuxia's palm, obliterating the power of the heavenly gate. He struck towards the sword shadow, and a cataclysmic force radiated outward. The entire realm seemed to succumb to disaster. The space engulfed in darkness as an energy storm raged. Boom! The provoked power of the heavenly gate erupted once more, a terrifying force descending like a torrential downpour of thunder. Amidst this tempest of thunder, Ren Qianxing let out a wail, while the malevolent god Li Wuxia emitted a low growl. He did not attempt to resist the thunderous might unleashed by the heavenly gate, allowing it to assail him unimpeded. The sound of sizzling erupted from his form, as if he were disintegrating, plummeting to the ground, his entire being appearing as though it were melting away. In that moment, the power from the heavenly gate faded, the world returning to normal. All eyes turned towards the scorched figure of Li Wuxia, who had not resisted and allowed the thunder to bombard him. What was his intention? The cold woman's expression reflected astonishment. Amid her surprise, Li Wuxia miraculously rose to his feet. He had just unleashed his ultimate skill, Fang Huaiyuan. This technique, a supreme and unparalleled secret art practiced by the malevolent god, enabled him to halt all bodily functions, safeguarding a sliver of consciousness with a wisp of true energy. Through this thread of awareness, he sought to absorb some of the heavenly thunder's power for further study of the heavenly gate. Gazing at the standing Li Wuxia, the cold woman's eyes revealed a look of horror. I retract my previous statement. For such a reckless individual with terrifying vitality, entering the heavenly gate is most fitting and will yield remarkable development. In a serene and chilly tone, the woman spoke. Chapter 842, Above the Heavenly Gate. In the 12 states of humanity. Upon hearing Li Hanxiu's words, Su Chun was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Li Hanxiu held such a high regard for Li Wuxia, the 12th master of the Qinglong Society. Miss Li, you have such confidence in Li Wuxia? Su Chun inquired. Few throughout history possessed the ability to shake the heavenly gate with their own flesh. How could one not hold such an individual in esteem? Li Hanxiu replied. After conversing for some time, I remain unaware of how to address you, she then remarked, turning her gaze towards Su Chun. I am Su Chun, and I have the honor of meeting the master of the dead man's tomb, Li Hanxiu. In that moment, Su Chun elucidated her identity. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of surprise danced in the depths of Li Hanxiu's beautiful eyes, but it was soon replaced by calmness. It appears you knew my identity from the outset. I am curious as to how you discerned it, she said, looking intently at Su Chun. When I was in Jinling City, I learned that the newly appointed master of the dead man's tomb is named Li Hanxiu. Given your appearance here, your evident interest in the Qinglong Society, and your familiarity with the individuals of the dead man's tomb, along with your name, if I could not deduce your identity, it would indeed be a great failure on my part, Su Chun replied softly. Are you not afraid I might take your life? At such close quarters, I would need only a single strike to end you, Li Hanxiu observed, sensing a formidable aura emanating from Su Chun. If Miss Li intended to kill me, there would be no need for words. You would act directly. However, even at this proximity, should you attempt to strike, it would be you who meets your demise. Su Chun asserted, confidence radiating from his demeanor. Young Master Su, you certainly possess remarkable confidence, she remarked, her beautiful eyes flickering slightly. If you doubt my words, you are welcome to test them, Su Chun replied with a smile. It seems I cannot act against you. To be honest, young Master Su, I must express my gratitude. I appreciate the Qinglong Society's assistance in eliminating certain individuals, thus allowing me to better control the dead man's tomb, Li Hanxiu said, tempering her aura. Indeed, it appears Miss Li's grasp over the dead man's tomb is somewhat lacking. Might I request a brief discussion? Su Chun inquired, observing Li Hanxiu. He suspected that she had descended from the heavenly gate and was aware of matters concerning it. Su Chun was eager to glean insights from her, especially since he sensed her desire for engagement. In a tranquil tea house, Su Chun sat opposite Li Hanxiu. Once she removed her veil, her appearance was strikingly cold and exquisite. Miss Li, did you come merely to observe the battle? He asked. Indeed, I came only to witness the contest and to assess the strength of the Qinglong Society. Initially, my intention in approaching young Master Su was to incorporate you into the dead man's tomb, Li Hanxiu replied with a smile. To invite me to join the dead man's tomb? Su Chun responded, a hint of confusion in his voice. Young Master Su, your aura is resplendent, far surpassing that of typical practitioners at the Dantian transformation stage. Such a young powerhouse is certainly someone I wish to draw into the dead man's tomb. I never anticipated that you would be the young dragon leader of the Azure Dragon Society. I wonder, esteemed young leader Su, which human faction did you train under atop the Celestial Gate? Li Hanqiu inquired, observing Su Chen. The young leader of the Azure Dragon Society has demonstrated a formidable ability that can only be wielded by the strongest among the Celestial Gate, and moreover, this individual must still be alive. Hence, her question. To be frank, I am also unaware. I merely stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity, which enabled me to ascend to the position of young dragon leader within the Azure Dragon Society. My understanding of the Celestial Gate is exceedingly limited. Miss Li, you must have descended from the Celestial Gate. Could you perhaps elucidate some specifics regarding it? If not for the desire to glean information about the Celestial Gate from Li Hanqiu, he would likely be currently engaged in extracting the essence of fortune from the ancestral lands of the 36 alien races. A fortuitous opportunity. It appears to be an extraordinary chance bestowed by a powerful entity from the Celestial Gate. This opportunity is indeed remarkable. I can provide you with a general overview of the Celestial Gate. It encompasses a far more expansive realm, the exact dimensions of which remain unclear. The known territories are inhabited by three dominant races: humans, wild beasts, and demons. These three factions are perpetually embroiled in conflict, vying for resources. As for the wild beasts and demons, I shall refrain from elaborating. You will come to know them in due time. The human territories are divided into 12 provinces: Tianzhou, Laizhou, Zhongzhou, Qingzhou, Huangzhou, Shenzhou, Yinzhou, Yuzhou, Yuezhou, Hanhai, Xiuyu, and Liaishazu. The recent destruction of the Lai family by the Azure Dragon Society is likely linked to the Four Symbols Sword Palace in Huangzhou. To occupy these 12 provinces, does it imply that humans hold supremacy atop the Celestial Gate? Su Chen remarked. Human supremacy? How could that be? Humans are inherently frail, while demons and wild beasts possess innate advantages. With their inherent superiority, they undoubtedly seize more resources and exhibit greater strength. Among the three races, humans are the weakest. However, in the past 100,000 years, our race has witnessed the emergence of two great emperors, thus retaining a competitive edge in terms of ultimate combat strength. Li Hanqiu responded, I did not expect this revelation. Su Chen spoke in a solemn tone. Yet, it aligns perfectly with the information I previously received. Li Hanqiu did not deceive him. And what of our world? Su Chen asked, somewhat perplexed. This world was forged by the great emperors of humanity to safeguard our kind, an ember left behind to ensure our survival against the threat of extinction. In the past, before his demise, the venerable Thunder Emperor of our race sacrificed his life to create this realm. The Celestial Gate serves as the threshold established by the Thunder Emperor for this world. As Li Hanqiu spoke of the Thunder Emperor, a profound reverence illuminated her expression. Is there but one such world? Su Chen interjected, interrupting her reverent demeanor. There are three. This is merely one of them. The other two were also created upon the fall of two great emperors. Li Hanqiu explained. From your words, I gather that the emperors are indeed the mightiest beings, yet even they have perished. Indeed, the realm above the heavenly gate is merciless, Su Chen remarked, shaking his head. It is indeed harsh. Li Hanqiu gazed at Su Chen, inquiring whether Su Xiaolong intended to enter the heavenly gate. How could that be possible? Although this world is quite splendid, life is finite, and I am in pursuit of eternal existence, Su Chen responded. In the pursuit of supremacy with capable subordinates, he could achieve his goals. His desire was solely for longevity, to remain undying and imperishable, thus becoming a sovereign of the world in his own right. I wish to ask you something, Miss Li. I am curious as to why you have come to this realm. There are many others from the heavenly gate within this world. Su Chen voiced his perplexity. Despite the harshness of the heavenly gate, the human race occupies 12 states, implying the presence of numerous formidable factions. Thus it stands to reason that individuals should not be sent here unnecessarily. I was pursued and gravely injured, fleeing here. This place is governed by the edicts of the emperors, which restricts one's strength. As for others, some seek to hone their skills, while others are exiled. Often, these two purposes intertwine. After all, not everyone can open the heavenly gate and leave this place, Li Hanqiu explained. Su Chen grasped the implications behind Li Hanqiu's words. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind. Could it be that Li Hanxiu possesses an aura of fortune? After all, she bore 5 orange lottery cards. Immediately, Su Chen drew from his 5 orange lottery cards, acquired the musical technique Linglong Juexiang, 12 chapters, obtained the musical skill 7 absolute melodies, gained the full prowess of the character Huaiyuan from Huanhua Shijinlu, obtained the character Yin Nanfeng, and acquired the character Gainye. Upon witnessing the rewards he had obtained, Su Chen was taken aback. Indeed, Li Hanxiu exuded the essence of a fortunate individual, as she had bestowed upon him such an abundance of rewards. 2 sets of musical techniques, Linglong Juexiang, 12 chapters, a powerful sword technique coveted by the sword Saint Beitang Ao, and 7 absolute melodies, a supreme skill from the Majian Xingtai known to penetrate innate vital energies, were now in his possession. If these musical techniques were bestowed upon Wang Xuemei, her capabilities would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. The character Purple-Robed Marquis from Huanhua Shijinlu is nameless, seemingly omnipotent, and enigmatic. Yet his prowess rivals that of the white-clad man of the Eastern Sea, with Huaiyuan acquiring the full power of such a figure. Her strength would likely reach the pinnacle of concentration amidst the ocean. Yin Nanfeng, a character from Tianyang Mingyue Dao, is renowned as the foremost figure on the Wulin celebrity list, serving as the substitute for Gong Ziyu. In the television adaptation, he mastered the Great Sadness rhyme. While in the novel, his character is depicted with a degree of tragedy, lacking the ambition portrayed in the series. In the narrative, Yin Nanfeng embodies a carefree and unrestrained spirit, a solitary hero aware of his own heart. However, he remains a mere puppet under the control of Gong Ziyu, a sorrowful and lamentable piece on the chessboard of martial arts. Naturally, one who ascends to the top of the Wulin celebrity list must possess formidable strength. Su Chen cast a glance at the strength of his counterpart. A fleeting glimmer passed through Yin Nanfei's eyes, revealing that his strength was indeed that of a top-tier expert in the realm of the sea, marking the arrival of yet another Hall Master among the 12 Hall Masters. Su Chen pondered this, his gaze ultimately resting upon Gainye. Gainye, a character from the animated series Qin Shi Mingyu and Tianxing Jiugu, was a master of the Zongheng school and a disciple of the Ghost Valley sword technique. His swordsmanship was unparalleled, earning him the revered title of Sword Saint within the martial world. He exuded an air of calmness, approached matters with composure, and upheld justice with a heart for the world. He was a brother-in-arms with Wei Zhuang. Su Chen was curious about Gainye's true strength, which was at the pinnacle of the sea realm, on the verge of breaking through, with notes indicating a potential breakthrough. Remarkable. A smile brightened Su Chen's face. Opposite him, Li Hanxiu noticed Su Chen's grin and felt a tinge of confusion. Has Su Xiaolong thought of something pleasant? She inquired. Indeed. I must express my gratitude to Miss Li for enlightening me about the situation above the heavenly gate. However, I have another matter I wish to discuss with you. Miss Li, what might that be? It concerns your perspective on the Zhou Emperor. Su Chen felt an inexplicable confusion regarding the current state of the Great Zhou dynasty. The Zhou Emperor was the 13th son of the ruler of the Great Zhou Empire, one of the 5 great celestial dynasties of Yuzhou, and it seemed that something had transpired in the past that led to his spirit being cast down into this world. As for his current condition, I cannot say much, as I have only recently entered this realm. However, upon reviewing some materials, I find myself perplexed by the Zhou Emperor's current state, Li Hanxiu responded. You share my perplexity. It appears that our Zhou Emperor may be plotting something. Yet, as the sovereign of this world, what more could he possibly seek? Su Chen found himself at a loss. In the capital, within the residence of the 7th prince, Lu Yu appeared dazed, staring blankly at the confidential report in his hands, momentarily at a loss for words. In his near vicinity stood Gongsun Mingjing, who, upon observing Lu Yu's expression, furrowed his brow slightly. Your Highness, what does the report state? The report had been directly presented to Lu Yu. He had not yet perused its contents. At this moment, Lu Yu felt a dryness in his throat, tremblingly placing the letter on the table. He reached for a cup of clear tea nearby and downed it in one go before he finally spoke. The Lai family and the 36 alien clans are finished. Both the Lai family's ancestor and Lai Zhenbei are dead. Not only have they perished, but the leaders of the 36 alien clans, along with those they summoned, have also met their demise. All of them. After uttering these words, Lu Yu leaned back in his chair, his body feeling somewhat limp. The fall of the Lai family struck him profoundly. Boom. Gongsun Mingjing stood before him, visibly shaken, struggling to comprehend the news. He took the report in hand and began to read. Upon finishing, his complexion turned ashen, filled with a bitter expression. The 12th Hall Master of the Qinglong Society, Li Wuxia, is incredibly powerful, able to slay the Lai family ancestor with a single strike, and ultimately withstood the Heavenly Gate. Reading the contents of the report, Gongsun Mingjing found it hard to believe, grappling with the acceptance of such a conclusion. Leaning back against his chair, Lu Yu gradually calmed his racing heart. We are about to retract. Inform everyone to be on guard. Do not give others a chance. Prince Lu Yu spoke in a somber tone. Your Highness, there is no need for such pessimism. We have indeed prepared for both outcomes, victory and defeat. Although the Lai family and the 36 foreign clans have fallen, the members of the Qinglong Society have slain the Heavenly Eye Master of the Great Compassion Temple. The Heavenly Eye Master is a disciple of the National Master Tianmi, who is the leader of the esoteric sect. The previous incident involving the Qinglong Society has created some discord with the Crown Prince, which presents us with an opportunity to engage with Master Tianmi, Gongsun Mingjing articulated. Upon hearing Gongsun Mingjing's words, the previously despondent expression of Prince Lu Yu suddenly brightened. He straightened his posture once more. This is indeed an opportunity. If we can gather support from the Ministry of Personnel and the esoteric sect, then even if the Lai family has perished, my losses will be minimal. However, the Qinglong Society is rather formidable, Prince Lu Yu remarked gravely. Your Highness, we currently have no other options. If we do not collaborate with the Ministry of Personnel and the esoteric sect, you will have no choice but to withdraw from the imperial contest, Gongsun Mingjing asserted. Withdraw? How can I, Lu Yu, possibly withdraw? Lu Yu's eyes gleamed with a fierce light upon hearing this. Your Highness, there are individuals seeking an audience. Here is their invitation. At that moment, a servant hurriedly entered. Lu Yu opened the invitation in his hand, his gaze sharpening slightly. Show them in, Lu Yu commanded. Yes. The servant promptly exited. The people from the Longevity Society. Lu Yu murmured after the servant had left. What? The Longevity Society? Gongsun Mingjing beside him was taken aback, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Before long, two figures were ushered into the hall by the servant, one male and one female. The man was tall and, while not conventionally handsome, possessed a unique allure, especially his deep-set eyes radiating a chilling glimmer. The woman was a slender young lady with alluring curves, clad in somewhat revealing attire. Her long, fair legs were tantalizingly visible beneath a nearly transparent skirt. Particularly, her ample bosom, enveloped by a layer of gauze, was quite enticing. And her beauty exuded an endless charm as she walked in alongside the man. Greetings, Your Highness. I am Luo Chong, and this is my junior sister, Lu Liner. We are registered disciples of the leader of the Longevity Society. The young man greeted Lu Yu and introduced himself. Chapter 844, The Heavenly Yin Sect. One of the four great evil sects, conspires. You two possess remarkable courage to arrive in the capital at such a time. Are you not afraid that I shall apprehend you and hand you over to the Heavenly Monitor? They have been seeking your Longevity Society for quite some time. Prince Lu Yu's eyes glinted with coldness. Under Lu Yu's piercing gaze, Luo Chong and Lu Liner maintained their composure. Your Highness, we are merely registered disciples of the Longevity Society. Capturing us would yield no valuable information, they replied calmly. Moreover, our audacity to meet your Highness signifies that we are indeed prepared. Our ostensible identities are disciples of the Tianyin sect, Luo Chong remarked. Upon hearing Luo Chong's words, the seventh prince's gaze sharpened slightly. It was unexpected that these two not only served as registered disciples of the Chongqing Association, but were also disciples of the Tianyin sect, one of the four great evil sects. The connection between the Tianyin sect and the Chongqing Association? The seventh prince, Lu Yu, yearned to glean some insight from this. If we collaborate, you shall be informed in due course. Luo Chong deftly sidestepped the question. Collaborate? What could you possibly offer me? Lu Yu inquired, scrutinizing Luo Chong. Your Highness, we can facilitate your connection with the leader of the Mind sect, the esteemed Master Tianmi, Luo Chong stated. At this, the seventh prince's expression grew serious. He had been contemplating leveraging the matter of Master Tianmu of the Daishin Temple to establish a relationship with Master Tianmi, and now the opportunity had presented itself directly. With an offer of assistance. To connect me with Master Tianmi is no trivial request. I see you have considerable ambitions. Pray, enlighten me on your intentions. Lu Yu scrutinized the two men. We merely seek a small favor from your Highness, Luo Chong replied earnestly. A small favor? I suspect your request is far from trivial. Lu Yu retorted coldly. For your highness, it is indeed a minor task. Recently, the head of the Tianjin division, Ren Qianxing, will return to the capital with several individuals, notably the personal servants of Fang Huaiyuan, the leader of the association. We, the Changsheng Association, do not wish for these individuals to return safely to the capital, Luo Chong disclosed. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's pupils constricted sharply. It appeared that you fear the exposure of your association's whereabouts. These individuals are of significant importance, and eliminating them would prove quite challenging, he mused, furrowing his brow. Rest assured, Your Highness, you need not lift a finger in this matter. Merely keep track of their movements, and we shall take care of the rest without troubling you, the young man assured. At this, Lu Yu's brow furrowed slightly. Your Highness, with the Liao family and the 36 alien races annihilated by the Qinglong Association, you require formidable allies. By assisting us, not only will you forge a connection with Master Tianmi, but you will also establish a partnership with both the Tianjin sect and the Changxing Association. This could significantly bolster your claim to the throne. At this juncture, the enchanting Lu Liner, standing beside Luo Chong, interjected softly. Her voice a delicate melody that exuded an irresistible allure, captivating the seventh prince's attention. Moreover, I practice the Tianjin sect's yin-yang harmonious union technique, which can aid you in surmounting your current obstacles. Her boldness, paired with her alluring demeanor, evoked a myriad of enticing imaginings. If that is the case, I find myself intrigued. You shall remain in my residence today. Luo Chong, I consent to your proposed collaboration. Attend to our esteemed guests and escort them to the rear courtyard for their repose. Lu Yu commanded his attendants. Then we are most grateful, Your Highness. Luo Chong respectfully bowed and followed the attendant outside. What are your thoughts on this matter? Lu Yu's gaze became remarkably clear. Your Highness, this is advantageous for us. The relationship between Princess Murong and the fourth prince is well known. Once Princess Murong establishes her foothold in the Tianjin division, it will not bode well for us. Furthermore, when Princess Murong travels to Luoyang, she will encounter Su Chun, the young leader of the Qinglong Association. Perhaps the affairs of the Lai family are also connected to Princess Murong? It is possible that the Qinglong Association's actions against the Lai family, annihilating their 36 clans, are aided by Princess Murong to weaken your power, Your Highness. Gong Sun Mingjing spoke in a hushed tone. Upon hearing Gong Sun Mingjing's words, the seventh prince Lu Yu's eyes darkened with a hint of shadow. I see. You will receive the two of them and further probe their intentions. I need to discern their true motives and contemplate how to proceed with this matter, commanded Lu Yu. Understood. Gong Sun Mingjing bowed to Lu Yu before exiting the hall. In the rear courtyard of the royal residence, in a small side courtyard, Lu Liner and Luo Chong were settled. I never expected the charm of my junior sister to remain irresistible. I believe Lu Yu will soon be captivated by her, Luo Chong remarked, gazing at Lu Liner. Do not underestimate Lu Yu. He is not easily swayed by my influence. Our purpose here remains to fulfill our master's command, to eliminate Murong Qianxin and the individuals she brings back from Jiangnan, Lu Liner replied. As long as Lu Yu assists us in tracking their whereabouts, we can dispatch skilled experts, and those individuals will not reach the capital, Luo Chong stated coldly. Your thinking is overly simplistic. Just as he finished speaking, a deep voice resonated in their ears. Gong Sun Mingjing stepped into the courtyard. Greetings, Master Uncle. The two promptly bowed upon seeing him, addressing him as Master Uncle. This title indicates that Gong Sun Mingjing is either affiliated with the Changxing Society or the Tianjin sect. There is no need to address me as Master Uncle here. I am merely a retainer of the seventh Prince Lu Yu. You too, follow me into the room, Gong Sun Mingjing said, opening the door to a chamber and entering. Luo Chong and Lu Liner followed him inside. The seventh Prince Lu Yu is not as simple as you imagine. Controlling him is no easy feat. Where is senior sister Yu currently? Gong Sun Mingjing inquired. The sect leader is within the city. Here is the address. Lu Liner produced a slip of paper and handed it to Gong Sun Mingjing. After glancing at the note, Gong Sun Mingjing channeled his energy, and the paper turned to ashes. Tonight, Lu Yu should engage in dual cultivation with you. You must not use any time manipulation. Once you gain his trust, await my instructions on how to control Lu Yu. Gong Sun Mingjing instructed. Understood, Lu Liner nodded immediately. As night fell, a figure swiftly exited the seventh prince's residence. This figure moved with great speed, soon arriving at a tranquil small courtyard estate. Within the estate, a serene atmosphere prevailed, with only one lamp burning in the hall. As the figure descended, the moonlight illuminated her silhouette, revealing the visage of Gongsun Mingjing. She entered the grand hall, where another figure sat in the principal chair, adorned in a flowing purple gown, a strikingly beautiful woman exuding an air of seductive charm. "Greetings, senior sister." Gongsun Mingjing saluted the woman in the purple dress, who was Yinyu, the leader of the Tianyin sect. "It has been several years, junior brother. I trust you have fared well." Yinyu gestured for her to sit. "Thank you, senior sister." Gongsun Mingjing took a seat on the chair to her right. "Junior brother, the plan has been executed according to your design. I trust you will enlighten me on the subsequent steps?" Yinyu inquired, her gaze fixed on Gongsun Mingjing. "I have only just received the command from our master to control the seventh prince, a directive that has recently been assigned to me," Gongsun Mingjing replied. "Controlling members of the royal family is no simple feat. With Lin Er's abilities, it is nearly impossible," Yinyu remarked somberly. "Fear not, senior sister. Lin is merely a pawn. The true force behind this is our master." "Is our master presently in the capital?" Yinyu's expression shifted to one of astonishment upon hearing Gongsun Mingjing's words. "Yes, and our master has resided in the capital for over a decade," Gongsun Mingjing affirmed. "For over a decade? I thought our master was always on Changxing Island. How could she be in the capital?" Yinyu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief upon receiving this news. Being the second elder of the Changxing society, the revelation astonished her immensely. "However, this is not our primary concern. Our master has stated that if we can successfully complete this plan, we shall become formal members of the Changxing society. Once we step through the heavenly gate, our futures will be secured," Gongsun Mingjing declared. "Becoming formal members of the Changxing society is a fixed quota. I fear we may not qualify." Yinyu shook her head, expressing her doubts. In Jiangnan, at the city of Luoyang, the disciples of the president, Fang Huaiyuan, and the fourth elder have fallen. While we may not attain the position of the president's disciple, we might contend for the fourth elder's role. Moreover, our master mentioned that the grand elder is preparing to ascend the heavenly gate. Should she succeed, our master will become the grand elder. If she cannot ascend, the position of grand elder will be vacated, thus creating two opportunities for us, Gongsun Mingjing explained. Upon hearing her words, Yinyu's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. "This indeed is fortuitous news. Where is our master? I would like to pay her a visit." Although Gongsun Mingjing spoke encouragingly, Yinyu felt the need to meet their master in person to confirm this matter. "Currently, it is inconvenient for our master to meet with you, senior sister," Gongsun Mingjing replied. Upon realizing this, a cold glint flashed in Yinyu's eyes. "Junior brother, if it is inconvenient for our master to meet with me, how can I ascertain that your plan is indeed sanctioned by her?" Yinyu's voice turned frosty. "Our master is presently at Dafeng Temple, and your status does not permit a meeting. Only our master may come to see you." Gongsun Mingjing hurriedly spoke. "Master is at the Dafeng Temple, one of the four great ancestral grounds of esoteric Buddhism. The esteemed leader, Master Tianmi, resides there." Upon hearing this, Yin Ryu was momentarily taken aback. Master killed Master Tianmi 6 years ago and has since assumed his position, Gongsun Mingjing continued. "What?" The beauty in Yin Ryu's eyes revealed a profound shock. She had never anticipated that her master would slay the leader of esoteric Buddhism, Master Tianmi, and usurp his role. If this information were to spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the realm. "Thus, senior sister, it is unwise for you to meet Master," Gongsun Mingjing asserted. "However, rest assured, I have conveyed your news to Master, and I believe he will come to see you soon." As he spoke, a sudden silence enveloped the hall, as if some unseen force had manifested, stilling the very air around them. Their expressions shifted, and both turned their gazes towards the entrance. In that fleeting moment, a shadowy figure appeared at the doorway, like a wraith. Upon seeing this figure, Yin Ryu swiftly rose, and, alongside Gongsun Mingjing, bowed in respect. "Greetings, Master. There's no need for excessive formalities." The newcomer spoke, taking a seat in the chair previously occupied by Yin Ryu. "Ryu, it has been over a decade since we last met, yet your progress seems rather slow. At this rate, it may be quite challenging for you to advance beyond the shattered realm." The seated figure was cloaked in black robes, obscuring his visage. Yet his voice carried an aged gravitas. "Master, the four great evil sects were dismantled by the Zhou Emperor, and I have had limited resources since taking over the Tianyin sect. The Zhou dynasty's recent leniency towards the martial world has allowed me to make some headway. I genuinely wish to remain by your side, for that would undoubtedly accelerate my growth, Yin Ruyu expressed earnestly. You see, I have summoned you all for a significant opportunity. Should I obtain it, it will greatly aid my ascent to the celestial gates. This matter is crucial not only for me, but also presents a chance for you. The figure in black intoned solemnly. Assist me in seizing this opportunity, and I shall elevate you to the status of elders within the Qianxing society. Everything shall be done as per your guidance, Master. Both replied with deep bows. Very well. This time, we will fully collaborate with Lu Yu, utilizing the incident surrounding Fang Huaiyuan's entrance into the capital and the demise of Master Tianmu. Once I earn his trust, I will employ the Tianxin Great Method to control Lu Yu. With his assistance, I intend to usurp the dragon's fortune of the great Zhou dynasty, the black-robed figure declared. Master, given the current turmoil surrounding the Zhou emperor, the great Zhou dynasty teeters on the brink of collapse. Is it prudent to pursue the dragon's fortune at this juncture? Yin Ruyu inquired. The fluctuations in the dragon's fortune of the great Zhou dynasty are minimal. It is likely that the emperor has not been harmed. The rumors suggest he was poisoned by the hiding Enian flower while seeking a breakthrough, resulting in a backlash that left him grievously injured. I suspect this may have been orchestrated by him, the aged figure replied. It is possible that he seeks to incite turmoil within the martial world, thus seizing the opportunity to suppress it once more and appropriate a deeper portion of the dragon's fortune. Although my master has not uncovered the specifics, the current strife among the royal princes presents an opportunity for me. By extracting the dragon's fortune from the Zhou family, I shall complete the cultivation of the heavenly heart dragon soul technique. Once I achieve this, I will be able to transcend to the second level of the eternal life secret tome. This will grant me a chance to choose my master upon entering the heavenly gate. I shall refrain from elaborating further, as you will come to understand in due course. However, the first step is to eliminate the household servants beside Fang Huaiyuan. They must not fall into Shui Pingxing's hands. You shall orchestrate this plan. I will not be involved. This is my secret decree, and you may mobilize my two esteemed guardians. As he spoke, the figure cloaked in black produced a golden token. Placing it upon the table, he then rose and vanished from the hall in an instant. Sister, I shall leave the token with you, declared Gongsun Mingjing. Yin Ruyu accepted the token without hesitation. Sister, I shall return to the royal manor. I expect Lu Yu will summon me to meet you tomorrow, at which point I shall escort you into the manor. Gongsun Mingjing informed Yin Ruyu. Within the hall, only Yin Ruyu remained, her brow furrowed. Master, have you plotted for so long merely to seize a fragment of the great Zhou dynasty's dragon fortune? She murmured, revealing her skepticism towards the words of the cloaked figure. Chapter 846. Li Hanxiu digs a hole. The Zhou emperor senses suspicion in a hidden chamber within the ancestral estate of the 36 alien races. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Chen's eyes. Just moments ago, while intercepting the fortunes of the 36 alien races, he had vaguely absorbed a trace of black fortune. This black fortune was somewhat feeble, and as he absorbed it, it seemed to dissipate gradually, as though someone else were drawing upon it as well. What is happening? Su Chen murmured to himself. He then sensed the dragon shadow within him. It was still lacking a bit, and he hadn't anticipated that absorbing the fortunes of the 36 alien races would be akin to that of the Sacred Sword Lake. At this rate, I must absorb one more of such forces to condense the dragon shadow. A hint of disappointment flickered in his heart. However, at this moment, Su Chun remained unhurried. He had gleaned a general understanding of the situation atop the heavenly gate from Li Hanxiu. To be frank, it was not yet suitable for him to be there. Rising to his feet, he exited the hidden chamber, where Yuan Suiyun awaited him. Take me to meet the evil god. Su Chun instructed Yuan Suiyun. As for the matters concerning the territories of the 36 alien races and the Lai family, they had been entrusted to Ling Luosher and Xiao Feng. This time, it was a collaborative effort between the Qinglong Society and the Beggars sect. Further actions were required to address the remnants of the 36 alien races and the Lai family. Masterly, in a nearby hidden chamber, Yuan Suiyun noted. Soon, Su Chun and Yuan Suiyun arrived outside a hidden chamber. Li Wuxia was seated upon a mat, emanating a strong scent of charred darkness, indicative of the immense power of lightning at the heavenly gate. Yet, Li Wuxia's heart pulsed with an unusually vigorous rhythm, radiating a terrifying life force. Sensing Su Chen's arrival, Li Wuxia opened his eyes and pushed open the stone door. My lord, Li Wuxia spoke. What of the thunderous power of the heavenly gate? Is it possible to sense the circumstances above the heavenly gate? Su Chun entered the secret chamber and responded. The power of the thunder is formidable, had it not been for my subordinate's ability to retain a modicum of intelligence. Mere physical strength would be insufficient to withstand such might. The only option would be to obliterate the heavenly gate itself. As for what lies above it, I can perceive a fragment, yet that fragment nearly shatters my composure. Outsiders observe Li Wujia as he stands against the thunder of the heavenly gate with his body. However, he also extends his perception to grasp the situation within the heavenly gate. Once my subordinate recovers, I shall investigate again, with repeated inquiries. We are likely to uncover further revelations. Li Wujia asserted. Caution is paramount. Your presence has likely been sensed by the heavenly gate. It is uncertain whether we shall face suppression next time. Su Chun, well aware of the oppressive force that follows the intervention of a formidable being, replied. I shall exercise caution. Li Wujia nodded in agreement. At that moment, outside Tianjin City, Li Hanqiu stood amidst a dense forest, her face concealed by a veil. A figure materialized before her. Grave Master, the beggar clan's Qiao Feng has departed from Tianjin City and is en route to Chang'e County. The figure bowed and reported. Departed so swiftly? Did the Dragon Society's Xiaolongshu, Su Chun, meet with Qiao Feng? Li Hanqiu inquired coldly. It has always been Qiao Feng and Ling Luosher managing the affairs of the 36 alien tribes. No other members of the Dragon Society have appeared. Qiao Feng did not meet with Su Chun, the visitor replied. It seems Qiao Feng has little connection with the Dragon Society, Li Hanqiu murmured softly. From the information gathered, their relationship appears tenuous. Grave Master, I have a question, should I pose it? The figure before her ventured. Feel free, Li Hanqiu replied. I am somewhat perplexed as to why the Grave Master is so concerned with Qiao Feng of the Beggar Clan, the figure asked. Qiao Feng's prowess is extraordinary. The 18 phantoms of the heavenly dragons have been fully manifested, capable of breaching the heavenly gate with ease. Should he ascend further, entering the transformation realm and condensing the 18 dragon domains, he would likely stand unrivaled, save for those of innate bloodlines or imperial lineage. Such a figure, if he were to join my sect of life and death, could emerge as a powerful ally. Perhaps I could even avenge my blood feud through him, Li Hanqiu articulated. Yet, Grave Master, the Dragon Society's Li Wujia, Wang Xuemei, Ling Luosher, and Yuan Shishangxian all possess formidable presences. Why do we not engage with them? The visitor questioned, puzzled. I have interacted with the Dragon Society's Xiaolongshu, and he imparts an extraordinary feeling. Moreover, the Dragon Society is a vast organization with deep roots above the heavenly gate. Recruiting their strongmen would merely create enemies for ourselves. The Beggar Clan, however, appears less formidable based on the circumstances observed. The affairs of Tianjin City have reached a conclusion. You are to issue the Grave Master's order, summoning all individuals outside the grave of the dead to return, as I intend to exert complete control over it. I shall first meet with Qiao Feng, and we will reconvene at the grave of the dead. With that, Li Hanqiu transformed into a fleeting shadow and departed swiftly, followed closely by the cloaked figure. At that moment, within the imperial palace of the capital, Emperor Zhou suddenly opened his eyes, a fierce light igniting within them. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Why do I feel an ominous premonition? He murmured. Summon Shui Pingxing and the celestial Taoist to come forth, commanded the emperor. As you wish. A figure hastily exited the palace. In a short while, Shui Pingxing and a man clad in a black Taoist robe entered the palace. Celestial Taoist. While I was absorbing the energy of the malevolent dragon, I suddenly felt a sense of unease. Have you discerned anything regarding the current trends? The emperor inquired solemnly. The recent surge in malevolent dragon energy has led to a shift in the fortunes of the martial world. Various factions are emerging frequently, creating a state of utter chaos. For now, I can only ascertain the overall direction, which shows no significant changes, replied the celestial Taoist promptly. Is that so? Hearing this, the emperor's brow furrowed slightly. Continue your investigations, and should any substantial changes arise, inform me immediately. He commanded. Pishing. Have you encountered any unusual occurrences on your end? Your Majesty. Recently in the martial world, several major factions have emerged, with Tianya Pavilion and Qinglong Society being the most active. The individuals from Tianya Pavilion have taken control of Sacred Sword Lake, while the Qinglong Society has annihilated the Lai family and 36 alien clans. Their strength is somewhat unexpected. However, during their confrontation at Sacred Sword Lake, Tianya Pavilion lost a master, triggering the Heavenly Gate and forcing their retreat. Furthermore, the 9 absolute sword, Tianjiuju, from Jinwu Daoist Temple, has ventured to the Lingjiang region, seeking an explanation from the Tianya Pavilion's envoy, Guitian. Shui Pingxing succinctly recounted the recent events, revealing the unexpected involvement of Jinwu Daoist Temple. Upon hearing this, the emperor's expression shifted slightly. In relation to these two factions, I am currently gathering information on all their members, hoping to uncover some of their backgrounds from this data, Shui Pingxing added. What news of my sons? The upheavals within the Lai family and the 36 alien clans are ripe for their intervention. I wonder if the 7th can withstand it, the emperor spoke softly. Your Majesty, this situation should draw out numerous figures. The 7th prince is capable of handling it, Shui Pingxing reassured. When will Qingqian return to the capital? Upon hearing Shui Pingxing's words, the emperor inquired. On the way back. However, the members of Changsheng Society will be active. I hope this will lure out some significant individuals, Shui Pingxing replied, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. We already know their whereabouts. To be honest, it matters little whether these individuals are brought back. Nonetheless, he will also bring Fang Huaiyuan's entourage along. This serves two purposes, to further confirm their intentions and to provoke action from Changsheng Society. Only through action can one discern the presence of others and ultimately locate them. Chapter 847. The Duel of Swords, a blade determines life and death. In the depths of night, the Hou family in Jiangbei emitted a piercing scream. Lights flickered to life in response. Outside the water's edge of the Hou family estate, 2 figures stood. One, clad in a black robe, was a towering figure wielding a curved blade, cradled against his chest, gazing upon the brightly lit yet tumultuous Hou family manor. The other, dressed in gray, stood at a height of 8 feet, with prominent cheekbones and eyes that were half closed beneath thick brows, as if still ensnared in slumber. His hands rested upon a broad longsword plunged into the ground. These two were Ding Peng and Yin Nantian of the Azure Dragon Society. After enhancing their strength, they had come to Jiangnan, and upon hearing of the events surrounding the Hou family, they took it upon themselves to intervene. Brother Yin, it is rumored that the ancestor of the Hou family possesses extraordinary power. I wonder if he can withstand my curved blade, Ding Peng remarked. The Hou family, having earned the title of the foremost estate in Jiangbei, surely harbors an ancestor of remarkable prowess, not to be underestimated. With half-closed eyes, Yin Nantian opened his gaze to the distant Hou family estate. Just as they conversed, a shadowy figure emerged before them. Greetings, esteemed dragon heads. We have confirmed the location of the Hou family ancestors' retreat. It lies in the northwestern corner of the estate. After speaking, the figure produced a map of the Hou family from within his cloak, pointing to a specific location. To confront the Hou family estate, Yin Nantian and Ding Peng mobilized the assassins of the Azure Dragon Society. Having incorporated the 3 major assassin organizations of Jiangnan, the Azure Dragon Society now boasted a formidable number of assassins. The annihilation of the Hou estate would not merely involve eliminating the Hou family's elite, but ensuring that no one else escapes. The ancestor of the Hou family is our target. No other lives need be spared, Ding Peng stated, his voice flat and devoid of any tremor. As the leader of a demonic sect, his murderous intent was palpable. Understood. The cloaked figure swiftly retreated. Let us proceed to engage that Hou family ancestor. Ding Peng's eyes gleamed with fervor. Since enhancing his strength, he had yet to unleash his power. The two moved with purpose, treading upon the water as they advanced towards the location of the Hou family ancestors' retreat. At the northwestern corner of the Hou estate, amidst a rockery, as Ding Peng and Yin Nantian descended, their gazes were drawn to a certain area. An intense aura of fist intent radiated. A formidable sword intent was present. There were 2 individuals. Ding Peng and Yin Nantian exchanged glances and spoke. Initially, they had learned that the Hou family possessed only one ancestor, yet from their sensed auras, it appeared that 2 were in seclusion. One was a master of fist techniques, and the other, a master of sword techniques. Boom. The stone door was shattered by an overwhelming force of fist intent, debris scattering as a robust man, appearing to be around 50 years of age, emerged. Ding Peng's gaze locked onto the figure. The man exuded an aura akin to blazing flames, radiating an endless wave of heat, reminiscent of a sun rising majestically from the earth. His hair shimmered a fiery red, indicative of his cultivation of extreme yang techniques. The other person emitted a sword intent that soared towards the heavens. The sword intent emanating from his body was devoid of any concealment. As the sword intent rampaged forth, it caused a distortion in the surrounding air. Two figures emerged, their gazes fixated on Ding Peng and Jian Taixin. "Who are you to dare approach the Hua family?" questioned a man with crimson hair, addressing Ding Peng and his companion. "We are from the Qinglong Society," both Ding Peng and Jian Taixin declared in unison. As they spoke, an overwhelming blood-red blade intent surged from Ding Peng, rising skyward and stirring the winds. Meanwhile, Jian Taixin's sword intent erupted forth, clashing with that of their opponent and dispersing it, yet halting any further advance. "Your sword intent is formidable. I am Huaiyuan of the Hua family," the man whose intent had been dispersed remarked. In that moment, his sword intent coalesced once more, sharpening and nourishing its edge throughout his being. Any other martial artist witnessing this scene would likely feel a chill run down their spine. He sensed the sword intent emanating from Jian Taixin, recognizing him as a formidable swordsman. Thus, he stepped toward Jian Taixin, musing, "I wonder whose sword is stronger, yours or mine." The atmosphere within the Hua residence was palpable. They sensed the tension but chose not to intervene. Such trivial matters would not warrant their emergence. Yet, with the appearance of Ding Peng and Jian Taixin, whose auras were anything but ordinary, they realized powerful adversaries had arrived. As they spoke, their vital energies and spiritual focus surged rapidly. In the next instant, a long sword was drawn. With a single slash, the amalgamation of his blood energy, sword intent, murderous will, and true qi converged. In an instant, the sword's aura erupted, slicing through the void like a beam of white light piercing through the night, illuminating the surrounding darkness and rendering it nearly unapproachable to the eyes. Jian Taixin observed this strike without a flicker of change in his gaze, drawing forth his own long sword. With a single slash, the once radiant light of the heavens was once again consumed by darkness. As the shadows deepened, two luminous points emerged within. Their collision resonated with a thunderous roar, tearing the darkness asunder, unleashing a tempest of sword intent. "Kill!" At this moment, Huaiyuan, who had previously unleashed his sword, uttered a low command. As he did, four sword images manifested behind him. The four swords converged as one, the man and sword uniting in a singular strike against the heavens. With a resounding crash, the four sword images coalesced upon his long sword, merging his spirit and energy with the blade. He unleashed a single strike, a terrifying sword aura bursting forth with a cataclysmic force, leaving nothing in its wake but that one blade. This strike sought to cleave through all existence. As the sword aura sought to shatter everything, Jian Taixin made his move. With another fierce slash, his sword erupted with unparalleled ferocity, fully manifesting the essence of his swordsmanship. In the realm of swordplay, he, Jian Taixin, was not inferior to any challenger. Otherwise, he would not be referred to as the supreme divine sword of the world. As the sword was drawn, its radiance surged towards the heavens, akin to a celestial dragon soaring majestically. The clash of sword energies echoed as valiant warriors met on a narrow path. There was no cunning involved, only the decisive stroke of a sword determining victory or defeat, life or death. Sword energies erupted forth, igniting heart, spirit, and true essence in a fervent blaze. The brilliance of their blades intertwined in a fleeting moment, their figures crossing paths as the world around them dimmed once more. "My sword pales in comparison to yours," exclaimed Huaiyuan, gazing at Jian Taixin. As he spoke, the sword in his hand shattered, and a dazzling light erupted from his being. With a gasp, he expelled a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Observing the fallen Huaiyuan, his gaze hardened as he sheathed his long sword, standing aside. The next adversary was not him to confront, but Ding Peng, his second brother. Upon witnessing Huaiyuan sprawled on the ground, a man radiating intense heat roared in fury. They were four brothers, yet now only he and Huaiyuan remained. With Huaiyuan's death before him, he vowed, "I shall vanquish you all." In that moment, the blood and energy within the red-haired man erupted violently. As his power surged, a terrifying flame enveloped him, and his true essence flowed with fervent intensity. At that instant, he resembled a deity of fire. However, beneath this overwhelming might, the opponent's life force was being drained at an alarming rate. It was a desperate struggle. If the enemy did not perish, he himself would. Chapter 848. The destruction of the Hua clan in Jiangbei, the dread of the Crimson Sun Palace, the resurgence of the Murong clan in Jiangnan. A torrent of power surged forth as he unleashed his fists, ignited by fierce flames. The red-haired man bellowed, launching himself forward with a punch that resembled a fire dragon engulfed in raging flames, hurtling towards Ding Peng. It was not that he wished to refrain from striking Yin Nantian. Rather, he was locked in by Ding Peng's blade energy. Should he not attack Ding Peng, the latter would undoubtedly retaliate. As the opponent threw a punch, a dark glimmer flickered in Ding Peng's eyes. The demonic energy within him swirled toward the curved blade in his hand. With a swift motion, the curved blade was drawn. A black crescent moon emerged in the night sky. In a flash, he unleashed the blade, which shot forth like a meteor, swift and untraceable, appearing before the red-haired man's fist in an instant. The collision of their powers sent shockwaves through the air. As the essence of the blade and demonic energy met the fiery might of the punch, reminiscent of the sun setting in the horizon, the clash of darkness against light. Though remnants of light lingered, the crescent moon obscured the sky, veiling the last vestiges of brightness. The terrifying demonic energy and blade intent exploded from Ding Peng, forming a mighty force that enveloped and overshadowed the opponent's punch and flames. The searing heat of the flames was akin to a blazing sun, capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas. Yet, Ding Peng's blade intent and demonic energy, like an unparalleled demon god, eclipsed all. The fiery punch shattered against the overwhelming force, and the red-haired man could hardly believe his defeat. He roared in disbelief, awakening the latent power within. One yearns to make a final stand. The fiery essence surges with fervor, propelling the figure skyward with a forceful push against the ground. In a magnificent explosion of strength, the individual transforms into a blazing meteor, cascading downwards, engulfed in flames, and hurtling towards Ding Peng with the intent of mutual destruction. Yet amidst this struggle, the moonlight envelopes the scene, illuminating a realm of darkness with a singular radiance. The interplay of light and fire culminates in a thunderous roar. A deafening explosion reverberates through the air. In the aftermath of this detonation, the blazing meteor suddenly splits in two. A cry of anguish escapes the red-haired man as his body crashes to the ground, his gaze fixed upon Ding Peng. With a swift motion, his entire form is cleaved in two. Ding Peng stands resolute, a frown creasing his brow, initially anticipating a grueling battle. He is taken aback to find the adversary's strength lesser than anticipated. With these two, coupled with the long-standing reputation of the Hua family, they can maintain control over the Jiangbei region, Ding Peng remarks soberly. Beside him, Yin Nantian speaks of the martial world, asserting that accumulation of reputation is a form of capital. This illustrates the enduring strength of established powers. While an individual warrior may possess great might, solitude can lead to demise. You have arrived, so reveal yourself. Ding Peng calls, his gaze piercing the darkness. From the shadows emerges a figure. I am Mo Huaiyuan, the leader of the Jiangbei garrison from the Qinglong Society. I have come not for conflict, but merely to ascertain the happenings at Hua family estate, the newcomer proclaims. Ding Peng scrutinizes the figure, draped in the long robe of the garrison leader, his demeanor refined, his physique slender, evoking the image of a fragile scholar. Yet an ominous aura radiates from him, indicating his formidable nature. This conflict lies between the Qinglong Society and the Hua family. Do you intend to intervene, Leader Mo? Ding Peng inquires. Mo Huaiyuan chuckles lightly. The Jiangbei garrison shall not meddle in this affair. However, given the Hua family's long-standing dominion over the Jiangbei martial realm, it is only prudent for me to investigate. Having grasped the situation, Mo Huaiyuan bows respectfully and departs. What are your thoughts on this individual? Ding Peng asks Yin Nantian. Observing Mo Huaiyuan's retreat, his power surpasses that of the Hua family's ancestor. The strength of the Jiangbei garrison leader is significantly greater than that of a typical locale. Yin Nantian responds. It is rumored that the leader of the Jiangnan garrison is a trusted confidant of the Zhou emperor, possessing extraordinary abilities. Despite the current turmoil in Jiangnan, he has remained hidden. Ding Peng adds. Let us proceed and ascertain whether the Hua family has any other combatants at their disposal. We must also make haste to the Cheery Hall, Yin Nantian suggests. As night deepens, the Hua family estate is engulfed in flames, the cacophony of screams echoing relentlessly, heralding the demise of the foremost estate in Jiangbei. At this moment, within the commanding mansion of the Jiangbei Nanzhenfu, Mo Huaiyuan manifested himself in the study, his expression grave. My lord, what has transpired at the Hua family estate? A woman, adorned with light makeup, entered the study, her demeanor urgent. The Hua family is finished. It was the King Longhui that struck, Mo Huaizhen spoke somberly. The King Longhui has targeted the Hua family, and you did not intervene? The woman inquired, her voice tinged with disbelief. If I had intervened, I fear I would not return, Mo Huaizhen replied. The 5th and 6th dragon heads of the King Longhui have emerged. Their strength is vastly different from what we previously encountered. Their prowess is terrifying, likely formidable even among the elite of the Spirit Sea. How could this be? Upon hearing this, the woman's complexion turned ashen. Is there any way to save some of the Hua family's direct descendants? She asked. We must refrain from getting involved. If we do, it is likely that our Mo family will not survive either. You must not leave the mansion for now, as you are associated with the Hua family. Though few know of this matter, you must remain vigilant. Once things stabilize, we shall see if any of the Hua descendants have managed to escape, Mo Huaizhen advised. The Hua family is the largest estate in Jiangbei, with many connections operating in the shadows. The commander of the Jiangbei Nansenfu is the son-in-law of the Hua family. Yet only a handful are privy to this situation. Are we to simply allow the King Longhui to annihilate the Hua family? The woman's face displayed her unwillingness. Recently, the King Longhui has been very active in the Jiangnan region. There have been murmurs of discontent from the Lord of the Command. I shall depart for Jiangnan Nansenfu tomorrow to discuss the matter with the Lord, Mo Huaizhen stated. Both the Jiangnan and Jiangbei Nansenfu are under the jurisdiction of the Jiangnan Nansenfu commander. Mo Huaizhen's own strength is insufficient to contend with the King Longhui, thus necessitating his visit to the Jiangnan commander. The woman beside him sighed heavily. The next day, news of the Hua family's destruction at the hands of the King Longhui spread rapidly, soon reaching Jiangnan. In the Red Sun Hall of Jiangnan, the hall master, Qi Xingyang, sat in the main seat, his countenance dark. The death of the hall's ancestor in Tianjin City had already left the members of the Red Sun Hall in a state of unease. Now, with the annihilation of the Hua family, the forces that had previously confronted the King Longhui's young dragon head were left solely to them, exacerbating the disquiet within the hall. Many had discreetly vacated the Red Sun Hall's headquarters, inciting both anger and helplessness in the hall master. My lord, this situation cannot persist. Our strength is insufficient to withstand it. A middle-aged man in splendid robes, another deputy hall master named Lu Ming, spoke up. With the ancestors' fall, we cannot contend with the King Longhui. What do you propose? Qi Xingyang replied. My lord, the Murong family, currently led by Murong Xingqian of the Seven Stars Hall, has shown great interest in our eldest miss. We could arrange for her to meet with Murong Xingqian and see if he might intercede on our behalf to mediate with the Murong family, Lu Ming suggested. Yurshi. Qi Xingyang furrowed his brow slightly. I shall go meet Yur first, and we can discuss matters later. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Xingyang sighed. He never imagined that the Red Sun Palace would find itself in such a predicament. Chapter 849, The True Body of the Eight Fiends. The appearance of the Death Gate and the Heavenly Nine Extremes in Su Town, Su Chun sat within a pavilion. Over the past few days, he had perused the treasures and texts from the 36 ancestral lands of various races. However, the rewards he obtained were rather meager, yielding only 5 orange lottery cards. Such a method of reward felt somewhat inadequate to Su Chun, who sighed inwardly. Upon examining the 5 orange lottery cards, Su Chun could not resist but to draw immediately. Acquired the true body of the Eight Fiends technique, exclusive character Ling Luoshi. Acquired the heartbreaking bow of Yuan Shisan. Acquired a drop of demonic blood. Exclusive character Lu Xingyijian. Acquired a Qi protecting essence pill. Acquired the Sunfire Divine Pearl. Exclusive character Evil Godly Wuxia. These rewards are rather specific. Su Chun mused as he investigated the true body of the Eight Fiends and the reward for Ling Luoshi. The true body of the Eight Fiends, a technique that condenses the essence of 8 ferocious beasts, capable of augmenting one's fierceness, physical strength, and the flow of true energy. Each beast condensed increases attack power by 10%, and upon merging all 8, one can give birth to a drop of ferocious bloodline, the specifics of which remain unknown. This technique is rather formidable, Su Chun thought to himself. It certainly enhances Ling Luoshi's lethality. Ling Luoshi already possessed a strong killer instinct. Now, with this training, combined with his natural ferocity, he is poised to wreak havoc upon the martial world. As for the heartbreaking bow, Su Chun examined it closely. The heartbreaking arrow, a technique that utilizes qi as arrows, has now been transformed into the heartbreaking bow. What purpose does this serve? However, upon further inspection, Su Chen's gaze sharpened. The heartbreaking bow is a top-tier weapon that, with continuous nurturing by Yuan Shisan, could potentially transcend to a spiritual level. Yet, the primary aspect lies not merely in this. The heartbreaking bow can double the attack power of the heartbreaking arrows. The already formidable heartbreaking arrows, under this enhancement, would unleash a terrifying power. The Qi Protecting Essence Pill is a type of elixir that safeguards the heart pulse as long as one still breathes. This item is particularly suitable for the evil god Li Wuxia. After being struck by heavenly lightning, Li Wuxia is preparing for his next move. Lastly, the Sunfire Divine Pearl. A weapon-grade treasure, aids in cultivation and amplifies attack power, inherently a treasure of Li Wuxia. The drop of demonic blood will further stabilize Lu Xingyijian's power, gradually enhancing his strength. Is this aimed at transforming Lu Xingyijian into a demon lord? Su Chen pondered. My lord, the Hua family of Jiangbei has been annihilated. However, the Jiangbei martial world remains unchanged. The commander of the Jiangbei Pacification Office, Fang Huaiyuan, after the Hua family's disappearance, has departed for Jiangnan, presumably to meet with the head of the Jiangnan Pacification Office. How could he meet the head of the Jiangnan Pacification Office after the Hua family's fall? Su Chen inquired. The Jiangbei Pacification Office is under the jurisdiction of the Jiangnan Pacification Office. The head of the Jiangnan Pacification Office holds a status equivalent to that of the leaders of the capital's Pacification Office. Original text suggests that for the time being there has been no conflict with them, so we shall ignore them. Ren Qianxing, accompanied by the servants of the Taixin Society, has returned to the capital. Where have they arrived now? Su Chen inquired. There are approximately 4 days left until we reach the capital. If the Taixin Society intends to take action, it would likely occur within the next couple of days. We must keep a close watch, as the Taixin Society has ties to the Heavenly Gate and should not be underestimated, Su Chen instructed. My lord, a letter from Chief Xiao has arrived, stating that Li Hanxiu has invited him to join the Death Gate. Join the Death Gate? Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Isn't Li Hanxiu the master of the Tomb of the Dead? Why would he invite Xiao Feng to join the Death Gate? Li Hanxiu has extended an invitation to Chief Xiao to join the Death Gate that lies above the Heavenly Gate. And Chief Xiao has indicated he is inclined to accept Li Hanxiu's invitation. Yuan Huaiyuan conveyed Xiao Feng's thoughts. Su Chen, having little knowledge of the Heavenly Gate, realized that if Xiao Feng could indeed join the Death Gate, it would open a pathway for him. This matter can be decided by Xiao Feng, and the beggar-s sect can follow his lead. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen declared, Indeed, I shall convey your wishes to Xiao Feng. Additionally, I have received news that the 9 absolute swords of the Zhenwu Taoist Temple has arrived in Lingjiang City. Yuan Huaiyuan stated, Has the 9 absolute swords arrived in Lingjiang? Is he seeking to be defeated by Guan Yutian? If the 9 absolute swords were to fall at the hands of Guan Yutian, would the Zhenwu Taoist Temple intervene? Su Chen murmured, Guan Yutian's strength has yet to be fully revealed. Although the 9 absolute swords, as an elder of the Zhenwu Taoist Temple, possesses remarkable power, Guan Yutian's abilities may surpass all expectations. In the capital, recent information has been sparse. Could it be that the several princes are making no moves? Su Chen remarked. The atmosphere in the capital seems excessively tranquil, as if everyone is merely waiting. However, according to Bai Choufei's speculation, the arrival of the Taixin Society's servants in the capital and our destruction of the Lai family's 36 otherworldly beings heralds the onset of chaos. Yuan Huaiyuan noted. Is that so? Send me any news from the capital. We shall depart tomorrow for Su City, where the Red Sun Palace is located. Currently, the Qinglong Society's center is in the Jiangnan region. Thus, Su Chen intends to gradually consolidate the personnel of the Qinglong Society in the Lingjiang area towards Jiangnan. He aims to establish Jiangnan as the center of the Qinglong Society, as the northern 9 prefectures are somewhat limited in resources and martial artists are not particularly formidable. Jiangnan and the capital are the 2 major focal points, as evidenced by the distribution of power among the martial heroes. His journey to Su City primarily aims to intercept the fortunes of the Red Sun Palace. As his internal dragon shadow has yet to materialize, he must seize some fortune promptly. Once he successfully condenses it, he will no longer need to make such journeys. Meanwhile, at another location in Lingjiang, outside Tianxia City, on a small hill, Ren Qianxing, Yu Peiyu, Mu Yuanping, and Yang Yinluan appeared before a temple. The temple, named Changyan Temple, is a rather ordinary establishment that has existed on the outskirts of Tianxia City for a considerable time. The temple is modest, housing only a dozen or so Taoists, who seldom descend the mountain and generally remain in seclusion, uninterested in the affairs of the martial world and merely accepting offerings. However, the Changchun Temple is merely a branch of the Zhenwu Taoist sect. Several patrons come forth to offer incense or prayers. At that moment, a young acolyte stepped forward. In Mu Qingxuan's hand appeared a token, inscribed with the character Zhen. "Lead us to meet Elder Jiu," Mu Qingxian declared. "Please." The acolyte prepared to guide the four into the temple. "Junior Sister Mu, Mr. Yu is not of our sect. It may be inappropriate for him to meet our master at this time. Perhaps it would be best to have Mr. Yu wait in a side chamber," Yang Yinluan interjected. Mu Qingxuan's expression shifted slightly, as if about to protest. "Junior Sister, after we have met with our master and sought his counsel, it would be more appropriate for Mr. Yu to meet him," Yang Yinluan quickly added. His words contained no fault. "I shall go to the side chamber first. I will meet Elder Jiu later," Yu Peiyu stated calmly. He held little interest in meeting Jiu, for the outcome of the 9-Ju sword descending the mountain to confront Guan Yutian was destined to end in demise. Chapter 850, Tian Jiu, an encounter. Life and death struggle in the rear courtyard of the temple. Within a side chamber, the fragrant incense wafted gently. Two figures sat within, sipping tea. Both were clad in Taoist robes. One, an elder with a somewhat aged visage, bore black hair and exuded no discernible aura, as if he possessed no martial prowess. Opposite him sat a younger man, with a similarly dark mane, emanating a fierce presence, his eyes occasionally flashing with sword-like brilliance. He was a master of the sword. "Junior brother Changchun, it appears your Taishang Qinghe Heart Sutra is nearing completion," the sword-wielding individual spoke. "Brother Jiu, I am still a bit short, but to attain that final part, it may take several more years." Changchun, the elder, replied. "Brother Jiu, are you truly intent on competing with Guan Yutian? The Tianya Pavilion has garnered significant renown in the martial world. Should you engage, our Zhenwu Taoist sect may inevitably become embroiled in this conflict." The elder was Cheng Chunzi, the head of the Changchun Temple, while the other was Jiu Jian, the chief elder of the Zhenwu Taoist sect, known as Tian Jiu. "My disciple has been slain. If I, as his master, do not take action, the reputation of our Zhenwu Taoist sect will suffer. A tarnished reputation will lead to a decline in our fortunes, which others will seize upon. Therefore, at times, we have no choice but to act. Moreover, the recent upheavals in the great Zhou martial world are likely linked to the Zhou Emperor, a matter our temple leader fails to comprehend. This descent from the mountain is also to seek clarity on this situation," Tian Jiu stated solemnly. "Would it not be more advantageous for junior brother Yang Su to take charge of this matter? He has spent considerable time in the capital and should be more familiar with its circumstances," the Changchun Taoist suggested. "He is currently lamenting about the affairs of the Zhenwu courtyard to the sect leader, hoping to take that step and ascend to the celestial gates," Tian Jiu replied. His tone grave. "Yang Su, a disciple of remarkable talent, second only to the sect leader, has stepped into the heavenly gate, and it is anticipated that he will successfully navigate the second trial of the Zhenwu Temple. Should he pass this trial, he stands a chance of becoming a candidate for the core discipleship of the Zhenwu Temple. If he desires to pursue this path, the sect leader will certainly allow him to proceed." Changchun Taoist spoke solemnly, emphasizing the sect leader's hopes for his further advancement due to his extraordinary abilities. He is on the verge of mastering the Xuanwu true divine art, and once he achieves mastery, obtaining the true blood of the guardian beast, Xuanwu, from the temple will enable him to awaken a trace of the Xuanwu bloodline. With the refinement of even a slight trace of this bloodline, he could ascend directly to the status of a core disciple, with prospects of becoming a true inheritor. The sect leader's intentions are indeed for his benefit. However, the dangers above are significant, and our lineage holds little power, making the fall of core candidate disciples a prevalent risk, sighed Tian Jiu. "Is it truly that perilous above? Have other clans mobilized against our Zhenwu Temple?" Changchun Taoist inquired, alarmed. "It is not other clans that have mobilized, but rather the resurgence of the fierce deity palace, which was obliterated by the Zhenwu Temple years ago. The two factions are currently clashing, though I am not fully aware of the particulars, as our lineage is weak within the Zhenwu Temple and has become the vanguard," replied Tian Jiu. As their conversation unfolded, a young Taoist approached, accompanied by Mu Qingxian and her companions, outside the chamber. Master, a visitor seeks an audience with Elder Jiu, the young Taoist announced from the threshold. It appears that Qin Xian and Yin Luan have arrived. Please allow them to enter. Tian Jiu responded. With a creak, the chamber door opened, and Mu Qin Xian and her companion stepped inside. We pay our respects to Uncle Jiu and Uncle Changchun. The trio greeted in unison. How did your expedition to the Sacred Sword Lake unfold? That was indeed a fierce battle, which must have proven greatly beneficial to you, Tian Jiu remarked, directing his gaze towards Mu Qinxian. At his words, Mu Qinxuan's cheeks flushed slightly, for she had not attended the Sacred Sword Lake encounter due to her association with Yu Peiyu and had thus not witnessed the battle. Observing the subtle change in her demeanor, Tian Jiu was about to inquire further when Yin Lun interjected, Uncle Jiu, Sister Qinxian has recently become acquainted with someone named Yu Peiyu. She was unable to reach the Sacred Sword Lake in time due to her company with him during the battle. Tian Jiu's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Yin Luan's words, as he pieced together the implications from Mu Qinxuan's expression and Yin Luan's statement. That individual has also accompanied us to Tianxia City and is currently arranged in another chamber. Uncle Jiu, you may wish to meet him and look after Sister Qinxian. Yin Luan continued. Qinxian, this place does not belong to you. Sometimes, one must not allow emotional entanglements to hinder personal advancement, Tian Jiu advised. Unlike others, Mu Qinxuan's identity is significant, and any misstep could have dire consequences. Uncle Jiu, I will make my own decisions regarding this matter, Mu Qinxian retorted, as the situation had already been revealed by Yin Luan, leaving her no reason to conceal it further. Once again, regarding her matters, no one at the Jinwu Dao Temple can interfere with her. Qinxian, your affairs are, of course, yours to govern. I shall pay a visit to that individual when time permits. Upon noticing the change in Mu Qinxuan's demeanor, Tian Jiu hastily remarked, once those two masters have concluded their tasks, I shall refrain from disturbing them. Mu Qinxian nodded in acknowledgement, performed a slight bow, and departed from the chamber. Follow Qinxian. I will seek you out shortly. Tian Jiu instructed Yang Yinluan and Mu Yuanping. The two quickly returned the gesture and exited the room. Unexpectedly, this opportunity for Qinxian to venture out has stirred emotions. This matter requires prompt reporting to the headmaster, Tian Jiu stated. Brother Jiu, romantic feelings are a natural part of being human. This is also an aspect of her training. Although Qinxuan's status is exceptional, excessive intervention may lead to backlash, making matters even more complicated later on. Brother Jiu, if you wish to meet Guan Yutian, you should focus your attention there. While I haven't inquired about the Jianghu affairs in Lingjiang, I am somewhat familiar with Guan Yutian, who is even more overbearing than the previous leader of the Tianxiao Alliance. Hu Yinxiao, he must not be underestimated. Changchun Daoist interjected. I understand. However, many within the temple hope for Yinluan and Qinxian to come together. Matters of the heart cannot simply be orchestrated. Judging by Qinxuan's expression, she appears quite fond of that person. Brother Jiu, you need to visit Tianxia City tomorrow. I will first assist you in meeting with him, Changchun Daoist offered. Then I must trouble you, Brother Changchun. I truly need to cultivate my swordsmanship this evening. Tian Jiu replied. Changchun rose and also exited the chamber. Inside the room, Tian Jiu moved to a mat, sitting cross-legged to nurture his breath, preparing for the encounter with Guan Yutian in the city the following day. Once engaged, it could lead to a life-or-death struggle, such as the nature of Jianghu. Chapter 851. Mu Yuanping schemes. The death of Yu Peiyu, Changchun Daoist in a chamber. Yu Peiyu was engrossed in reading a Taoist text. Often, he preferred moments of tranquility, and the temple's serene atmosphere suited him well. Peiyu, came Mu Qinxuan's voice from outside the room. Yu Peiyu set down the text and opened the door, observing the expression on Mu Qinxuan's face. That elder Jiu seems to have an issue with me. Though he had contemplated leveraging Mu Qinxuan's entry into the Zhenwu Dao Temple, after spending considerable time together, he had come to appreciate her. A girl who dares to love and hate, one he could accept. He was somewhat reluctant, yet he asserted, however, my affairs are mine to decide. They cannot interfere with my choices. Nevertheless, if you wish to ascend the Tianmen and join the Zhenwu Divine Hall, we will still require the headmaster's assistance. After we attend to matters in Tianxia City, we shall return to the Zhenwu Dao Temple, Mu Qinxian remarked. In truth, with my capabilities, entering the Tianmen is not particularly challenging. Yu Peiyu had previously disclosed his strength to Mu Qinxian, as there was no need for concealment. Strength is inherent to oneself. Your strength surpasses mine. Entering the Tianmin should pose no difficulty. However, without the coordinates of the Zhenwu Dao Temple, our ascent could lead us to the ends of the earth. I have no desire to part ways with you. Is it you who wishes to separate from me? Mu Qingxian said, clutching Yu Peiyu's arm. As they conversed, Changchun Daoist approached the outer chamber, observing Mu Qingxian embracing Yu Peiyu's arm, a flicker of intrigue stirring in his deep-set eyes. Master Changchun. Mu Qingxian greeted him with respect and introduced Yu Peiyu. I have met young Master Yu. Upon entering the chamber, Changchun Daoist scrutinized Yu Peiyu, detecting a subtle sword intent about him, not overly fierce, with a calm aura emanating from within. Yu Peiyu had reached the pinnacle of the Sea of Tranquility and was recently refining his mental state. Unless provoked, few could discern the extent of his power. Not far from the chamber, Mu Yuanping and Yang Yinluan wore somber expressions. This Qingxian Jr. is utterly enchanted by Yu Peiyu. She just defied Elder Jiuju, Mu Yuanping remarked. Brother Yinluan, we cannot allow Yu Peiyu to remain by Qingshuan's side any longer. If we do, trouble may ensue. Women sometimes cannot control their emotions. And should anything transpire, we would lose our chance. At Mu Yuanping's words, Yang Yinluan's countenance darkened further. Elder Jiuju is to meet with Guan Yutian at the Shifang General's office in Tianxia City tomorrow. He may not be able to assist us. We must devise our own strategy. I believe tonight presents an opportunity to eliminate Yu Peiyu. A fierce glint of determination flashed across Mu Yuanping's face. Eliminate Yu Peiyu tonight? Yang Yinluan's expression shifted slightly at this proclamation. Tomorrow, Elder Jiuju will meet with Guan Yutian. We could blame Yu Peiyu's death on him, Mu Yuanping suggested. Yang Yinluan pondered this. To kill him here, who could we enlist to do so? He inquired. I secretly assessed Yu Peiyu's strength. It is average, and I am capable of defeating him. I will lure him out tonight and dispose of him, Mu Yuanping asserted. Yang Yinluan regarded Mu Yuanping with astonishment. You intend to achieve this for my sake? He asked. Not entirely. After Yu Peiyu's demise, I will still have my opportunities, Mu Yuanping replied. Very well. Let us proceed with your plan. Yang Yinluan nodded in agreement. As he did so, a cold smirk played upon Mu Yuanping's lips. Once Yu Peiyu was gone, Mu Qingxian would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards him, given that he had facilitated their arrival in Tianxia City. Would she still regard him then? Ultimately, the one who would win her affection would surely be himself. Mu Yuanping was preparing to kill two birds with one stone, eliminating all potential threats. Brother Yinluan, rest assured. I will make the necessary arrangements. I will first ascertain the situation surrounding Changchun Temple to determine the most opportune moment to act. Once I have selected a location, I will consult with you, Mu Yuanping stated. Yang Yinluan nodded, and the two parted ways. After separating from Yang Yinluan, Mu Yuanping headed towards a secluded area in the back courtyard. Upon entering that small courtyard, he found a figure already standing there. It was Changchun Daoist, who had just been with Tian Jiuju. Greetings, uncle. Upon encountering the Longshun Daoist, Mu Yuanping bowed respectfully, addressing him as uncle instead of the previous title of master uncle. The status of Mu Qingxuan was significant, as it pertained to their standing within the Zhenwu Shrine after entering the Celestial Gate. Now that an outsider had seized the opportunity, what could be done? Longshun Daoist gazed at Mu Yuanping. Uncle, I have devised a plan. We must eliminate Yu Peiyu. Mu Yuanping conveyed his intentions to the Longshun Daoist. After listening, Longshun Daoist fell into deep contemplation. Moments later, he responded, currently, this is the only viable course of action. I shall discreetly follow to ensure your plan unfolds without a hitch. Although he did not sense any formidable aura emanating from Yu Peiyu, it was prudent to remain cautious. Thank you, uncle. Mu Yuanping expressed his gratitude. As twilight descended, the golden hues of the setting sun bathed the Taoist temple. Brother Yu, junior sister Qingxuan mentioned she discovered an intriguing location and asked me to summon you, announced Mu Yuanping outside Yu Peiyu's chamber. Indeed, upon hearing Mu Yuanping's words, Yu Peiyu exited the room. Qingxuan just left here. She didn't mention any notable place? Yu Peiyu inquired, somewhat perplexed. It's a discovery from Brother Yang's side. Come. They're waiting for us, replied Mu Yuanping. At the secluded stream behind the Taoist temple, the two halted. As they walked, a cold glint flashed in Mu Yuanping's eyes. Suddenly, he turned and struck at Yu Peiyu with a swift palm, dark energy coalescing within his hand. Just as his palm neared her, Yu Peiyu evaded with an ethereal grace. Failing to land his blow, Mu Yuanping's pupils contracted sharply as he attempted to grasp Yu Peiyu again, conjuring a force to draw her closer. However, in response to this pull, Yu Peiyu unsheathed her sword. With a swift motion, her blade severed Mu Yuanping's attacking hand. "Ah!" Mu Yuanping cried out in agony, clutching his wounded hand, blood gushing forth. "I do not know from where you draw your courage to strike at me." Yu Peiyu regarded him coldly, choosing not to slay him immediately, wishing instead to discern his intentions. "Who are you, and how can your strength be so formidable?" Mu Yuanping, staunching the blood flow, fixed his gaze upon Yu Peiyu. "My strength is as it has always been. Tell me, why did you lure me here with the intent to kill? Reveal your purpose, and perhaps I might spare your life." Yu Peiyu replied icily. "Although I may not be your match, today you shall surely perish." Mu Yuanping growled defiantly. "So there are others present? Reveal yourselves, having watched for so long, Longchun Daoist." Yu Peiyu called out, having sensed the presence of Longchun Daoist when she severed Mu Yuanping's hand. Chapter 852, Frustrated and Eager to End a Life. "Who are you? And why do you deliberately approach Mu Qingxuan?" The Daoist of Changchun emerged from the shadows, his gaze malevolent as it fixated on Yu Peiyu. With a swift motion of his hand, he attempted to draw the severed hand from the ground into his grasp. The hand, freshly severed, could still be reattached if treated promptly with a precious elixir. However, as his vital energy made contact with the severed limb, it shattered into fragments. The residual sword aura within that hand erupted forth, startling the Daoist of Changchun, whose expression twisted into one of displeasure. He had underestimated Yu Peiyu's mastery over sword energy. "I am curious," Yu Peiyu inquired. "I do not believe I have wronged either of you. Why, then, do you seek to harm me?" "It is because you should not have approached Mu Qingxian," came the venomous reply from Mu Yuanping. "A mere wandering warrior relying solely on his looks is unworthy of her. She is the granddaughter of the Grand Elder of the true martial temple, atop the heavenly gate, certainly beyond your reach." Yu Peiyu's face revealed a hint of astonishment at this revelation regarding Mu Qingxuan's lineage. It was clear that the true martial temple held considerable power within the heavenly gate. The granddaughter of the Grand Elder was indeed extraordinary, which explained the animosity from Mu Yuanping and Yang Yinluan. "Uncle, kill him," Mu Yuanping demanded. His eyes filled with fury as he clutched his severed hand. "Uncle, I had no idea you two shared such a connection. But do you truly believe you can take my life?" Yu Peiyu retorted coldly, shaking his head in disbelief. "Can you not? Such arrogance in a young man. After years of cultivating the supreme clarity and heart, I thought my murderous intent had waned, yet you have stirred it within me." As he spoke, a palpable aura of crimson energy emanated from the Daoist of Changchun, casting a chilling atmosphere around him. Mu Yuanping shuddered, retreating, dragging his severed arm behind him. "Within your calm demeanor lies a terrifying bloodlust. You have taken many lives, Daoist Changchun," Yu Peiyu remarked, studying him intently. "I have indeed taken many lives, and today you shall be one of them. Remember, there are certain individuals you must never approach." The chilling undertone in the Daoist's voice was unmistakable. With that, he stepped forward, and the oppressive crimson aura enveloped the area, advancing relentlessly towards Yu Peiyu, intent on overwhelming him. However, at that moment, a fearsome sword intent erupted from Yu Peiyu. His foundational technique, the innate limitless sword, was of remarkable proficiency. The sword energy shattered the encroaching pressure. "You think to suppress me? You underestimate me gravely." As he spoke, the sword intent surged forth towards the Daoist of Changchun. The Daoist's eyes narrowed, and he extended his hand, summoning a horrifying crimson vortex within his grasp. As Yu Peiyu's sword energy made contact with the swirling vortex, it vanished in an instant. Observing this scene, Yu Peiyu's gaze sharpened slightly. He could sense that his sword energy had been devoured by that force. "Your strength is unexpectedly formidable, yet before me, you remain inadequate. Time cannot be wasted. I shall send you on your way." "Divine might, blood-colored vortex," the Changchun Daoist exclaimed, unleashing his divine aura. As his true energy coalesced, a phantom of a blood-colored vortex emerged behind him, obscuring the sun and moon. In that moment, the remnants of the evening sun disappeared entirely. Blood fiend transformation. With a cold snort, the Changchun Daoist struck out with a palm, fiercely attacking Yu Peiyu. Innate limitlessness, sword energy piercing the void. Watching the palm descending upon him, Yu Peiyu clenched his fist and unsheathed his sword. With a single stroke, The sword intent filled the heavens and the earth. The innate limitlessness sword. Yu Peiyu had comprehended the essence of this sword technique, transcending the confines of form to enter the boundless chaos, returning to the realm of truth. The manifestation of sword intent collided with the blood-colored palm and was consumed. However, it was as if Yu Peiyu's sword had vanished. Yet, when it reappeared, the sword had already penetrated the blood-colored vortex. With a piercing sound, the sword pierced through the Changchun Taoist's palm. The Taoist winced in pain but remained silent, his expression hardening. With his other hand, he grasped at Yu Peiyu, summoning another blood-colored vortex that intensified, unleashing a forceful pull in conjunction with the swirling energy in his palm. Instantly, Yu Peiyu's true energy surged towards him as if unimpeded. Boom! Yu Peiyu's divine aura erupted, and the power within him surged forth like a tidal wave. Having mastered the formless divine art, his true energy was vast as the sea, wild as a whirlwind, flooding into the Changchun Taoist's body. The Taoist did not anticipate such a torrent of true energy from Yu Peiyu, feeling a sudden obstruction in its flow. In that fleeting moment, Yu Peiyu pivoted his sword. With a swift motion, the Changchun Taoist's head was severed, blood gushing from the neck. Upon witnessing this, Mu Yuanping gasped in shock. However, as he gasped, Yu Peiyu's sword struck again, cleaving the Taoist in two. He would not allow those who dared to attack him to live. After surveying the two corpses, Yu Peiyu approached the Changchun Taoist. Retrieving two tomes from his robes, the Heavenly Blood-Devouring Great Method and the Heavenly Pure Harmony Heart Sutra. Excellent treasures. Yu Peiyu stowed them away and turned to leave. In Tianxia City, within the Hall of the Four Directions, Yin Yingzhu approached Guan Yutian. The Heavenly Nine Extremities is just outside the Changchun Taoist Temple. I have investigated the temple's background. It is one of the sub-temples of the true martial temple. I cannot believe that after all these years, I was unaware that the Changchun Taoist Temple belonged to the true martial temple. Yin Yingzhu spoke in a deep voice. Have you arrived? You did not come directly to seek me out. Recently, I have been feeling somewhat out of sorts, and I was just looking for someone to vent my frustrations on. Guan Yushin replied solemnly, feeling unsettled? Our 10 Directions sect has not encountered any significant events lately. Yin Yingzhu expressed her confusion. My son, Ren Qianxing, is at the Skyward Gate, which is fraught with danger. Skyward Gate. Recently, only our Western Pavilion's Deputy Pavilion Master, Ren Qianxing, has been there. Are you implying? Indeed, Ren Qianxing is my son. Hence, I am currently in a very foul mood. I want to kill someone. A glint of ferocity flashed through Guan Yushin's eyes. Chapter 853. The corpse remains. You may retrieve it before him. Yin Yingzhu felt a shock within her heart. If Ren Qianxing possessed the strength to tread the Skyward Gate, then Guan Yushin's abilities must surely not be inferior to his. Could he also possess the strength to tread the Skyward Gate? Sir, the true martial Taoist temple is a sacred place of the Tao, renowned for its formidable strength, and it is rumored to have some connection with the Skyward Gate. Yin Jiujiu is the chief elder of the true martial Taoist temple. If he were to be killed, it would surely invoke. Yin Yingzhu, contemplating Guan Yushin's prowess, spoke. Although Guan Yushin is formidable, the true martial Taoist temple has a long-standing history and is home to many powerful individuals. If one seeks death by recklessly provoking them, they deserve their fate. If the true martial Taoist temple wishes to descend from the mountain to confront me, I shall gather the leaders of the 10 Directions sect to besiege them. Guan Yushin coldly stated, your divine presence seems somewhat diminished. Have you considered how to enhance your strength recently? He then turned his gaze to Yin Yingzhu. Upon hearing Guan Yushin's words, a blush crept onto Yin Yingzhu's face as she replied, to strengthen my divine presence, I need to elevate my innate qualities. But finding pills that match my potential is quite challenging. However, I discovered a technique called the Heavenly One Divine Water Formula in the secret repository of my deceased master, which can aid in enhancing my innate qualities. It is, however, a rather unique dual cultivation technique. With that, Yin Yingzhu's complexion turned even more flushed. A dual cultivation technique? Let me see it, Guan Yushin said, intrigued. He was somewhat taken by the enchanting Yin Yingzhu. Her forthrightness stirred something within him. He was not one to turn away a beauty. Upon hearing Guan Yushin's request, Yin Yingzhu's face brightened as she produced the technique from her bosom. Guan Yushin took the technique into his hands and began to examine it. This technique is quite remarkable. I shall practice it tonight, Guan Yushin remarked after a cursory review. When it comes to beauties, one must seize the moment. One cannot afford to be ungrateful for their grace. Meanwhile, at the back mountain of the Changchun Taoist temple, Tian Jiuzhou and Yang Yinluan appeared at the battleground where Yu Peiyu and others were engaged in combat, their expressions grave as they beheld the two corpses on the ground. "How did you discover this?" he asked, his demeanor dark as he scrutinized Yang Yinluan. While cultivating his own aura, Tian Jiuzhou had been summoned here by Yang Yinluan. Uncle Jiuzhou, Mu Yuanping has always had feelings for Sister Qingxian, but she is infatuated with Yu Peiyu. He sought to engage Yu Peiyu in discussion, yet he was unprepared for the dire circumstances that unfolded. Yang Yinluan spoke with trepidation, his heart chilled to the core. It was clear that Yu Peiyu was behind the slaughter. Although he could not fathom the reason for Changchun Taoist's presence, the grim reality of death rendered such inquiries moot. "Are you suggesting that Yu Peiyu was responsible for the deaths of junior brother Changchun and Mu Yuanping?" Tian Jiuzhou inquired, his gaze fixed intently upon Yang Yinluan. Yu Peiyu departed alongside Mu Yuanping, yet returned alone, while Mu Yuanping and Master Changchun met their end here. "Elder Jiuzhou, there is no doubt that this is tied to Yu Peiyu. We must confront him at once," Yang Yinluan asserted, a surge of emotion coursing through him. Regardless of whether Yu Peiyu was indeed the perpetrator, he felt compelled to attribute the blame to him. Although Mu Yuanping was not a true disciple of the Jinwu Taoist temple, he held the esteemed position of the grand disciple of the Qingshu Taoist temple, a sect led by the master who was a senior to the current head. With their deaths, Yu Peiyu would undoubtedly find his entry into the Jinwu Taoist temple barred. "Come, lead me to Yu Peiyu," Tian Jiuzhou commanded, his demeanor dark and resolute. Within the temple, the revelation of Mu Yuanping's murder and the death of Changchun Taoist left Mu Qingxian aghast. On one hand, she was stunned by Yu Peiyu's audacity to take such violent action, while on the other, she was astonished by his formidable prowess. She understood that Yu Peiyu was a formidable figure, yet to slay Changchun Taoist was an extraordinary feat beyond the capabilities of an ordinary practitioner. "I shall not allow those who harbor ill intentions towards me to live," Yu Peiyu declared with an air of calm detachment. Though he entertained thoughts of joining the Jinwu Divine Hall, he was not inclined to compromise his principles for acceptance, as such a mindset would lead to a lack of clarity. A muddled mind is a grave error for any martial artist, which explained why he did not erase the evidence following his actions against Mu Yuanping and Changchun Taoist. He had no need to do so. Hearing Yu Peiyu's words filled Mu Qingxian with a sense of satisfaction. This was the individual she admired, unmasked and unpretentious. The identities of Mu Yuanping and Changchun Taoist were not trivial, and this incident would undoubtedly bring complications. Although Mu Qingxian herself possessed a significant identity, it was merely a facade. She lacked the authority to influence any decisions within the Jinwu Taoist temple, serving only as a transitional figure. "Leave the Changchun Taoist temple at once, and await my summons." As she spoke, Mu Qingxian presented Yu Peiyu with a necklace adorned with a deep blue gemstone, emanating an extraordinary energy. This gemstone was procured from the Jinwu Divine Hall and can enhance one's innate abilities. "Your strength has already reached the pinnacle of the oceanic concentration stage. Should you absorb the energy within this gem, it should propel you to greater heights. Once you achieve that, we shall ascend together to the heavenly gate. At that time, I will seek the headmaster's assistance, and we will find ourselves within the realm of the Jinwu Divine Hall." Mu Qingxian placed the exquisite gemstone necklace into Yu Peiyu's hand. However, Yu Peiyu declined to accept it, expressing that such a valuable item was better kept by her. "This can assist you in your cultivation. It is best if you retain it," Yu Peiyu asserted. "I no longer require it. My swordsmanship bloodline has already been awakened, and my divine energy is on the verge of coalescing. Once it solidifies in conjunction with my swordsmanship bloodline, with a period of diligent practice, I should be well prepared for the ascent to the celestial gate. Perhaps I may even surpass you in reaching it first," Mu Qingxian remarked. The true martial temple allowed her to descend from the mountain not solely due to her mastery of the true martial supreme sword technique, but rather because she had activated her innate swordsmanship bloodline. Upon hearing these words, Yu Peiyu graciously accepted the necklace, recognizing that it was not the appropriate time or place for such a discussion. As they prepared to leave the private chamber, Yang Yinluan appeared outside, accompanied by Tian Jiuzhou. Tian Jiuzhou's gaze narrowed slightly as he observed Yu Peiyu emerging from the chamber. Yu Peiyu possessed an attractive countenance, exuding a certain charm that few women could resist. It was no wonder that Qingxian was smitten with him. Tian Jiuzhou mused inwardly. "Yu Peiyu, Did you kill Changchun Daoist and Mu Yuanping? Yang Yinluan inquired, his tone laced with fury as he struggled to suppress his anger at Yu Peiyu's calm demeanor. Indeed, they sought to take my life. Lacking the strength to prevail, they fell to my blade. You must have seen their corpses. It is time to retrieve them. Yu Peiyu replied with an unperturbed expression. Chapter 854. The desire to witness Tian Jiuju's defeat impudent and arrogant. Yu Peiyu, how dare you speak so? Yang Yinluan exclaimed, his voice harsh in response to Yu Peiyu's composed words. With Tian Jiuju present, Yu Peiyu felt emboldened. The slayer is always slain. Do you truly believe my sword cannot be drawn? Yu Peiyu maintained his tranquility. Upon hearing Yu Peiyu's words, Tian Jiuju's demeanor shifted, and an aura of sword intent enveloped him. Do you wish to engage me in battle? I have heard you are to meet the esteemed Guantian of the Tianya Pavilion tomorrow. If you expend your strength against me now, do you believe you can triumph over Guantian? Yu Peiyu inquired, intrigued by Tian Jiuju's prowess. However, many in the martial world were aware of Tian Jiuju's impending meeting with Guantian. Engaging in combat without full strength against Guantian could prove fatal and ultimately futile. Yu Peiyu, so you fear? Yang Yinluan remarked, interpreting Yu Peiyu's words as a sign of trepidation towards Tian Jiuju's potential actions. Fear is not the sentiment. It is simply that you would not strike with your full might, and without your utmost effort, you cannot slay me, though even with your full strength. It is uncertain you could bring me down. If you do not exert yourself, you will miss witnessing Tian Jiuju's Heavenly Galaxy's 9 swords, and that would be a lamentable loss. Yu Peiyu responded, it seems you possess considerable confidence in yourself. Tian Jiuju remarked, furrowing his brow. A warrior must possess unwavering confidence at all times. Without such conviction, can one truly be called a warrior? Yu Peiyu remarked, observing that your mindset is indeed extraordinary. Throughout my time in your presence, your demeanor has remained unchanged. It appears that Changchun's disciple was indeed slain by you. Tian Jiuju gazed intently at Yu Peiyu, harboring skepticism regarding Yu Peiyu's claim of having killed Changchun Daoist. Do you doubt my strength? Yu Peiyu's words resonated, unleashing a terrifying aura imbued with divine might that enveloped Yang Yinluan. Under the weight of this power, Yang Yinluan sensed a cataclysmic surge of force. This tremor coursed through his being, causing him to cough up blood as his body felt an uncontrollable urge to collapse to the ground. Alarmed, he looked at Yu Peiyu with fear in his eyes. Though Yu Peiyu had asserted the deaths of Mu Yuanping and Changchun Daoist, Yang Yinluan, much like Tian Jiuju, remained unconvinced. Yet now, he found himself utterly powerless against Yu Peiyu's overwhelming presence. Humph! Yu Peiyu scoffed, as the air around him quivered, creating a multitude of intricate ripples. Elder Jiuju, what is your perspective on this? He inquired, prepared to engage should Tian Jiuju desire combat. Who exactly are you? Tian Jiuju questioned, incredulous that an unorthodox cultivator could achieve such prowess. Fortune favors the bold. Countless opportunities abound in this world. Must one always possess a legacy? Yu Peiyu replied confidently, I am merely a diligent practitioner. Had it not been for my encounter with Qingxian, our paths would have never crossed. Furthermore, should I have made a name for myself in the martial world, I trust there are indeed tales of my exploits. Yu Peiyu continued, asserting that while martial arts are one aspect of his identity, his exceptional appearance also plays a role. The realm has its celestial beauty rankings, yet his visage rivals that of the most exquisite. Thus, as he traverses the world, his presence is inevitably felt, allowing him to claim the title of a diligent practitioner. Once we conclude matters with the Tianya Pavilion, we shall deliberate further on this. Qingxian, did you not wish to escort this individual back to the Jinwu Taoist temple? I hope he accompanies us on our departure. Tian Jiuju addressed Mu Qingxian, his tone markedly more serious than before. Let us depart. With this command, a surge of energy emanated from him, dissipating the oppressive force Yu Peiyu had cast upon Yang Yinluan, and he led Yang Yinluan away. Watching their exit, Mu Qingxuan's expression darkened. Elder Jiuju, am I to merely observe you? Not to worry. Recently, I have gained some insights that will elevate my strength further. Yu Peiyu replied. Upon arriving in this world, his mindset had transformed once again, as if he were on the cusp of perceiving deeper truths. Moreover, he harbored a strong desire to visit the Jinwu Taoist temple. Even if you were to break through and attain the strength necessary to approach the heavenly gates, your chances of success at the Jinwu Taoist temple remain slim, Mu Qingxian remarked, noticing the gleam of ambition in Yu Peiyu's gaze. I believe it would be prudent for you not to accompany me to the Jinwu Taoist temple, Mu Qingxian stated with a shake of her head. While Mu Yuanping was relatively unperturbed, the Changchun Taoist held a significant position within the Jinwu temple. Presently, the temple was embroiled in a state of contention, leading her to fear for Yu Peiyu's safety. Such actions are not to be taken. I shall not engage in them. Yu Peiyu replied, shaking her head. Meanwhile, Tianzhou Jue led Yang Yinluan back to a private chamber. Relate to me every detail regarding Yu Peiyu's appearances, Tianzhou Jue commanded, his expression grave as he looked at Yang Yinluan. Yang Yinluan recounted their encounter with Yu Peiyu in Luoyang City, and upon hearing it, Tianzhou Jue's demeanor remained somber, as there was no useful intelligence to be gleaned. Master Jiao, Yu Peiyu is undoubtedly suspicious. He may be deliberately drawing closer to Sister Qingxian. We cannot let him slip away, Yang Yinluan interjected. How could we let him escape? However, this matter may work to your advantage. He has slain Mu Yuanping and the Changchun Taoist, which benefits you immensely, as it renders any potential alliance with Mu Qingxian impossible. Even if the sect leader were to consent, others would certainly object. The reason I refrained from confronting him today is not due to my intention to meet with Guan Yu Tian, but rather out of caution. If I were to act, Qingxian would undoubtedly defend him, making it impossible for me to eliminate him. If I cannot vanquish him, why should I engage at all? For now, do not concern yourself with this matter. Yu Peiyu is of a similar age to you, and his prowess has reached the pinnacle of the sea of concentration. You must devote more time to your training. Once we resolve the issue with Guan Yu Tian, you shall accompany me back to the Jinwu temple, Tianzhou Jue declared. Upon hearing this, Yang Yinluan felt a surge of joy, for indeed, Tianzhou Jue's words rang true. Go and discreetly bury the two corpses. There is no need to report this to the Jinwu temple for the time being, Tianzhou Jue commanded thereafter. The following day, at dawn, Elder Jiao led Yang Yinluan to Tianxia City. Let us also proceed to Tianxia City and observe, Mu Qingxian suggested to Yu Peiyu. The powers of the Tianxia Pavilion are formidable. Witnessing the clash of these two great experts may provide us with some enlightenment, Yu Peiyu remarked. While she spoke thus, her true desire was to witness Tianzhou Jue fall at the hands of Guan Yu Tian. Chapter 855, The Overbearing Guan Yu Tian, the Heavenly Wolf Four Symbols Technique. The wrath of the wind deity in Tianxia City, at the headquarters of the Ten Directions, Yan Yinjue approached Guan Yu Tian, stating, General, Tianzhou Jue has descended from the mountain, accompanied by a young man. Is he here? Then let us prepare a warm welcome. Guan Yu Tian coldly replied. Notify the 10 Directions messengers within the hall to gather and extend a greeting to Tianzhou Jue. We are quite eager to ascertain whether the Jinwu Temple's Tianzhou Jue lives up to his reputation. The hall was the former headquarters of the Tianxia Alliance, spacious enough for a confrontation. Soon, Chu Xiangyu, the Wine Immortal, Helian Ba, and others congregated in the hall. As they settled in, the voice of Tianzhou Jue resonated as he came to pay his respects to Guan Yu Tian, the general of the 10 Directions. The resounding voice of the chief elder of the Jinwu Taoist temple echoed throughout the surroundings, announcing his arrival at the Shifang Hall. Was it perhaps related to the matters concerning the Yunhai sect? Some listeners gasped in astonishment. The Jinwu Taoist temple held a prestigious reputation, and Tianzhou Jue was the esteemed chief elder. His presence in the Shifang Hall created quite a stir, prompting many to flock towards the direction of the chief elder. A confrontation would undoubtedly be astonishing. As Tianzhou Jue concluded his statement, a figure emerged from the Shifang Hall. I am Chu Xiangyu, the envoy of Shifang. All martial artists from the Jianghu are welcome to enter. Chu Xiangyu extended an invitation to Tianzhou Jue, simultaneously addressing the gathering martial artists. Upon hearing his words, Tianzhou Jue's gaze sharpened. He did not expect the official to extend such a blatant invitation. The warriors, who initially thought they could only observe from outside, were now thrilled at the prospect of entering the hall. Tianzhou Jue advanced, accompanied by Yang Yinluan, into the Shifang Hall. Soon, they stood before the entrance, where Guan Yu Tian was seated upon a purple-gold bench. He did not rise at the sight of Tianzhou Jue, who felt a shadow cast over him by Guan Yu Tian's demeanor. The accompanying individuals noticed the scene, their expressions shifting to excitement, witnessing how Guan Yu Tian seemed to disregard the presence of Tianzhou Jue entirely. May I inquire as to what brings Elder Jiao Jue of the Jinwu Taoist Temple to our Shifang Hall? It appears the Tianxia Pavilion has had no dealings with your esteemed temple, nor does our Shifang Hall share any ties with it. Guan Yutian addressed Tian Jiuju without the slightest intention of inviting him further. Among the crowd of spectators, Mu Qingxian and Yu Peiyu mingled, witnessing the unfolding situation. Mu Qingxuan's eyes seethed with anger. How domineering of Guan Yutian. He shows no regard for Elder Jiuju, nor for our Jinwu Taoist temple. She exclaimed, this individual possesses formidable strength, and his arrogance is rooted in power. Tian Jiuju may be in peril. Yu Peiyu observed Guan Yutian seated upon the purple gold bench. He was aware of Guan Yutian's prowess, but had never encountered him in person. Now, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from him, he remarked, I can feel it too. Within the gathering, voices began to rise in a cacophony. Is this how you treat your guests, Chief Guan? Tian Jiuju's eyes glinted with coldness in response to Guan Yutian's aggressiveness, yet he restrained himself, replying in a chilling tone. A guest is one who is invited. Or a friend. Tell me, Tian Jiuju, are you a guest, a friend, or merely someone I invited? Guan Yutian stood, addressing him with a challenging stance. In this moment, a surge of formidable energy emanated from Guan Yutian, akin to a volcano erupting. Recently, my son, Ren Qianxing of the Heavenly Gate, has been in a foul mood, preparing to seek out an opponent for battle. It is rumored that you, the chief elder of the Jinwu Taoist temple, Tian Jiuju, have perfected the suspicion of the galaxy's 9 swords, capable of cleaving the galaxy with a single strike. I am eager to witness whether your sword truly matches the legendary prowess attributed to it. Guan Yutian descended before Tian Jiuju. Observers quickly retreated to a safe distance, aware that the clash of titans could lead to unforeseen fatalities. Those present had heard Guan Yutian mention Ren Qianxing and the Heavenly Gate. In recent times, within the entire Great Zhou dynasty, only one individual from the Heavenly Gate existed, Ren Qianxing, the deputy director of the West Pavilion of the Tianya Pavilion. Hence, it became evident that Ren Qianxing was indeed the son of Guan Yutian. This revelation caused a stir among the onlookers. Mu Qingxian, who stood with Yu Peiyu, felt her gaze sharpen. Although she had not witnessed the events at the Sacred Sword Lake, she had seen Ren Qianxing's formidable prowess, especially considering that the sword master of the Sacred Sword Lake had fallen to his blade. As the saying goes, like father, like son, suggesting that Guan Yutian's strength must be formidable, potentially rivaling that of the Heavenly Gate itself. All eyes turned toward Tian Jiuju. At this moment, Tian Jiuju was taken aback, though his feelings were primarily of indignation toward Guan Yutian, who seemed to regard him with utter disdain. Today, allow me to experience your prowess, Chief Guan. With that, a terrifying sword aura erupted around Tian Jiuju, soaring into the heavens. The surrounding air trembled under the weight of this sword energy, creating a formidable ripple effect. Elder Jiuju's mastery over his sword aura was indeed unparalleled. Yu Peiyu observed the unfolding scene, her eyes shifting slightly. Tian Jiuju, as the chief elder of the Jinwu Taoist temple, ranked among the top 5 in strength within the sect. If you were to engage him, you would likely suffer greatly. Mu Qingxian remarked with a smile. I refuse to believe that. One must engage in battle to truly understand. Yu Peiyu countered. Despite Tian Jiuju's formidable strength, did it imply her own weakness? Noticing Yu Peiyu's defiance, Mu Qingxian replied, then do watch closely. Very well, Guan Yutian exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face as he beheld the sword energy radiating from Tian Jiuju. I have recently acquired a unique skill set, and you shall serve as my test subject. Having received the Celestial Intent 4 Symbols technique from Su Chun, he had swiftly grasped the first 3 moves and was currently delving into the 4th. He sensed that success in his cultivation was imminent, and thus, he was eager to put it to the test. With a thunderous roar, his aura surged forth. As the aura surrounding him shifted, the atmosphere of the world around began to transform as well. What was once a windless, sunny day suddenly erupted into a tempest. A terrifying gale coalesced toward Guan Yutian. Under the pressure of this gathering wind, a colossal phantom emerged behind Guan Yutian. The wind god is enraged. Guan Yutian roared. Boom. The immense figure raised its hand and struck down, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Chapter 856. The sky resembles the Milky Way. 9 swords emerge, a unity of chaos and primordial vitality. The vitality incites extraordinary phenomena. Witnessing this scene, everyone's expression changed. Many were aware of Guan Yutian's divine might, yet few had witnessed his execution of this technique, the wrath of the wind god. Faced with this attack, Tian Jiuju's gaze sharpened. and a surge of sword intent erupted from him, as if the Milky Way had unleashed 9 swords. The first sword, as it fell, stirred the mountains and rivers. The long sword in Tian Jiuju's hand was drawn. With a single stroke, a silver radiance sliced through the space between heaven and earth. This silver light tore the firmament apart. Amidst the raging winds, the sword energy surged forth like lightning, clashing with the surrounding gales. Clang, clang, clang. The sword energy collided with the wind in the skies, producing a series of resonant sounds, forming terrifying blades of wind that shattered the heavens and earth. Meanwhile, the silver sword light met the descending hand of the wind god in a catastrophic clash. Boom. At the moment of impact, the previous winds and sword energies were instantaneously engulfed as if by a black hole, vanishing in an instant. After their disappearance, a vacuum rapidly formed at the collision site, obliterating everything in its wake. The ground beneath the two warriors swiftly cracked and shattered, creating a profound pit. In this exchange, neither side emerged victorious. However, Tian Jiuju's expression was one of grave concern. Did you see that? The swordsmanship of Elder Jiuju is extraordinarily formidable, Mu Qianxing remarked to Yu Peiyu. Indeed, it is powerful. However, I can withstand this strike. Yu Peiyu, who practiced the Wusheng divine art, possessed an internal energy that was several times denser than that of an ordinary expert of the sea. Coupled with his innate divine strength, the power he could unleash was remarkable. Thus, he could indeed block this sword. Mu Qianxing said nothing further, having previously slain Changchun Daoist. Yu Peiyu was more than capable of withstanding this attack. I am eager to witness your true strength, Mu Qianxing stated, gazing at Yu Peiyu. You will see, Yu Peiyu replied, his eyes fixed on the combatants. After his initial move, Guan Yushin's face broke into a wild grin. The first strike is blocked. Now behold my second. The aura surrounding Guan Yushin shifted once more. The previously formless rage of the wind seemed to abruptly halt, and a wave of scorching heat began to permeate the air. Though it was summer, many felt as if they were being scorched by flames, beads of sweat suddenly appearing on their skin. In this moment, the fiery red, true energy erupted from Guan Yushin's body. A figure, ablaze with this fiery essence, materialized, a terrifyingly enormous silhouette that reached out a hand toward Tian Jiuju. Tian Jiuju's expression altered, and his sword energy transformed, akin to the Milky Way unleashing its second sword, the sword of the ice river. Tian Jiuju bellowed. As the sword was unsheathed, a sudden wave of chilling white mist enveloped the air, spreading like an endless ocean. Within this fog, a colossal sword of ice materialized. The clash between the fiery hand of the fire god and this icy force transformed the atmosphere, infusing it with a refreshing coolness. The third sword emerged, heralding the setting sun. Tian Jiuju, as the esteemed grand elder of the true martial Dao sect, could not simply allow Guan Yu Tian to act alone without making his own move. Thus, he unleashed the third sword first. As the sword was drawn, the heavens bore witness to the emergence of a sun setting in the horizon, casting a radiant glow across the land. Ultimately, this brilliance coalesced into a dazzling beam of sword light, hurtling towards Guan Yu Tian with astonishing speed, infused with innate vital energy. This time, Guan Yu Tian refrained from countering and instead channeled his innate vital energy. The rapid sword light collided with his protective aura, producing a thunderous explosion that quickly dissipated, leaving no trace of disturbance. Observing this, many were taken aback, their expressions tightening, particularly Tian Jiuju, whose countenance shifted in disbelief. He had not anticipated that his strike would yield no effect against his opponent. The sword energy had failed to unsettle Guan Yu Tian's protective aura, which was harmoniously united and fortified. To breach such a defense required formidable strength. For the fourth sword, he declared, sword that stabilizes the four corners. Following the ineffectiveness of his previous strike, Tian Jiuju swiftly launched the fourth sword. As he did so, an uncanny silence enveloped the world, mirroring the essence of his technique. Not only did the surroundings fall silent, but Guan Yu Tian also experienced a profound stillness within, a tranquility that resonated with the vital energy coursing through him. A look of elation graced Guan Yu Tian's face. The prowess of the grand elder of the true martial Dao sect was indeed extraordinary. His battle spirit surged, and he raised his palm, not to unleash the wrath of the thunder god this time, but to invoke another martial art he had studied after assuming leadership of the Heavenly Alliance, the Four Symbols Dragon technique. With a commanding shout, he invoked the Qinglong to obscure the heavens. A colossal palm strike erupted, morphing into a green dragon that shattered the serene fabric of space. Hurtling towards his adversary with a fearsome roar, the fifth sword emerged, akin to the stars in the night sky. Suddenly, the world dimmed, yet amidst this gloom, myriad stars began to coalesce, charging towards the green dragon in a spectacular display. The collision of these two forces sent shockwaves through the air, igniting a tempest of vital energy. At that moment, Guan Yu Tian unleashed the terrifying wrath of the thunder god from the heavenly intent four symbols technique. Thunder erupted, shrouding the skies in a deluge of lightning, manifesting as a colossal thunderous palm aimed squarely at Tian Jiuju. The sixth sword, striking like a mountain hammer, was unleashed with the weight of a towering peak. However, as it collided with the lightning, it was swiftly suppressed. Guan Yu Tian's innate vital energy surged forth, amplifying the might of the thunder god, driving it down upon the heavy mountain force. In an instant, Tian Jiuju's sword felt as if it were being crushed under the immense pressure of the thunder god's power, shattering the sword energy into fragments. The figure was jolted back several steps. With a fierce roar, Tian Jiuju unleashed a surge of energy that swept forth like a tidal wave. The supreme, true martial force. His internal energy surged, creating a terrifying flow rate, which converged with the essence of true energy, infusing it into the long sword in his grasp. The seventh sword, the eighth sword. He bellowed, and the long sword, glinting like a fearsome silver, slashed towards the colossal thunder god. The radiant sword light from these two strikes collided with the thunder god, resulting in a shattering explosion as both the deity and the twin beams of light were obliterated simultaneously. Divine momentum, the fall of the galactic river. At this moment, Tian Jiuju erupted with his own divine presence, a silver radiance manifesting behind him, reminiscent of the Milky Way suspended in the heavens, evoking a sense of ethereal beauty. Initially, neither combatant had unleashed their divine forces, but as he prepared for his final strike, his divine aura surged forth. The ninth sword, the nine heavens galaxy. A singular sword of the galaxy. As the sword move was executed, the hazy galaxy behind him appeared to descend. In the instant the galaxy fell, a beam of sword light emerged, exuding an immense sword intent that was not mere sword energy, but the essence of the sword itself. This formless intent could sever the spirit and corporeal form alike. Tian Jiuju's divine aura was a culmination of his ultimate strike. Is this your final sword? The divine presence of Guan Yu Tian erupted, invoking innate vigor and the four symbols dragon technique. His entire being coalesced into a singular force, and with a swift motion, he surged toward his opponent. Boom! The sword light struck him, emitting a dazzling brilliance, yet failed to breach the barrier of innate energy. Though his movement was impeded, Guan Yu Tian pushed off the ground, launching himself forward. The hand of the mighty dragon struck out instantaneously. As his palm descended, Tian Jiuju's expression shifted dramatically, hastily raising his sword to parry. Boom! The sword and palm collided, unleashing a wave of energy that sent shockwaves through the air. Tian Jiuju's chest surged with blood, threatening to erupt forth, his countenance changing as an aura more potent than the ocean's essence erupted forth, clashing with Guan Yu Tian's terrifying strike. The ethereal heavenly gate sensed the transformation of Tian Jiuju's aura, beginning to coalesce. Chapter 857. Unrestrained, the thunder god meets the heavenly gate, the thunder god's fury. His power surpassed that of the ocean's essence. Observing the battle, Yu Peiyu's gaze sharpened. Earlier, he had surmised that Tian Jiuju's strength might exceed that of the ocean's essence. Now, under Guan Yu Tian's formidable strike, it became evident that he had indeed summoned power beyond that threshold. Just moments ago, Mu Qinxian mentioned that Tian Jiuju ranked among the top 5 in the true martial Taoist temple, implying that at least 4 others possessed similar strength. Yu Peiyu pondered, his eyes fixed on the battleground, astonished that Guan Yu Tian had forced Elder Jiuju to unleash strength surpassing the ocean's essence. Mu Qinxian gazed at the heavenly gate, her expression grave. This is not the true martial temple. If one were to breach the heavenly gate here, one would fail to reach the domain of the true martial sanctuary. In the realm of humanity, one might be safe, yet in the territories of ferocious beasts and demons, one would likely meet with death. Mu Qinxian spoke. Disperse our strength and evade the heavenly gate. This is the only course of action available to Elder Jiuju at present. Mu Qingxian continued. Are you suggesting that loose cultivators entering the heavenly gate will encounter peril? Yu Peiyu recalled Ren Qianxing's earlier venture into the heavenly gate. Indeed, each major lineage possesses coordinates that can be drawn upon, which elucidates why I urged you to approach the heavenly gate at the true martial temple, Mu Qingxian explained. Shattering the heavenly gate would bring an end to the conflict between them, Yu Peiyu stated. However, the official Gu Yutian shows no signs of concluding the battle. His power is also in flux. Gu Yutian's strength surpasses even that of a focused practitioner in the sea. Mu Qingxian observed the unfolding scene with keen intensity. At that moment, as the aura of Tian Jiuju shifted, Gu Yutian's countenance grew frigid and his essence began to transform, unleashing a power that exceeded that of a focused practitioner in the sea and exhibiting a more reckless demeanor than Tian Jiuju. You, witnessing this, Tian Jiuju's expression turned grotesque. You intend to enter the heavenly gate alongside me. Tian Jiuju glared at Gu Yutian. To enter the heavenly gate together? No, I intend to slay you. Gu Yutian's gaze was frigid. The power within him surged relentlessly. His terrifying strength operated with greater swiftness than that of Tian Jiuju. The lightning of the heavenly gate converged. Boom. The first bolt of lightning struck instantaneously. The lightning surged towards Gu Yutian and Tian Jiuju. Wrath of the Thunder God. As the lightning descended, Gu Yutian roared, and the phantom of the Thunder God manifested, merging with the lightning. Subsequently, it surged forth to strike at Tian Jiuju. Sword falls like a galaxy. Innate Xuanwu force. Tian Jiuju bellowed as he swung his long sword. A surge of vigor enveloped him, and within that vigor, the image of a mysterious tortoise emerged. The sword light cleaved towards Gu Yutian's assault, while the Xuanwu vigor emanating from him sought to withstand the descending lightning. Bang! The vigor surrounding him shattered under the onslaught of the lightning. The clash between the sword light and the wrath of the Thunder God erupted with a thunderous roar. Lightning surged into Tian Jiuju's form. Tian Jiuju let out a wretched scream. Bang! Then, he exploded, transforming into a cloud of blood mist. Had he faced the heavenly gate alone, Tian Jiuju would undoubtedly have withstood it. However, his sword was aimed at Gu Yutian's wrath of the Thunder God. The amalgamation of the heavenly gate's lightning power and the wrath of the Thunder God possessed a terror beyond that of heavenly thunder. Thus, he directed his strike towards that Thunder God. Innate vigor. Gu Yutian bellowed as his innate vigor surged forth, bracing against the heavenly gate's lightning. His entire being trembled. Yet the innate vigor revolved swiftly, managing to endure the initial wave of power. The first wave was repelled. The heavenly thunder coalesced. Gu Yutian's true energy swiftly contracted, and in the blink of an eye, his aura vanished. In that moment, it was as if he had ceased to exist. The heavenly gate could not perceive him. He disappeared. As the heavenly gate faded, Gu Yutian spat forth a mouthful of blood. Her gaze turned towards the heavenly gate, her brow slightly furrowing. In an instant, Chu Xiangyu appeared beside Guan Yutian, reaching out to steady him. Do not touch me for now, Guan Yutian declared. Yet, Chu Xiangyu's hand had already made contact, and a surge of lightning energy coursed through to her palm, leaving her with a sensation akin to being scorched. She quickly withdrew her hand, channeling her energy to restore it. We must retreat, Guan Yutian insisted. The lightning from that heavenly gate is terrifying, Yu Peiyu remarked, her brow knit in concern. Guan Yutian, however, displayed even greater terror, managing to block that fearsome lightning with his own vital energy, seemingly sustaining only minor injuries. Nonetheless, he would likely encounter an even more formidable force upon his next ascent. The existence of the heavenly gate served to protect the martial artists of this realm, preventing such overwhelmingly powerful beings from wreaking havoc. Elder Tian Jiuju has perished in battle. I must report this news to the true martial temple without delay. Mu Qingxian stated. What about Yang Yinluan? Should we take him with us? Yu Peiyu inquired, glancing at the dazed Yang Yinluan. Do not concern yourself with him. We must leave at once. Mu Qingxian replied. Guan Yutian is too powerful. What manner of force is the Tianya Pavilion to possess such strength? She continued, having no intention of confronting Yang Yinluan. With that, she departed with Yu Peiyu. The defeat of Tian Jiuju would have significant repercussions. As the chief elder of the true martial temple, his death at the hands of Guan Yutian, the leader of Tianya Pavilion, suggested that the true martial temple was inferior to the Tianya Pavilion. This would inevitably shift the balance of power. The influence of the true martial temple would wane, while that of the Tianya Pavilion would rise. The martial artists who had witnessed the battle were equally astonished. This clash was nothing short of earth-shattering. Amidst the chaos, only one person remained in a state of confusion, Yang Yinluan. He could scarcely believe what he had just witnessed. The chief elder of the true martial temple, Tian Jiuju, had fallen to Guan Yutian. Tian Jiuju had been a leading figure in their lineage, and his death would severely weaken them. Although the true martial temple was a sacred ground of the Tao, it was not devoid of fierce competition. As he surveyed his surroundings, he caught sight of Mu Qinxian and Yu Peiyu departing, jealousy flooding his gaze as he moved towards them. Outside the city, Yang Yinluan pursued Mu Qinxian and the others. Mu Qinxian, stop! He called out. You possess bloodline power. Now is the time for you to act. Surely, Guan Yutian is no match for you. Go and eliminate him. Otherwise, I shall divulge the matters concerning Yu Peiyu, Mu Yuanping, and Changchun Daoist to the true martial temple. Yang Yinluan dashed in front of Mu Qinxian. Just as he uttered these words, a flash of sword light swept by, leaving a crimson mark upon his throat. The attack had not come from Yu Peiyu, but from Mu Qinxian herself. Clutching his throat in disbelief, he stared at her. Let me take action. Even with my bloodline power, I am no match for Guan Yutian. And you should not threaten me. I, Mu Qinxian, am not someone you can intimidate. If you choose to threaten me, then you shall perish. You are deceased. Yet no one will know that I was responsible for your demise. I shall inform your father that you have simply vanished. As for whether you are alive or dead, he remains oblivious. As Mu Qinxian spoke, she grasped the lifeless body of Yang Yinluan and drew it into the dense forest, retrieving a substance to dissolve the corpse. In the blink of an eye, Yang Yinluan's body transformed into a puddle of viscous liquid. At times, women can be even more ruthless than men. These 2 chapters are from today. There will be no further updates. Please be informed. Chapter 858, The Heavenly Saint Sword Body, the true meaning of dragon and elephant. The true blood of the celestial dragon, the heavenly devouring diamond finger. Yu Peiyu gazed at this scene, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in her eyes. Mu Qingxuan's decisiveness was truly remarkable. She sighed inwardly, realizing that one should never underestimate the ferocity of women. A mere disagreement can lead to lethal consequences. This way, no one will suspect that you were responsible for the deaths of Changchun Daoist and Mu Yuanping. If you accompany me to the Jinwu Daoist temple, there will be no issues. Any suspicions within the temple will only fall upon Tianya Pavilion. However, we must not imply that their deaths are connected to Tianya Pavilion. After all, given Tianya Pavilion's influence in the Lingjiang region, they might uncover something. In such a case, we could be implicated, Mu Qingxian declared. Upon hearing her words, Yu Peiyu, somewhat perplexed, inquired, since Guan Yutian has slain Tian Jiuju, has not this feud already begun? Even if we remain silent, a war between Jinwu Daoist Temple and Tianya Pavilion is inevitable, is it not? After all, Tian Jiuju is the chief elder of Jinwu Daoist Temple. In response to Yu Peiyu's confusion, Mu Qingxian shook her head, saying, not necessarily. Presently, Jinwu Daoist Temple is divided into 3 factions. One advocates for engagement with the world, while another favors seclusion. Is that not merely 2? There is also a faction led by the headmaster that seeks to balance both approaches. This is the lineage of my master. Tian Jiuju is the leader of the worldly faction. Previously, the head of Jinwu Courtyard, Yang Su, belonged to this faction, which led to the establishment of the Jinwu Courtyard in the capital. Among them, the strongest is Tian Jiuju. With his demise, their faction's strength has diminished. However, the specific circumstances depend on how the headmaster decides. The authority of the Jinwu Daoist Temple headmaster is paramount. Guan Yutian's ability to summon heavenly lightning with his own techniques and withstand its force is rather formidable. It would be prudent for us to leave this place swiftly to avoid any complications should they refuse to let us depart, Mu Qingxian stated. Yu Peiyu nodded in agreement, and the 2 quickly made their exit. Before long, news of Guan Yutian slaying the chief elder Tian Jiuju of Jinwu Daoist Temple spread throughout the entire Great Zhou dynasty, causing a great uproar. The recent activities of Tianya Pavilion have been rather frequent. First, Ren Qianxing executed the sword master of the Holy Sword Lake and ascended the Celestial Gate. Then, a deputy pavilion master seized control of the Sword Tomb at Holy Sword Lake. Now, the overall commander, Guan Yutian, has slain the chief elder of Jinwu Daoist Temple. This is undoubtedly a significant event, overshadowing even the commotion stirred by the Qinglong society. As Su Chun made his way towards the Red Sun Palace, seated within the carriage and listening to the report from Yuan Suiyun, he felt a profound shock within his heart. The wrath of the Thunder God unleashed a torrent of lightning. How audacious of Guan Yutian! Has there been any feedback from Guan's side following the heavenly thunder? It appears that if the heavenly gate were to reappear, the power directed against him would surge tremendously, compelling him to retreat. Should he remain, he might not withstand the onslaught of lightning. As Yuan Suiyun spoke, Su Qin was not taken aback. If, as Li Hanqiu claimed, the heavenly gate serves to protect this realm, then such a scenario is entirely plausible. It would not permit one to wield such formidable power. In a desperate bid to ensure Yu Peiyu could enter the Zhenwu Dao Pavilion, Mu Qingxian even resorted to killing Yang Yinluan. Su Chun was somewhat astonished by this revelation. The host's subordinate, Gu Shintong, utilized the emperor's fate-gazing technique to devour the residual sword qi of past masters within the Sacred Sword Lake's sword tomb, successfully condensing the heavenly sacred sword body and earning 3 orange lottery tickets. Upon witnessing this, Su Chun was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that Gu Shintong would entirely consume the residual sword qi from the Sacred Sword Lake's sword tomb, culminating in the creation of the heavenly sacred sword body. This was rather formidable. Gu Shintong's inherent strength already resided at the broken realm level. Now, with this development, he was likely even more powerful. Su Qin pondered whether the sword body's attack could penetrate Guan Yutian's innate vigor. He then proceeded to draw the 3 orange lottery tickets, acquired the dragon elephant true meaning for the character Yu Peiyu, obtained a drop of true blood of the heavenly dragon for the character Guan Yutian, and acquired the heavenly devouring diamond finger for the character Bai Chou Fei. Surprised by this information, Su Chun felt a slight thrill in his heart. This would undoubtedly enhance the powers of Yu Peiyu, Guan Yutian, and Bai Chou Fei. Delving into the dragon elephant true meaning, it could help one comprehend the dragon elephant body. Yu Peiyu, possessing innate divine strength, could amplify her power in conjunction with the dragon elephant true meaning, ultimately forging the dragon elephant body and refining her physique. The true blood of the heavenly dragon, a drop from the ancient heavenly dragon, harbors terrifying power and a trace of true dragon energy. Mastering it would bestow one with the might of the heavenly dragon. The heavenly devouring diamond finger is a sinister fingertip technique. Once perfected, engaging in battle would allow it to penetrate the opponent's body, siphoning their essence to enhance one's own strength, a rapid means of elevating power through a dark and chilling method. Despite its ominous name, this technique is indeed formidable. With Bai Chou Fei wielding this skill, his strength would undoubtedly advance further. This was a commendable harvest, Su Qin mused. How many days do we have until we reach Su City? Su Qin inquired. We have 2 days remaining to reach Su City, my lord. Upon our arrival, where shall we reside? Isn't there the Wugo Mountain Villa with Lian Qingbi? Under the condition of not alarming others, we shall take lodging at the Wugo Mountain Villa. Please inform Lian Qingbi, Su Qin commanded. After receiving the transmission of power from the carefree Marquis, Lian Qingbi, by integrating his own martial arts, has comprehended his own divine aura and ascended to the realm of focused concentration in the sea. Su Chun appointed Lian Qingbi as the master of the July Hall in the Azure Dragon Society, while Murong Fu became the master of the August Hall, and the new figure Yin Nanfeng took on the role of the June Hall master. With the 9 hall masters of the 12 halls of the Azure Dragon Society now assembled, Lian Qingbi finds himself in the main hall of the Purity Manor, reading a letter with a joyful expression. Su Xiaolong is coming to Su City and is preparing to stay at his Purity Manor, which is indeed a privilege. My dear, what brings you such joy? Inquired Li Yimei, noticing the smile on Lian Qingbi's face. Su Xiaolong is arriving in Su City and will be residing in our Purity Manor. Lian Qingbi replied candidly, knowing that Li Yimei would gradually learn many things in the future. As his wife, there is little he feels he needs to conceal from her. Now that the Azure Dragon Society has gained prominence, Su Xiaolong's visit signifies the presence of a significant figure, and we must extend our finest hospitality, he thought. Sensing Li Yimei's surprise, everything shall proceed as usual. We will prepare discreetly. However, there is something I wish to share with you, my dear. I am affiliated with the Azure Dragon Society. More specifically, I am under Su Xiaolong's command. After my strength was enhanced, he elevated me to the position of master of the July Hall, Lian Qingbi confessed. Upon hearing Lian Qingbi's words, Li Yimei's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Although she held some doubts regarding Lin Qianxing's identity, she had not anticipated him being a Hall Master of the Azure Dragon Society. She was further surprised that he would confide such information to her, yet her face soon clouded with concern. Will revealing this to me affect your standing in the Azure Dragon Society? In this life, Lin Qianxing bore fewer burdens. Thus he embodied his noble essence flawlessly. Under this aura, Li Yimei had surrendered herself entirely to him, and naturally, she worried that his disclosure might jeopardize him. Fear not. This was agreed upon by Su Xiaolong. There will be no repercussions, Lin Qianxing reassured her. Master. Just then, a servant entered, interrupting their conversation. What is it? Lin Qianxing asked. Master. We have received intelligence from our spy within the Crimson Sun Hall. The messenger handed a confidential report to Lin Qianxing. Upon opening the letter, his brow furrowed slightly. You may leave, he gestured, and the messenger quickly retreated. After Su Qin's assault on the Crimson Sun Hall, Lin Qianxing had dispatched individuals to gather intelligence from within, especially after he had recently eliminated Lu Mushing, the disciple of the Hall Master. Although the kill was executed in secrecy, it had undoubtedly engendered animosity, necessitating vigilance over the Crimson Sun Hall's activities. What troubles you, my husband? Li Yimei inquired, noticing the change in Lin Qianxing's countenance. Though Li Yimei lacks martial prowess, possessing only a modicum of skill, her keen intellect allows her to frequently assist Lin Qianxing in managing various affairs. Observe, Lin Qianxing handed a confidential letter to Li Yimei, who, upon reading its contents, furrowed her brow slightly. The Red Sun Palace has established a connection with the Murong family, who hold royal ties within the capital. Despite the current upheaval within the royal family, they remain formidable. Li Yimei remarked, the Murong family seems indifferent. If the Azure Dragon Society can annihilate the Nangong family, it can certainly eradicate the Murong family as well. However, the Murong family should be aware of the nature of the relationship between the Red Sun Palace and our Azure Dragon Society. I wonder if their actions are intentional or merely coincidental. Lin Qianxing replied coldly, if it is deliberate, then we can ascertain that the Murong family intends to become our adversary. We should first relay our findings to Xiaolongshu for his judgment, Li Yimei suggested. At that moment, Lin Qianxing could only nod in agreement. Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall of the Red Sun Palace, the Palace Master Qi Xinyang and Deputy Palace Master Lu Ming were joined by a striking woman clad in a fiery red gown, her curves accentuating her stunning beauty. She exuded a fiery aura that rendered her irresistibly captivating. Yar, we owe you a debt of gratitude. Without you, we would not have forged this connection with the Murong family, Qi Xinyang declared. Father, as a member of the Red Sun Palace, it is only natural that I assist at this critical juncture, the woman replied. However, now that I have facilitated the link between Murong Xingqian and the Murong family, should we not seek retribution for our senior brother? It was Lin Qianxing who caused his demise, and I desire his death. A glimmer of hatred flickered in her eyes. Moreover, we must capture both Lin Qianxing and that wretched Li Yimei. I intend to use their corpses to honor our senior brother. Niece, Lu Ming interjected. With the prospects of resolving the Azure Dragon Society's affairs now within reach, Lin Qianxing, who killed our esteemed disciple, must pay for his actions. I shall personally venture to Wugeshan Manor to apprehend both Lin Qianxing and Li Yimei, and you shall determine their fate. Though Lu Ming and the others were unaware of who had slain Lu Mushi, Qi believed it was Lin Qianxing, as he had indeed been the one responsible for Lu Mushi's death. Qi was the key to the connection between the Red Sun Palace and the Murong family. It was through her that Murong Xingqian agreed to assist the Red Sun Palace. Thank you, Uncle Lu. I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. I will return to my quarters now. Qi expressed her gratitude and took her leave from the Grand Hall. After her departure, Qi Xinyang spoke in a somber tone. Lin Qianxing previously had contact with Fu Hongxue, the leader of the Azure Dragon Society, and Xiao Feng, the leader of the Beggars Sect. I fear there may be a deeper connection. Master, if Lin Qianxing were truly affiliated with the Azure Dragon Society, he would have killed Mushi long ago, rather than waiting for the Red Sun Palace to provoke the Azure Dragon Society before striking again. I suspect Lin Qianxing is merely seeking to exploit the situation. Master, I understand your concerns. However, it matters not whether Lin Qianxing is associated with the Qinglong Society. Currently, Murong Xingqian is infatuated with Yer. By capturing Lin Qianxing and his companions, we can ascertain whether there exists any connection between them and the Qinglong Society. Lu Ming spoke up. Upon hearing this, Qi Xinyang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. When they are apprehended, we shall invite Murong Xingchen for a visit. If it turns out that Lian Qingbi has no ties to the Qinglong society, then all is well. If there is a connection, we can ensnare Murong Xingchen as well. The master of the Crimson Sun Palace spoke in a grave tone. Truly, you are astute, master. I shall attend to this immediately. Lu Ming bowed respectfully. In the rear courtyard of the Crimson Earth Palace, before a particular abode that once belonged to Lu Moshing, Qi Yue now resided after Lu Moshing's demise. Entering through the door, she stepped into a side chamber. Within the chamber, a peculiar plant emanating 7 bizarre hues grew in a pot. This extraordinary plant, known as the 7 Absolute Extinction Grass, has been nourished with the divine blood of Li Yimei. I believe it will fully mature. At that time, I might harness your essence to comprehend the 7 Absolute Extinction divine force and ascend into the realm of concentration. Qi Yue murmured as she gazed at the 7 Absolute Extinction Grass. Qi Yue and Lu Moshing had long since pledged their lives to one another, though the world remained oblivious to this bond. Lu Moshing's pursuit of Li Yimei was merely a means to turn her into a blood slave to cultivate the 7 Absolute Extinction Grass. With Lu Moshing now deceased, Qi Yue intended to eliminate Li Yimei, using her blood to nourish the grass before her, aiding her in condensing her divine force. Murong Xingchen, how fortunate you are. At this moment, Qi Yue could not help but think of Murong Xingchen, a flicker of disdain gleaming in her eyes. In the dead of night, at the Pure Mountain Manor, 3 figures descended before a side chamber. As they landed, they made no effort to conceal their aura. Inside the room, Lian Qingbi awoke, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Rising to his feet, he sensed Li Yimei stirring as well. Someone has arrived. I shall confront them. You remain here, Lian Qingbi instructed as he donned his attire and stepped outside. Upon observing the 3 figures in the courtyard, his gaze sharpened. Lu Ming, the vice master of the Crimson Sun Palace, had come in the dead of night. What could be the purpose? Lian Qingbi coldly remarked, Lu Ming, you have slain my first disciple, Lu Moshing. Today, I am here under orders to escort you and your spouse to the Crimson Sun Palace. To take us to the Crimson Sun Palace? Do you comprehend the nature of this place? This is Pure Mountain Manor, not a domain for your reckless antics. Since you have come uninvited, I shall ensure your corpses are returned to the Crimson Sun Palace, Lian Qingbi declared, his eyes revealing a murderous intent. There was no need for further discourse. Combat would ensue. Boom. In the moment he spoke, a terrifying aura erupted from within him, causing the entire courtyard to stir with an unseen wind. Chapter 860. The path to heaven you do not walk, formless and shapeless, the sword hidden in his sleeve. Observing the aura emanating from Lian Qingbi, the leader, Lu Ming, revealed a look of astonishment in his eyes. Your strength. He intended to speak, but Lian Qingbi had already moved, his form transforming into a fleeting shadow, appearing behind Lu Ming in an instant. With both palms raised, he struck out with astonishing speed. Bang! Bang! The 2 individuals accompanying Lu Ming, caught off guard, were sent flying by a single palm strike. Spurt! Both of them coughed up blood simultaneously. One attempted to struggle to his feet, yet before he could rise, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The other writhed on the floor, grievously injured, without timely assistance. He too would surely perish. The path to heaven you do not tread, yet you present yourselves at Hell's Gate. Lian Qingbi's gaze was icy as he regarded Lu Ming. It seems you truly murdered Lu Moshing. Lu Ming had previously harbored doubts about Lian Qingbi's involvement in Lu Moshing's death, but he could not be certain until now. It was clear that Lian Qingbi was indeed responsible for Lu Moshing's demise. Indeed, some individuals are beyond your reach, and thus they deserve their fate. Just like you who have come here today. Lu Ming, Vice Lord of the Crimson Sun Hall. It is said that you have mastered the Crimson Flame Black Current technique to perfection, condensing the divine might of the Black Current. Today, I am eager to witness it. Lian Qingbi stated coldly, fixing his gaze upon Lu Ming. Humph. Lu Ming snorted disdainfully, yet his heart was filled with caution. The opponent faced him with an air of ease. Clearly, their strength had also reached the level of concentration in the sea. He had not anticipated that what he thought would be a simple endeavor would escalate to this extent. A flicker of resentment surged within him. However, under the current circumstances, Lian Qingbi would not allow him to escape, necessitating a counterstrike. With a focused thought, he stepped forward, a powerful true energy erupting from his body, faintly imbued with a divine might, pressing toward Lian Qingbi. Qingbi, you wish to witness it? Allow me to show you the divine might of the crimson flame black current. Boom. A wave of black energy surged forth behind him, exuding an intense heat reminiscent of charred coal, as if it aimed to incinerate everything in its path. Crimson flame, black current. As the divine might manifested, Lu Ming surged forward, his palm transforming into a fist, condensing the crimson flame black current upon it. With a single punch, it resembled a scorching black hole, ready to incinerate all that stood before it. In response to Lu Ming's divine might, Qingbi also summoned a force of divine might, rooted in the martial arts of the Carefree Marquis. The pinnacle of the Carefree Marquis's techniques was a nefarious art that fused Eastern illusions and ninjutsu. Formless and shapeless, it allowed for bodily transformation. Upon arriving in this world, Qingbi discovered that he need not sever his own arms to wield such martial prowess. As he combined this technique, he cultivated his own divine essence while concentrating in the depths of the ocean, formless and intangible. This divine essence, devoid of any external manifestation, was solely directed towards his own body, significantly distinct from the outwardly projected divine essence. Nevertheless, it possessed a similar aura. When his blazing fist struck towards Qingbi, the latter's form transformed into a shadowy silhouette beneath the force of Lu Ming's punch, instantaneously reappearing at a distant location. With a resounding crash, the fist met the ground, causing debris to fly in all directions. Such an extraordinary martial art. Lu Ming's gaze sharpened upon realizing his strike had missed. The manner in which Qingbi evaded his attack was remarkably peculiar, as he silently morphed into a shadow. Fixing his gaze on the area, Lu Ming sought to ascertain how Qingbi would evade him. Black stream, crimson earth. Lu Ming uttered with a low growl, slapping his palm together, unleashing a surge of black true energy. The black currents, imbued with searing energy, erupted forth like a volcanic explosion, enveloping the vicinity around Qingbi in a manner reminiscent of lava flowing across 1,000 miles of scorched earth. In an instant, the once serene moonlit night deepened into an ominous darkness. As Lu Ming launched his attack, his expression contorted with ferocity, he struck with considerable force. The black energy ruptured the air, producing a cacophony of sizzling sounds beneath the oppressive flow. Observing the impending onslaught, Qingbi's expression momentarily tightened. Clenching his fist, he unleashed the Tian Lu, Jin Shan, channeling a torrent of true energy that surged forth from his fist, manifesting as a colossal peak. This mountain-like force suspended in the air countered the descending black stream, exuding a formidable weight. The Qinglong Society and Tianya Pavilion had absorbed numerous factions, consolidating their martial arts, granting Qingbi and his peers the right to peruse these techniques. Recently, he had successfully mastered a martial art known as Tian Lu Jin Shan Gong, which harnessed energy to manifest mountains, subduing adversaries. The energy solidified like a mountain, emanating an overwhelming pressure that was even more formidable. As the two forces collided, the massive peak clashed with the black stream, resulting in a simultaneous explosion of power, with chaotic energy radiating outward. At that moment, a glint of cold light flashed in Qingbi's eyes, and he suddenly surged forward, transforming into a peculiar shadow. This shadow moved with astonishing swiftness, swiftly materializing before Lu Ming. Upon his arrival, he raised his arm, revealing a long sword that emerged from his sleeve. The sword from Qingbi's sleeve appeared with a grace akin to the warmth of the spring sun, yet its speed was blinding, vanishing in an instant. In Shaoxi Lang, a comparison had been made between Shaoxi Lang and Qingbi. While Zhao's blade technique resembled the ferocity of wind and thunder, Qingbi's swordsmanship flowed like the gentle warmth of a spring breeze. Both had reached the pinnacle of their respective arts. In this world, his sword had never faltered, and Lu Ming, taken aback by the failure to subdue Qingbi with his strike, was unprepared for the sudden emergence of the sword from Qingbi's sleeve. Before he could react, the sword light pierced through his true energy, plunging into his throat. Lu Ming gazed at the sword poised at his throat, yearning to seize it. With a swift motion, the blade was retracted, and Qingbi stepped aside. Clutching his neck, Lu Ming's voice trembled. "Why is your power so formidable? Who exactly are you? Considering your current state, it matters not to inform you. I am the master of the July Hall of the Qinglong Society," Qingbi replied coldly, casting a glance at his adversary. The revelation left Lu Ming in astonishment. He had never anticipated that Ren Qianxing was the master of the July Hall. He wished to express, "I cannot contest my defeat," yet the words remained unvoiced as he collapsed to the ground, breathless in an instant. Ren Qianxing then approached the wounded individual who lay previously on the ground, a person he had intentionally spared in an earlier confrontation. He was eager to discern how the Red Sun Palace had concluded that he was responsible for the death of Lu Mushing. "Tell me, how did you come to believe I murdered Lu Mushing? Perhaps I might grant you mercy. Otherwise, you shall learn what it means to suffer more than death." Ren Qianxing's frigid voice reached the ears of the gasping man. A glimmer of light appeared in the man's eyes. "We do not know if you killed Lu Mushing, but the young lady has decreed that both of you shall be offered in tribute to him. The young lady is now the woman of Murong-Xingchen, which is why Vice Palace Master Lu brought us to capture you," he gasped. "Lady Qiyuer of the Red Sun Palace, the woman of Murong-Xingchen. No wonder." Ren Qianxing mused as he raised his hand, delivering a blow to the man's head. Bang! The skull shattered, and the man died with unfulfilled rage. "Did you not just promise to spare my life? Why then did you crush my skull?" Chapter 861. Murong-Xingchen, deceived and stripped bare the Seven Stars Hall. A domain of the Jiangnan Murong family, is presided over by the third son of the Murong clan, Murong-Xingchen. The hall's name is intrinsically linked to the Seven Stars Palace, one of the 3 palaces in the Jiangnan region. Murong-Xingchen, renowned for his penchant for beautiful women, had set his sights on Lan Haidang, the illustrious leader of the Seven Stars Palace, famed for her beauty and ranked 4th in the last celestial rankings. In pursuit of her affection, he established the Seven Stars Hall in proximity to the palace. Yet throughout the years, he had yet to win her heart. At this moment, Murong-Xingchen held a brush, meticulously crafting a portrait of a stunning beauty. Tall and handsome, he exuded the aura of a noble scion, with deep-set eyes that conveyed profound intensity. As his brush danced across the canvas, the image of a voluptuous woman in a red gown took shape. It was none other than Qiyuer of the Red Sun Palace. He possessed a peculiar habit, to immortalize the likeness of every woman he had been intimate with in a painting as a keepsake. Third young master. A letter from the young lady. An elderly man in a blue robe approached Murong-Xingchen just as he completed his artwork. "A letter from my sister? She seldom writes to me," he mused, intrigued. Murong-Xingchen felt a tinge of confusion as he took the letter and opened it. Upon reading its contents, his expression subtly shifted. "Qingshu, you must be aware of the letter's contents," Murong-Xingchen remarked, glancing at the elder beside him. "The old servant has an inkling." "It likely pertains to the Red Sun Palace," Qingshu replied. "My sister has instructed me to avoid any association with the Red Sun Palace?" Murong-Xingchen inquired. The Red Sun Palace had previously allied with the Nangong family, the Hua family, and other factions to jointly hunt down Su Chun, the young leader of the Azure Dragon Society. Now that the Nangong and Hua families had been annihilated by the Azure Dragon Society, the next target was undoubtedly the Red Sun Palace. The ancestor of the Red Sun Palace had perished in battle against the Lai family not long ago. At this moment, Qiyuer's approach to the third young master clearly aimed to seek refuge for her Red Sun Palace through our Murong family. The young master has accepted Qiyuer, and now the outside world is buzzing with rumors of an alliance between the Red Sun Palace and our Murong family. Naturally, the eldest young lady would send a letter to the third young master, Qingshu continued. The Azure Dragon Society is currently gaining immense momentum, and many elders within our clan support His Highness Qingchen, who has ties with Su Chun, the young leader of the Azure Dragon Society. Our clan wishes to avoid conflict with the Azure Dragon Society. Qingshu paused for a moment before continuing. "It appears I must bid farewell to yet another enchanting woman." Murong-Xingchen gazed at the portrait before him, sighing. "Young master, Qiyuer's virginity has already been claimed by you, rendering her of little use henceforth. Parting ways would be inconsequential. However, third young master, given the shifting tides of the martial world, it is imperative that your cultivation progresses swiftly. Otherwise, the pressure from the eldest young lady might become overwhelming," Qingshu advised. "Qingshu, what if you were to bring Lan Haidang here? Perhaps with her, my heavenly desire 9 transformations could reach fruition," Murong-Xingchen suggested, looking at Qingshu. Qingshu, however, bowed his head in silence, seemingly unresponsive. "Yet, I genuinely wish to meet this Su Chun. Previously, I was enamored with Mu Qingxue from the Zitan Palace, only to discover her connection with him, which led me to abandon my pursuit. And now, Qiyuer, who initially spurned me, is now eagerly approaching him. I must express my gratitude to this Su Chan, Murong Xingchen remarked. At that moment, a disciple from the Seven Stars Hall rushed in. Third young master. Qiyar from the Red Sun Palace has arrived and is currently in the main hall. Though Murong Xingchen held the reins of the Seven Stars Hall, he was still addressed as the third young master by those within. Qiyar is here now? Murong Xingchen pondered, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Let us go and take a look, he declared, rising to accompany the elder towards the hall. In the main hall, Qiyar donned a long dress of blue and white, a stark contrast to her previously vibrant attire. Though her figure remained alluringly curvaceous, it now exuded a mature, sweet essence. This juxtaposition heightened her appeal. As Murong Xingchen beheld Qiyar, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Upon noticing Murong Xingchen's arrival, Qiyar stepped forward, leaning against him and softly saying, Third young master, I have come at my father's behest to invite you to the Red Sun Palace. Despite her inner disdain for Murong Xingchen, she maintained an outwardly gentle demeanor. The Lord has extended an invitation, and I shall certainly accept. I will prepare a few items before we depart together, Murong Xingchen said, holding Qiyar by the waist. Upon hearing his words, Qiyar's face illuminated with joy. Please wait for me here. Uncle Qing, accompany me to the back hall, Murong Xingchen commanded. Uncle Qing nodded in agreement, and the two made their way towards the back hall. Is there an issue that has prompted Qi Xinyang to summon me to the Red Sun Hall? Murong Xingchen inquired solemnly. Uncle Qing, trailing behind him, furrowed his brow slightly. Allow me to inquire, Uncle Qing said, parting ways with Murong Xingchen. Murong Xingchen remained in place, awaiting his return. After a brief moment, Uncle Qing reappeared. Last night, an incident occurred. Deputy Master Lu Ming of the Red Sun Hall ventured to the Wugo Villa, but has not returned. The owner of Wugo Villa, Lian Qingbi, has previously had dealings with Fu Hongxue of the Qinglong Association and Xiao Feng, the leader of the Beggars sect. He has also eradicated Zhu Damon's master, taking control of the Tianxiong sect. His influence in Su City is formidable. The fact that Lu Ming has not emerged from Wugo Villa overnight suggests that dire circumstances may have befallen him, Uncle Qing elucidated. Although Lu Ming possesses a certain level of strength in the sea of concentration, his failure to exit Wugo Villa implies the presence of formidable adversaries within. It appears Qi Xinyang senses that Wugo Villa is not ordinary, hence the invitation to the Red Sun Hall. He seeks to leverage my presence to stabilize their affairs and intimidate others, Murong Xingchen scoffed coldly. Young master, shall we still proceed to the Red Sun Hall? If not, perhaps we should postpone this matter, Uncle Qing proposed. My sister has forbidden involvement in the affairs between the Red Sun Hall and the Qinglong Association. Given Lian Qingbi's connections with both the Qinglong Association and the Beggars sect, participation could lead to entanglement in a quagmire. It seems I must play the role of the ungrateful, Murong Xingchen sighed. Upon returning to the main hall, Murong Xingchen found Qiyar watching him closely. Noting that he bore no items, her expression tinged with confusion. Year, an urgent matter has arisen within the hall that requires my attention. I apologize, but I must defer my visit to the Red Sun Hall for another day, Murong Xingchen explained. Qiyar's countenance shifted upon hearing his words. She realized that Murong Xingchen had learned something, prompting his refusal. Anger welled within her. How could he act in such a manner? Once he had desired her. He had promised everything, yet now, he could not even make a simple visit to the Red Sun Hall. Youth Master, since you are temporarily unavailable to visit the Red Sun Hall, might I ask for a favor? It has come to my attention that Lian Qingbi of Wugo Villa has slain my senior brother Lu Mushi from the Red Sun Hall. Would it be possible for you to invite him for a meeting? I wish to understand the situation firsthand, Qiyar said, moving closer to Murong Xingchen, her voice softening. If I am granted an audience with him, I shall comply with your wishes tonight. A warm breath emanated from her lips. After a moment of contemplation, Murong Xingchen said, Qing Shu, please summon the owner of Lian Zhuang. It would suffice to meet him for a brief moment, especially since he is eager to encounter Lian Qingbi as well. Thank you, Sen Xiao. Qiyar bestowed a gentle kiss upon Murong Xingchen. Qing Shu accepted the task and exited the main hall. As he departed, Qiyar communicated telepathically with the maid who accompanied her, instructing her to inform her father that Murong Xingchen was showing signs of hesitation. I have devised a plan to compel Murong Xingchen to invite Lian Qingbi. Once Lian Qingbi has left, my father should send someone to Wugo Mountain Manor to bring Li Yimei to the Cheery Hall. The reason I wish for Murong Xingchen to extend the invitation to Lian Qingbi is to draw him away, enabling us to capture Li Yimei. This way, Not only can we ensnare Qianxing, but we can also secure Li Yimei. Eventually, upon our return, she shall be sacrificed to nourish the 7 absolute extinction grass. One must never underestimate a woman. Chapter 862. Qiri Hall, Bloodblade Hall, 12 Blade Masters invade Wugo Mountain Manor. At Wugo Mountain Manor, Lian Qingbi observed the approaching Qing Shu, surprised that Qianxing had dispatched someone to invite him to Qixing Hall. Currently, there were no exchanges or collaborations between Wugo Mountain Manor and Qixing Hall. Gazing at the steward of Qixing Hall before him, Lian Qingbi's eyes revealed a glimmer of astonishment. This steward Qing exuded an immense martial aura, with his true energy condensing yet occasionally manifesting invisibly as streams of intangible force, showcasing his prowess. Steward Li Qing, who had been closely accompanying Qianxing, managed the affairs of Qixing Hall. Might the owner of Lian be willing to visit our Qixing Hall for a meeting with San Shao? Li Qing inquired of Lian Qingbi. Since San Shao has extended the invitation, and Steward Qing has personally come, I shall certainly show you the courtesy you deserve, replied Lian Qingbi. Eager to gauge Qianxing's intentions, please inform the lady that I shall be visiting Qixing Hall. Lian Qingbi instructed the servant outside. Steward Qing, let us depart, he said to Qing Shu. Upon hearing Lian Qingbi's agreement, a smile graced Qing Shu's face. Upon encountering Lian Qingbi, he sensed a powerful aura emanating from him, one far stronger than the rumors suggested. Upon entering Wugo Mountain Manor, he had conducted a search and found no other formidable opponents. Thus, it seemed that Lu Ming had likely perished at Lian Qingbi's hands. The two men exited Wugo Mountain Manor and boarded the carriage that had brought Qing Shu, heading towards Qixing Hall. At this moment, outside Wugo Mountain Manor, 2 figures observed the departing carriage, exchanging nods, one of them swiftly taking their leave. Not far away, within a mountain temple, a figure clad in the robes of Qiri Hall sat in meditation, surrounded by 12 attendants, each wielding a long blade. Outside the temple stood 13 brown steeds, all belonging to the Blood Knife Hall of the Red Sun Palace. Their deputy leader, Lu Ming, had launched a nocturnal assault on the Pure Mountain Manor, and there had been no word since. They were eager to descend the mountain and seek intelligence. The leader, with icy eyes seemingly untouched by the world around him, had a black long blade resting before him. He was a master of the sword. Hall Master, a figure who had just entered the temple, bowed and reported, Lian Qingbi has exited the Pure Mountain Manor. We can now infiltrate. Upon hearing this, the seated man rose, gripping his long knife tightly. He had just received a confidential report from the Hall Master directing them to enter the Pure Mountain Manor and seize Li Yimei. Very well. Let us proceed to the Pure Mountain Manor. A murderous intent radiated from his gaze. They had gathered some intelligence regarding the manor. Last night, its guards had remained dormant, with only Lian Qingbi taking action. Now that he had departed, they could storm the Pure Mountain Manor and retrieve Li Yimei. Within the temple, the 12 sword-wielders swiftly mounted their horses, following their leader as they galloped toward the Pure Mountain Manor. After a while, they arrived outside the manor, where the 13 magnificent steeds came to a halt. The leader dismounted, and, with a resounding thud, the blade-wielding man cleaved the copper entrance of the Pure Mountain Manor in twain. Who goes there? A disciple within the manor exclaimed sharply. However, the moment his voice echoed, a flash of steel swept through the air. With a swift stroke, the disciple was severed in 2. Enemy attack. The remaining disciples cried out in alarm. Kill them. 12 blades formation, the leader commanded. The 12 warriors unsheathed their long knives and advanced toward the Pure Mountain Manor, their movements synchronized, forming a formidable unit. Those who faced them were instantly dispatched by the lethal blade energy. After the first adversary fell, a wave of terrifying blade energy emanated from the 12, intertwining as they surged forward. This is bad. It's the Red Sun Palace, the 12 blade envoys. Some martial artists recruited by Lian Qingbi turned pale at the sight. We stand no chance. Warn the lady to flee, notify the manor lord to retreat, send out a message. Yet, before he could finish, a blade flashed, and a head flew from its shoulders, blood gushing forth. I will capture Li Yimei. You all take care of the rest. The leader bellowed, charging toward the inner sanctum. Recently, the Pure Mountain Manor had gathered some individuals, but they were not powerful experts. Upon witnessing the 12 blade envoys of the Red Sun Palace in action, many fled in fear, while others attempted to resist. However, the 12 blades swept through, cleaving them asunder with ease. Blood spurred the terror within, intensifying the panic throughout the entire Pure Mountain Manor. In the rear courtyard, Li Yimei was taken aback by the sudden onslaught of the Red Sun Palace, her complexion paling. Chui'er, hurry and inform the manor lord not to enter the Seven Stars Hall, she urged her maid beside her. The chief of the Seven Stars Hall took away Lian Qingbi, and members of the Red Sun Palace rushed in to attack. She harbored grave concerns that the Seven Stars Hall was colluding with the Red Sun Palace against their Pure Mountain Manor. At this moment, her heart was heavy with worry for Lian Qingbi's safety, fearing that ambushes awaited him. "Madam, I will not leave. I wish to stay with you," spoke the maid, who had accompanied her since childhood. "The manor lord is in danger. You must inform him." "I cannot leave. I will go with you, and you cannot depart either. Hurry, find the manor lord. Perhaps I may still have a chance at survival." Li Yimei maintained her composure as she spoke. "This is an order. Quickly, leave through the back courtyard. Follow the crowd fleeing," Li Yimei commanded. The maid, seeing the situation, could only depart in tears. In the courtyard, Li Yimei stood alone. A figure entered, stained with blood. Observing Li Yimei's defiance, the newcomer coldly said, "You Haven-T fled. You possess some courage. Come with me." He had received orders to bring Li Yimei back to the Red Sun Palace. "Take me away? What do you intend to do?" Li Yimei replied, her voice icy. "Madam, allow me to escort you back to the Red Sun Palace. You should be grateful that I am not bringing your corpse back. Otherwise, you would lie on the ground like those outside." The man with the blade retorted coldly, "I will go with you, but you must cease the slaughter." Li Yimei insisted. "You have no choice." The man's gaze was frigid. Li Yimei's eyes dimmed, worry etched on her face. Yet she maintained her calm demeanor as she stepped out of the courtyard. The Pure Mountain Manor lay in ruins, bodies scattered, blood flowing, and some structures collapsed. Outside the manor, Li Yimei was seized by the leader, who mounted a horse and departed. At this moment, the upheaval at Pure Mountain Manor had spread. Many learned that the leader of the Bloodblade Hall from the Red Sun Palace, Qi Shuidao, had led his 12 blade bearers to massacre the Pure Mountain Manor and abduct the lady, returning to the Red Sun Palace. Meanwhile, Lian Qingbi was en route to the Seven Stars Hall, unaware of the calamity that had befallen the Pure Mountain Manor. Chapter 863, Gathering in Sioux City. Heading to the Red Sun Palace outside the Seven Stars Hall, a carriage came to a halt. Lian Qingbi and Steward Qing descended, their gazes fixed upon the estate of the Seven Stars Hall. The entrance was adorned like a manor, with guards stationed outside. Upon seeing Lian Qingbi and Steward Qing disembark, the guards immediately saluted them. "Please, Manor Lord." Steward Qing gestured dismissively. Lian Qingbi nodded, preparing to enter the Seven Stars Hall. "Manor Lord." Just then, a galloping horse rushed towards them. "Be careful, it's dangerous. The Seven Stars Hall has deceived you. People from the Red Sun Palace have invaded our Pure Mountain Manor, and the lady has been taken away." The maid who had been by Li Yimei's side came rushing, having dashed from the manor. "What?" Lian Qingbi's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly distanced himself from the steward, his form flickering before appearing in front of the maid. "Chui'er, what did you say? What has happened to my lady?" In this lifetime, Lian Qingbi had come to understand the essence of tenderness. Li Yimei devoted herself entirely to him, and in their interactions, he too had developed a deep affection for her. "Not long after you left, the people from the Red Sun Palace stormed into the Wugo Manor, killing many. My lady feared for the master's safety and sent me to warn him of the impending danger. He must not enter the Qixing Hall," Chui'er hurriedly explained. Upon hearing this, a glint of cold light flashed in Lian Qingbi's eyes. He turned to the steward, then seized Chui'er and leapt onto his horse, swiftly departing. At this moment, the priority was not to dwell on the Qixing Hall, but to rush to the Red Sun Palace to rescue people. An overwhelming intent to kill flickered in Lian Qingbi's gaze. Should any harm befall his lady, he would surely annihilate Murong Xingchen and leave no trace of the Qixing Hall. At the entrance of the Qixing Hall, the steward's expression also shifted. He had overheard the conversation between Lian Qingbi and the maid. "This is bad." He hastened into the Qixing Hall. Inside, Murong Xingchen lay half-reclined beneath the shade of a tree, a maid beside him feeding him fruit. "Third young master, something has happened," the steward exclaimed as he approached Murong Xingchen. "Something has occurred? Uncle Qing, weren't you supposed to meet Lian Qingbi? Is he disregarding my standing?" Murong Xingchen asked, noticing the absence of anyone behind the steward. "Lian Qingbi came with me, but just moments ago, someone from the Wugo Manor reported that, as we left, the people from the Red Sun Palace invaded the Wugo Manor. They have also captured Lian Qingbi's wife, Li Yimei." "What about Chui'er?" the steward inquired. "She mentioned feeling unwell, and said she would rest for a while. However, you say the people from the Red Sun Palace invaded the Wugou Manor? Morong Xingchen stood up, his expression darkening. Go, summon Qiyar. He commanded one of the attendants. Moments later, the attendant returned. Third young master, we did not find Qiyar in her chamber, but the guards mentioned she left the Qixing Hall not long ago. The attendant reported. That wretched woman, she is using me. At this revelation, Morong Xingchen's face contorted with rage. It was the first time he had been so manipulated by a woman. Investigate what transpired at the Wugou Manor. Morong Xingchen ordered in a low voice. Uncle Qing, let us head to the main hall. He strode toward the main hall. In the main hall, the steward remarked. Third young master, it seems the Red Sun Palace intends to drag you into this mess. We must proceed to the Red Sun Palace. The people from the Red Sun Palace have only abducted Li Yimei, indicating they have no intention of killing her. For now, she should be safe. If I go to the Red Sun Palace, the situation will become utterly convoluted. Morong Xingchen replied. Third young master, Lian Qingbi has already rushed to the Red Sun Palace. Qi Xinyang likely seeks to use Li Yimei to threaten Lian Qingbi. If we do not take action, once Lian Qingbi is truly connected to the Qinglong society, when trouble befalls him, it will be exceedingly difficult for us to extricate ourselves from the ensuing chaos, remarked Steward Qing. If Lian Qingbi were genuinely affiliated with the Qinglong society, the Wugou Manor would not have been so easily annihilated. From this perspective, it seems that Lian Qingbi has no ties to the Qinglong society, murmured Morong Xingchen in a grave tone. Upon hearing Morong Xingchen's words, Uncle Qing fell silent, contemplating the matter as well. If Lian Qingbi had any connection to the Qinglong society, the Wugou Manor would not have been destroyed by the people of the Qiri Hall, nor would his wife, Li Yimei, have been abducted by them. Third young master, shall we simply let Qiyar and the Qiri Hall go unpunished? Uncle Qing spoke somberly. I, Morong Xingchen, have never been so manipulated. How could I possibly allow them to escape unscathed? This is a perfect opportunity to make the Qiri Hall pay a price. After they have incurred losses, we shall hand them over to the Qinglong society for resolution. In this manner, we benefit while remaining on good terms with the Qinglong society, declared Morong Xingchen. As they conversed, those who had previously investigated the Wugou Manor hurried into the hall, recounting the events that transpired within. There are no experts. Just as I suspected, we shall set out for the Qiri Hall shortly, and I hope that by the time we arrive, the leader of the Qiri Hall will have dealt with Lian Qingbi, stated Morong Xingchen. Meanwhile, outside of Su City, within a tavern along the official road, two figures donned in hats were drinking. They were Yin Nantian and Ding Peng, who had come to Su City after annihilating the Hua family of Jiangbei. Suddenly, a figure appeared outside the tavern. The two rose swiftly, leaving the establishment with haste. In a dense forest, something has occurred, Yin Nantian whispered. The Wugou Manor is in distress. The newcomer quickly detailed the events at the Wugou Manor, commanding all assassins of the Qinglong society in Su City to head to the Qiri Hall. Yin Nantian issued the order promptly. Understood. The messengers swiftly acknowledged and vanished before them. Morong Xingchen of the Qixing Hall dares to involve himself in matters concerning our Qinglong society and the Qiri Hall. Is he courting death? A hint of murderous intent flickered in Ding Peng's eyes. Lian Qingbi has already proceeded to the Qiri Hall. We must follow suit to prevent any mishaps, Yin Nantian stated. Let us go. Ding Peng nodded, and the two hastily made their way towards the Qiri Hall. In another location, Su Chun and his entourage were also en route to the Wugou Manor. Master, there has been an incident. Yuan Suiyuan entered the carriage, his expression grave. What is it? Su Chun asked, startled by Yuan Suiyuan's serious demeanor. The Wugou Manor is in turmoil. The leader of the Bloodblade Hall, Qi Shuidao, has led 12 blade wielders to invade the Wugou Manor. It has been bathed in blood. This shouldn't be possible. Lian Qingbi's strength has already reached the level of sea condensation. Just after Lian Qingbi was invited to the Qixing Hall by Morong Xingchen, the people of the Qiri Hall breached the Wugou Manor. A scout has discovered that Qi Ridian's master's daughter, Qia previously visited Qi Xingtang to meet with Mu Rong Xingchun. It appears they intend to involve themselves in the grievances between our Qinglong Hui and Qi Ridian. A cold smile crept onto Su Chen's lips. Let us proceed to Qi Ridian. I hope Li Mei is unharmed, he declared with a cold voice. Lian Chengbai, a tragic figure in his past life, has just found love in this one. Whoever dares to disrupt this shall face dire consequences, without question. Returning to the matter at hand, around 8 o'clock. 2 more chapters will follow. Chapter 864, The astonishment of the Mu Rong family. Lian Qianbai charges into Qiridian, in Jiangnan, at the southern waters. There lies a grand estate. Outside this estate stands a stone tablet inscribed with the name Mu Rong, marking this territory as that of the Mu Rong family of Jiangnan. The estate is expansive, adorned with pavilions and towers, while artificial hills, vibrant flowers, and trees abound. Within one of the pavilions, decorated in soft pink hues, two figures sit gracefully. One, clad in a purple gown, appears to be in her late 20s, her expression cool and resembling Mu Rong Qingchun. Beside her is a youthful woman in a pink dress, exuding innocence with bright eyes. Sister, ever since I made it onto the celestial rankings, why have so many suitors come to our Mu Rong family? The girl in pink inquired. Sister, you are not even married yet. Isn't that a good thing? If you find someone you fancy, I shall speak on your behalf. If not, it matters little. Father is in seclusion, providing us an opportunity to decline. The woman in purple replied softly. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the pavilion. The purple-clad woman froze momentarily. Come in. What has happened? She called out. As the door opened, a woman clad in black entered. Miss, there has been trouble. The Wugu Mountain Villa was bloodily attacked today by the Bloodblade Hall of Qiridian. She reported. What does the destruction of Wugu Mountain Villa have to do with our Mu Rong family? Inquired the pink-dressed girl. Miss, the annihilation of Wugu Mountain Villa is somewhat connected to third young master. He sent Steward Qing to invite Lian Qianxing to Qi Xingtang. And after Lian Qianxing departed, the master of Bloodblade Hall, Qi Shuadao, stormed into Wugu Mountain Villa and captured Lian Qianxing's wife, Li Yimei. That is not the main issue. I have just received news that the Qinglonghui assassins are gathering around Sioux City. They seem to be converging toward Qiridian. Lian Qianxing might have ties to the Qinglonghui. The messenger continued. Upon hearing this, the woman in the red dress's expression changed dramatically. This matter is related to Xingchun. Did I not instruct him previously to refrain from involving himself in the affairs between Qiridian and the Qinglonghui? Where is Mu Rong Xingchun now? The red-dressed woman demanded fiercely. Third young master has just departed from Qi Xingtang toward Qiridian. The messenger urged him to ensure the safety of Lian Qingbi and Li Yimei, emphasizing that no mistakes must occur. We must set off now for the Crimson Sun Palace, declared the lady in the red dress. Sister, is the situation that dire? Inquired Yuer. Indeed, Yuer, the matter is quite serious. You must immediately go to where father is in seclusion and ensure he emerges. I fear it may be too late, and we might not be able to preserve the stars, the lady in red responded before rising to leave. She swiftly exited the Murong Manor, mounting her steed toward the direction of the Crimson Sun Palace. Outside Sioux City, amidst the peaks of the Crimson Sun Mountain, the character's Crimson Sun Palace adorned an archway. Disciples of the palace were stationed on either side, guarding the entrance. Just moments prior, the leader of the Bloodblade Hall had stormed into the Wugo Manor, slaughtering numerous individuals and abducting the wife of Lian Qingbi. Why was the wife of Lian Qingbi taken? One disciple questioned. What use is a woman? The Wugo Manor has been destroyed. What purpose does she serve now? Does the Crimson Hall Master have a fondness for young matrons? Another ventured. That cannot be the case. The Crimson Hall Master is only interested in bloodshed, not in women. A voice interjected. It seems the young lady intends to use the couple as offerings for our deceased senior brother. By capturing Li Yimei, Lian Qingbi will undoubtedly come to his doom. Lian Qingbi was not killed? Someone asked. Certainly not. The Crimson Hall Master and his followers only acted after Lian Qingbi had departed. At that moment, a sudden force struck the speaker, sending him flying backward, blood spilling from his mouth. You are to guard, not gossip, came a sharp reprimand from the returning Qiyuer. Yes, miss. The disciple who had been struck replied hastily as he rose. With a disdainful huff, Qiyuer entered the Crimson Sun Palace. Inside the palace, Palace Master, I have brought Li Yimei back. Reports indicate that Lian Qingbi is on his way. We shall slay him upon his arrival, declared the cold voice of Qi Shuadao. Do not underestimate Lian Qingbi. He is capable of slaying Deputy Palace Master Lu. Qi Xinyang cautioned, glancing at Li Yimei standing within the hall. Li Yimei maintained an impassive expression, though concern brewed within her heart, not for herself but for Lian Qingbi. Listening to their conversation, she realized danger loomed as he approached. Father! Qiyuer burst into the grand hall, her eyes ablaze as she beheld Li Yimei. Father, hand her over to me. I shall take her to honor our senior brother. Take her away then. Thankfully, you returned with news in time. We have utilized Ren should Li Yimei perish. Even if Ren Qianxing survives, Ren Qianxing will be dragged down with us, Qi Xinyang instructed. Rest assured, Father, Li Yimei is doomed, Qi Yer asserted as she stepped before Li Yimei, seizing her by the throat. You shall witness your own blood flow until your demise. With that, she turned and departed, dragging Li Yimei with her. Soon, Qi Yer led Li Yimei into the courtyard of Lu Mushing. Pushing open the gate, they entered a side room. The door was ajar, and within, the eerie light emitted by the 7 absolute annihilation grass flickered. Do you understand why I brought you here? Qi Yer inquired, gazing intently at Li Yimei. I do not. Yet it seems you desire more than merely allowing me to pay respects to Lu Mushing, Li Yimei replied. Indeed, my intentions extend beyond honoring my senior brother. Do you know why my senior brother so ardently wished to wed you? It is because you possess the heavenly bestowed Yin blood, which can nurture the 7 absolute annihilation grass. By marrying you, my senior brother merely sought to use you as a source of sustenance. Now that he has perished, I intend to use your blood to nourish the grass, enabling me to consolidate divine power. Once I achieve this, I shall be free from here. The fate of the Red Sun Palace will be of no concern to me, Qi Yer declared, her eyes fixed on Li Yimei. Upon hearing Qi Yer's words, Li Yimei was struck with shock. She had never anticipated that Lu Mushing's approach had such a sinister motive. She felt grateful for her encounter with Lian Qingbi. The mere thought of him brought a hint of sorrow to her face, and she silently prayed for his safety. Meanwhile, outside the Red Sun Palace, the same guard disciple lamented, "What bad luck to encounter the young lady. This blow will take me many days to recover." Just as he spoke, a sudden flash of black light appeared, and the 2 guards were drawn towards it by an unseen force. A hand emerged, seizing them by the throat. Crack! Their necks were snapped, and the shadow continued its advance into the Red Sun Palace. Chapter 865, The Frenzied Lian Qingbi, Li Yimei's Transformation. The reappearance of the heavenly gate, the black light flowed like a torrent along the way, shattering the hearts and veins of anyone it touched. Enemy attack. Soon, someone discerned the situation and shouted loudly, "Qi Xinyang, come forth." Lian Qingbi's figure had already appeared before the grand hall of the Red Sun Palace, roaring with fury. Seeking death, the disciples of the Red Sun Palace charged towards Lian Qingbi. However, when their blades struck him, it was as if they were slicing through water, proving utterly futile. Instead, they were met with a force that violently repelled them. The sight filled the disciples of the Red Sun Palace with terror. Qiyangpom. Many disciples joined forces, unleashing their fiery true energy to assault the shadow. Yet, as their attacks met the black figure, a horrifying suction force emerged. Their true energy flowed away like a receding tide. Cries of anguish erupted. Lian Qingbi's form materialized, declaring coldly, "Your numbers hold little power against me. Where is the Red Blood Blade? Where is the master of the Red Blood Palace?" The disciples who had initially surrounded Lian Qingbi retreated, their eyes wide with fear as they beheld him. He was nothing short of a monster. Their blades could not harm him, and their true energy was absorbed. How could they fight back? At the entrance of the Crimson Sun Hall, the esteemed leader of the hall and the master of the Bloodshed Pavilion, accompanied by 3 elderly men clad in martial attire, emerged. These individuals were among the most significant figures within the Crimson Sun Hall. "Lian Qingbi, you possess remarkable audacity to venture alone into my Crimson Sun Hall. Such is the depth of your marital affection," the leader of the hall remarked coldly, his gaze turning icy. "However, from this day forth, you shall only be able to exist as clandestine spouses. Your wife has already been offered as a sacrifice to my disciple. Is your bond not profound? Perhaps you should take your own life to reunite with her in the afterlife." Upon hearing the words of the hall leader, Lian Qingbi's aura surged violently, a terrifying and sinister energy erupting from within him. His hair billowed as his eyes turned a deep crimson. "For slaying my wife, I shall exterminate every single member of the Crimson Sun Hall." A frenzied aura enveloped Lian Qingbi as he transformed into a shadow, charging toward the disciples of the hall. Anyone he encountered found their vital energy completely drained. The speed of these individuals paled in comparison to that of Lian Qingbi. Having inherited the powers of the carefree marquis and bolstered by his own accumulated strength, Lian Qingbi successfully manifested divine prowess. This divine might, influenced by the carefree marquis, was remarkably perfected. Of course, his skills were not limited to those of the carefree marquis. He also mastered the heavenly annihilation soul extraction technique, a method capable of absorbing the true energy of others. However, having recently acquired the powers of the carefree marquis and with no immediate enemies, he refrained from employing this technique. Now, provoked by the Crimson Sun Hall, he felt no restraint. He was determined to wash the hall in blood, eliminating all its members. With his eyes aflame, Ren Qianxing had succumbed to madness. Slaughter was the path he chose. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Crimson Sun Hall, Qiyu had immobilized Li Yimei's acupoints. A small knife sliced through Li Yimei's wrist, blood cascading onto the 7 absolute soul-devouring herb. The herb, nourished by Li Yimei's blood, grew rapidly, its strange 7 colors becoming even more vibrant. Your blood is indeed extraordinary. What kind of blood is this heavenly bestowed dark blood? Truly precious, Qiyu mused, observing Li Yimei. As the blood flowed, Li Yimei's face grew pale. Suddenly, a figure burst into the courtyard. Miss, it's bad. It's the maid of Qiyu. Qiyu's expression changed as she stepped out of the room to confront the maid. What has happened? Ren Qianxing has come. He has gone mad, transforming into a shadow, and is on a killing spree. The maid exclaimed in terror. What? Can't my father and the others stop a mere Ren Qianxing? Qiyu questioned, her expression shifting. He doesn't engage with the hall leaders. He specifically targets the disciples of the Crimson Sun Hall. His form flows like water, and he can absorb the true energy and blood essence of others. He is as terrifying as a monster. We must flee, the maid stammered. At that moment, as they conversed, Li Yimei's complexion turned ashen, and she trembled uncontrollably. However, a crimson orb hung around her neck, radiating a luminous aura that enveloped Li Yimei. As this aura surrounded her, it also encompassed the 7 absolute annihilation grass, which appeared to be irresistibly drawn towards her, merging into her being like a streak of flowing light. The moment the 7 absolute annihilation grass fused with Li Yimei, the wound on her wrist healed instantaneously, leaving no trace behind. Her once pallid complexion began to regain a rosy hue, as if responding to the transformation occurring within her. Qiyu turned her gaze towards the inner chamber. Where is the 7 absolute annihilation grass? Upon witnessing its disappearance, her expression shifted dramatically, and she dashed into the room. However, as she rushed in, an overwhelming force erupted from Li Yimei, as if her very essence was being siphoned away. The power from Qiyu surged towards Li Yimei, and she exclaimed in horror, striving to break free from this terrifying pull. Yet, the more she struggled, the more intensified the force became. As her energy flowed into Li Yimei, a surge of power emanated from the crimson orb at Li Yimei's neck, entering her body. Li Yimei, astonished by the unfolding events, found herself unable to exert control over her own body. With the escalating clash of energies, her aura swelled immensely, propelling her from a mere novice to the realm of celestial beings in a remarkably brief period. Upon reaching this celestial state, her blood began to boil, and a torrent of ominous dark energy erupted from her. The power emanating from the orb intensified, causing Qiyu to lose her strength at an alarming rate, her expression turning to one of sheer terror. At that moment, a maid outside the room sensed the disturbance, her expression shifting as she drew a dagger, aiming to hurl it towards Li Yimei. Yet, a shadowy figure materialized before her, followed by a flash of sword light that left a crimson mark upon her throat. The figure revealed itself to be Jian Taixin, who, aware of the impending danger, had arrived first. Having absorbed the bloodline of a bat, Jian Taixin navigated swiftly and effortlessly to this location. Upon witnessing the scene within the room, astonishment graced her features. Who are you? Save me, Qiyu implored, her eyes fixed on Jian Taixin. Li Yimei also recognized Jian Taixin, her face lighting up with joy. When her husband, Ren Qianxing, had informed her of the leader of the Qinglong Society, she had learned about Jian Taixin, the steward beside Su Xiaolong. Salvation had arrived. Suddenly, a chilling scream escaped Qiyu as her essence was entirely consumed, her eyes wide open in death, collapsing onto the ground. In that instant, Li Yimei's power underwent a transformation, a spectral figure materializing behind her, imbued with crimson hues and resembling the form of the 7 absolute annihilation grass. In that instant, a phantom of the heavenly gate manifested above the sky. Chapter 866, Blood Rain at the Crimson Sun Palace. Gathered, they stepped towards the heavenly gate of the Crimson Sun Palace. Outside the main hall, the figure of Ren Qianxing flowed like black water upon the ground, drawing near to a disciple of the Crimson Sun Palace. The vital energy of that disciple was being siphoned away, accompanied by continuous cries of agony. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Upon witnessing this dire situation, the master of the Crimson Sun Palace, Qi Xinyang, bellowed. Divine might, blazing flames of crimson sky. As he roared, Qi Xinyang unleashed his divine aura. He could not allow Lian Xingbi to wreak havoc unchecked. If this continued, the Crimson Sun Palace would meet its doom. With the eruption of his divine might, an invisible, searing presence enveloped Lian Xingbi. As this divine aura descended, a thunderous boom echoed. In the void, the phantom of the heavenly gate appeared. Upon seeing this, Qi Xinyang's expression shifted. He believed his display of divine might had summoned the heavenly gate. However, the direction in which this gate's aura faintly radiated pointed towards the rear hall of the Crimson Sun Palace. The rear hall, exclaimed the master of the Bloodblade Hall. Qi Shuadao beside him. Once again, several individuals emitted cries of despair. Lian Xingbi's aura grew increasingly frenzied, his gaze fixed on Qi Xinyang, brimming with murderous intent. The appearance of the heavenly gate was of paramount significance. Qi Xinyang and his companions no longer had the luxury to attend to the plight of the Crimson Sun disciples. They swiftly turned towards the rear hall, eager to discern what transpired there. Lian Xingbi, fixated on the heavenly gate, pursued them. Qi Xinyang was his true target. "Flee!" shouted one of the remaining disciples of the Crimson Sun Palace. In an instant, the disciples hastened down the mountain. Just as these disciples burst forth from the mountain gate, a flurry of concealed weapons suddenly descended upon them. Dozens of disciples fell to the ground, shrieking in agony beneath the onslaught of the projectiles. Meanwhile, on the other side, several black-clad assassins descended amidst the crowd with a resounding crash. The sounds of explosions echoed, mingled with unending cries of torment. Poison. Moreover, a cloud of toxic smoke began to envelop them. In an instant, many clutched their throats, collapsing to the ground, while those who had intended to flee rushed back towards the mountain gate of the Crimson Sun Palace. However, at that moment, groups of cloaked figures wielding swords charged into the throng. Assassins from the Qinglong Society, positioned near the Crimson Sun Palace, received orders and swiftly converged upon the scene. Some assassins arrived first, seizing the opportunity to strike. After all, their mandate was to eradicate every individual associated with the Crimson Sun Palace. Assassins existed solely to kill. There was no concept of honorable combat. Along the mountain path, a small red-topped sedan chair, draped in emerald curtains, made its way towards the Crimson Sun Palace. Four robust men in fitted attire bore the chair, their steps synchronized. Within the sedan, Murong Xingchen reclined, his heart devoid of anxiety. He feared arriving too early, concerned that the battle might not yet be concluded, complicating his ability to extricate himself. Beside the sedan, Steward Qing moved with lightness, closely following. Suddenly, Steward Qing's expression changed as he looked up at the sky, where the phantom of the heavenly gate had appeared. In the Crimson Sun Palace, the sudden manifestation of the ethereal gate startled the chief Steward Qing, his expression turning grave. Inside the palanquin, Murong Xingchen lifted the curtain, gazing at the celestial apparition above. How could such a phenomenon arise? He pondered aloud. The ethereal gate is coalescing. It seems someone's power has ascended, triggering the gate's emergence. It appears that a disturbance has occurred at the Crimson Sun Palace, Chief Steward Qing responded. As he spoke, a bird alighted upon his arm, momentarily catching him off guard. He swiftly retrieved a bamboo slip from the bird's talon, extracting a piece of parchment. Upon reading it, his countenance shifted dramatically. "Third young master, this is dire news. The young lady has received word that Lian Xingbi may be associated with the Azure Dragon Society. Their members have already mobilized. The young lady has instructed us to hasten to the Crimson Sun Palace. We must ensure the safety of Lian Xingbi and Lian Mei." "What?" Murong Xingchen's expression hardened upon hearing this. "You claim Lian Xingbi is linked to the Azure Dragon Society? That seems implausible," he questioned, still in disbelief. "The young lady insists that the Azure Dragon Society's members are in motion. Their actions can only imply a connection to Lian Xingbi," Chief Steward Qing explained. "How could Lian Xingbi, a member of the Azure Dragon Society, be so easily slaughtered at Wugashanswang?" Murong Xingchen exclaimed in outrage. Yet, even as he expressed his anger, he exited the palanquin. If Lian Xingbi were to perish at the Crimson Sun Palace, many explanations would be rendered untenable. Thus, they needed to reach the Crimson Sun Palace without delay, praying that Lian Xingbi remained unharmed. Let us proceed. Just as they prepared to set forth with all their might, Two wraith-like figures flashed before them. Chief Steward Qing's expression shifted once more. The apparitions flickered along the mountain path, vanishing in an instant. Those two individuals. Morong Xingqian's gaze sharpened. Their features obscured by conical hats. Their strength was formidable. Third young master, I shall lead you towards the Crimson Sun Palace, Chief Steward Qing declared, seizing Morong Xingqian and propelling them forward. As they commenced their journey, four figures emerged, carrying another individual, none other than Su Chun and the four ghosts of Xiangxi. Is that Morong Xingqian? I wonder how the Morong family intends to account for us. One remarked, eyes fixed on the ethereal gate above as they continued onward. In the rear hall of the Crimson Sun Palace, Li Yimei felt her power surging. However, the protective orb surrounding her restrained her strength within a delicate threshold, allowing the ethereal gate to coalesce without invoking the descent of thunder. With a rush, the palace master of the Crimson Sun, accompanied by several figures, entered the courtyard. Upon spotting Jian Taixin, along with the power-concentrating Li Yimei and the shadow behind her, he was taken aback. It is Li Yimei who has summoned the power of the ethereal gate. How could she possess such strength? The palace master found it difficult to believe. Subsequently, he beheld the lifeless body of Qi Yur, drained of its vitality, lying upon the ground. Yur, it was you who took my daughter's life. The Lord of the Crimson Sun Temple glared at Jian Taixin. Though he sensed an unusual aura surrounding Li Yimei, he did not believe that she was responsible for Qi Yur's demise. As his words lingered in the air, the formidable figure of Ren Qianxing, cloaked in demonic energy, emerged into the courtyard. En route, he had absorbed a significant amount of true energy from the disciples of the Crimson Sun Temple. Upon witnessing the scene in the courtyard, along with the spectral presence behind Li Yimei, his expression faltered momentarily. Nonetheless, he inclined his head slightly towards Jian Taixin, acknowledging him with a respectful greeting. I pay my respects to Chief Steward Yuan. Jian Taixin, who had long been at Su Chen's side, held a position of considerable significance. Indeed, the esteemed lady is unharmed, yet it appears her status is quite extraordinary. She may very well ascend to the heavenly gate, Jian Taixin remarked. At that moment, Li Yimei also caught sight of Ren Qianxing. Husband, you are safe. Truly safe. I feared I would never see you again. Her face brightened with joy. Although she had sensed that Ren Qianxing would be unharmed upon Jian Taixin's arrival, her heart had still harbored some trepidation until she laid eyes upon him. However, a shadow of melancholy soon crossed her features. The orb that bestowed energy upon her also conveyed certain foreboding messages. She understood that her path would lead her to depart through the heavenly gate. Chapter 867. Frenzied Consumption, Touching the Threshold, Together Ascending the Heavenly Gate. What is this predicament? Li Yimei pondered, reassured now that Ren Qianxing had settled into a calm demeanor. This orb was left to me by my mother. She is one of the 18 halls of heavenly shadow, above the heavenly gate. As the orb activated, the power within it could facilitate her passage through the heavenly gate, drawing her towards the 18 halls of heavenly shadow. Li Yimei spoke with a hint of desolation. This, though he had heard Jian Taixin's words moments before. The weight of Li Yimei's revelation stirred a sense of melancholy within him. His current strength was insufficient to breach the heavenly gate and escape. His gaze turned fierce as he regarded the Lord of the Crimson Sun Temple. To devour them may grant me a glimmer of opportunity. Such thoughts surged within Ren Qianxing's mind. Yimei, wait for me. I shall accompany you through the heavenly gate, he declared to Li Yimei, a resolute determination forming within him. In that instant, Ren Qianxing's aspirations crystallized. On one hand, he yearned to enter the heavenly gate alongside Li Yimei. On the other, his master must inevitably ascend. While Ren Qianxing had already reached the heavenly gate, he had done so without roots or connections. His circumstances differed significantly. The fact that Li Yimei could be drawn to the 18 halls of heavenly shadow suggested her mother held a remarkable status within that realm. By entering the heavenly gate, he would be afforded the opportunity to access the 18 halls of heavenly shadow, thereby aiding his master. Once his master ascended, he would possess additional support. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, his eyes shimmered with intensity. Following that, a surge of power erupted from him, enveloping the Lord of the Crimson Sun Temple and his comrades. By slaying you and consuming your essence, I, Ren Qianxing, shall advance further. A ruthless glint flickered within Ren Qianxing's gaze. Recently, within the Crimson Sun Palace, a fierce massacre unfolded, with power surging from within like an unstoppable tide. Observing this, Yuan Siyun's gaze sharpened slightly as he addressed Lian Qingbi. You may act without hesitation. Your esteemed lady shall remain untroubled. In the shimmering aura, Li Yimei felt a flicker of joy upon hearing Lian Qingbi's words. He intended to leave with her, a dream she had long cherished. Yet, a hint of concern lingered in her eyes, for the Crimson Sun Palace's master and his followers were formidable adversaries. Furious at Lian Qingbi's audacity to attempt to absorb their power and ascend alongside Li Yimei, the master of the Crimson Sun Palace bellowed, I shall slay Lian Qingbi. You focus on destroying Li Yimei. I demand their demise. Just as he spoke, Lian Qingbi transformed into a shadow, swiftly appearing behind him. The shadow enveloped one of the elders of the Crimson Sun Palace, whose strength resided at the Dantian transformation level. Though he unleashed his vital energy, it was swiftly drawn towards the shadow. In mere seconds, a heart-wrenching scream escaped the elder as his power dissipated, leaving his face contorted in unimaginable agony. The shadow vanished from him, leaving the elder pale and dazed, entirely drained of energy, reduced to a mere wisp of his former self. Collapsing to the ground as if shattered, breathless in moments, Lian Qingbi re-emerged, his power amplified, his eyes glowing with a terrifying red light. Flee! Witnessing this, the followers of the Crimson Sun, who had accompanied Qi Xingyang, turned pale and attempted to escape. However, as they moved, Lian Qingbi ensnared another with alarming speed. Observing this, the leader of the Bloodblade Hall, Qi Xuedao, swung his blade, unleashing a torrent of crimson light. Yet, when the blade struck the shadow, it was as if it had cleaved through mere air. The shadow remained unscathed, while the elder enveloped by it let out another agonizing cry, soon followed by more desperate screams. The shadow flowed over the long blade, advancing towards Qi Xuedao. News had spread that this Bloodblade had slaughtered the Pure Mountain Manor. If you seek death first, I shall gladly oblige. Lian Qingbi's head emerged from the shadow, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. Monster, monster, I demand your death, cried Qi Xuedao. Crimson Sun, burn the earth. With a fierce shout, he unleashed a terrifying force of the Crimson Sun, transforming himself into a blazing sun. Yet, as this energy erupted from him, his entire being suddenly faltered, his inner Crimson Sun energy uncontrollably rushing towards Lian Qingbi. If I were present at the Pure Mountain Manor, do you think you could have perpetrated this massacre? If it were not for my recent promotion to the position of the Qinglong Society leader, I would not have been able to mobilize the society's forces at this moment. Lian Qingbi growled lowly, extending his hand to seize the opponent's neck. A tremendous suction emerged from his palm. In an instant, the crimson blood blade, like the one before, became emaciated and fell to the ground, its eyes wide open, unable to close in death. Seeking death, divine might. The master of the Scarlet Sun Palace bellowed, having already lost 2 lives. Just as he was about to strike at Lian Qingbi, an overwhelming aura of blade intent descended upon him. Not only was there the aura of blades, but also a sword intent. 2 formidable presences enveloped him. Fear surged within him. He realized that any movement would provoke these forces to strike with lightning speed. Meanwhile, the few who had intended to flee were enveloped by a shadow, their bodies moving sluggishly. Lian Qingbi raised his hands and grasped 2 figures within his grasp. The great soul absorption technique erupted with full force, draining all their true energy before discarding them aside. In the blink of an eye, all who had accompanied the master of the Scarlet Sun Palace, Qi Xingyang, were annihilated. Boom. At this moment, a torrential wave of true energy surged within Lian Qingbi, akin to a roaring river. He was infused with boundless, terrifying strength. This power constantly filled his body, rendering his physical form as resilient as adamantine. With every movement, he felt capable of shattering everything. His realm was continually ascending, and he vaguely sensed he was on the verge of breaking through to the next level. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, akin to the stars. He fixed his gaze upon the master of the Scarlet Sun Palace. Killing you will allow me to take that step. Lian Qingbi clenched his fist, advancing towards the master of the Scarlet Sun Palace. At that moment, the 2 presences that had previously enveloped the master suddenly vanished. The master's expression twisted with rage. The Scarlet Sun Palace was finished. Although it was not he who founded it, as its master, he had hoped to elevate the palace further. Yet now, it lay shattered in his hands. The one responsible for its destruction was none other than Lian Qingbi. He was determined to eliminate Lian Qingbi. If you seek to devour me, I shall slay you. Let us see who stands victorious in the end. The master of the Scarlet Sun Palace roared, unleashing his divine might. Along with this surge of power, a terrifying flame of true energy manifested around him. The energy coalesced, resembling the blazing sun. Boom! The explosion of true energy clashed violently with the air, echoing with a terrifying sound. With a swift movement, he charged forth, Scarlet Sun, Blazing Sun. His figure hurtled towards Lian Qingbi like a meteor. In that moment, Lian Qingbi bellowed, heavenly shadows, devouring sun, as he propelled himself forward, unleashing a terrifying force of true energy from his hands. His body surged forward, delivering a mighty punch. Boom! The collision of their powers generated a deafening sound, shaking the heavens and earth, while the shock waves caused the surrounding structures to collapse instantaneously. As the battle unfolded, a layer of true energy enveloped the figure of Yuan Huaiyuan, effectively shielding him from the onslaught of force. The collision of their powers did not result in separation. Instead, both adversaries released low growls and continued their relentless assault. Boom, boom, boom. After several rounds of fierce engagement, they momentarily disengaged. The Lord of the Crimson Sun wore a dark expression, fixating intently on Lian Qingbi, who, after their initial clash, showed no signs of wear despite the confrontation. In his moment of hesitation, Lian Qingbi seized the opportunity to strike again, launching a fierce punch. Observing this, the Lord of the Crimson Sun retaliated with a powerful blow of his own. Their fists met with a resounding impact, dispersing the energy around them. In that instant, a fierce expression emerged on Lian Qingbi's face, his arm transforming into a shadow that surged towards the Lord of the Crimson Sun like ink flowing swiftly. Witnessing this, the Lord of the Crimson Sun unleashed a terrifying surge of true energy, attempting to dispel the encroaching shadow. Yet, as his true energy erupted, it continually flowed into Lian Qingbi's body. The Lord of the Crimson Sun howled, desperately grasping to rip apart the shadow that enveloped him. However, with the depletion of his true energy came a loss of vitality and spirit, diminishing the strength of his grasp. He endeavored to unleash another wave of true energy, but it was absorbed by the shadow as if it were a drop in the ocean, swiftly vanishing into its depths. With the loss of his internal energy, the shadow's pull intensified. Panic surged within the Lord of the Crimson Sun. He could scarcely fathom why Lian Qingbi possessed such terrifying power. Why had he not recognized the danger before provoking him? In that moment of realization, he thought, "No, even if I perish, I shall take you down with me." Casting aside such thoughts, the Lord of the Crimson Sun roared as he forced his internal energy into overdrive, causing blood to spill from his body and face. He resolved to self-destruct. However, at that critical juncture, a blade of light pierced through his heart, halting the impending explosion of his body. Lian Qingbi had revealed his true form, his sword plunging through the Lord's heart, his hand rising to grasp the opponent's form, drawing in the last remnants of his strength. As he absorbed the power from the Lord of the Crimson Sun, Lian Qingbi's aura began to surge, gradually approaching a shattering threshold. He turned towards Li Yimei's direction. Meanwhile, Murong Xingqian and the steward Qing entered the Crimson Sun Hall, greeted by a scene of carnage that left them in shock. "This Crimson Sun Hall is finished," exclaimed Murong Xingqian. "Let us proceed to the rear hall." The steward led Murong Xingqian to the backyard, where they beheld the corpses of the Lord of the Crimson Sun and his subordinates, as well as Lian Qingbi advancing towards Li Yimei. A sense of relief washed over them. Lian Qingbi glanced at Murong Xingqian, giving a cold snort. Yet he did not pause in his stride. As Lian Qingbi approached Li Yimei, as the aura of Lian Qingbi surged, Li Yimei also released a hint of her suppression, and both of their energies broke through. They soared into the air, heading towards the heavenly gate. Thunder rumbled as the heavenly gate sensed their presence. A terrifying bolt of lightning descended, striking down. The orb enveloping Li Yimei emitted a faint glow, shielding both her and Lian Qingbi. Yet, the lightning shattered the protective aura with a violent bang. "This is bad." Together, their power amplified the thunder's might. Below, Fang Huaiyuan's expression changed. After a bolt of lightning, the sky above the heavenly gate crackled with electricity, and the world turned dark, revealing a flickering gate. Seeing this, Fang Huaiyuan's countenance shifted dramatically, for this lightning was even more formidable than before. With the combined strength of Lian Qingbi and Li Yimei, it seemed unlikely they could break through the heavenly gate. Li Yimei was overwhelmed by the surge of power entering her body. while Lian Qingbi absorbed the strength of others to take that crucial step forward. Perhaps, alone, one might have a chance to pass through the heavenly gate. But in their current predicament, they could not breach it. They could not break through that heavenly gate. Beside Murong Xingchen, Steward Qing's expression was grave. The heavenly gate cannot be breached at will. Some individuals, gifted beyond measure, find it simple to transcend it, while others may never approach it in their lifetime. Some may reach it, yet falter and perish beneath its lightning. As Lian Qingbi ascended, sensing the dire situation, his expression turned serious. I will break the heavenly gate. You must leave, he urged Li Yimei. No, I will not abandon you. If we must die, let us perish together. Li Yimei clutched Lian Qingbi's hand tightly, resolute in her decision to face death alongside him. The lightning from the heavenly gate was about to strike down in an instant. Ha ha, I, the young master, shall send you on your way. May all lovers in this world eventually unite. A booming voice echoed as Su Chen appeared. Who is he? Murong Xingchen inquired, gazing at Su Chen's sudden arrival. That is Su Chen, the young master of the Qinglong Society. Steward Qing replied. He is indeed Su Chen. With such power, he might just break through. How arrogant. Murong Xingchen murmured. The power of this thunderbolt is terrifying. Su Chen's strength, to think he could break through, is mere folly. Just as he spoke, Su Chen shouted, Come forth. At that moment, he summoned the power of the demon master, Pang Ban. Instantly, a terrifying demonic aura enveloped him, his dark hair cascading like iron willows. Not only did his strength intensify, but his presence transformed, exuding an air of dominion over the world. He moved swiftly, appearing before Li Yimei and Lian Qingbi. Boom! The heavenly gate sensed the change in Su Chen's power, absorbing even greater bolts of lightning. Crash! In an instant, the lightning poured down like a waterfall, encasing Su Chen and the others. Unfazed, Su Chen raised his hand, delivering a punch that collided with the descending lightning. Under the might of Lei Bu, it was as though a waterfall had been struck back upstream, returning to the heavenly gate. After a single punch, Su Chen stepped forward once more, delivering a tremendous blow to the heavenly gate. Boom! The gate shattered under the force of Su Chen's colossal punch. Enter. Su Chen instructed Li Yimei and Lian Qingbi. Thank you, young master, for your assistance. Lian Qingbi bowed to Su Chen, then stepped into the heavenly gate. Observing the remnants of the gate, Su Chen unleashed another punch. The force surged into the gate, causing it to disintegrate completely. As the gate crumbled, Su Chen released the power of Pang Ban, his figure descending to the ground. If he had not dispelled it, the gate would reappear, and the ensuing force would be even greater. Though he possessed Pang Ban's strength to shatter the gate once more, he feared that the impact upon his own passage through the gate would be overwhelming. Chapter 869. The Supreme Blood of Domination, Guanqi, the Poison of Calamity. The Five Poisons Child. At the entrance of the Crimson Sun Palace, two figures emerged. One was clad in a red dress, the illustrious Miss Murong Qin from the Murong family. Accompanying her was a figure cloaked entirely in black. Upon witnessing the bodies strewn across the plaza of the Crimson Sun Palace, the expression of the woman in red shifted by the time they arrived. The palace had already been drenched in blood. The actions of the Azure Dragon Society had been exceedingly swift. A single punch had shattered the heavenly gate, facilitating others' passage. The cloaked figure gazed intently at the sky. Although the aura of the heavenly gate had dissipated, the recent scene was profoundly shocking for them, the martial artists. Given the circumstances, the two individuals should not have been able to step through the gate and depart. Let us proceed to the rear hall, Murong Qin urged, her expression betraying her urgency as she hastened toward the rear hall. At this moment, within the rear hall, Su Chen landed and fixed his gaze upon Murong Xingchen. Murong Sanshao, what is your perspective on today's events? Su Chen had not only lost a subordinate, but had also utilized Pang Ban's experience card. The card granted 1 day's time. Previously, he had only used a fraction of it and had promptly dispelled it, circumventing a time-related anomaly. From the feedback received, he could continue to wield it. However, the Heavenly Gate would undoubtedly remember the essence of his usage of the experience card. Should he utilize it again, the repercussions from the Heavenly Gate could pose significant challenges for him. After all, he had no intention of venturing to the Heavenly Gate at this time. Murong Xingchen appeared somewhat uncomfortable upon hearing Su Chen's inquiry. Given his character, Murong Sanshao would typically be unflappable, easily deflecting responsibility. Yet, he had just witnessed Su Chen's explosive power shatter the Heavenly Gate with a single punch. He understood the significance of this force. Rumor had it that the leader of the Azure Dragon Society, Su Xiaolong, had previously demonstrated this very power. Now, it had manifested once more. Just how many times could he invoke this formidable strength? As one of the 4 prominent families of Jiangnan, only the ancestor of the Murong clan possessed such power, underscoring its rarity. Su Xiaolong, this matter does not concern our 3rd young master, declared the steward Qing from Murong Xingchen's side. Boom. However, at the moment he spoke, 2 breaths instantly enveloped him, leaving him no opportunity to continue. I did not inquire of you, young Master Su. There is no need for your words. Should you utter another syllable, I would not mind adding another corpse to this place. Su Chen's gaze was frigid. Young Master Su, this matter truly has nothing to do with me. The Red Sun Hall was annihilated today by the Azure Dragon Society. Everything here belongs to you. Murong Xingchen hastily interjected. It seems that the 3rd young master of Murong harbors ambitions regarding the Red Sun Hall. One must wonder what basis he possesses to seek a share of the spoils. Su Chun mused softly. No, I harbor no such intentions. Young Master Su, the Red Sun Hall is of no concern to me. Murong Xingchen quickly retorted. Is that so? One must possess self-awareness. The leader of our Azure Dragon Society's July Hall, Lian Qingbi, suffered bloodshed at the hands of your actions, resulting in a significant loss for me. As I lost a rare opportunity for power, I shall offer you a choice. Either you offer your life in recompense, and I shall spare the Murong family, considering your cousin Murong Qingchen, or you present me with suitable compensation. Su Chen declared. When Murong Qingchen ventured into the world, she utilized her maternal family surname, Murong, rather than Lu, hence she is known as Murong Qingchen. Compensation. Young Master Su, this matter truly has nothing to do with me, Murong Xingchen exclaimed. Realizing the enormity of the compensation, he attempted to argue. Just then, Su Chun moved, his figure suddenly appearing before Murong Xingchen, delivering a powerful punch. 3rd young master. At this sight, the steward Qing's expression shifted, yet he dared not intervene. Murong Xingchen's countenance changed dramatically upon witnessing Su Chen's strike. He raised his hand to defend, but as his arm collided with Su Chen's fist, an overwhelming force surged through. The true energy that had manifested in his arm was instantly shattered. The tremendous power surged into his limb, resulting in a crack as his defending arm broke. I am providing you with a choice. Simply answer without unnecessary words. Su Chen said coldly. Murong Xingchen was astute. Upon Su Chen's punch, he had not unleashed his full strength, merely a fraction of true energy for defense. However, he had not anticipated the weight of Su Chen's blow, which shattered his arm. As he staggered backward, his arm hanging limply, beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. His heart filled with terror. With a single punch, lacking the release of true energy and relying solely on brute force, his arm was shattered. Su Chen's physical prowess was formidable. Murong Xingchen thought inwardly. 3rd young master. The steward Qing hurried to Murong Xingchen's side. I am unharmed, merely a broken arm. Murong Xingchen replied. Do you truly possess no choice? Since you lack one, I shall make it for you. The first option is the simplest. I shall personally escort you. 3rd young master Murong. Su Chun raised his hand, clenching his fist. An invisible force manifested around his arm, colliding with the air and producing a sound akin to an explosion. At that moment, his gaze became sharp, and a murderous intent surged within him. Su Xiaolong, please slow down. Our Murong family is willing to offer compensation. Just then, a figure clad in red hurriedly approached. It was none other than Murong Qin, who had arrived. Eldest miss, sister. Both Butler Qing and Murong Xingchen greeted her. This matter will be accounted for upon our return. Murong Qin, upon seeing Murong Xingchen, spoke sternly. She then turned to Su Chun and bowed. I am Murong Qin, currently handling matters of the Murong family. For the troubles caused by my younger brother, we are prepared to compensate for your losses, Su Xiaolong, she declared. Miss Murong, how forthright of you. I wonder what kind of compensation you intend to offer that could spare your brother's life, Su Chen replied, regarding Murong Qin intently. Butler, please inform your Miss Murong of my losses. He continued, Murong Qin, you have 2 incense sticks worth of time to contemplate the compensation. Should you fail to do so, Murong Xingchen shall remain here. The affairs of the Qinglong Society, with Murong Xingchen's interference, have led to numerous complications. The Murong family must pay a heavy price, regardless of any past camaraderie with Murong Xingchen. Hearing Su Chun's words, Murong Qin's expression shifted. She attempted to respond, but Su Chun had already turned to leave. He still wished to explore the treasury of the Red Sun Palace to see if he could obtain some lottery cards. As Su Chen departed, Murong Qin's countenance altered. "Butler Qing, what are Su Xiaolong's losses?" she inquired. Butler Qing recounted the events that had transpired. Murong Qin's face paled. The two individuals she had sent off were Lin Qingbi and Li Yimei, and Su Chen had even employed his personal strength. While other matters could be negotiated, the compensation for his personal strength was no trifling matter. "Sister, Su Chen is asking for an exorbitant price. He is demanding my life." Murong Xingchen interjected from the side. "Such a significant loss, the Murong family will find it difficult to reach a decision. Although he is the third young master of the Murong family." "Be quiet," Murong Qin scolded. "Father should be arriving soon. I will discuss this with him." Inside a secret chamber within the Red Sun Palace, an elder stood guard, only to be slain by Yuan Huaiyuan with a single sword strike. The secret chamber easily opened. 2 incense sticks worth of time, approximately an hour, passed. If the Murong family failed to present a compensation plan, then Murong Xingchen would remain here forever. Of course, if Murong Qin attempted to flee with Murong Xingchen, it would only herald the downfall of the Murong family. After a single incense stick's time, Su Chen emerged from the secret chamber, his expression not overly cheerful. Inside, he had acquired only 5 orange lottery cards. He discovered that obtaining similar types of manuals, treasures, or secrets no longer yielded him any lottery cards. Today, by intercepting the fortune of the Red Sun Palace, he should be able to condense the foundational points, eliminating the need for personal interception in the future. Su Chen contemplated. He found himself within a grand palace, awaiting Murong Qin's arrival. As he waited, Su Chen promptly utilized the 5 orange lottery cards he had acquired. Recently, fortune has favored him, making it an opportune moment for a lottery. He obtained the Shenming Gi Heart Sutra, a drop of Taixin Baxi blood, exclusive to the character Guanxi, the full power of the Tianqi monster hero, exclusive to Zhu Wushi, a blood knife exclusively for Fu Hongxue, and a drop of Inan poison blood, exclusive to the character Wudu Tongzi. Chapter 870, The Secret Dragon Cave's Secret Map, The Emergence of the Demon Sect, and one of the 4 great leaders, Heaven. Upon seeing this, Su Chen felt a surge of joy. Just the names alone hinted at their extraordinary nature. The Shenming Gi Heart Sutra is a method for tempering one's spirit, capable of enhancing one's mental resolve and augmenting the power of divine might, gradually elevating it to surpass its current limits. The attainment of the Gi Heart Sutra allows one's divine might to unify, hinting at an understanding of the concept of domains. The notion of domains stirred something within Su Chen. This technique was remarkable. Not only could he cultivate it for himself, but he could also impart it to others in the Qinglong society. The Taixin Baxi blood, imbued with the essence of invincibility, would bolster Guanxi's strength, and acquiring this drop of blood could render him even more formidable. The Tianqi monster hero, the master of Zhu Wushi and Gu Santong, though not present, had demonstrated immense power through the creation of the indestructible Vajra and the skill of energy absorption. With Zhu Wushi acquiring the full power of the Tianqi monster hero, he might very well step into the realm of fragmentation. The exclusive blood knife of Fu Hongxue, while not yet reaching the spiritual grade, stands at the pinnacle of weaponry. And with the nurturing of his own blade aura, it could ascend to the spiritual level. The Inan poison blood, extracted from the Inan poisonous body, could be refined by Wudu Tongzi to devour toxins, converting them into personal cultivation, and perhaps, if fate allows, he could condense the Inan poisonous body. Upon discovering his fortune following the lottery, Su Chen felt an overwhelming surge of luck. He focused his mind, took out the Shenming Gi Heart Sutra, and began to commit it to memory. Once he had thoroughly memorized it, he would have Yuan Huaiyuan transcribe it for others. After Su Chen finished reading the sutra, he turned to Yuan Huaiyuan and inquired, "How much time remains?" "About half a stick of incense, my lord," Yuan Huaiyuan replied. With only half a stick of incense left, had Murong Qin not yet decided how to make amends? The current head of the Murong family, Murong Tiannan, had already arrived and would surely come to see the Lord. As Yuan Huaiyuan spoke, the Murong clan and Murong Tiannan approached to pay their respects to Su Xiaolong. A voice echoed from outside the hall. "Please," Su Chen responded. Murong Tiannan entered the grand hall, accompanied by Murong Qin and Murong Xingchen. At this moment, Murong Xingchen's broken arm was unbandaged, and beads of sweat continued to trickle down his forehead. "Su Xiaolong, regarding my son, it is entirely the fault of my Murong family. We are willing to bear all responsibility. My Morong family possesses several enterprises in both the capital and Jiangnan. We will transfer all our assets in the capital to the Qinglong Society and 1/3 of our holdings in Jiangnan, which will be converted into silver for the Qinglong Society. Additionally, it is rumored that Su Xiaolong has a penchant for collecting books. My Morong family's collection in Jiangnan is unparalleled. The library may be opened for Su Xiaolong. Aside from this, my Morong family is willing to offer 2 exquisite, top-tier swords along with a secret map that I possess. As Nangong Tianin spoke, he retrieved the map from his bosom. Yuan Suiyun stepped forward, took the map, and handed it to Su Chun. Upon receiving the map, Su Chun noted, "Acquired 1 map of the secret dragon cave of the Great Chu Dynasty, rewarded with 3 orange lottery tickets." The secret dragon cave? Su Chun's eyes widened slightly in astonishment. Could this be related to the secret location sought by the Cold Moon sect earlier? This map is indeed extraordinary, and the compensation offered by Murong Tianan is quite commendable. Very well. I accept your Murong family's compensation. You may take Murong Qianxing away. Regarding this matter, Steward Yuan will liaise with your Murong family, Su Chun stated coldly, nodding his head. He had no intention of further engagement with them. Thank you, Su Xiaolong. And Steward Yuan. This is the token of Murong Tianan. It can be presented when the time comes. Murong Tianan produced a token from his bosom and tossed it to Yuan Suiyun, who caught it. Afterward, they took their leave. The loss was substantial, and he was unsure how to explain it to the family elders upon his return. Outside the mountain gate, Murong Qianxing exclaimed, "Father, does Su Chun truly intend to take advantage of our misfortune? Is our Murong family genuinely afraid of the Qinglong Association?" Upon exiting the main hall, he consumed a pill to restore his severed arm, though pain still lingered. The items recently relinquished by Murong Tian and not only inflicted significant losses upon their family, but also tarnished their reputation. If he returned without facing the wrath of the elders, he would surely be scorned. If you wish to perish, I shall not hinder you. However, do not bring harm to the Murong family. This time, it seems that Su Chun spared you due to his regard for Qianxing. Otherwise, I would have had to collect your remains. Furthermore, do you believe that your demise would end the matter? Given the recent display of power by the Qinglong Association, your death would prompt them to act against our Murong family. Otherwise, I would not have offered such valuable items to the Qinglong Association. For the time being, you are confined within the Murong manor. Should you venture outside, I will personally break your legs. Qiner, you shall temporarily oversee the 7-star hall. Additionally, during your confinement, make a concerted effort to win over Lan Haidang and strive to master your heavenly desire 9 transformations. Once you attain mastery, you will truly become the young master of the Murong family. Murong Tianan remarked, gazing at Murong Qianxing. Father, Lan Haidang looks down upon me. Subduing her will be a challenge, Murong Qianxing replied, disheartened by Murong Tianan's words. Qiner, assist Qianxing during this period. Let us return to the family and inform the elders of this incident. With that, the group swiftly departed from the Crimson Sun Hall, deep into the night. The depths of the Crimson Sun Hall trembled as a torrent of fortune surged into Su Chun's being. This influx of fortune continually directed itself towards the previously condensed golden light. As this fortune flowed into the golden light, a portion of the energy entered his dantian while another part tempered his physical form. Simultaneously, in a concealed space beneath Su's city in the dimly lit chamber, for tall and imposing figures gathered. Tianming, have you summoned us to Su City for a specific purpose? Inquired one shrouded in a black robe and hat, gazing at the person seated at the head of the table. Indeed, I require your assistance in a matter of assassination. I have ascertained the whereabouts of one of the 4 great generals of Jiangnan, known as Tan. The figure at the head responded. You have located Tian. Who is he? He was the one who captured our demon sect's heavenly queen and presented her to the Zhou emperor. The speaker declared darkly. Now that we have found him, we must eradicate his entire lineage. Another voice intoned ominously. This matter should be reported to the heavenly queen. She has also escaped from the Zhou emperor's palace and is seeking this individual. Yet another spoke, his tone icy. Brother Tianming, you have achieved a significant feat. Please tell us who this person is, the last figure inquired. This individual is Murong Tiannan, the current head of the Murong family, and he possesses a secret map of the dragon cave of the Great Chu Dynasty, the figure at the head revealed. Chapter 871, The 4 Celestial Evils of the Demon Sect, the Heavenly Queen, and Yan Rushua. You mean to say that Murong Tiannan is Tian? one of the four great generals of Jiangnan. Upon hearing this news, the other three experienced a palpable shift in their demeanor, their eyes glinting with intensity. These four were the celestial evils of the demon sect. Once, the demon sect had vied for supremacy against the Zhou Emperor, with its leader, Ren Qianxing, being the emperor's most formidable adversary. In the Battle of Qianlinjiang, Ren Qianxing was defeated and perished at the hands of the Zhou Emperor. Subsequently, the heavenly queen of the demon sect, Yan Rushiwe, was captured by Tan, one of the four generals of Jiangnan, and delivered to the emperor. Thus, the demon sect fractured, with its members retreating into the shadows of the martial world. The demonic forces beyond the borders were remnants of the once mighty demon sect. Yes, I have confirmed this information. The figure at the head, Biming, asserted with certainty. It is astonishing that it is Murong Tiannan. Truly unexpected, one remarked. What is so surprising about it? Murong Tiannan indeed possesses such strength. However, if he belongs to the Murong family, dealing with him will prove challenging. May I inquire about your plans, Brother Biming? The first speaker replied gravely. The demon sect's four celestial evils are collectively known as the force of demon extermination. Among them is Lu Wangji, the celestial evil of force. The other three are Qin Biming, the celestial evil of extermination, the figure at the head, Mo Wanli, the celestial evil of demons, and Qi Shan, the celestial evil of calamity. As I mentioned earlier, I summoned the three of you to assist in an assassination. Our objective is, of course, to infiltrate the Murong family. Qin Biming stated, his eyes radiating a cold light. Brothers, I have already informed the heavenly queen of your summons. She is expected to arrive in Sioux City tomorrow. Her command is to annihilate the Murong family. Upon hearing Qin Biming's words, the other three furrowed their brows slightly. Qi Shan remarked, Tianming, Brother Wangji just mentioned that the Murong family's strength is formidable. It will be a daunting task for even the heavenly queen and us to subdue them. Brother Qi Shan, I am well aware of the Murong family's capabilities. After leaving the palace, the heavenly consort sought out the Grand Steward, both internal and external, who would accompany her to Sioux City. Together with our four subordinates, we would launch a surprise attack on the Murong family. Even if the Murong family were not annihilated, they would suffer significant losses. The aristocracy is a delectable morsel. Once the Murong family incurs grave damage, others will descend upon them like sharks drawn to blood. Times have changed. Even the Nangong family, traditionally seated in Jinling among the four great families, has been obliterated by the Qinglong society. The prestige of the aristocracy has waned considerably, Qin Biming remarked coldly. The heavenly consort located the Grand Stewards, who had been absent for many years. It was thought they had passed into the afterlife. However, the Qinglong society is rather peculiar, having emerged silently with an abundance of formidable individuals. Yet, none of these powerful figures can be traced back to any roots, shrouded in mystery. Indeed, the Qinglong society is not the only one. The Tianya Pavilion is equally strong and enigmatic, deeply hidden, and when it reveals itself, it sends shockwaves throughout the martial world. It seems the fortunes of the great Zhou dynasty have shifted, Emotian Sha Mo Wanli commented. Not only these two factions, but many forces have surfaced, creating a chaotic realm within the great Zhou dynasty. This presents an opportunity for us, if we can eliminate the Murong family. The heavenly consort has promised to lead us to the sacred grounds of the demon sovereign's cultivation, the place of the demon sovereign's cultivation. Upon hearing this, the other three displayed remarkable excitement. Then I shall arrange for people. Tomorrow, when the heavenly consort arrives, we will gather here, Lu Wangji proposed. The other two concurred, preparing to return and make arrangements. Excellent. Qin Biming nodded from the main seat. The three turned and departed from the underground chamber. Once they left, Qin Biming rose and exited the subterranean space, emerging into a courtyard. You have arrived. As he stepped into the courtyard, a melodious and ethereal voice resonated from within a room. Qin Biming approached, pushed open the door, and entered. Inside, the air was fragrant with sandalwood. Heavenly consort, I have just spoken with the other three. They will exert their utmost effort. They have not forgotten their allegiance to the demon sect, Qin Biming stated. Between him and the voice, there hung a beaded curtain and an ornate screen. The screen reflected the silhouette of an exquisitely beautiful woman. That is good, otherwise, I would have had to cleanse the ranks first, the woman said as she gracefully rose and stepped out from behind the screen, coming to stand before Qin Biming. She was an extraordinarily enchanting woman, exuding an irresistible aura of charm and allure. The term otherworldly beauty aptly describes her. Within this captivating charm, she not only displayed beauty but also an intoxicating allure, possessing a myriad of graceful traits, akin to spring water transformed, truly a remarkable enchantress. Draped in a sheer, black gown that tantalizingly revealed her exquisite curves, the enchanting figure of Jian Taixin, the celestial empress of the demonic sect and the most beautiful woman in the realm, captivated the imagination. At that moment, Qin Baiming dared not raise his gaze, compelled to lower his head in her presence. News had just arrived that the Crimson Sun Palace had been annihilated by the Azure Dragon Society, with Murong Tian making an appearance. Investigate the reason for Murong Tian's presence. Jian Taixin commanded in a low tone. I shall immediately dispatch someone to gather information and report back to the Empress, Qin Baiming replied. Excellent. What arrangements have been made regarding the Murong family? Our strike against them is not merely for revenge. It is also to announce the resurgence of our demonic sect. Jian Taixin stated coldly. Rest assured, I have nearly concluded my arrangements concerning the Murong family. With the assistance of the other 3 major celestial forces and the 2 chief overseers, the Murong family is destined for destruction. Qin Baiming's eyes glinted with a fierce light. Murong Tian had captured the celestial empress of the demonic sect, delivering her to the imperial palace of the Zhou dynasty. This was a humiliation for their sect and for the empress herself. He vowed to help her eradicate such disgrace, for shame could only be washed away with blood. We must not act in haste. When we strike, it must be with certainty of death, Jian Taixin declared. Understood. I will first investigate the events at the Crimson Sun Palace, Qin Baiming said, bowing as he exited the room. As Jian Taixin stepped out, she gazed at the setting sun, murmuring, Murong Tian, this time I shall personally claim your head. As she spoke, a crimson hue illuminated her figure, evoking a sense of bloodshed. The title of Celestial Empress was one bestowed upon her by those within the demonic sect, while the martial world once referred to her as Blood Empress Jian Taixin. Chapter 872. The Fate of Murong Qianxing, Undercurrents Rising. As the sun rose and set, a day slipped by. The news of the Crimson Sun Palace's destruction spread throughout Sioux City and the entirety of Jiangnan. The atmosphere in Sioux City was charged, for the Crimson Sun Palace was one of the 2 great palaces in Jiangnan, now obliterated in a mere day. Who could have anticipated that Lian Qingbi would be the master of the Azure Dragon Society's July Hall? It was said that during the battle at the Crimson Sun Palace, Lian Qingbi had fought with a ferocity bordering on madness. Furthermore, rumors circulated that he could transform into a dark stream, impervious to attacks, siphoning the vitality of others, truly terrifying. The experts of the Azure Dragon Society were indeed formidable. Indeed, it is a pity for Lian Qingbi, having just gained renown, only to ascend to the Heavenly Gate. Someone remarked, is it not advantageous to enter the Heavenly Gate? Who knows what lies beyond? Who can discern the good from the bad? Yet, the members of the Murong family had also appeared at the Crimson Sun Palace. Had they not previously forged an alliance with the Crimson Sun Palace? Do you think the Azure Dragon Society might retaliate against the Murong family because of this? Some individuals, discussing the matter, grew increasingly animated. The 4 great families of Jiangnan had once held significant power, but since the annihilation of the Nangong family, their dominance had gradually waned. Many individuals harbor a keen interest in this matter. Within the Murong family's council chamber, Murong Tian occupies the esteemed position of the family head, flanked by several esteemed elders of the Murong clan. Head of the family, this Dragon Society's young leader is seizing the opportunity amidst chaos. This has no connection to the Starry Sky or the Crimson Sun Palace. He merely sought an audience with Lian Qingbi. His Wuxishan manor was ravaged by the Crimson Sun Palace's forces, and they have only themselves to blame for their lax defenses. What does this have to do with the Starry Sky? A purple-robed elder lamented. Indeed, the compensation is excessively burdensome. Our family's business in the capital has only just begun to flourish. It would be a tremendous loss to relinquish it now, along with 2 grade weapons and a third of our business in Jiangnan. Should the Murong family endure such a heavy setback? Another voice interjected. Head of the family, isn't Su Qin somewhat acquainted with His Highness Qingxin? Perhaps we could reach out to him to mitigate this situation. One individual suggested. Given the current tumultuous climate in the capital, the Murong family shall refrain from participating in its affairs and focus on safeguarding our foundation in Jiangnan. The calculations here merely involve monetary compensation, not providing business to the other party. If we bide our time, the Morong family will surely recover, Morong Tianin stated. Head of the family, I must express my dissent regarding your decision. This predicament was instigated by Starry Sky. Why should the Morong clan bear the burden? An elder on Morong Tianan's left interjected. The elder, tall in stature, emanated a powerful aura, yet his eyes harbored a trace of malice. He was the Grand Elder of the Morong clan, Morong Yu. Grand Elder, Starry Sky has committed no transgression. How can we hold them accountable for this incident? The purple-robed elder retorted. If it were not for their engagement with the Crimson Sun Palace, if it were not for their invitation to Lianqingbi, would such an incident have transpired? Grand Elder Morong Yu replied coldly. By your reasoning, should the disciples of the Morong clan merely tend to their own affairs and refrain from expanding the family's endeavors? Should they simply exist in complacency? The purple-robed elder countered. The Crimson Sun Palace has long been in conflict with the Dragon Society. As the third young master of the Morong clan, how could he remain oblivious to this? Yet he still chose to involve himself. Starry Sky must provide us with an explanation, Morong Yu asserted. I am unsure what sort of explanation the Grand Elder seeks. Morong Tianin responded, regarding Morong Yu with scrutiny. Based on Starry Sky's actions, he is unfit to be considered a candidate for the Morong family's young master. I urge the family head to revoke his candidacy, Morong Yu declared. The Morong family operates under a patriarchal system. However, the young master need not be the patriarch's son. Any distinguished disciple of the Morong clan may become a candidate for the young master through a rigorous selection process. Only candidates may ascend to the position of young master. And once appointed, that individual shall become the next family head. Now, the Grand Elder Morong Yu seeks to annul Starry Sky's candidacy for the young master. The qualification of Morong Qianxing to become the family head has been revoked. Esteemed elder, this may not be appropriate. In this matter, Qianxing merely handled it ineffectively. To cancel his candidacy for the heir is excessively harsh. The third elder, Morong Cheng, expressed his dissent towards the elder's remarks. I concur with the elder's proposal. Given the substantial losses incurred by the Morong family due to Qianxing's actions, if no repercussions are faced, will not the members of the Morong family follow suit in the future? An elder interjected, prompting a stir within the assembly hall. Observing the discourse among the assembly members, Morong Tianan's gaze sharpened. Elder Morong, you aim to leverage this situation to rescind Morong Qianxing's candidacy for heir. The losses from the Cheery Hall were far too grave for the Morong family. If left unaddressed, my authority as the family head would be severely undermined. Very well. I shall heed the elder's counsel and revoke Morong Qianxing's candidacy for heir. Amidst the discussions, Morong Tianin declared, Family head, this is absolutely unacceptable. Some elders protested upon hearing this. Thus, it is decided. The former steward of the Qinglong Society will arrive. Third elder, you and Qiner shall host him. Expedite the resolution of matters concerning the Qinglong Society to prevent any unforeseen complications. Morong Tianin rose from his seat and exited the assembly hall. Within the cheery hall, Su Qin's aura surged, having successfully cultivated his internal foundation. Now, he need not travel far and wide to seize fortunes personally. As long as he conquers or controls a force, he can acquire the fortune effortlessly. My lord, a spy from the Qinglong Society has reported a piece of intelligence. The 4 heavenly killers from the demon sect have gathered in Su City. Yuan Suiyun approached Su Chun to convey the news. The 4 heavenly killers? The demon sect was fragmented and hidden away after being suppressed by Emperor Zhou. The 4 heavenly killers were once formidable generals under the demon path leader, Lu Junxing. Their appearance here surely indicates they have designs. Have we discovered their intentions? Su Qin inquired. We have only tracked their movements. The specifics of their plans remain under investigation, Yuan Suiyun replied. It seems that Su City is rife with undercurrents. Let us set aside the demon sect for now. You should proceed to the Morong family and retrieve their compensation. When time permits, I shall visit the Morong family's library. Su Chun instructed Yuan Suiyun. Understood. I shall return with the items. Yuan Suiyun saluted Su Chun and departed from the cheery hall towards the Morong family estate. In the rear courtyard of the Morong family estate, Morong Qiner confronted her father, Morong Tiannan. Father, how could you agree to revoke the candidacy of the esteemed Qianxing? This effectively closes the door for him to become the family head. The losses are far too significant. If I do not acquiesce, I fear I will be unable to deliver what I promised to Su Chun. Failing to do so would invite animosity, and the Qinglong Society may take action. leading to potential disaster for the Murong family. Murong Tiannan replied solemnly. At this moment, a servant emerged from the room, promptly stating, "Master, remnants of the demon sect, the 4 celestial fiends, have appeared in Su City." Upon hearing this report, Murong Tiannan's expression grew solemn. In Chapter 873, The Heavenly Consort's Plot, The Peril of Murong Manor, Murong Qin interjected, "Father, the demon sect has lain dormant for many years. What could their sudden reappearance in Su City signify?" Murong Tiannan replied, "In today's martial world, the emergence of the demon sect is not unusual. You keep an eye on the stars. I have matters to attend to." With that, he turned and departed with the approaching servant. Soon, they arrived at a study. Aside from the 4 celestial fiends, have any other figures from the demon sect been sighted? Murong Tiannan inquired in a grave tone. "Master, we have not discovered any traces of other demon sect personnel," the servant responded. "Have we tracked the movements of the 4 celestial fiends?" Murong Tiannan pressed. "The 4 celestial fiends entered the city, and we lost their trail. They must be gathering together. I have discreetly increased our manpower to investigate. I believe we will soon ascertain their whereabouts," the servant assured. "Ensure that you locate them. It is imperative to monitor their movements." "You may leave," commanded Murong Tiannan. "Yes." The servant immediately bowed and exited the study. After the servant's departure, Murong Tiannan pushed open a hidden chamber. Inside, he donned a black robe and exited from another concealed passage. In Su City, at Chuyanfang, one of the 3 esteemed brothels. In the backyard of a side room, Murong Tiannan, cloaked in black, stood within. Creak. The door swung open, and a woman clad in a purple gown entered. Bowing to the shadowy figure, "Greetings, esteemed general. The 4 celestial fiends have appeared in the city. They may be targeting me. The heavenly consort has escaped the imperial palace, and I have been monitoring the movements of the demon sect, yet I did not anticipate their arrival," Murong Tiannan remarked. "My lord, if we suspect that the 4 celestial fiends are here for you, we should strike decisively to eliminate them," the woman with the purple gown suggested, her eyes glinting with cold resolve. "Although the 4 celestial fiends are formidable, they are not to be feared. My true concern lies with the heavenly consort, whom I personally delivered to His Majesty years ago. She harbors intentions to kill me. Thus, it is crucial to find her. And I suspect the ease with which we track the 4 celestial fiends may be a trap laid by the heavenly consort. I have already dispatched members of the Murong family to investigate the 4 celestial fiends. You should secretly probe for the heavenly consort," Murong Tiannan instructed. "My lord, if you say such things, your identity may be compromised," the woman cautioned. "The heavenly consort must have already uncovered my identity. Otherwise, the 4 celestial fiends would not have converged in Su City. Hiding is of little significance now," Murong Tiannan replied. "I will expedite the search for the heavenly consort's whereabouts," she assured, bowing respectfully. "Moreover, issue a secret order for the 5 divine guards to assemble. Once we locate the heavenly consort, I will personally lead the charge to encircle and eliminate her." Murong Tiannan's gaze turned icy. "Understood." The woman in the purple robe swiftly exited the room. The interior was somewhat dim, yet Murong Tiannan remained unfazed, standing quietly as if lost in contemplation. In the evening at the Crimson Sun Palace, Yuan Suiyun returned. "My lord, the liquid assets from the Murong family's properties in the capital in Jiangnan have been transferred to the Zhuang family's bank. Here are 2 exquisite grade weapons I have brought back. You may examine them." Yuan Suiyun presented the 2 swords to Su Chun. "You have acquired 2 top-tier grade weapons and received 2 orange lottery tickets as a reward." Was Murong Tiannan's demeanor always so decisive? Su Chun had anticipated some reluctance on the other's part. "My lord, at the elder assembly of the Murong family, Elder Murong Yu has seized the opportunity to strip Murong Qianxing of his candidacy for the position of family heir. Murong Tiannan consented, otherwise, our compensation might be further delayed," Yuan Suiyun remarked. "This is the fruit of his own sowing. However, it appears the internal strife within the Murong family is quite significant. You shall deliver these 2 weapons to Lu Xingyijian and Shui Yiren," Su Chun instructed Yuan Suiyun. "Prepare to depart, subordinate. After the delivery, we shall head to Su City. And it would be fitting to visit the Murong family's library tomorrow," Su Chun suggested. Having gleaned all necessary information from the Crimson Sun Palace, he saw no reason to linger there. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of Yan Rushua, she sat gracefully in the pavilion when a figure appeared and bowed before her. "I pay my respects to the heavenly consort. No need for excessive formality. What is the current state of Murong Tianan? Yen Rushua inquired. Heavenly consort. Murong Xingchen has been involved in the affairs of the Crimson Sun Palace, and Su Chun from the Qinglong Society has made exorbitant demands, causing significant losses to the Murong family. Elder Murong Yu has seized this opportunity to revoke Murong Xingchen's candidacy for heir, and Murong Tianan reluctantly agreed, the visitor reported. It was unexpected that the once dominant Murong family would face such a fate. The Qinglong Society should not be underestimated. I must arrange a meeting with this Su Xiaolong at the opportune moment, Yen Rushua stated. Heavenly consort, may I inquire when you plan to take action against the Murong Mountain Villa? Although I have consistently aligned with Murong Tianan, it may not remain concealed for long. The visitor replied solemnly. The poison concoction from Steward Zhou and Steward Zhao will require approximately 2 more days. Once the poison is ready, we will act. However, you need not worry. The 4 heavenly fiends of the demon sect will surely attract Murong Tianan's attention. He will dispatch someone to investigate the 4 heavenly fiends and me, leaving him little time to focus on the affairs within the Murong Mountain Villa. Moreover, I have previously sent several individuals into the Murong Mountain Villa under Qin Baiming's command. We can afford to sacrifice a few to divert attention. How is your plan progressing? Tianfei then inquired. The formation has been completed. Once we take action, the location where the ancestor of the Murong family is in seclusion will be isolated for a brief period. Even if he becomes aware of the situation, the array I have set will delay him for some time. Steward Zhou spoke up. Very well. That old fellow from the Murong family will be unable to show himself. When Murong Tianan is ambushed and the clan's experts are poisoned, the remaining weaklings of the Murong family will be left with no option but death. Tianfei Yen Rushua's voice was frigid, exuding a chilling aura. From her words, it was evident that this scheme against the Murong family had been meticulously planned for quite some time. Meanwhile, Su Chun, after indulging in some leisurely activities in the city, made his way to the Murong Manor, located outside the city. The Murong family's library was vast and conveniently situated, and Su Chun intended to reside there for a day or 2. Upon his arrival at the Murong Manor, he was greeted by Murong Qin. Young Master Su, my father has been rather busy lately. During your stay at the Murong family, I shall take care of all arrangements, she stated. Thank you, Miss Murong. My stay will not be prolonged. I may only remain for a day, Su Chun replied, as his primary goal was to trigger a lottery card rather than to engage in earnest study. Hearing this, Murong Qin felt a tinge of confusion but refrained from voicing her thoughts. Yesterday, a friend of mine fell ill, and today I find myself coughing, with a blocked nose and a sore throat. I feel quite unwell, likely in the same predicament, she remarked, as they entered the Murong Manor. Su Chun experienced a sensation akin to stepping into a Jiangnan garden. Along the way, they encountered numerous disciples of the Murong family, who expressed surprise upon seeing Su Chun walking alongside Murong Qin. Whispers filled the air, and upon realizing Su Chin's identity as the young master of the Azure Dragon Society, their expressions turned to one of indignation. However, they dared not approach and hastily departed. It seems the Murong family does not extend a warm welcome to me, Su Chin observed with a smile as he watched the crowd disperse in haste. Some misunderstandings arise. These are the faults of Xingchen and should be rectified. Please do not take offense, young Master Su. I shall ensure they refrain from discussing this matter further, Murong Qin softly assured him. Before long, Su Chin arrived at the Murong family's library. The library, though only 2 stories high, covered an extensive area. The guardian of the library was an elderly man clad in a gray robe, whose appearance was unremarkable, devoid of any hint of martial prowess. As he reclined on a bamboo chair, sensing the arrival of visitors, the old man opened his eyes. At that moment, Su Chun felt a subtle stir within him, for upon the old man's eyes opening, there was an uncanny sense of blending with the surrounding air. You are Su Chun, the young master of the Azure Dragon Society, the old man remarked. As he fixed his gaze upon Su Chun, a peculiar aura emanated from him, solid yet restrained. To Su Chen's eyes, this elder seemed to merge with the earth itself, exuding an indomitable presence. Indeed, I am Su Chun, the young dragon leader of the Qinglong Society. Although the other party did not attack him, the tone of the inquiry was decidedly unpalatable to Su Chun. His visit to the Murong family's library was a form of compensation from them, not a plea for assistance. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the old man in the gray robe slightly narrowed his eyes, his aura subsiding. Young leader Su, this is Li Bo, the one responsible for the library. Should you have any inquiries regarding the library, Feel free to consult him. Morong Qin hastily interjected. You may enter the library, but he must remain behind. The old man cast a glance at Yuan Zhongguan before returning to his previous position on the recliner, closing his eyes to rest. Very well. Su Chen stepped towards the library. Yuan Zhongguan, I have arranged a small courtyard for young leaders soon nearby. Let us go take a look, Morong Qin suggested. That would be much appreciated, Miss Morong. Yuan Zhongguan nodded, and the two departed. After their exit, the old man, who had returned to his recliner, opened his eyes. I unleashed my aura, yet it could not sway young leader Su. He is quite remarkable. The Qinglong Society has not been mentioned previously. How did he suddenly emerge? Mused the elder, known as Li Bo. Such matters are not for an old man like me to concern myself with. I shall continue to rest. With that, he closed his eyes once more. In another location, Qin Baiming appeared before Yen Ruxue. Heavenly Consort, the young dragon leader of the Qinglong Society, Su Chun, has entered the Morong Manor. At this moment, he appears at the Morong Manor? Yen Ruxue furrowed her brow at Qin Baiming's words. According to their plans, she was to take action against the Morong Manor in the coming days. Su Chen's presence there disrupted her arrangements. Pay him no mind. We shall proceed as planned. Before we act, send word to Su Chun and invite him out. After a moment of contemplation, Yen Ruxue continued. The foundation of the Qinglong Society is formidable. Su Chen's presence at the Morong Manor is an unpredictable variable that must be eliminated. Therefore, when we strike, we will draw him out. Once he leaves the Morong Manor, this variable will cease to exist. What is the status of the initial plan outside the city? Yen Ruxue inquired. Heavenly Consort, Qishan has appeared outside the city as per the plan. Morong Tiannan's people should have already detected his presence. But will Morong Tiannan truly leave the city? Qin Baiming questioned. He is aware of my escape and has likely kept a close watch on me. Now that the forces of the demonic sect are in Su City, he must feel apprehensive. Over time, this pressure will weigh heavily upon him, causing anxiety. Moreover, he is quite confident. Even united with you all, we cannot slay him. Thus, he will undoubtedly seek out Qishan, Yen Ruxue declared. What, then, is the purpose of our endeavor? Qin Baiming asked, perplexed. Has he not been searching for us relentlessly? We will make our presence known, distracting him and drawing his focus away from the affairs within the Morong Manor, Yen Ruxue replied coldly. At that moment, an elder clad in blue robes emerged from a side chamber, his face alight with excitement. Zhao Zhongguan, the poison has been successfully refined. As the elder in the blue robe stepped out, a look of surprise crossed his face. Your Excellency, I have successfully concocted the poison you required. He spoke while retrieving a transparent vial from within his robes. This substance is colorless and tasteless. When mixed with water, it produces no symptoms within a day. However, come the hour of the high, the internal energy will suddenly dissipate, and after that hour has passed, it will gradually restore. Yet, its efficacy is limited against those with a dantian as vast as the sea, for such individuals can neutralize its effects. I have named it the High Time Powder. Upon hearing the steward Zhao's words, the heavenly consort Yen Ruxue's face lit up with delight. This is precisely what I need. I shall inform Butler Zhou to come. The plan for the Morong Manor can commence. Yen Ruxue had been awaiting the completion of the potion from Steward Zhao. Steward Zhao, you and Butler Zhou shall handle the High Time Powder. We will venture outside the city to see if we can meet with some old friends, declared the heavenly consort Yen Ruxue. In the rear courtyard of Chuyin Workshop, Morong Tiannan sat upon a long bench. Have we yet to ascertain the whereabouts of the heavenly consort? My lord, forgive my failure. We have received word that the heavenly consort has arrived in Su City, and her contact is Qin Baiming, one of the 4 great celestial calamities. My subordinates are currently pinpointing Qin Baiming's location. Grant us a little more time, and we shall surely find the heavenly consort, replied the woman in the purple dress before him. Upon hearing her words, Morong Tiannan drummed his fingers upon the table. We cannot wait for them to act. We now have the movements of several of the celestial calamities in our grasp. We have already tracked the whereabouts of Jietian Calamity Qishan. He is currently at a farmhouse outside the western city, stated the woman in purple. Very well. I shall go meet this Qishan, Morong Tiannan asserted as he rose, his tone stern. My lord, did you not say that the 4 great celestial calamities could potentially be a diversion set by the heavenly consort? If we act against Qishan, we may inadvertently alert them. Additionally, I fear this could be a trap, the woman in purple cautioned. If we alert the serpent, then let it be so. Should it be a trap, I am eager to see their capabilities, Murong Tianin retorted resolutely as he pushed open the door. In the courtyard beyond stood 5 figures clad in black robes, their bodies concealed, save for the bronze tokens that hung at their waists, each inscribed with the character for heaven. Murong Tianin stepped outside, and the 5 figures bowed in respect. My lord, would you like the divine guards to accompany you? The woman in purple inquired. No need. Even if there is an ambush, I believe I can depart unscathed, Murong Tianin replied decisively as he set out alone. Chapter 875. The Fall of the 3 Great Celestial Calamities. Murong Tianin is stricken by the heart-devouring powder. Outside the city, at a rustic estate, Murong Tianin made his way to the center of the farmhouse. Murong Tianin, I did not expect you to truly come. Such audacity you possess. A deep voice resonated in his ear. As the voice emerged, a figure stepped forth from within the estate. Jian Calamity Qishan. It seems your appearance here was intended to draw me in. Where is the heavenly consort? Does she not reveal herself? Murong Tianin observed Qishan's emergence, his expression unchanged. Murong Tianin, if you wish to meet the heavenly empress, I fear you may never have the opportunity again. Today, you shall meet your demise here, Qishan coldly declared, as 3 figures surged forth, aligning themselves beside him. The 4 heavenly fiends of the demon sect, once gravely wounded following the death of their leader, Lu Junsheng, have now revealed themselves. It seems the heavenly empress has bestowed upon you a great deal of confidence. I wonder if your powers have returned to their former glory. Regardless, today, I shall escort you on your final journey. Murong Tianin regarded the 4 with an icy demeanor. As he spoke, an immense surge of energy erupted from within him, akin to tumultuous waves crashing behind him, creating a formidable presence. The terrifying waves of energy resonated with a sound reminiscent of a rushing stream. Today, capturing the 4 of you should reveal the whereabouts of the heavenly empress. Under the overwhelming energy, Murong Tianin resembled a deity of destruction, his tone indicating he held the 4 in utter disdain. Indeed, the heavenly inspector from Jiangnan is truly domineering. A soft, melodious voice interjected. Murong Tianin turned toward the source of the voice and beheld a woman clad in a flowing red gown, adorned with colorful bells at her wrists. Madame Linglong, I did not expect to see you here, Murong Tianin remarked, his gaze fixed upon the woman in red. You slaughtered my entire clan of the 7-colored valley 20 years ago. Today, I have awaited my revenge. The woman's face hardened, and with that, she transformed into a streak of red light, charging toward Murong Tianin. 7-colored poison palm. The woman raised her hand, unleashing a vibrant palm strike aimed at Murong Tianin. Kill. Murong Tianin countered with a fist, meeting her attack head-on. Boom. The clash of their powers erupted violently, sending shockwaves that ravaged the ground around them. The palm imprint and sword aura simultaneously dissipated amidst the dust. From within the haze, a red shadow darted toward Murong Tianin's chest, yet he deftly evaded the blow. The palm imprint crashed to the ground, releasing an acrid scent. Damn it, Madame Linglong hissed, her frustration igniting a surge of divine power within her. A terrifying spider apparition materialized alongside her palm, all aimed at Murong Tianin. Their objective was clear: annihilation. Divine might, mountainous overlap. One of the 4 heavenly fiends, Li Tiansha, lunged into action, soaring through the air with a powerful punch. The simplicity of the move belied the immense force behind it, enveloping Murong Tianin in an overwhelming pressure akin to that of a colossal mountain. As Li Tiansha struck, the other 3 joined forces, converging upon Murong Tianin. Do you think you can slay me with such feeble attempts? Dragon of the Void. Murong Tianin bellowed, his surging energy coalescing into a true dragon that entwined around him. Rumble. The combined might of the 4 descended upon Murong Tianin. Boom. The air crackled with energy, stirring up a tempest. Yet, the 4 figures were jolted backward, and the true dragon that swirled around Murong Tianin vanished without a trace. Tianfei Yin Rushua, you have lured me here. Why do you not reveal yourself? Murong Tianin's voice was sharp and commanding. Murong Tianin, I am deep within the estate. Do you dare to approach? A voice echoed in Murong Tianin's ear. Accompanying the voice, a crimson light shot towards Murong Tianin's brow. As the red beam neared him, it abruptly transformed into countless red ice spikes. Murong Tianin scoffed, unleashing a powerful punch. The oncoming red ice spikes shattered upon impact, dissipating into a crimson mist, yet the figure did not retreat. Eliminate one first, ignoring the adversary's words. Murong Tiannan's gaze shifted toward Lu Wangji. Lu Wangji's expression shifted dramatically at this moment. In an instant, Murong Tiannan appeared before him. His hand clenched tightly as he struck with a forceful blow. The world around them darkened. Lu Wangji felt the space around him solidify momentarily before a massive shadow of a fist descended upon him. Roar! Lu Wangji let out a low growl, unleashing his true energy to counter with a punch of his own. Their fists collided, producing a deafening roar that reverberated through the air, as if the very earth trembled beneath their might, the atmosphere transforming into colossal waves that surged outward. The sight of their confrontation resembled a miniature mushroom cloud explosion. During this clash, Lu Wangji's fist was shattered, and his body was sent flying like a projectile. In that fleeting moment, he coughed up blood. Splat! As he spat blood, a flash of light pierced through him. Lu Wangji collapsed to the ground, eyes wide open, a gaping wound in his brow, having been pierced through in a matter of moments. Murong Tiannan had slain one of the 4 great celestial fiends, Lu Wangji, without even having restored his peak strength. This was akin to courting death. Murong Tiannan's expression remained indifferent, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, and he advanced toward the others. Tianfei, you have led them to their doom. Are they truly willing to die for you? Murong Tiannan spoke coldly. Kill. The woman in the red dress, who had previously struck, shook her bell, unleashing a wave of sonic energy toward Murong Tiannan. He felt the impact on his form. Kill. Exterminate the celestial goddess palm. Great Sun Demon Blade. 5 Calamity Destruction Fist. At the moment the woman in red acted, the other 3 also launched their assaults. However, although the celestial fiend Qin Baiming was the first to speak, his palm strike was noticeably delayed compared to the others. Roar! At this juncture, Murong Tiannan let out a fearsome roar, sending forth a terrifying wave of energy. The bell on the woman's wrist exploded with a resounding bang. If you wish to die, I shall oblige. All of you shall perish. Murong Tiannan's tone was frigid. A dreadful energy enveloped him, forming a protective barrier as he unleashed 3 consecutive punches. Bang! 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 3 figures crashed to the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, the woman in the red dress lightly tapped her foot, her figure retreating swiftly into the distance. Blood escape. Meanwhile, the dislodged Qin Baiming formed a seal with his palm, transforming into a streak of crimson light as he hastily fled, leaving behind Qi Shan and Mo Wanli. As the 2 regained their footing, they were struck by the sudden departure of Madame Linglong and Qin Baiming, their minds reeling. Kill. Just as they began to react and prepare to escape, Murong Tiannan had already charged toward them, his fists enveloping the area, leaving them no opportunity for retreat. Faced with this, the 2 could only defend themselves recklessly, their true energy and divine aura erupting. However, even when 4 of them joined forces, they were no match for Murong Tiannan. How could the 2 stand against him? Murong Tiannan. Qi Shan attempted to say something, but it seemed Murong Tiannan did not heed their words, his fists continuing to descend. The 2 were obliterated under his strikes. As their bodies exploded, Murong Tiannan's expression shifted. He had considered holding back, yet a surge of murderous intent arose within him, preventing him from halting his fists. Damn it! The heart-devouring powder. That red ice needle contained the heart-devouring powder. Tianfei, I shall find you and slay you with my own hands. Murong Tiannan let out a low growl and turned to leave. He understood that within the manor, Tianfei must have already departed. As Murong Tiannan left, not far from the manor, Tianfei Yen Rushue observed his retreating figure, murmuring, "These 3 have sought to divide the demon sect for years. I thank you for eliminating them, and of course, I must also thank them for allowing you to fall victim to my heart-devouring powder." No energy today, just 2 updates. Chapter 876, Dragon Soul Blade, Iron Blood Dragon Soul. A drop of immortal golden blood. In Shuiyan Workshop, my lord you. The woman in the purple dress changed her expression upon seeing Murong Tiannan return. At that moment, he emanated a sharp aura of killing intent, with a hint of crimson in his gaze that instilled fear in her. It's nothing serious. I was struck by the heart-devouring powder from Tianfei Yen Rushue. Murong Tiannan spoke in a deep voice. Heart-devouring powder. Upon hearing his words, the woman in purple furrowed her brow. The heart-devouring powder is a poison that heightens one's murderous intent. The more one kills, the stronger the bloodlust becomes, driving the martial artist into a frenzied state, annihilating everything in sight. Prepare a secret chamber for me. I need to suppress the killing intent caused by this heart-devouring powder. Murong Tianan instructed. The woman in purple complied immediately, leading Murong Tianan into a secret chamber. Within the chamber, Murong Tianan sat cross-legged, gradually dissipating the killing intent. After a moment, he opened his eyes, and the murderous aura and crimson hue vanished. However, his brow remained tightly knit. This incident left him puzzled. Losing 3 celestial slayers was merely to ensnare him in this heart-devouring powder. This poison can be suppressed and eliminated in a few days. What is Tianfei truly plotting? Is this directed against me, Murong Tianan, or is she involved in something else? Murong Tianan pondered, lost in thought. Although he had been struck by the heart-devouring powder, which temporarily heightened his lethality, it did not diminish Murong Tianan's combat prowess. The heavenly concubine, Yen Ruxue, would likely not resort to such tactics to confront him, leaving Murong Tianan perplexed about her motives. In another secluded estate, the heavenly concubine and her companions had returned. Biming, have the other 3 heavenly calamity warriors been arranged? Yen Ruxue inquired, gazing at Qin Biming. They are under my subordinate's control and can be mobilized at any moment. He replied, you must first recuperate from your injuries. Tomorrow night, we shall launch a bloodbath on the Murong family, Yen Ruxue proclaimed with a somber tone. Understood. Qin Biming bowed and departed. Congratulations, heavenly concubine. After Qin Biming's exit, Madame Linglong expressed her felicitations. The strength of the 3 heavenly calamity warriors was diminished in previous years, and although they have since regained their focus, their powers remain somewhat feeble. They failed to inflict any injuries on Murong Tianan, which was not part of our original plan. We had anticipated that they would at least wound him, she lamented. Yen Ruxue shook her head. What progress has been made regarding the Earth concubine and the 2 left and right envoys? She asked solemnly. I have managed to uncover some information regarding the Earth concubine and the left envoy, Yang Banian, but there is no news on the others as of yet. Madame Linglong replied. The demon sect was originally a coalition. The master of the demonic arts, Lu Junxing, unified the foremost demonic powers of the Jianghu and was recognized as the leader of the demon sect. Besides the leader, there were also the Earth and Heaven concubines, the inner and outer managers, the left and right envoys, 3 protectors, and 4 heavenly calamities, along with various affiliated demonic forces. The heavenly demon sect leader was Yen Ruxue, while the Earth demon sect leader was the Earth concubine. They were the 2 most formidable powers within the demon sect. The inner and outer managers acted as intermediaries among the various affiliated factions, while the left and right envoys were Lu Junxing's close aides. The 3 protectors and 4 heavenly calamities served as his warriors. However, Lu Junxing met his demise at the hands of Emperor Zhou, resulting in the abrupt disintegration of the once cohesive demon sect, as no one else could attain his level of authority. Where is the Earth concubine now? Yen Ruxue inquired first about her. Once dubbed the Earth and Heaven concubines, they held the highest positions within the demon sect after the leader, inevitably leading to rivalry between them. The Earth concubine is now the wife of Huangfu Shijia, Huangfu Feiying, Madame Linglong responded. Huangfu Feiying is the foremost expert representing the Huangfu family. How could she have become his wife? Yen Ruxue's brows knitted in concern. This revelation meant that confronting the Earth concubine could potentially provoke a conflict with the Huangfu family. Has the Earth demon sect's influence now aligned with the Huangfu family? Yen Ruxue subsequently questioned. The members of the Earth demon sect have gone into hiding, but we have indeed discovered some individuals concealed within the territories controlled by the Huangfu family, Madame Linglong explained. Where is the envoy Yang Bairen? He now goes by the name Jinbei Wang, one of the 2 divine beings under the command of Tua Ba Han, the leader of the Jiangnan Water Alliance. Upon hearing this, Yen Ruxue furrowed her brow slightly, resolving to make personal contact with him at a later time. As for the others, there is no need for immediate investigation. With the annihilation of the Murong family, my demonic sect will emerge, and they will naturally reveal themselves in due time. For now, you should take some time to recuperate. Tomorrow, we face a great battle. After Yen Ruxue spoke, she made her way toward a room. Inside the chamber, Yen Ruxue opened a concealed door and entered a secret chamber. Within this clandestine space hung a portrait of a man clad in resplendent purple and gold attire, whose imposing stature marked him as a figure of leadership. The man appeared to be in his 30s, handsome and robust, with eyes that sparkled with vitality. Though merely a painting, it exuded an electric aura that was unforgettable. This individual was none other than Lu Junxing, the former leader of the demonic sect. Beneath Lu Junxing's portrait lay a blood-red orb, emanating a faint aura of blood and a ripple of spiritual energy. Yen Ruxue gazed at the figure in the painting, a hint of tenderness flickering in her eyes. The two heavenly consorts, referred to as the consorts of the demon lord, were undoubtedly the wives of Lu Junxing. Though he never openly acknowledged it, their elevated status clearly indicated their connection to him. Yen Ruxue withdrew her gaze and approached the blood orb, attempting to manifest a fragment of her spirit into it, a challenging endeavor, yet she had discovered a method within the arsenal of the Dazhou dynasty. By utilizing blood as an offering to condense the blood soul, merging her spiritual energy within, consciousness could be awakened, allowing the blood soul to seize a new body and thus facilitate resurrection. As she caressed the blood-red orb, Yen Ruxue murmured to herself. Simultaneously, at the Murong Manor, Su Chan emerged from the library, exhaling a long breath, a satisfied expression gracing his face. The library of the Murong Manor was indeed extraordinary. It housed not only numerous ancient tomes, but also many texts once forbidden by the now extinct Great Chu dynasty. In just one day, Su Chen had made considerable gains. Now possessing 10 orange draw cards, he decided to draw 5 to test his fortune. He obtained the Dragon Soul Blade, associated with the character Ban Tianyue, a fragment of the Iron Blood Dragon Soul to be integrated into the Iron Blood Banner of Tai Zhongtong, a drop of the undying golden body blood associated with the character Gu Santong, 5 bottles of the Celestial Elixir, and 1 comprehension card for the Blade Qi Breaking Body Technique. Chapter 877, The Invitation of the Celestial Consort, The Desire for Slaughter Approaches. Ban Tianyue was fortunate indeed to have acquired the Dragon Soul Blade. Su Chan regarded the Dragon Soul Blade, a lower-grade spiritual weapon. The integration of the Iron Blood Dragon Soul fragment into Tai Zhongtong's Iron Blood Banner would likely elevate his prowess even further, as Tai Zhongtong's divine might was closely linked to the banner. The banner of iron and blood rises, and he shall receive its nourishment. Thus his strength is destined to advance further. Gu Santong, upon acquiring a drop of the blood of the immortal golden body, shall, with his inherent indestructible skills, find it exceedingly difficult for even the heavens to harm him should he completely refine this drop. As for the Blade Qi body-breaking technique, it is a legacy left by Su Chen himself, which he comprehends to enhance his own power. At this moment, he contemplated drawing the remaining 5 orange lottery cards when Yuan Suiyun approached him. My lord, I have just received news that Murong Tiannan, the head of the Murong family, is one of the 4 great commanders of the Heavenly Supervision Office in Jiangnan, Yuan Suiyun whispered. Today, Murong Tiannan has slain 3 of the 4 heavenly fiends from the demonic sect outside the city. Su Chen was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this. The Heavenly Supervision Office in Jiangnan indeed comprises 4 formidable commanders. From Sima Changhen to the current Murong Tiannan, these are not mere figures of simplicity. It is rumored that the demonic sect's heavenly empress, renowned as the world's most beautiful woman and the leader of the heavenly demon cult, Yen Ruxue, was captured by one of the 4 great commanders of the Heavenly Supervision Office, presented to the Emperor of Zhou. Yuan Suiyun pondered. Is the demonic sect's sudden movement directed towards Murong Tiannan? It seems unusual. After all these years, if the demonic sect intended to act, they would not have waited until now. Su Chen furrowed his brow slightly. He learned that the heavenly empress Yen Ruxue had already escaped from the imperial palace of Zhou and now appears to be consolidating the power of the demonic sect, with vague rumors suggesting she is in Sioux City. Is that so? It appears that the Murong family may be on the brink of turmoil. We shall observe for another day. It will soon come to an end. The affairs between the demonic sect and the Murong family are of no concern to us, Su Chen stated. He merely wished to indulge in his studies and had no desire to involve himself in the enmity between the Murong family and the demonic sect. The fate of the Murong family held no relevance for him. Young Master Su, here is a letter for you. At that moment, a servant hurried over, presenting a letter to Su Chen. A letter for me? Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he accepted the envelope from the servant and examined its contents. Tomorrow evening, please meet young Master Su at the pavilion by Qianyue Lake. The note read, marked with a snowflake emblem. The elegant handwriting bore a lingering fragrance, unmistakably penned by a woman. He passed the letter to Yuan Suiyun, who, after reading, tucked it away. The two then walked towards the small courtyard previously arranged by Murong Qin. Upon entering the courtyard, Su Chen inquired, Who do you think has invited me to the pavilion by Qianhua Lake? Based on the handwriting and the snowflake emblem, I suspect it to be the heavenly empress of the demonic sect, Yuan Huaiyuan replied softly. What could the heavenly empress desire from me at this juncture? Su Chen asked. Perhaps she wishes to prevent our Qinglong association from becoming embroiled in the conflict between them and the Murong family, Yuan Huaiyuan replied solemnly. Is that so? Then tomorrow night, we shall meet this heavenly empress. What news do we have regarding the Murong family? Everything remains normal for now, with no significant changes, Yuan Huaiyuan responded as they conversed. Yuan Huaiyuan poured a cup of tea for Su Chen. As he made contact with the liquid, a flicker of concern crossed his face. There is poison in this water. Su Chen set the cup down and spoke in a low voice. Poison? Yuan Huaiyuan paused, taken aback by his words. He examined the tea closely but found no abnormalities. Subsequently, he probed his own internal energy, yet discovered nothing amiss. His expression grew serious. Su Chen had inherited Wang Lianhua's Lianhua treasure mirror, making him far more knowledgeable about toxins than he. Thus, if Su Chen claimed the tea was poisoned, it undoubtedly was. Yet, he remained completely unaware of it. This poison is no trivial matter. While I can discern the presence of poison in the tea, I still need to investigate its nature further. Su Chen extended his hand to touch the liquid within the cup. Discovery, a colorless and odorless toxin that renders one unable to utilize their internal energy by the time of the high hour the following day. After the high hour, internal energy will gradually recover, with no other effects. For cultivators at the C transformation level or above, the impact is minimal. Reward, 1 orange lottery ticket. At that moment, the system provided an extensive explanation. This was another function of the system Su Chen had discovered within himself. There was no significant danger from the toxin. It merely incapacitated the use of internal energy until after the high hour, with a negligible effect on those at the C transformation level or higher. Following the recent invitation received, it appeared that the heavenly consort of the demon sect intended to strike at Murong Manor tomorrow, Su Chen remarked. Being unable to utilize internal energy during the high hour implies that besides their primary combatants, the Murong family would have no fighting capability at that time. Under such circumstances, there would likely be a river of blood within Murong Manor. Yuan Huaiyuan replied, This is not a matter for us to concern ourselves with. The other party has invited us to leave, indicating their desire to avoid conflict. They have shown us leniency, so we should feign ignorance regarding this affair and meet with this heavenly consort of the demon sect tomorrow evening. Su Chen responded. Of course, Su Chen currently lacked any antidote for this poison. While he could identify it, counteracting it was no simple task. With poison in the water, it was likely that many within the Murong family had already been afflicted. However, this toxin had minimal effects on cultivators at the C transformation level and above. It remained unclear what the other party's intentions were. Tap, tap. A series of knocks resonated at the door. Come in. Su Chen called out. Murong Qin entered. Su Xiaolong. Dinner is approaching. I came to see if you need anything. Murong Qin said. I have recently developed a liking for the cuisine at the White Sparrow Tower in the city. Chief Steward Yuan will arrange it. So there is no need for you to worry about my meals, Su Chen replied. Knowing that the Murong Manor's water supply was problematic, Su Chen had no intention of consuming their food. He was aware of this toxin, yet other, more potent poisons could emerge as well. Sometimes, one must not underestimate skilled poisoners. Upon hearing this, Murong Qin's expression froze, and then she seemed to realize something, her countenance darkening. My Murong family has treated you with such hospitality, and yet you remain so cautious, as if looking down upon us. She felt a twinge of displeasure in her heart. I shall not disturb Su Xiaolong any further. Murong Qin initially came with good intentions, but since Su Chen showed no acknowledgement, she chose not to linger. Watching Murong Qin depart, Su Chen shook his head. The following day, before dusk, Su Chen emerged from the library of the Murong residence. Master, the carriage is ready. We may now depart for Qianhua Lake, announced Yuan Huaiyuan. Let us proceed. Su Chen glanced at the setting sun to the west and exited the Murong Manor alongside Yuan Huaiyuan. He hoped that upon his return, the Murong Manor would still stand. Within the manor, Murong Qin appeared in the main hall. Su Chen has left the manor. Murong Tian and inquired with some confusion. Indeed, someone arrived yesterday to deliver a message to him. He has likely set out today due to that letter, Murong Qin replied. Shall we send someone to keep watch? She asked. No need. Our primary focus should remain on the demon sect's heavenly princess, Yan Ruxue. Although I do not fully comprehend her schemes, I have an instinct that she will inevitably target our Murong family. Therefore, we must heighten our vigilance in the coming days, Murong Tiannan stated solemnly. Almost ready. I anticipate being able to provide further updates by next Monday. Chapter 878. The Yinyang Sect, Zhuo Wu Dao in the wasteland beyond the borders. A figure clad in a black robe traversed the arid expanse, heading toward the Tian Shan Mountains. The scorching sun caused waves of heat to rise from the ground, creating ripples that surged toward him. Yet, as they neared, they were drawn into his being by an invisible force, vanishing without a trace. The man bore a cold expression, his eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. In his hand, he wielded a long blade, with visible sword energy swirling around his palm. The eastern pavilion of the Tianya Pavilion obstructs my path. Were it not for you, I would not have found myself severed from my cultivation and stranded here. He paused, gazing intently at the distant Tian Shan Mountains, his eyes radiating an endless killing intent. This man was Zhuo Wudao, dispatched by the saintess of the Yinyang sect. Despite his name meaning left without a blade, his renowned skill lay in a blazing sword technique known as the Red Sun Blade. In his pursuit of breaking through to the transformation domain, he had secretly slain hundreds of women within the sect to absorb their true yin, striving to achieve balance and ascend to the transformation domain. While the Yinyang sect typically held no objection to regular dual cultivation, murder and the theft of true yin were grave offenses, punishable by the stripping of one's cultivation and banishment to the Yinyang Valley, where one would become a mere pill servant. Zhuo Wudao operated discreetly, yet somehow, the saintess Shui Leiling became aware of his actions. She leveraged this knowledge to compel him to come here and perform a task for her. Upon its completion, not only would she conceal his transgressions, but she would also bestow upon him a sacred Yinyang fruit. Arriving here meant he would have to forsake the cultivation he had painstakingly attained in the transformation domain. Otherwise, he would be obliterated by the residual lightning of the Thunder Emperor, turning to dust before he could even arrive. The Yinyang fruit could aid him in restoring his powers, allowing him to re-enter the transformation domain legitimately. Certainly, even though he had severed a layer of his cultivation, he still encountered peril during his crossing. Upon arriving here, he found himself gravely injured. Sometimes, exiting is more effortless than returning. During this period, he regained some of his strength while also ascertaining the circumstances surrounding the Tianshan sect, learning that it had been slaughtered by the eastern pavilion of the Tianya Pavilion. Once his injuries were healed, he set forth towards the Tianshan sect, for it was rumored that the leader of the eastern pavilion possessed an invincible defense, and he wondered if it could withstand his blade. Zhuo Wudao coldly remarked while stroking the long knife in his hand. Despite having lost a layer of cultivation, he had unwavering faith in his knife, believing that few in this realm could withstand its might. Continuing onward, he soon stood at the foot of Tianshan Mountain. Who are you? Here in the domain of the eastern pavilion of Tianya, several figures emerged from the shadows. With a swift motion, Zhuo Wudao raised his right hand, and an intangible blade aura erupted from his palm. A scorching blade radiance emanated from his grasp, causing the appearing figures to emit a horrific scream as their bodies shattered. Zhuo Wudao remained unchanged, continuing on his path. Along the way, he did not draw his blade. The aura in his hand rendered him invincible. At the Eastern Pavilion's Grand Hall atop Tianshan, Gu Santong sat regally in the main seat, flanked by Guanqi and Zhu Wusher on either side. Zhu Wusher occupied the left, while Guanqi held the right, with 3 spies under Zhu Wusher's command and Bantianyu positioned under Guanqi. Outside the unification of the frontier, under Zhu Wusher's governance, they gradually absorbed the surrounding minor factions into their Eastern Pavilion. Report. A disciple of the Eastern Pavilion hurriedly entered the hall. Pavilion Master, an unnamed swordsman approaches the hall. The disciple announced. The adversary was advancing with formidable tenacity, yet it was unclear what resources he possessed to dare trespass into the Eastern Pavilion of Tianya. Gu Santong spoke. Pavilion Master, allow me to handle this. Guanqi stood up, eager for a confrontation after his significant power increase. Thus, he volunteered for the task. Then I shall entrust this matter to Brother Guanqi. Bantianyu, accompany Deputy Pavilion Master Guanqi. The virtuous do not approach, and those who come are not benevolent. The audacity of this opponent is certainly noteworthy, he remarked, assigning Guanqi to engage. With the acquisition of the Taishang blood, Guanqi's strength had escalated further. His innate, formless sword aura was exceedingly sharp. Ban Tianyu's indestructible golden body provided a defense akin to his own unyielding divine skill, capable of withstanding unforeseen events. A message has arrived from our master, Ban Tianyu stated. The Dragon Soul Blade is en route, which will significantly enhance my power upon its arrival. Unlike techniques that could be transmitted from afar, minute items, such as a drop of blood housed in a special container, could be conveyed by certain birds. The Dragon Soul Blade, being too large, could only be delivered by human hands. Brother Guanxi, our goal is not merely to vanquish foes. We must ascertain the identity of this individual, Zhu Wushi interjected. The identity of the enemy is paramount. Rest assured, Brother Zhu, I shall uncover who he is, Guanxi replied. After speaking, Ban Tianyue also stood up and headed towards the palace entrance, while Gu Santong and Zhu Wushi remained unmoved. Outside the East Pavilion of Tianya Pavilion, Zhuo Wudao gazed at the two lines of text before him, Tianya Pavilion and East Pavilion. He had ascended the mountain without concealing his presence, slaughtering the disciples of the East Pavilion along the way. The ordinary disciples here were no match for him, prompting Gu Santong to issue orders to refrain from interference. As he stepped beneath the plaque, his gaze sharpened slightly, lifting to meet two approaching figures. One of them bore a piercing gaze, emanating a terrifying sword aura. Yes, the sword aura. Although Zhuo Wudao was a master of the blade and not particularly skilled with swords, he could sense the sword intent radiating from the individual. However, he was unarmed with a sword. As for the other figure, they wore a mask. The arrival of the two did not alter Zhuo Wudao's expression as his right hand continued to rise. Boom! A blinding flash of blade light erupted from his arm, surging forward like flames towards Guanxi. Guanxi's eyes narrowed as he unleashed a punch, the innate formless sword aura coalescing around his fist, colliding with the fiery blade light. Witnessing Guanxi's strike, Zhuo Wudao swiftly executed 3 consecutive slashes of blade energy. Guanxi, undeterred, retaliated with another punch, releasing his sword aura. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-shattering sound of explosions echoed, akin to the wrath of thunder, deafening in its intensity. Impressive. Observing Guanxi's ability to withstand his 3 attacks, Zhuo Wudao's expression shifted, revealing a serious demeanor. Are you Gu Santong or Zhu Wushi? Zhuo Wudao inquired. Aware of the 2 formidable figures in the East Pavilion, the pavilion master Gu Santong and Zhu Wushi, dismissing the others. Humph, I am Guanxi, the vice pavilion master of Tianya Pavilion's East Pavilion. Guanxi replied coldly. Guanxi, vice pavilion master, then I shall slay you with a single strike, and then eliminate the rest, Zhuo Wudao declared, setting his sights on Guanxi as his target. With determination, he prepared to kill. The murderous intent surged in Zhuo Wudao's eyes. He needed to swiftly complete his mission and return. Otherwise, he would have to restore his severed foundations. Zhuo Wudao grasped the hilt of his blade. In that instant, a terrifying blade intent coalesced around him. The emergence of this blade intent caused a violent disturbance in the surrounding space, as formless energy swept through like a tempest. In an instant, the heavens and earth stirred, the momentum overwhelming. Chapter 879. A hint of domain's power. Guanxi's ferocity erupts, stepping through the heavenly gate. Zhuo Wudao harbored deep resentment towards the East Pavilion of Tianya Pavilion. Had it not been for their annihilation of the Tianshan sect, he would not have drawn the attention of the Saintess, nor would he have severed his own cultivation to arrive here. Consumed by bitterness, he resolved to kill. With his long blade in hand, he unleashed a strike. Boom! In the sky, the air erupted, and a massive flame blade light appeared, cleaving towards Guanxi. To wish to kill me, you lack the qualification. Who is Guanxi? He is a fierce hero, battling against the myriad of heroes in the world. The intent of his opponent's blade exerted a palpable pressure upon him. However, such a blade's intent was insufficient to bring about his demise. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes as the innate, formless sword energy within him coalesced. Boom! The divine aura erupted forth. This divine aura, known as the demonic shadow of the gale, was conjured anew by Guanxi. From behind him emerged a terrifying, shadowy figure, enveloped in countless strands of gale energy, which ravaged the surrounding space. Guanxi had previously begun to manifest his divine aura in an ethereal form, aspiring to enhance the lethality of his formless sword energy. Yet, after consuming the supreme blood sent by Su Chun, Guanxi's body underwent a transformation. He shattered the rudimentary formless divine aura he had initially cultivated, using his body as the core to forge this new divine manifestation, the demonic shadow of the gale. As a vessel for boundless sword energy, the divine aura surged forth, his hands brimming with formless sword energy, as he beheld the descending fiery blade. With a grimace upon his visage, Guanqi brought his palms together, summoning two colossal sword energies that materialized in his grasp. He caught the fiery blade's radiance. And in that instant, the formless sword energy surged into the blade's gleam. Bang! The immense white fiery blade erupted in a violent explosion. With his essence solidified, he had indeed traversed the path of the supreme body. It was astonishing to encounter such a martial prowess in this world. Observing the divine aura erupting from Guanqi, Zhuo Wudao's expression morphed into one of astonishment. You hail from the heavenly gate of this realm. You seek vengeance for that Huamufeng, Guanqi coldly remarked, fixing his gaze upon his adversary. Upon hearing Guanqi's words, Zhuo Wudao's countenance hardened. He had not anticipated that his intent for vengeance would be recognized. If you are aware, why do you still dare to kill him? Zhuo Wudao retorted icily. To kill him, the reasoning is quite simple. His strength was lacking. Had you possessed greater prowess, you could have slain me as well. Guanqi's expression remained tranquil. Zhuo Wudao's demeanor tightened upon hearing his words. Though his statement was harsh, it adhered to the cruel logic of their world. Were it not for the Saintess's superior strength, he would not have severed his own foundation and been compelled to arrive at this juncture. You are well suited for the heavenly gate. Alas, today, a person such as yourself shall fall beneath my blade. Zhuo Wudao sighed. Guanqi's prowess was formidable, yet he too was destined to perish at Zhuo Wudao's hand. Despite his diminished realm, he remained one who had once taken that crucial step. Following the divine aura was the transformation of the domain. The domain represented the manifestation of one's divine aura into a sphere of influence. Its potency surpassed that of the divine aura itself, and those ensnared within the domain faced insurmountable odds. To break free, one would need to possess a domain of their own or wield a force even more terrifying to tear asunder the domain. Otherwise, within it, only death awaited. Naturally, to achieve such a feat required immense bloodline strength. Although Zhuo Wudao's realm had waned and his domain was absent, he could still harness his momentum to create a semblance of domain power. In that case, Guanqi would be left vulnerable to his slaughter. This was the very reason he had been chosen by the Saintess, Xue Leiling. For possessing even a trace of domain in this world sometimes signified an unparalleled invincibility. As the conversation unfolded, an intangible aura emanated from Zhuo Wudao, enveloping him in an unseen force. Guanqi's heart skipped a beat as he sensed a terrifying presence materializing around him. His gaze turned grave, his mind heightened in awareness. Boom! At that moment, a powerful force enveloped him. I have severed my cultivation to arrive here, my divine might has waned, yet I still possess a fragment of domain power, Zhuo Wudao murmured. Though merely a thread, it was enough to restrain you, rendering you utterly powerless. You can only watch as I cleave you in twain. Domain? Guanqi's eyes narrowed. The sword aura he unleashed was instantly suppressed, forced back into his own body by an overwhelming power. Divine might, Guanqi shouted. His divine aura manifested, only to dissipate in an instant. As he attempted to unleash his strength, the force surrounding him intensified. In that instant, he felt as though he bore the weight of a colossal mountain, an unbearable heaviness pressing down upon him. Boom! His entire frame bent under the pressure. The ground beneath him cracked, revealing immense fissures that echoed with the sound of shattering stone. The residual domain is truly formidable. Guanqi marveled internally, striving to muster his strength against the mounting pressure, yet it only grew more oppressive. Why hasn't the heavenly gate appeared? Guanqi exclaimed. This fragment of domain power is not a true domain. It lacks the destructive force, merely serving to suppress. Thus, the heavenly gate cannot perceive it, Zhuo Wudao explained, his hand gripping the hilt of his blade. Before your demise, the fact that you can sense even a trace of my domain power is a testament to your worth. A blazing intent of the sword materialized around Zhuo Wudao, locking onto Guanqi. An overwhelming sense of danger flooded Guanqi's mind. Roar! In a critical moment, Guanqi let out a thunderous shout, his voice echoing like a fearsome beast awakening from slumber. Boom! The blood within him surged forth. The supreme overlord blood that had melded with his essence began to circulate. As this vitality erupted, a fragment of will accompanied it, shattering the oppressive domain's restraints. Bang! The suppression that had shrouded Guanqi shattered. How could this be possible? Zhuo Wudao, poised to strike, felt his expression darken at this turn of events. In that instance, as the supreme overlord blood surged rapidly, Guan Shi's form transformed, swelling to a towering 5 meters, muscles rippling, eyes resembling a bloodthirsty beast. Free from the domain's constraint, an intangible sword aura flowed from him, coalescing into a swirling black mist around his figure. Blood, ferocity, you possess bloodline power. How can this be? This place has been excavated for so long. How could there be someone with bloodline power? You are among those of the heavenly gate. Zhuo Wudao's pupils widened as he growled. Yet, Guan Shi offered no retort. He raised his hand, a palm descending as the black sword aura coalesced within it. Then surged forth. Crimson sun flame slash. Zhuo Wudao unleashed his blade, the radiant edge morphing into a searing flame, erupting in an instant. As the sword aura clashed, both the sword energy and blade light dissipated. However, Guan Shi's figure suddenly appeared before Zhuo Wudao. Zhuo Wudao's expression shifted, and he attempted to retreat. Yet, Guan Shi's hand transformed into a claw imbued with sword energy, reaching out towards him with astonishing speed, leaving Zhuo Wudao no choice but to draw his blade for defense. Nevertheless, the relentless sword energy erupted from various parts of Guan Shi's body. Hiss! Hiss! Moments later, several wounds appeared on Zhuo Wudao's body, blood flowing freely. If this continues, I shall surely perish. I must unleash my destructive power to eliminate him. Zhuo Wudao roared within. Summoning all his strength would activate the heavenly gate, compelling him to flee. If he did not retreat now, escape would be impossible. Yet, without exerting his full power, death was inevitable. Compared to dying, living held a glimmer of hope. However, Guan Shi was already ahead of him, forcibly activating the drop of supreme blood within him. He possessed the golden plum vase. As long as he survived, he could endure. Boom! The ethereal image of the heavenly gate materialized. Guan Shi's speed surged, transforming into an afterimage as he appeared before Zhuo Wudao, his palm striking against Zhuo Wudao's chest. The boundless sword energy shattering Zhuo Wudao's protective aura and penetrating his body. Zhuo Wudao was taken aback, unable to fathom such ferocity from his opponent. His dazed gaze fell upon Guan Shi. Boom! A bolt of heavenly thunder descended as Guan Shi unleashed all his strength, condensing it into his fist. With a single strike, he shattered the lightning and surged towards the heavenly gate. Zhuo Wudao had just spoken of the heavenly gate, evoking a sense of yearning within him. That was the realm of martial prowess. He aimed to enter the heavenly gate through this opportunity. What a formidable individual. As he watched Guan Shi depart, Zhuo Wudao could only think this. His body gradually descended. In his family, the Yang family, one after another had come. Masks were still necessary. Chapter 880. One of the 4 envoys, Lei Bu Hui, Nightfall, the setting sun Murong Manor. A gentle breeze wafted through, a coolness permeating the entire estate. Within a study, Murong Tian and contemplated the confidential report in his hand. A swordsman from the Qinglong Society, named Xie Xiaofeng, had emerged, defeating Huang Fu Tiance with a single sword strike and seizing the Blood Dragon Pillar from him. Huang Fu Tiance, the second strongest of the Huang Fu family, had unexpectedly fallen to this newly emerged swordsman from the Qinglong Society. Where did the Qinglong Society acquire so many formidable experts? Murong Tian murmured. The report lacked detailed accounts of the battle's circumstances. However, it noted that a beam of sword light had descended, leading to Huang Fu Tiance's defeat. After his loss, Huang Fu Tiance entrusted the Blood Dragon Pillar to Xie Xiaofeng. The Blood Dragon Pillar was a weapon of Shui Yunzi, rumored to require the cultivation of Shui Yunzi's techniques for its use. It seemed that the Qinglong Society did not seek the weapon for themselves. Otherwise, they would not have spared Huang Fu Tiance's life. The report indicated that Huang Fu Tiance had been defeated by a single sword strike, but had survived. Could it be a remnant of the Great Chu's faction that had commissioned this? Yet, was not the Hanyue sect associated with the remnants of the Great Chu, under the control of Shui Sizhu? Was it an act of defiance, or part of Shui Sizhu's design? Murong Tianan pondered deeply. Murong Tianan, we have only recently met. Yet you are so eager to summon me. At that moment, a figure's voice fell upon Murong Tianan's ears. A look of joy appeared on his face as he stepped out of the study and into the courtyard. There, a tall and slender man stood before him. Appearing to be around 30, with jet black hair and eyes sharp as blades, his bronze skin emanating a profound aura. General Lei, I find myself in a predicament and thus requested your presence. I was concerned you might retreat into seclusion, Morong Tianan remarked. I was just preparing to enter seclusion when your letter arrived. However, I am curious about the trouble you face. If it is something beyond your capacity to resolve, I fear I may be of little assistance, the visitor replied, skeptical of Morong Tianan's claims. This man was none other than Lei Buhui, one of the 4 prominent generals. The demoness, the heavenly concubine of the demon sect, has come seeking trouble. She has ensnared me with the heart-devouring powder, a poison I have temporarily suppressed. Yet I remain unclear about her intentions, Morong Tianan explained. That woman has indeed escaped from the palace and is now troubling you. It would be wise to eliminate her. I doubt His Majesty would object, Lei Buhui remarked, a glimmer of cunning igniting in his eyes. She is not so easily dispatched. To scheme against me, she has sacrificed the 3 heavenly calamities of the demon sect, indicating she has ulterior motives. I must proceed with caution, Morong Tianan cautioned. Then let us locate her and take the initiative. Lei Buhui's eyes gleamed with cold resolve. Meanwhile, Su Chen arrived at Qianhua Lake. Upon his arrival, a maid dressed in white appeared before him. Young Master Su, my master requests your presence, she said, bowing gracefully and leading him towards a pleasure boat upon the lake. Inside the boat sat an extraordinarily alluring woman, exuding an irresistible charm and captivating beauty, Yen Rushua, the heavenly concubine of the demon sect. Young Master Su, it is truly an honor for me to host you today. Please, take a seat. The heavenly concubine smiled, revealing pearly white teeth that complemented her luscious red lips and long, enchanting eyelashes, radiating an irresistible allure. Upon seeing her, Su Chen couldn't help but marvel. A true beauty of this world. Her exquisite appearance rivaled that of the renowned Yao Yu. Although their temperaments differed, one was cold and aloof, while the other was sultry and captivating. As the heavenly demon Zen seal within him churned, stabilizing his mind, he thought, the most beautiful woman in the world. The heavenly concubine of the demon sect truly reigns supreme, capable of enchanting all. I wonder what business she has in inviting me. Noticing Su Chen's words, the heavenly concubine's eyes glimmered with surprise, as if she had come to a realization. It seems young Master Su has uncovered something, she pondered, attempting to discern his thoughts through his gaze. As she spoke, her delicate hands gracefully lifted, preparing a cup of tea for him. At the hour of high today, it should be the time for your action, is it not? Su Chen lifted a cup of tea from the table and took a sip, then spoke. At the moment he uttered his words, a chilling aura of murder enveloped him from the shadows. However, as this menacing presence approached, it was shattered by an unseen force. Tian Fei, one must not be unfriendly towards guests, Su Chen remarked, gazing at her. I am astonished that you, Su Xiaolong, could discern the poison I had introduced into the water. What is it that you desire? Tian Fei Yen Rushue responded, looking at Su Chen with surprise. It was evident that Su Chen was aware of her invitation and had come nonetheless, indicating he had no intention of intervening in the matters between her and the Morong family. The grievances between the Morong family and you do not concern me. However, the library of the Morong family must not be destroyed, for I have yet to peruse its contents, Su Chen stated firmly. Upon hearing his request, a flicker of astonishment crossed Tian Fei's brow. She had not anticipated such a demand from him. Does Su Xiaolong have no intentions towards the treasures of the Morong family? There are numerous valuables within, she inquired. There are certain things I deem unworthy of my attention, Su Chen replied. If he were to claim anything from the Morong family, it would signify a collaboration with the demonic sect against them, which was not his intent. He had no desire to become entangled in the animosities between the demonic sect and the 4 chief envoys of the Heavenly Monitoring Office. I comprehend your sentiments, Su Xiaolong. The library shall remain untouched, Tian Fei declared after a moment of contemplation. I trust that you will honor your word, Tian Fei. Should you fail, it may lead to fatal consequences. Yet, one cannot predict the outcomes of worldly affairs. It is possible that the Morong family may emerge victorious, Su Chen spoke softly. Rest assured, Su Xiaolong, victory shall be mine this time. I will certainly fulfill my promise to you, Tian Fei asserted. As the hour of high approached, she added, I have matters to attend to and cannot linger for old-time sake. If all goes well, we shall converse again tomorrow. Rising from her seat, she offered a slight bow to Su Chen before departing, devoid of any unnecessary delay. The moonlight of the evening remained uncertain. Was it bright or blood red? The hour of high was still 3 hours away, Su Chen murmured to himself. As the hour struck, The disciples of the Murong family suddenly felt their internal energy vanish. What is happening? Why has my true qi disappeared? Incredulous voices echoed throughout the Murong manor. Meanwhile, not far from the manor, the demonic sex Tianfei, clad in a flowing black gown, exuded a fierce demeanor. Accompanying her were Qin Baiming, Madame Linglong, and Chief Zhao, along with an additional figure who stood apart from the rest. This individual, appearing to be in his 40s, donned a black uniform and possessed a distinctive appearance, a broad, elongated face, a high forehead, a prominent chin, and an air of undeniable authority. A long black spear was slung across his back. Report. At that moment, a shadowy figure landed before them. Tianfei, the poison within the Murong manor has taken effect. The figure announced. Move. Tianfei Yanrushue's gaze sharpened as she commanded decisively. Chapter 881. The Celestial Empress emerges. Murong Tiannan's true power in the study. Murong Tiannan's expression suddenly changed as he sensed a transformation within himself. In an instant, his internal energy dissipated, and he dashed out of the room. Outside in the courtyard, the disciples stationed there displayed expressions of alarm. Master, our internal energy has vanished. One disciple exclaimed hastily. Following closely behind, Lei Buhui's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly appeared before the disciple. A surge of energy flowed into the disciple's body as he assessed the situation within. What a peculiar poison! Lei Buhui remarked as a terrifying force coursed through the disciple, expelling the toxins from his system. As the poison was expelled, the disciple's internal energy re-emerged. After his examination, Lei Buhui discovered that the disciple bore no lasting effects. This poison is effective only against those below the transformation realm. It poses no threat to us. However, it seems aimed at annihilating your Murong family, rather reminiscent of the Blood Empress. Lei Buhui noted. Some referred to her as the Celestial Empress, while others called her the Blood Empress. A crisis has arisen. The Celestial Empress's target is our Murong mountain manor. She seeks to destroy us. Murong Tiannan's countenance darkened ominously. We must move. With a leap, Murong Tiannan swiftly made his way toward the manor's entrance, with Lei Buhui following closely behind. At this moment, the 6 elders of the Murong family were also en route to the main hall of the manor. At the entrance of the main hall, the elders gathered as Murong Tiannan arrived. What is happening, Elder Wu? He inquired of one of the elders. Elder Wu, who managed the daily affairs of the Murong manor and was well-versed in medicine, responded, the enemy has employed poison in the water source. It affects warriors below the transformation realm, but it merely induces a temporary loss of power. Once the effects wear off, they should recover. We have lost the internal energy of 2/3 of our disciples. Boom. At that moment, a column of flames shot into the sky. The enemy has arrived. Murong Tiannan's expression shifted dramatically. Engage the enemy. Elder Wu, you must first conceal the disciples and evacuate them from Murong Manor, and then summon the ancestor. Upon finishing, Murong Tiannan led the way toward the manor's entrance, with a group of elders and several powerful warriors of the transformation realm swiftly following. They remained unaffected and were thus able to confront the enemy. At the front of the manor, cries of despair erupted as the guarding disciples, stripped of all power, became no match for their foes. They fell one after another, their blood staining the ground. In the midst of the slaughter, one adversary was dispatched with a single strike. Yet multiple blows followed, seemingly intent on draining the life from these individuals. How dare you? A low voice thundered. In the next moment, a terrifying wave of energy surged toward the assailants. Boom. Several of the black-clad intruders were obliterated by a single punch, their bodies exploding into a spray of flesh and blood, accompanied by the sound of air being torn apart. Disperse. At this moment, Qin Baiming spoke beside the Celestial Empress. As the figure surged forward, a palm struck out, aimed at the one who had initiated the confrontation. Qin Baiming, I have come to eliminate you. At that moment, the Grand Elder of the Murong clan made his move, his finger pointing forth to unleash a beam of golden sword light that emitted a terrifying sound as it sliced through the air, hurtling towards the outstretched palm. Qin Baiming's gaze sharpened, and he clenched his fist, dark energy coalescing around it to meet the Elder's sword light. A thunderous collision ensued as the fist and the sword light clashed, producing a deafening roar. The force shattered the energy surrounding his fist, sending shockwaves in all directions. Qin Baiming was pushed back, stumbling several steps before regaining his balance. Previously, he had engaged Murong Tiannan and had been injured in the process, his wounds still unhealed. Do you dare to invade my Murong manor alone, Qin Baiming? You seek your own demise. The Grand Elder of the Murong family pressed forward, his palm glowing with golden light, fingers sharp as blades, reaching for Qin Baiming's head. Murong Yun, do you take advantage of my injuries? Heavenly execution blood, Qin Baiming shouted. A surge of blood energy erupting within him, runes appearing across his body as the blood surged like a tidal wave. With a powerful step, he propelled himself forward, delivering a fierce punch. The Grand Elder, Murong Yun, tightened his grip as yellow true energy enveloped his fist. A thunderous impact rang out as their fists collided. The golden force shattered the true energy surrounding Qin Baiming's fist, penetrating towards his arm. The sound of cracking bones echoed, causing Qin Baiming to emit a pained roar. The blood energy surged forth, dispersing the golden true energy, though his arm hung limply, seemingly incapacitated. As Qin Baiming roared, his expression twisted in agony. The runes previously covering his arm flared to life, restoring it momentarily. Murong Yun, I did not expect your power to ascend so rapidly, he grimaced. Qin Baiming, you dare to confront my Murong family while still recovering? Truly, you seek death. As he spoke, Murong Yun darted forward like a specter, charging directly at Qin Baiming. Intent on slaying him to instill fear, he raised his arm, a wave of golden sword energy manifesting, resembling a colossal golden sword. Suddenly, an unusual fragrance permeated the air, accompanied by a soft giggle that danced in his ears. Lady Linglong made her entrance, her palm striking forth. A vivid red flower appeared before Murong Yun, adorned with a skull, exuding a chilling and sinister aura. Upon seeing this, Murong Yun unleashed his golden sword energy. The long sword collided with the crimson flower, erupting into a wave of terrifying power. Lady Linglong, Murong Yun's eyes turned icy as he regarded her. Tianfei, you have finally shown yourself. These people cannot extinguish my Murong family. Murong Tianan stepped forward, his voice cold and resonant. Elder, attack, he commanded fiercely. Beside him, the second elder swiftly emerged, his body radiating sword energy, causing the scattered figures in black to instantly spurt blood and collapse. Ha ha, Murong Tianan. Did you truly believe I brought only this few people? With a smirk, he continued, moreover, since I have resorted to poison, do you think I only have those who appear on the surface? At that moment, the Heavenly Empress arrived, accompanied by Chief Zhao. However, the figure bearing the long halberd remained concealed. The Empress of the Demon Sect. Upon the Empress's appearance, the Grand Elder Murong Yun's gaze sharpened. It seems that my Murong clan has no enmity with you. Murong Yun questioned the Empress sternly. The Murong clan has no feud with me, yet Murong Tianan does. He is one of the 4 grand commanders of the Heavenly Supervision in Jiangnan. It was he who captured me and presented me to the Emperor Zhou back in the day. Tell me, should I not seek vengeance for this grievance? The Empress, Yen Rushue, directed her gaze at Murong Tianan. What? Clan leader, you are one of the 4 grand commanders of the Jiang and Heavenly Supervision. Hearing this, the Grand Elder's expression tightened as he looked at Murong Tianan. Empress, last time I spared you. This time, I shall not. With a thunderous roar, Murong Tianan's right hand, previously resting behind him, suddenly opened, and he unleashed a powerful punch. As this punch was thrown, the mountains trembled, seemingly on the verge of collapse, exuding an overwhelming and oppressive aura. Behind him, his true energy transformed, revealing a colossal phantom. In that instant, Murong Tianan displayed his true power, merging divine might with his fist. His path bore similarities to that of Li Qinzhou, yet he had ventured deeper than Li Qinzhou had before. Chapter 882, The Gathering Storm. The mighty demon god faces thunderous regret. Boom. With a punch unleashed, a terrifying force erupted from Murong Tianan's fist, striking towards the Empress with the might of a thunderbolt. Everything surrounding him seemed to be crushed and obliterated under this singular blow. Heavenly Overlord Blood Fist. Before him, the Empress Yen Rushue's expression shifted. She had not anticipated that Murong Tianan's punch would reach such an extraordinary level. Hiding an ephemeral thought, Yen Rushue called out softly. Her form shimmered as her true energy flowed, transforming in an instant into vibrant crimson begonia blossoms. These blossoms appeared tangible, yet existed within the realm of illusion. Boom. As the fist descended, the illusory begonia flowers shattered in an instant. However, Yen Rushue's figure had vanished without a trace. Murong Tianan's countenance remained unchanged as his gaze fixed upon a particular point. You could not escape from my grasp back then, and this time, you shall have no chance either. Heavenly prison. Ren Qianxing's roar echoed as his true energy surged forth, enveloping the surrounding space with a terrifying pressure. A shadowy figure gradually materialized beneath this immense force. In my hands, you have no opportunity. It is only through a fierce battle with me that you may contend. Ren Qianxing declared, a glint of crimson emerging in his eyes. Ren Qianxing, my ephemeral begonia cannot evade your heavenly prison, yet I still dare to appear here. Do you know why? Boom. Just then, the third elder, who had been standing still without making a move, suddenly shifted his form and appeared behind Ren Qianxing. Heavenly evil shadow palm. His palm struck fiercely at Ren Qianxing's back. Bang! The protective energy surrounding Ren Qianxing shattered under the impact. His entire body was sent hurtling towards Jian Taixin, the heavenly empress. Divine aura. Heavenly demon mirage. Heavenly demon, evil kill. Jian Taixin's eyes glinted with malice as she unleashed her divine aura, her form shifting as she struck out with her palm. Just as her hand was about to collide with Ren Qianxing, she was taken aback. I didn't expect you to be ambushed, Brother Ren. Heavenly Empress, you possess great skill, but that is all there is to it. As her voice resonated, a flash of lightning surged towards Jian Taixin. Witnessing this, Jian Taixin's expression hardened. She quickly pivoted to evade the bolt of lightning and gazed in the direction from which the voice had emanated. Lei Buhui, you are in the Morong residence? Upon seeing the newcomer, Jian Taixin's demeanor shifted. She had not anticipated Lei Buhui's presence here. Lei Buhui had been following Ren Qianxing and the others, but had not revealed himself until now. Bang! At that moment, Ren Qianxing forcefully planted his foot on the ground. Steadying his stance, spitting out a mouthful of blood, he turned to glare at the third elder who had ambushed him. Zhou Mufeng, the outer governor of the demon sect. You have disguised yourself as the third elder of the Morong family. The heavenly evil shadow palm is one of the supreme techniques of the outer governor of the demon sect. He recognized his opponent, and upon hearing Ren Qianxing call out his name, the third elder waved his hand across his face, revealing his true identity. With his disguise exposed, there was no need for him to conceal himself any longer. So it was you who poisoned the water supply of the Morong family. Ren Qianxing said with a grave tone as he gazed at Zhou Mufeng. As he spoke, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. He had been caught off guard and struck by the opponent's palm, sustaining injuries. Today marks the downfall of the Morong family. Zhou Mufeng declared coldly, with your meager strength. Even if I am wounded, the ancestor of the Morong family will emerge from seclusion to vanquish you. Ren Qianxing retorted icily. You may be disappointed. Your ancestor is ensnared by my mountain binding array. For the time being, he will be unaware, or even if he becomes aware, he will be unable to break free to assist you. Zhou Mufeng continued. You have set up a binding array, indicating that you have been lurking within the Morong family for quite some time. Ren Qianxing's expression grew solemn. He recalled the fifth elder who had gone to see the ancestor and believed that with external assistance, he could break the binding array in a short time. Are you waiting for him? At that moment, a deep voice resounded, and with it, a bloodied head was tossed forth. Fifth elder. Upon seeing the severed head, Ren Qianxing's pupils widened in fury. This head belonged to the fifth elder he had previously dispatched. A figure wielding a long spear slowly approached. Mighty demon god, Sun Ming. Upon recognizing the spear-wielding figure, Ren Qianxing's gaze momentarily faltered. It has been quite a while since we last met, Ren Qianxing. However, it seems you have sustained considerable injuries. The figure wielding a spear regarded Ren Qianxing with a cold voice. I never anticipated that you would assist the Celestial Empress. Ren Qianxing looked at Sun Ming, who held the long spear. I was defeated by Lu Junsheng. The Celestial Empress aided me once, repaying a debt from years past. Sun Ming regarded Ren Qianxing. The demon sect is a coalition formed by Lu Junsheng and the forces of the demonic path. Sun Ming was once capable of contending with the demon sect's leader, Lu Junsheng. Before Lu Junsheng ascended to power, he was among the strongest in the demonic forces. After his defeat, once Lu Junsheng became the leader of the demon sect, this mighty demon, Sun Ming, vanished from sight until now. Mighty demon Sun Ming, I am eager to test your strength. The silent Lei Buhui gazed at the powerful demon Sun Ming, his eyes revealing a fierce battle intent. Lei Buhui, one of the lackeys of Emperor Zhou. Upon seeing Lei Buhui, Sun Ming spoke coldly. Seeking death, Lei Buhui raised his brow, his gaze turning frigid. Today, I shall see just how much strength you, the mighty demon, truly possess. As Lei Buhui spoke, he darted towards the mighty demon Sun Ming with lightning speed. A punch surged forth, and the air seemed to explode as thunderous energy erupted from his fist. Humph! Sun Ming scoffed, lifting his spear and striking forth. Boom! A terrifying wave of power erupted from the spear, tearing through the air, intertwining with the black energy, colliding with Lei Buhui's lightning-infused fist, resulting in a deafening roar. The force of their clash sent both combatants reeling. After their initial exchange, neither could discern the other's true capabilities. Brother Morong, I have created an opportunity for you to recuperate. You should be ready to strike now. This mighty demon Sun Ming is mine to handle. You take care of the Celestial Empress and her companions. Lei Buhui addressed Murong Tianan. As he spoke, the aura of thunder surged around him. Divine might, thunderous skies. After uttering these words, a horrifying thunderous apparition materialized behind him. In that moment of conjuration, Lei Buhui moved, clenching his fist. A punch erupted forth. The demon lion thunder fist. As he unleashed his punch, the dense thunder coalesced into a roaring lion, striking towards Sun Ming with electrifying speed. Roar! The sound reverberated through the heavens and earth. Chapter 883, Illusion, a Frenzied Clash, Blood-Weeping Demon God Technique. Excellent. Sun Ming's divine might also erupted forth. A torrent of black true energy surged around him, causing his robes to billow and his figure to grow extraordinarily imposing. Dark true energy surged into his spear, igniting it with black flames. Boom! He raised his spear, a strike that cleaves the heavens. The spear erupted into a streak of black light, rushing towards the thunderous lion. Boom! The two forces collided again, sending terrifying shockwaves of energy spiraling outward, forming a cataclysmic energy storm. Kill! Thunder rends the heavens. Lei Buhui's countenance twisted into a grimace as he conjured bolts of lightning in his palm, coalescing into a formidable force that enveloped the heavens and earth, launching an assault towards Sun Ming. Instantly, the surrounding space erupted, giving rise to a terrifying tempest of thunder. With great vigor, Sun Ming wielded his long spear, channeling a torrent of energy into it. The spear danced in his grasp, emanating a resplendent brilliance that manifested into a colossal demonic shadow. This shadow bore a spectral image of a spear, raised high, following the trajectory of Sun Ming's weapon with a cataclysmic force that tore through the very fabric of reality, transforming into a torrent of obsidian light that collided fiercely with the descending storm of lightning. Boom! The clash of these two formidable powers unleashed a tempest of energy that surged outward, creating a maelstrom of chaos. For a moment, neither side yielded. I shall slay you all. At that moment, Murong Tianan produced a medicinal pill, swallowing it whole. Boom! His energy surged back, as though the injuries he had sustained were momentarily suppressed. Although Lei Buhui had bought him some time, his internal wounds remained severe, compelling him to resort to the elixir to temporarily stifle his injuries and augment his strength. Qiong Shuedan, Murong Tianan, do you truly believe that the activation of Qiong Shuedan can bring about your demise? The heavenly concubine, Yen Rushue, spoke sharply upon witnessing Murong Tianan's resurgence of energy. Boom! Ignoring her words, Murong Tianan raised his hand, launching an attack towards the heavenly concubine. His true energy surged forth, like the swift winds and flashing thunder. Reaching for her, Yen Rushue's gaze sharpened, and this time she did not evade. Her aura exploded forth as she retaliated with a palm strike. Simultaneously, the external overseer, Zhou Mufeng, erupted into action, his fist coiling into a powerful punch aimed at Murong Tianan's back. Unexpectedly, Murong Tianan halted abruptly, deftly evading Yen Rushue's strike. He then propelled himself towards the external overseer, redirecting his earlier attack aimed at Yen Rushue towards Zhou Mufeng. His outstretched hand struck first, seizing the external overseer's fist mid-attack. Shatter! He commanded, applying pressure that instantly obliterated the protective energy surrounding Zhou Mufeng's fist. The impact resonated as Murong Tianan's palm landed upon his adversary's hand, causing Zhou Mufeng's expression to change drastically. He had never anticipated that the injured Murong Tianan still possessed such formidable strength. Crack! Zhou Mufeng emitted a muffled groan as his fist was crushed, the force reverberating through to shatter his arm. The recoil sent Zhou Mufeng staggering backward, his blood surging as he was propelled several paces away. Kill! At this juncture, The previously passive overseer Zhao sprang into action, his palm striking forth, unleashing a venomous gale. Boom! Murong Tianan responded, thrusting his palm to counter the assault with a surge of true energy, but the opportunity to pursue Zhou Mufeng slipped away. In that fleeting moment of his pause, the scenery around him transformed, flooding with a vivid crimson. Blood-colored figures danced around him incessantly. Yen Ruxue, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the realm, captivated all with her ethereal grace. The blood-colored figures, modeled after Yen Ruxue, danced gracefully, exuding an endless allure that gradually captivates Murong Tianan's senses. Suddenly, he coughs up a mouthful of blood, his gaze clearing slightly. Blood dance illusion. Yen Ruxue, I, Murong Tianan, am not so easily vanquished. As he speaks, a formidable aura erupts from him once more, unleashing a powerful energy that radiates in crimson beams. His eyes grow increasingly bloodshot, and with a thunderous roar, a massive force sweeps outward like ocean waves, shattering all the enchanting figures. As these illusions crumble, Yen Ruxue's form reappears at a distance, blood gushing from her mouth, her beautiful eyes reflecting disbelief as she gazes at Murong Tianan. You managed to break free from my blood dance illusion, she exclaims. Murong Tianan, however, offers no reply. Time is of the essence. Having just escaped the illusion, he is already drained from exerting extraordinary power. With a mighty punch, he unleashes a black hole-like force directed at the celestial Yen Ruxue. Simultaneously, Zhou Mufeng and Chief Zhao strike, with Zhou unleashing 9 consecutive punches and Zhao manifesting 3 layers of dark green energy, all aimed at Murong Tianan. Yet, as their fists collide with his black hole punch, they vanish in an instant, as if devoured. Witnessing this, both Zhou Mufeng and Chief Zhao's expressions shift to one of alarm. The Celestial's face pales, sensing the immense power behind Murong Tianan's strike. Should it connect, she fears her very existence will be obliterated. In the distance, Su Chun and Yuan Suiyuan stand beneath an eave, observing the unfolding events. Murong Tianan's strength rivals that of Sima Changhan. The might of the 4 great commanders is indeed formidable. Were it not for his injuries, he could dispatch them swiftly. I wonder how the Celestial will withstand this punch. Su Chun remarks solemnly. Celestial Demon, 7 Emotions and Grievances Technique. Yen Ruxue calls out. With her command, 7 ethereal and indistinct figures emerge, each displaying a unique expression, yet all tinged with resentment. The surrounding space becomes saturated with a palpable sense of grievance. As these 7 figures converge, they strike out, colliding with the black hole-like fist. A tremendous explosion ensues as the 2 forces clash, propelling both figures backward. In that moment, Murong Tianan swiftly pivots, appearing before Zhou Mufeng, who is yet to react. He seizes the latter's head with his palm. With a thunderous crack, the skull shatters, blood erupting forth. Yet, as the crimson liquid sprays, Murong Tianan captures it in his grip, condensing it into a singular point before consuming it within himself. The previously consumed vitality within Murong Tianan has significantly replenished after merging with the newly acquired essence. However, the redness in his eyes has intensified, yet it appears that Murong Tianan remains oblivious to this change. Blood-crying demon god technique. You have mastered the methods of the demon sovereign. On the other side, Chief Zhao's expression shifted upon witnessing the scene. It was you who infiltrated our demon sect after the demise of the sovereign. Chief Zhao confronted Murong Tianan. Is it I? Murong Tianan replied, gazing at Zhao. Chief Zhao, the overseer of the demon sect responsible for caring for Lu Junxing, whose son was also one of Lu Junxing's attendants, reflected on the past when they returned after Lu Junxing's defeat and death. His son had detected an intruder at Lu Junxing's location, but was slain before he could raise an alarm. Chief Zhao had merely exchanged a strike with the intruder and was repelled, having thought all along that it was a member of the demon sect behind the attack, only to discover it was Murong Tianan. I will see you dead. Chief Zhao's fury erupted, his aura becoming unstable, hinting at a power beyond that of the sea's focus. Suddenly, the celestial gate faintly materialized in the void. Chief Zhao, this is not the time to act recklessly. Our goal is not solely to eliminate him. A voice, that of the heavenly concubine Yen Ruxue, echoed in Chief Zhao's ears. Just as he contemplated harnessing the celestial gate's power to vanquish Murong Tianan, his expression softened, and his strength waned rapidly. Observing this, Murong Tianan's gaze sharpened. If Chief Zhao were to unleash his full power utilizing the celestial gate, Ren Qianxing's injured body, though not fatal, would sustain significant harm. I never imagined that even your demon sect fears for its life, Ren Qianxing remarked, noting the unexpected restraint in Zhao's actions, which contradicted the nature of the demon sect's formidable warriors, especially in the pursuit of revenge for a fallen child. At that moment, the formidable demon godson Ming and Lei Buhui separated, both exhibiting unstable auras. Have you yet to deal with them? Lei Buhui inquired of Ren Qianxing. I will resolve it shortly. Is it beyond your capability, demon god? Ren Qianxing retorted. Do not concern yourself with me. Lei Buhui coldly replied. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air. The elder who had previously clashed with Qin Baiming was pierced through the chest by a black sword light, his expression twisted in shock. As if he had not sensed the lethal strike at all, the shadow demon sect's leader, Ing Wuxia, Ren Qianxing's countenance shifted upon seeing this turn of events. You thought I would be unprepared for an assault on Morong Mountain Manor? The heavenly concubine's voice resonated, cold and resolute. Amidst the chaos, screams erupted around them. The fourth and sixth elders who had come along were ambushed and cried out in horror. With the earlier demise of the second elder and the long-deceased third elder, all 6 elders of the Morong clan met their demise. Ha! 2 peals of raucous laughter echoed, revealing 2 figures. They emanated an aura of terror, each wielding a long blade, suffused with the essence of blood. The men belonged to the demonic sect, the 7 slaughter blade sect, the twin gods of slaughter. Upon seeing them, Ren Qianxing's expression hardened. He had not anticipated that, in order to confront him, she would summon the top 3 leaders of the demonic sect from years past. With a cold gaze, Ren Qianxing regarded the heavenly consort. The annihilation of your Morong clan has been long in the making, she declared. Kill. As her voice rang out, Ren Qianxing's figure suddenly transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting towards the heavenly consort with incredible speed. He thrust his palm forward, but in that very instant, a figure launched itself from behind the heavenly consort. Ren Qianxing's hand did not falter, it descended upon the intruder. Boom. The figure was instantly pierced through. Ah! A scream erupted, strikingly familiar. Haha, Ren Qianxing. You've just slain your own son with a single blow, truly ruthless. The steward Zhao guffawed at the scene. From a distance, Su Qin's gaze fell upon the pierced body. His expression tightening, it was none other than Ren Qianxing, whom he had encountered not long ago. Father, you! Ren Qianxing cried out, but before he could finish, his breath ceased. Qianxing. Ren Qianxing's countenance shifted dramatically upon realizing he had fatally wounded his own son. His eyes twisted into a feral glare, the crimson hue deepening within them. I will kill you all, he bellowed, launching another punch towards the heavenly consort. A terrifying surge of energy coalesced around his fist, compressing the air and creating a vacuum in its wake. The vacuum enveloped the heavenly consort. Boom. His fist crashed into the very space she occupied, erupting in a spray of blood that engulfed the surroundings. Blood splattered across Ren Qianxing's form, momentarily startling him. Looking around, he discovered the heavenly consort standing unscathed at a distance. Ren Qianxing, you just obliterated your own daughter with that punch, she taunted coldly. From afar, Su Chun furrowed his brow. Master, Ren Qianxing seems to be in a rather peculiar state. He may have fallen under an illusion, Ru Xiyun remarked, observing the unfolding chaos. First, he kills his son, then his daughter. Such a formidable warrior as Ren Qianxing cannot be this careless in failing to perceive their identities. What a powerful heavenly consort. Su Chun marveled at the unfolding situation, recognizing that the Morong clan was on the brink of defeat. Roaring with anguish, Ren Qianxing's voice resonated with sorrow. The heart-eating powder you used against me, to ensnare my mind and cloud my senses, was all part of your scheme. Heavenly consort, I underestimated you. I fell into your trap. His eyes, twisted with fury, fixated upon her. I must also express my gratitude for eliminating those 3 celestial traitors. They harbored rebellious thoughts. Had you not dealt with them, I would have, the heavenly consort replied coldly. Even so, do you believe your victory is assured? I, Ren Qianxing, shall not concede so easily. Since you desire my death, then I shall oblige. As Ren Qianxing raised his palm, the blood upon the ground surged like a river, flowing towards his being. The sanguine tide entered his body, gradually replenishing his expended vitality. With the restoration of his life force, It appeared as though he was no longer restraining his true power. Layers of crimson light enveloped him. The surging true energy resembled towering waves, boiling behind him. In that moment, the divine aura erupted forth, an invisible cage that, in concert with the roiling true energy, created an awe-inspiring spectacle. Not only did the true energy surge, but the blood energy also erupted, forming tumultuous waves. The convergence of these two forces unleashed a tempest of life force and true energy. And combined with the present Murong Tianan, he resembled a fearsome, wrathful deity. Boom! In the void, the heavenly gate manifested. Terrifying lightning erupted, casting the world into darkness. Did the heavenly empress intend to harness the heavenly thunder to slay Murong Tianan? Observing this scene, Su Qin's gaze sharpened. Yet it should not be so. Murong Tianan's current strength could undoubtedly shatter the heavenly gate and escape. Su Qin felt perplexed. The blood prison array. At this moment, the heavenly empress uttered a low command, forming seals with her hands as blood-red markings emanated from her grasp. As these crimson sigils emerged, the residual blood upon the ground coalesced into intricate patterns. Subsequently, blood energy cages appeared, and in an instant, the presence within the great formation vanished. The heavenly gate in the void also dissipated. Chapter 885, Murong Tianan's Demise. Dugawei's purpose. The aura has been concealed. What does the heavenly empress truly intend? From the current circumstances, it seems she seeks more than the mere annihilation of the Murong clan. If her aim were solely to eradicate the Murong family and eliminate Murong Tianan, she would not have orchestrated such elaborate schemes. With a glint of insight in her eyes, she peered through the blood-red energy veil. At this moment, within the great formation, 5 figures materialized behind the heavenly empress. "Convey all your power to me," she commanded, her body entwined with blood-red runes, her gaze piercing. Boom! The 5 figures behind her erupted simultaneously, unleashing a terrifying wave of power. This force surged wildly into the heavenly empress's body. As she absorbed this energy, a dreadful aura erupted from within her. "To slay you in your most frenzied state, I shall absorb your vengeful strength," the heavenly empress declared fiercely. "Formless heavenly demon, manifest the myriad beings." As she spoke, her form transformed, blood-red apparitions bursting forth from her being. "Kill!" Murong Tianan's eyes turned crimson, akin to a madman, as he unleashed a flurry of punches, shattering the blood-red apparitions. Yet, those shattered shadows fused into Murong Tianan's body. Consumed by frenzy, he paid no heed to the merging shadows and continued his advance towards the heavenly empress. As the palm descended, the force of the fist erupted, creating a ripple. Shapes shifted and transformed. Yet, at the very moment his fist struck, the figures of the heavenly consort and her companions vanished without a trace. The frenzied Murong Tianan let out a low growl, his blood energy surging outward, like waves crashing against the shore. His true qi expanding in an attempt to bring the heavenly consort back into view. Just as this energy burst forth, a blood-red long sword manifested above him, radiating a dazzling crimson brilliance. Subsequently, a wave of blood-colored sword energy descended, shattering the surging true qi and blood energy in an instant. What manner of sword is that? Su Qin, observing from a distance, narrowed his gaze. This sword is extraordinary. Though he stood outside the grand formation, he could still sense the uniqueness of this blood-red longsword. This must be the opponent's trump card, he mused. The blood sword of the heavenly demon. Murong Tianan roared in madness, yet subconsciously recognized the sword. The blood sword of the heavenly demon, once wielded by Lu Junxing. A weapon of superior spiritual grade. It had been severed and lost to time by the Emperor Zhou. Yet now it had been restored. As the blood sword of the heavenly demon appeared, 6 shadows manifested as well. The 6 individuals raised their palms, pressing down toward the blood-red longsword. With a whoosh, the blood-red longsword transformed into a streak of crimson light. Roaring in response, Murong Tianan sensed the power of this sword light, his expression shifting dramatically as he let out a low growl, launching his fist in retaliation. Boom! The terrifying force of his fist erupted, aiming to block the blood sword of the heavenly demon. However, when his fist collided with the sword, it shattered instantly, and the blood sword descended, piercing the crown of Murong Tianan's head. For a moment, the world fell silent, as if time itself had stopped. With a hiss, the long sword withdrew, and Murong Tianan's body collapsed to the ground, his gaze fixed upon the heavenly consort. What do you truly intend? Though his head had been pierced, he lingered on the edge of life. Just as he spoke, the heavenly consort appeared before him, a black orb materializing in her palm. In an instant, she thrust the black orb into the wound atop Murong Tiannan's head. "Ah, you." Murong Tiannan sensed something amiss and screamed, attempting to voice his thoughts. But his breath faded away. As he fell, the grand formation dissipated. With its dissolution, Lei Buhui, who had previously engaged with Sun Ming, transformed into a bolt of lightning and fled. Murong Tiannan was dead. He remained here, unable to escape as they encircled him. "I will take the body, and you will activate the grand formation outside the Murong family's ancestral hall to prevent him from unleashing his final power." The heavenly consort commanded the remaining individuals. Understood. Several figures vanished swiftly, leaving only the heavenly consort behind. Moments later, her gaze turned towards Su Chen's direction. "Su Xiaolong, the library will remain untroubled. You may visit at your leisure." A voice resonated in Su Chen's ear. He turned his gaze toward the heavenly consort, who now grasped Murong Tiannan's corpse from the ground and turned to depart. What does she truly seek? Su Chen's eyes narrowed. Boom. After a brief moment, a terrifying surge of power erupted from within the Murong residence. "Who?" A deep, aged voice resounded, but it seemed to vanish as soon as it was uttered, leaving no trace behind. It appeared that the elder Murong had fallen victim to a surprise attack. The Murong clan was doomed. Su Chen sighed. As time flowed on, after a while, Su Chun addressed Yuan Huaiyuan. "Let us proceed to the library." Throughout their journey, Su Chun encountered no signs of life. Soon, they arrived at the library, where an elderly man bore a sword scar on his forehead, his expression one of shock. He must have perished beneath the shadowless sword. Stepping into the library, only the uppermost floor remained unexplored. He resolved to peruse the tomes there, intending to take them with him if he could not finish before dawn. As the lights flickered to life, a loud crash echoed, bookshelves collapsing. "Who goes there?" Su Chun inquired, glancing toward the sound. A young girl with disheveled hair stood there, her gaze nervously fixed upon Su Chun. "He is Su Xiaolong, the second of the celestial rankings." Yuan Huaiyuan interjected beside him. Su Chun, taken aback by the tousled Murong Yu, was astonished. He had not anticipated that the celestial empress would spare a life. The others, including Murong Xingchen, had been captured and ultimately slain by the crazed Murong Tiannan. Yet this feeble Murong Yu had escaped capture. "You are Su Xiaolong. You must avenge me. If you help me, I shall be yours." Murong Yu seemed to recognize Su Chen's identity and implored. "Do you know who annihilated your Murong clan? Allow me to exact vengeance for you." Su Chun furrowed his brow slightly. "I know. It was the celestial empress of the demon sect who destroyed my Murong family. Help me kill her, and I will be yours. I am Murong Yu, ranked second on the celestial rankings." Murong Yu declared, her eyes fixed on Su Chun. The reason for her survival lay in her sister's decision to send her here first. Outsiders were aware that the leader of the Qinglong society was studying in their Murong clan's library. Although Su Chen had departed, those from the demon sect might not be informed. Hence, she believed the library to be a safe haven. "Are you not afraid of the demon sect's celestial empress? Is your Qinglong society not known for its dominance?" Murong Yu continued, noticing Su Chen's lack of response. Humph. Just as she finished speaking, a flash of sword light appeared at her throat. Murong Yu's eyes widened in horror as she beheld Yuan Huaiyuan, who had struck with a swift thrust to her throat. "Those who dare to speak thus to the young master must perish," Yuan Huaiyuan stated coldly. Su Chen shook his head. "The Murong clan has been eradicated. If you sought to meet Murong Qingchen, perhaps I could assist you. However, you should not harbor excessive hopes." With that, Su Chun resumed his examination of the library. Yuan Huaiyuan, meanwhile, lifted Murong Yu's lifeless body from the ground. He believed it prudent to eliminate any traces of his actions. At that moment, in the Lingjiang region, Guan Yutian gazed astoundedly at the confidential letter before him. Dugu's intentions for utilizing the North-South Canal for trade were merely a facade. His true aim was to seize control over the riverbanks on either side, thereby expanding his sphere of influence. With this strategy, in conjunction with his power in the South China Sea region, he would possess the capacity to overthrow the Zhou dynasty's reign. "It was surprising to discover such ambition within Dugu," murmured Guan Yutian. This confidential message had been relayed from the Hainan region by a seemingly omniscient figure. In Chapter 886, the Dantian's blade technique, summoning the trading mall, within the library of Murong Manor, Su Chun read swiftly, gathering several valuable tomes into his spatial ring. Upon exiting the library, he found himself replenished with 10 orange lottery tickets. As he prepared to draw, a brilliant thought struck him. The Morong clan had been annihilated by the demon sect's heavenly concubine, yet their fortune had likely not dissipated. Why not seize it? Since the Morong clan had not been destroyed by his faction, Su Chun had not acquired their fortune, but he could still intercept the local energy. With a flash of determination in his eyes, he returned to the first floor of the library. Forming hand seals, he channeled a dragon-shaped energy into the depths of Morong Manor. The fortune remained intact. A smile graced Su Chen's face as he sat cross-legged, beginning to absorb the Morong clan's fortune. The Morong family, one of the 4 prominent families of Jiangnan, had accumulated immense fortune, comparable to that of the Tianjin Manor. Golden energy flowed into the luminous points within Su Chun's body, and amidst this influx, a faint sound of dragon roars resonated. A vague, diminutive dragon silhouette gradually materialized. As this golden dragon apparition emerged, waves of energy surged into his dantian and physical form, further enhancing his corporeal strength. After an hour, Su Chen opened his eyes. Feeling the tumultuous power coursing within him, a smile spreading across his face. With his physique now complemented by the Vajra demon-breaking body, he mused that even against the stronger entities in the sea, he would likely not find himself at a disadvantage. Having absorbed the Morong clan's fortune, he pondered the current state of his lottery draws. He decided to use 5 orange lottery tickets. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a 100-fold space card for your spatial ring. A 10-cubic space ring, bound to Li Qinzhou, the Dantian's blade technique, a spirit concentration pill, and access to the beginner's character summoning trading mall. Su Chen's gaze sharpened slightly upon seeing this. Though he had not summoned a character, he had gained a wealth of items. The previously modest spatial ring had now expanded significantly with the 100-fold enhancement. As for the 10-cubic ring bound to Li Qinzhou, it could only be used by him. The Dantian's blade technique allows the true energy within the Dantian to coalesce into a blade form, with its explosive power increasing the longer it is nurtured. Rarely deployed, this technique would prove immensely useful to Su Chun. Under the expansion of the Heavenly Dragon Meridian technique, his Dantian continuously grew, nurturing a formidable blade energy that, when combined with the body-breaking blade energy, would undoubtedly unleash terrifying power. This can be considered a trump card for Su Chun. The sea concentration pill aids martial artists in transforming their Dantian into the sea, which is quite remarkable. Lastly, the basic trading mall for summoned characters is rather impressive. It allows for transactions among summoned beings, alleviating Su Chun from the burdens of transporting resources back and forth. Others can either keep the resources they obtain or send them to a designated location. Naturally, transactions can also occur between the summoned characters themselves. This can be deemed as Su Chen's greatest acquisition thus far. He mused that a communication template for future exchanges would be splendid. As Su Chen opened the trading mall, he furrowed his brow slightly upon discovering that Ren Qianxing, Lian Qingbi, and Guan Qi were unable to engage in trade. He had initially intended to gift them some items, but it appeared that would not be possible now. Su Chen sighed softly. He then placed several manuals in the mall, particularly the Divine Unity Sutra, which could enhance the potency of divine might and facilitate the comprehension of the concept of domains. While it might not guarantee insight into those domains, there remained the possibility that someone might inadvertently step through the heavenly gate. Contemplating whether to draw again, Yuan Huaiyuan entered. Master, dawn is approaching, we should depart. As some survivors from the Morong family have fled, Yuan Huaiyuan remarked. The Morong manor housed many individuals, and even if Tianfei and the others took action, there would always be survivors escaping. Let us go. Su Chen nodded in agreement. As they stepped out of the Morong family's library, a point of light appeared in the sky. The two swiftly departed from the Morong manor. At this moment, in the imperial capital, the royal city, a surge of black energy suddenly enveloped Emperor Zhou, with dragon shadows swirling within, emitting a roar. These shadowy dragons soon returned to the body of Emperor Zhou. He opened his eyes, his brow slightly furrowed. The ominous dragon energy had originated from the south, where the Lai family and the 36 alien clans had just been annihilated. Who else had faced destruction? Moreover, there were signs that the fortunes had been intercepted. Who could it be? Emperor Zhou murmured. Pingxing should have uncovered a clue by now. With that, he closed his eyes once more, opting not to summon Pingxing, but rather waiting for him to come. In Su City, News of the Murong manor being bloodied by the demon sect Tianfei spread rapidly. Within an inn, the number of martial artists in Su City had noticeably increased in recent days. Su Chan observed the swordsmen with blades at their waists on the streets outside the window. The incident at Murong Manor has drawn many, and while some members of the Murong family have returned, they are unable to control the situation. Numerous martial artists have entered the manor, hoping to seize any remnants of treasures and manuals. This has already led to multiple conflicts, resulting in many casualties. Those who returned have temporarily withdrawn from Murong Manor, Jian Taixin explained. A wise decision. The Murong Manor has become a vortex, and it is prudent for the remaining members of the Murong family to remain uninvolved. Master, this is a confidential letter sent to me through the trading mall by the official envoy. The confidential letter alluded to the true intentions of Dugu Wei, who aimed to seize control over the northern and southern Grand Canals, potentially to subvert the Great Zhou dynasty. As Jian Taixin remarked, messages could also be conveyed through the trading marketplace, rendering the use of carrier pigeons obsolete. It appears that Dugu Wei harbors such ambitions. However, if he lacked such aspirations, the Emperor of Zhou would not need to guard against him. Su Chun recalled the earlier reason for the Emperor's decision to summon Dugu Wei back to the capital. My lord, we have received a letter from Li Qinzhou, the leader of the Three Dragons, who is mobilizing personnel to prepare for an incursion into the northern and southern canals. Jian Taixin added, it seems that Li Qinzhou intends to extend the influence of the Qinglong society into the northern and southern canals. Strong individuals and ambitious heroes are indeed unwilling to remain in obscurity, Su Chen remarked with a sigh. My lord, the leader of the Three Dragons has summoned Xue Yiren and Lu Xingyijian, as well as Chuan Jiangnan, Fang Huaiyuan, and Yin Nanfeng to rendezvous with him. This formidable force should enable a tripartite balance of power in the northern and southern canals. Su Chen's eyes glimmered with intrigue. The interests within the northern and southern canals are immense, necessitating a proactive stance. Moreover, despite the current turmoil within the Great Zhou dynasty, its displayed strength remains formidable. Dugu Wei must possess numerous hidden cards to make such arrangements. Li Qinzhou, accompanied by members of the Qinglong society, may also test Dugu Wei's mettle. Has there been any movement from the Demon Gate's heavenly concubine? Su Chun recalled witnessing the heavenly concubine, Murong, embed a black orb into Murong Tiannan's skull, subsequently taking his corpse away, suggesting a deeper scheme. Since that battle, all has been concealed, and even the intelligence operatives of the Qinglong society have been unable to uncover their whereabouts, Jian Taixin stated solemnly. At these words, Su Chun's brow furrowed slightly. Chapter 887. Changes arise. The Emperor of Zhou moves. In a chamber of the imperial palace within the capital, Xue Pingxing's eyes burned red as he fixated on the pile of confidential letters atop the desk. On the blank sheet before him were inscribed the names Qinglong Society, Tianya Pavilion, and the Demon Gate. His hand struck down, shattering the paper. Regaining his composure, he turned away from the desk. Moments later, he found himself within the subterranean palace of the Emperor of Zhou. Have you discovered who is intercepting the fortunes? The Emperor inquired, his eyes wide open. Based on your Majesty's timeline of events, the interception of fortunes corresponds with the recent acquisition of the Holy Sword Lake by Tianya Pavilion, the annihilation of the Lai family by the Qinglong Society, and the obliteration of the Murong family at the hands of the Demon Gate's heavenly concubine. These are the most significant occurrences of late, and if fortunes are indeed at stake, these three factions are likely implicated. However, when the Qinglong Society annihilated the Nangong family, Your Majesty did not perceive any changes in fortune, Xue Pingxing replied solemnly. The Murong family has been destroyed. What of Murong Tiannan? The Emperor's expression darkened as he questioned. The position of the four chief commanders of the Jiangnan Heavenly Monitoring Division is not trivial. Murong Tiannan was slain by the Heavenly Concubine and numerous experts from the Demon Gate using the blood sword of the Heavenly Demon. Xue Pingxing recounted in detail the events surrounding the Jiangnan Murong family. To my astonishment, she was able to uncover that Murong Tiannan is one of the four great commanders of Jiangnan. Aside from the four commanders and ourselves, the only ones privy to his identity are likely his subordinates. The one who divulged this secret must not be allowed to live, the Emperor of Zhou stated coldly, his brow slightly furrowing thereafter. My subordinates understand. And what of how the heavenly consort will decide? This matter has arisen in Jiangnan, compelling the Jiangnan Pacification Bureau to take action. It ought to demonstrate its significance, or else my decision to place him there would be in vain. The capital's pacification bureau has languished during my years of seclusion. Since they have failed to manage their duties, let someone else take their place. They cannot continue to be oppressed. The emperor declared. My subordinates comprehend. Shui Pingxing replied, accepting the command. What movements has Dugu Weima made in the South Sea? The emperor inquired next. Dugu Weima is collaborating with Guan Yutian, the general of the Tianya Pavilion, to divide and conquer the factions surrounding the North and South Canals. They will likely mobilize forces soon. However, I have yet to ascertain who is backing Dugu Weima, Shui Pingxing reported. After all this time, you have not identified his supporters? This individual is not to be underestimated. From the current perspective, my Dragon of Sin physique will likely be completed within a year. I must find the opposing party before then. With the frequent emergence of the great Zhou dynasty's forces, we can enlist their assistance in the investigation. A result is all we desire. The emperor regarded Shui Pingxing intently. My subordinates will arrange it. Your Majesty, the individuals dispatched by the Yinyang sect have been slain, and the assailant was Guan Qi from the Tianya Pavilion, who appears to possess bloodline powers that shattered the residual domain restrictions on the opponent. At this point, Shui Pingxing's brow furrowed with concern. Bloodline powers. Upon hearing Shui Pingxing's words, the emperor's gaze sharpened. If it is indeed bloodline powers, then the Tianya Pavilion is likely a force supported by someone. The emperor spoke gravely. In addition to Guan Qi from the Tianya Pavilion, there is also Lian Qingbi from the Qinglong Society, who has ascended to the Heavenly Gate. However, Lian Qingbi was fortunate. He entered the Heavenly Gate alongside the daughter of the Qin family from the 10th hall of the 18 halls of Tianyin, almost failing to gain entry. It was the Qinglong Society's young leader who used his personal power to assist them. Shui Pingxing elaborated. Su Chen has once again utilized his personal power. The emperor's expression tightened upon hearing Shui Pingxing's revelations. Indeed, and this power is different from his previous use. The force supporting the Qinglong Society is rather formidable, Shui Pingxing stated solemnly. Let us observe for now. However, Su Chen is not to be underestimated. By aiding Lian Qingbi and his companions, it is likely that even if Lian Qingbi joins the 18 halls of Tianyin, he will owe Su Chen a favor. What news from Qingchen? The emperor then inquired. Your Majesty, Princess Qingchen has lingered for several days at a location 3 days away from the capital. There has been no activity during this time. However, with the troubles surrounding the Murong family, Princess Qingchen should not remain idle. She will undoubtedly return to the capital immediately. Based on my subordinates' conjectures, the opposing party should also be making their move. In the shadows, my subordinate has discreetly dispatched Hai Wufeng and his team to the East China Sea to investigate. I believe the island where the Chongqing Society is located will soon be uncovered, Shui Pingxing remarked. Good, keep me informed of any developments. The Emperor of Zhou gestured in response. Understood. Shui Pingxing bowed and withdrew. At this moment, within a courtyard in the capital, Yan Ruyu, the leader of the Tianyin sect, sat poised in the main hall. Below her, Lu Liner and Luo Chong stood attentively. Master, when will we make our move regarding the 7th Prince Lu Yu's inquiries? Luo Chong whispered. Murong Qingchen has lingered in Liqing for so long. She is likely waiting for us to act. If we strike now, we may be ambushed by her forces, Yan Ruyu replied solemnly. Lu Yu suspects our intentions due to our inaction. Pay no heed to that. Our collaboration does not compel us to act rashly. We are merely partners in this endeavor. Furthermore, I have received word that the Murong family in Jiangnan has been annihilated by the demon sect's Heavenly Empress. Given Murong Qingchen's close ties to her family, she will soon be compelled to act, Yan Ruyu stated. As she spoke, a figure clad in black entered the hall. Master, I bring news from Liqing. The newcomer presented a slender bamboo tube to Yan Ruyu. Murong Qingchen has set out. Luo Chong, summon Gongsun Mingjing, Yan Ruyu commanded as she rose. Yes. Luo Chong immediately complied and departed. At the residence of the 7th prince, Lu Yu examined a secret missive, a smile gracing his face. Previously, he believed that only his faction had suffered losses due to the incident with the Lai family. However, now that the Murong family has been bloodied, the 4th Prince Lu Long finds himself in a similar predicament. Although the Murong family seldom aided Lu Long, they remain his maternal lineage, crucial to his standing. With both Lu Yu and Lu Long's maternal family embroiled in turmoil, he would no longer be alone against the onslaught of the other princes. Your Highness, we have just received news that Murong Qingchen is en route to the capital, and the Tianyin sect is preparing to move, Gongsun Mingjing reported. As expected, the Murong family's misfortunes would hasten her urgency. Let the Tianyin sect handle this matter. I shall visit the master of Tianmi at a later time, Lu Yu replied. The current situation was precarious. He needed to leverage the influence of the master of Tianmi to instill caution in others. As long as others regarded him with apprehension, he could maintain stability and join forces against the fourth prince. At that moment, a servant approached to announce, "Your Highness, the 12th prince has come to pay his respects." Lu Huh. Unexpectedly, the first to act would be the elder 12th prince, Lu Yu murmured to himself. Chapter 888. The Changxing Society's Second Elder's Ambitions. A trace of imperial bloodline at the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion, Bai Qiufei sat before his desk, examining a confidential letter. This was a request from Yuan Suiyun for Bai Qiufei to investigate certain matters concerning the Heavenly Empress of the Demon Sect within the Imperial Palace. The Heavenly Empress had fled from the palace of the Emperor of Zhou. In the Grand Palace of the Great Zhou, where formidable figures abound, Su Qian is eager to uncover the means by which the Heavenly Concubine managed to depart. With the presence of a marketplace, they can now communicate discreetly by depositing secret messages, facilitating extraordinary exchanges. Within the palace, Bai Qiufei furrowed his brow. He had dispatched covert operatives, yet all had vanished without a trace, indicating the palace's complexities. Creak. The door swung open, revealing Ren Qianxing, adorned in white attire. "I have received word from Ren Qianxing, requesting the esteemed master's assistance," she announced upon entering. Isn't she accompanied by the servants of the Eternal Life Society to the capital? What could she possibly require of me? Bai Qiufei mused, his brow slightly furrowing. Could this pertain to the Murong family? The Murong clan had been obliterated by the demonic sect, and Ren Qianxing must have learned of this calamity immediately. Seeking his aid likely relates to matters concerning her family. You are mistaken, esteemed master. Princess Qingxun wishes to inquire about the cost of enlisting the aid of Vice Pavilion Master Tai Zhongtong, Ren Qianxing clarified. Vice Pavilion Master Tai? Bai Qiufei's brow knitted once more. Since his arrival in the capital, Tai Zhongtong had remained at the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. Recently, his strength had surged, integrating with the essence of a bloodthirsty dragon, further solidifying his cultivation. What could be the purpose of seeking his intervention? To ensure her safe return to the capital, Ren Qianxing stated solemnly. Princess Qingxun possesses a keen awareness of danger. She senses a significant threat looming ahead. At her words, Bai Qiufei's gaze sharpened. If she perceives danger, it stands to reason that the Heavenly Monitoring Division is utilizing the servants of the Eternal Life Society as bait. Could there be a formidable figure involved? Ren Qianxing's connection to the Master coincides with Vice Pavilion Master Tai's newfound power. It seems he is eager to intervene as well. Bai Qiufei noted, excitement bubbling within him as his own strength had also experienced a remarkable increase. If I seize this opportunity to deploy the heavenly devouring diamond finger, I could absorb the essence of my adversaries, thereby augmenting my own strength, Bai Qiufei asserted. Esteemed master, I sense your eagerness to engage, Ren Qianxing observed. Recently, the young master bestowed upon me certain items that I am eager to test. I wonder if I could vanquish a formidable being of the sea. Bai Qiufei declared. Should he succeed in slaying such a being and absorb their essence, combined with his own comprehension of divine might, he believes he could manifest his own divine prowess. It has been far too long since he last tasted battle. It is through combat that one's strength flourishes. Upon hearing Bai Qiufei's words, Ren Qianxing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. I shall accompany the esteemed master, she proclaimed. This may provide an opportunity to draw closer to Princess Qingxun. Excellent. When you engage with Princess Qingxun, inquire about the heavenly concubine of the demonic sect, Bai Qiufei instructed. The demonic sect's assault on the Murong family was orchestrated by the heavenly concubine, and all clues regarding her reside within the palace. Princess Qingxun is likely to possess insights. As he spoke, he rose to his feet. I shall summon Vice Pavilion Master Tai. We shall then depart in secrecy from the capital. In the capital city, within the Great Feng Temple, the figure of Gongsun Mingjing materialized in the meditation chamber of Master Tianmi, a revered monk of the Great Zhou. Seated upon a mat, Master Tianmi donned a robe of purple and gold, exuding an extraordinary aura. With kind brows and gentle eyes, his demeanor radiated tranquility as he held a salutation in reverence. Greetings, Master. Gongsun Mingjing bowed deeply. Master, Ren Qianxing should arrive at Xianqing, just outside the capital, by tomorrow. My senior sisters have already set out. he conveyed telepathically. He then continued, His Highness the 7th Prince wishes to visit you again and inquires when you might be available. 3 days hence, let His Highness come, and I shall ensure the support of the great Feng Temple for him, replied Master Tianmi. In a hushed tone, he further communicated, When will your Heavenly Heart technique be completed? Disciple's Heavenly Heart technique has encountered a bottleneck, unable to break through to the final layer. Gongsun Mingjing expressed, Is that so? After this incident, I shall seek you out to assist you in surmounting that threshold. Master Tianmi responded, gesturing dismissively. Gongsun Mingjing's face brightened with joy as he turned to exit the chamber. Once he departed, Master Tianmi mused within, It appears I too must set forth. I hope Ren Qianxing possesses a trace of the celestial bloodline from the imperial lineage of the Zhou Emperor. Come in. A young acolyte entered. Master, I wish to enter seclusion. For the next 2 days, no one is to enter my quarters. Disciples obey. The acolyte nodded and left, closing the door behind him. As day transitioned to night, in a quiet inn along the road from Xiangqing to the capital, Ren Qianxing sat in a room. Accompanying her was a woman clad in purple, seated with eyes closed. Your Highness, your heart seems troubled, the woman remarked, seemingly sensing Ren Qianxing's rapid heartbeat. For some reason, the closer I draw to the capital, the more agitated my heart becomes. Ren Qianxing replied, her expression laden with worry. Within her, an even deeper anxiety brewed. Each time she faced peril, she experienced such a reaction. The intensity of her heartbeat now signified an imminent danger. This instinct was innate to her from birth. Do not fret, Your Highness. This time, Master Xue has made arrangements. If the members of the Chongqing Society appear, they shall not escape, the woman assured. Suddenly, her eyes flew open, cold and piercing, as she struck out with her palm. The door to the room swung open, and she leapt forth. Come out. Her voice resounded powerfully. Yet, the courtyard around them remained eerily silent, as if devoid of life. Ren Qianxing's expression shifted, and she quickly exited her room, hurrying next door. Within, an unsettling stillness prevailed. Her countenance darkened, and with a forceful strike, she opened the door. Your Highness, the Chongqing Society has arrived. You must protect us. A panicked voice cried from within the room, just as a figure coughed up blood. They immediately began to channel their energy to combat the affliction within. What is happening? Ren Qianxing's gaze sharpened. These individuals had been with them all along, without any contact with outsiders. As she turned to look into the courtyard, a towering figure slowly emerged from the shadows. His features were obscured, yet his eyes radiated an icy coldness. Surrender those individuals, and I shall take my leave. The newcomer's voice was frigid. And who do you think you are? Retorted the woman in the purple robe, her tone equally frosty. No sooner had she spoken than the imposing figure moved with blinding speed, raising his hand to strike at her. The force of his blow was fierce. How dare you show yourself with such meager strength? You are courting death. Just as the massive figure lunged, the woman in purple vanished beneath his grasp, reappearing behind him. A glint of cold light flashing in her hand. In an instant, her sword pierced through his back, driving into his heart. A chill passed over her expression. Yet as her face reflected this coldness, the man she had pierced suddenly turned, delivering a devastating blow to her chest. A terrifying force surged into her body. Thud, thud, thud. Life drained from her in an instant, and she collapsed to the ground, her face a mask of astonishment. She had pierced his heart. Why was he still alive? The one who struck remained impassive, devoid of any emotion. Chapter 889. The Three Ghosts of the Heavenly Monitoring Office. The second elder appears a puppet. Realizing the situation, Ren Qianxing's gaze sharpened further. It was evident that this hulking man was merely a puppet. Otherwise, a heart pierced would mean certain death. Boom. At that moment, a figure descended, its hand resembling an eagle's claw as it seized the massive man's head. With a swift motion, the head was severed from the body, which collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from the neck. The newcomer, clad in black and wearing a green demon mask, addressed her. I have seen your highness. He tossed the head aside and bowed to Ren Qianxing before coldly stating, Since you have arrived, please reveal yourself. To her astonishment, Xue Pingxing had dispatched one of his 3 notorious ghosts, the green-faced ghost. A chilling voice echoed as a slender figure stepped forth, a woman whose features were obscured by a veil. Green-faced ghost, summoning me to reveal myself is not a wise decision. These individuals have betrayed you. They are of no further use. You must realize that they are already known to us. Thus, surrendering them would yield the best outcome. The veiled woman spoke coldly. The heavenly monitoring office operates beyond your control. Now that you have appeared, capturing you may yield more knowledge. The green-faced ghost's tone was icy. Capture me? It seems your true intention is to draw us out. In response to the green-faced ghost's words, the veiled woman replied, Indeed. These individuals are of no value to us now, yet they belong to your longevity society. You would not simply abandon them. Thus, the Lord of the Hall. The purpose over there is for you. Follow me, and I shall spare your life. The voice of the green-faced specter resonated, emanating a sinister aura. His gaze turned cold and bloodthirsty, rendering the once tranquil night extraordinarily chilling. A palpable atmosphere of slaughter pervaded the surroundings. As he spoke, he advanced step by step towards the woman who had appeared, his movements deliberate, while a formidable divine presence erupted from him, a wave of crimson surging forth, enveloping him in layers of blood mist. The heavenly shadow moonlight. The woman in black uttered a low command, and behind her manifested an ethereal figure, bathed in the flowing radiance of moonlight. Beneath this luminous glow, a beam of sword light materialized, as cold and pure as the moonlight itself, hurtling towards the green-faced specter. The heavenly shadow moonlight sword. You are Yin Ruyu of the heavenly shadow sect. Upon witnessing the moonlight and the sword light, the specter's expression hardened. He raised his palm, unleashing a powerful surge of blood essence that cascaded from his hand, akin to a waterfall, pressing against the sword light. The clash of these two forces sent shockwaves through the air, creating ripples of energy. In that fleeting moment, a dark figure appeared in the courtyard, resembling a phantom. The emerging figure reached towards Ren Qianxing, seeking death. How dare you lay hands on His Highness? Just as the figure lunged at Ren Qianxing, a ferocious voice echoed through the courtyard. Accompanying this menacing sound, a grotesque arm emerged, radiating sharpness that gleamed with a chilling crimson light, darting towards the dark figure. The one-armed ghost. Upon seeing this arm, astonishment flickered across the dark figure's face, and he swiftly pivoted, retreating at great speed. Yet, as he withdrew, a colossal roar erupted behind him. A figure resembling a giant beast appeared, its hands coming together in a thunderous descent. The fleeing figure's expression shifted dramatically. With all his might, he unleashed a punch. The collision of their forces produced a terrifying sound, shaking the very earth. The dark-clad figure coughed up blood. In that instant, the previously launched grotesque arm thrust towards his chest, intent on piercing through. Yet, as the arm collided with his chest, a layer of dark light manifested, intercepting the fierce strike. However, the terrifying force still bore down upon him. He coughed up blood and was sent flying backward. Then, the towering giant surged towards the figure that had been sent reeling, delivering a punch aimed at the head. With protective garments, he intended to crush the skull. However, just as his fist was about to make contact with the shadowy figure, an elderly man clad in a gray robe appeared behind it. The man bore an ordinary appearance, his hair white, and his expression indifferent. He raised his hand and struck with a punch, colliding with the giant's fist. The impact caused the giant to stagger back several steps, his gaze fixed on the newly arrived elder, the third elder of the Eternal Life Society, Huaiyuan. The giant's eyes narrowed. To my astonishment, all three formidable demons under Shui Pingxing have arrived. Today is the perfect opportunity to eliminate you and reclaim some benefits. The individual who appeared bore an icy gaze, emanating an eerie aura that was chilling and foreboding. The figure that had been struck down slowly rose, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead, his complexion as pale as death. Had it not been for the intervention of the elder, his skull would have been shattered moments ago. Boom. At that moment, the green-faced demon, who had been engaged in battle with the woman in black, collided fiercely with his opponent and landed on the ground. To kill us? Do you think only the three of us have come? He exclaimed, a glimmer of delight flickering in his eyes. There are others. Upon hearing this, the man known as Huaping Tian's expression sharpened. Huaping Tian, accompany me. A deep voice resonated as a figure clad in armor, wielding a long sword, emerged from the shadows. This is dire. We must flee. Upon sighting this figure, the gray-robed elder's expression changed dramatically. He swiftly grasped the injured individual and turned to escape, not even considering a confrontation with the armored man. The woman in black, witnessing this, also retreated. Boom. The armored figure surged forth, his armor gliding like feathers, causing no hindrance to his swift movements. Old three, you stay? Protect the prince. "We shall pursue," commanded the green-faced demon to the last of the colossal figures. He then chased after the other. In an instant, all figures vanished from sight. "The Heavenly Watch has such potent warriors," murmured Ren Qianxing in astonishment, realizing her scant knowledge of the Heavenly Watch. She then turned and made her way into the room. As she pivoted, the giant standing in the courtyard suddenly contorted his face into a grimace. A terrifying surge of blood power erupted from him. Yet it seemed to be suppressed, as if by an overwhelming gravitational force. Hiss! Hiss! Instantly, his skin began to crack, blood spurting forth. The giant attempted to roar, but it was as if an immense force had seized his throat, rendering him silent. His body appeared to be under the weight of an unimaginable gravity, deep fissures appearing as his sturdy legs were forced toward the ground. In this dire situation, a flash of light erupted from behind his head, piercing through to his brow. Blood flowed from the wound at his forehead, and with a thud, his body collapsed to the ground. Soon after, a figure clad in a black robe and wearing a mask emerged behind the giant, cold eyes fixated on Ren Qianxing. "It is said that the Emperor of Zhou possesses the bloodline of a celestial clan. I wonder if such essence resides within you. I hope you do not disappoint me." A raspy, emotionless voice whispered into Ren Qianxing's ear. Chapter 890. By Qiufei devours essence blood, condensing divine might bloodline. Upon hearing the voice, Ren Qianxing's expression shifted dramatically. "Your true target this time is not them, but me." Ren Qianxing gazed at the figure before her, instinctively retreating, her lips parting in astonishment. She finally understood the source of her overwhelming sense of danger today. It emanated from this very place. "Ren Qianxing, you are quite astute, albeit somewhat unfortunate," came a voice, hoarse yet tinged with a sigh. The eyes that met hers glimmered with a chilling radiance, dark and eerie, forming a vortex that ensnared her spirit. As she beheld the depths of that gaze, she felt herself being drawn into an abyssal whirlpool, filled with dread. Suddenly, a brilliant point of black light emerged, hurtling towards the masked figure's nape. The masked individual raised an eyebrow, swiftly turning, his fist coiling as he unleashed a tremendous punch, shattering the black force with a terrifying surge of power. However, at that moment, Ren Qianxing, who had previously appeared dazed, regained her composure. Her expression shifted dramatically as she hastily distanced herself from the masked figure, her eyes wide with horror, realizing that her mind had been manipulated by him. "You can control the minds of others," she exclaimed fiercely. "I never anticipated that someone would be lurking here, so adept at concealing their presence. It truly astonishes me." The masked figure regarded the assailant with an icy glare. Anyone who dared to thwart his plans would meet a grim fate. He was taken aback to discover that the Eternal Life Society was scheming within the royal bloodline. The intruder was none other than Bai Qiufei, who had made his move the instant Ren Qianxing's mind was ensnared. Despite his swiftness, his opponent's perception was keen. They sensed his approach and effortlessly evaded his strike. "How foolish to appear with such mediocre strength," the masked figure remarked with a cold smirk. "You are asking for death." Bai Qiufei manifested a pair of gauntlets, a faint layer of chilling light emanating from them. An impressive artifact, yet it does not grant you the means to challenge a formidable opponent. As the masked individual spoke, a sound wave erupted from his mouth, surging into another chamber. Bang! 4 figures emerged in succession from within. Their eyes were vacant, as if their souls had been stripped away. "Eliminate him." Upon receiving the command, the 4 figures lunged toward Bai Qiufei. He furrowed his brow and swiftly retreated. The 4 figures unleashed their qi, surrounding Bai Qiufei in an instant, their terrifying aura converging upon him. "Though I have them under my control, and they may not exhibit the strength of a true master, they are still quite capable of ending your life. You shall not escape." The masked figure's gaze remained frigid as he regarded Bai Qiufei. He had no intention of personally confronting him. "You think these fools can surround and kill me?" Bai Qiufei challenged. A sardonic smile unconsciously crept upon the corners of Bai Qiufei's lips, his eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity. The 4 individuals, still recovering from their prior injuries, found their spirits ensnared under his control, rendering their strength significantly diminished. Yet, the prospect of besieging a martial artist at the Dantian level seemed as effortless as capturing a turtle in a jar, a victory assured. It appeared that one among them still contemplated resistance, utterly oblivious to the impending doom. Boom! Before the masked figure could utter a word, Bai Qiufei's fist materialized, enveloped in a dark aura. As he clenched his fist, his form suddenly surged forward, transforming into a fleeting shadow that appeared before one of the assailants. His punch struck without affording the opponent a moment to react, shattering the opponent's protective energy. The force of his blow repelled the energy, and with a swift motion, he punctured the foe's body with a finger, drawing forth a torrent of vital essence into his own being. A piercing scream erupted from the adversary, albeit fleeting, as the life force was swiftly drained away. With a single, decisive strike, Bai Qiufei executed a swift counter, unleashing 3 explosive palm strikes against the 3 assailants surrounding him. The energy surged within his palms, akin to thunder, and with a series of resounding impacts, bang, 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 the 3 figures were sent reeling backward. In an instant, Bai Qiufei advanced once more, his fingers darting out to unleash 3 concentrated black beams of energy, each pulsating with a terrifying force. The beams collided with the trio, causing them to simultaneously expel blood and be flung away. Without delay, Bai Qiufei was upon 2 of them, his hands plunging into their skulls. As torrents of vital essence gushed forth, their anguished cries morphed swiftly into silence as they collapsed, lifeless, discarded like husks. In a heartbeat, only one assailant remained. The masked figure's face betrayed a look of disbelief. He had not anticipated that Bai Qiufei would eliminate 3 of his comrades so swiftly. An icy demeanor swept over him as he unleashed a tremendous pressure towards Bai Qiufei, who felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon him, his very form bending under the strain. "Ants should not struggle." The masked figure's voice dripped with malice as he sought to crush Bai Qiufei's spirit. Despite Bai Qiufei's valiant efforts to withstand the pressure, the disparity in their strengths rendered him momentarily immobile. His eyes transformed into a fierce glare as the essence he had just absorbed ignited within him. This combustion summoned forth a formidable aura, manifesting as a spectral finger. Divine might. The masked figure's gaze sharpened at this revelation. Seizing the moment, the last remaining foe lunged at Bai Qiufei, aiming a palm strike at his head with an attack named a finger to shatter the heavens. Just as the hand descended upon him, Bai Qiufei let out a low roar. Boom! The Taoist energy suddenly erupted, emanating an indomitable aura that shattered the oppressive force surrounding him. With a mere flick of his finger, he unleashed the heavenly devouring diamond finger, piercing through his opponent's palm, obliterating their arm, and embedding his hand into their chest. The opponent's vital essence transformed into a stream of blood that surged into Bai Qiufei's body. Quite the remarkable talent, along with commendable skills, suitable to become my puppet. Observing Bai Qiufei's current state, a flicker of delight appeared in the masked man's eyes. Boom! As his words fell, an invisible force erupted from his eyes and surged towards Bai Qiufei. "Sir, you are somewhat overstepping your bounds." A voice emerged, accompanied by a fierce and ironclad aura that shattered the unseen energy enveloping Bai Qiufei. The pressure dissipated, and Bai Qiufei reigned in his aura, striving to quell the power within him. Chapter 891. Mental Assault. Iron-blooded dragon soul. The iron-blooded aura, recently manifested by Tai Zhongtong of the Tianya Pavilion, was detected by the masked man, causing his gaze to sharpen as he spoke. "Indeed, I am Tai Zhongtong." As he spoke, Tai Zhongtong emerged from the shadows, bearing the iron-blooded flag, his eyes ablaze with martial intent. "Does your Tianya Pavilion wish to stand against us, the Qianxing Society?" The masked man spoke coldly upon seeing Tai Zhongtong's appearance. "We have a history between us. In Jiangnan's Sacred Sword Lake, the deputy leader of our West Pavilion, the one who killed your 4th elder, is none other than me. Had it not been for your actions, our deputy leader Ren Qianxing would not have departed from the heavenly gate. You say we are not adversaries. Can we truly be considered friends?" "I am most eager to learn your identity," Tai Zhongtong replied, locking his gaze onto the masked figure. "Unaware of my identity, yet you dare to reveal yourself and attack?" The masked man retorted coldly. "Among the Qianxing Society, the master of mental powers is none other than our 2nd elder, Gu Tianan." At this moment, Ren Qianxing interjected. "I have met the Vice Pavilion Master Tai and the Master Bai." As she revealed the identity of the masked man, she offered a slight bow to Tai Zhongtong and Bai Qiufei. "It appears these 2 are indeed your allies. Ren Qianxing, I underestimated you." Observing her greeting, the masked man's eyes narrowed. "It seems that only by eliminating you can I take Ren Qianxing with me. Let me witness your strength, Tai Zhongtong." With Gu Tianhuan's voice, a tremendous surge of true energy erupted behind him like towering waves, its might reverberating in all directions, shattering the surrounding walls. Bai Qiufei swiftly appeared beside Ren Qianxing, guiding her away from the impending onslaught of true energy. Amidst the turbulent air, Gu Tianhun's terrifying aura permeated the atmosphere. In this moment, he unleashed his full power, as if poised to provoke the celestial gates above. Taizhongtong. Today you shall learn that some matters are not to be meddled with. Gu Tianhuan's frigid voice echoed around them. Changsheng, soul-severing palm. Gu Tianhun refrained from invoking divine forces, instead employing a single palm strike, unleashing true energy that converged with his hand, descending with formidable might. His palm tore through the void, transforming into a colossal imprint that advanced menacingly towards Taizhongtong, whose pupils flickered slightly. A surge of iron-blooded energy enveloped him, the vitality swelling like a tidal wave, cascading over his form, while within him, true energy surged like a great whale, yet it did not overflow his body. Rather, it coalesced upon his arm. The great flag wind and cloud palm. With the palm's emergence, the vitality and true energy surged forth, stirring the heavens with tumultuous winds and clouds. Boom! The clash of the tempest and the true energy permeating the air resonated with a series of deep, rumbling sounds. Amidst this resonant cacophony, two palms collided. Bang! A deafening explosion of energy erupted, radiating outward. Secret technique, endless soul severing. At the moment of collision, a terrifying mental force suddenly coalesced from the opponent, forming a dark stream that enveloped Taizhongtong. Swiftly, the adversary's initial display of grandeur was merely a prelude to this mental onslaught. A dreadful mental vortex penetrated through the defensive energy, encroaching upon Taizhongtong's mind. In an instant, he felt a dark point emerge within his consciousness, which swiftly expanded into an endless ocean. At that moment, Taizhongtong found himself ensnared by a veil of black spiritual energy. Witnessing this scene, Ren Qianxing's expression shifted, a look of concern etching her features. It was said that mental attacks were enigmatic and exceedingly potent. Would the Vice Master, Tai, succumb to the overwhelming mental force? Ren Qianxing turned to Bai Qiufei and remarked, "The Vice Master possesses an indomitable will, a legacy of strength. It is not so simple to shatter his resolve." Bai Qiufei retorted coldly. Taizhongtong harbored his own will. The iron-blooded will was a legacy of spirit, a belief, and a wellspring of power. Upon hearing Bai Qiufei's assertion, the worry in Ren Qianxing's eyes diminished significantly. Her gaze fixated on the battlefield. At this moment, within Taizhongtong's mind, the black ocean loomed. From within its depths, a dark figure emerged. Donning a mask, it was none other than Gu Tianhun. "I shall shatter your spirit and refine your corpse into a puppet." The dark figure's voice dripped with a chilling malice. "You cannot hope to fracture my soul," Taizhongtong declared, as an iron-blooded banner materialized within his consciousness. Grasping the banner, the iron-blooded energy surged forth. Boom! In his mind, the figure wielding the banner charged toward the adversary, while congealing into form. Yet what of it? Soul-severing heaven's gate. Boom! The dark figure vanished, and a phantom of a heavenly gate emerged within his consciousness, pressing down upon Taizhongtong. Iron-blooded breakthrough. The banner collided with the heavenly gate. Boom! The gate shattered. Yet a torrent of dark energy surged forth from its remnants, countless dark figures lunging towards Taizhongtong. Boom! The phantoms that encroached upon him were obliterated. However, the shattered black energy tainted the heart and mind of Taizhongtong, while the external world witnessed his body gradually succumbing to the encroaching black aura. Half of his form was consumed by the dark radiance, culminating in the soul preservation of his head. Should this head be overwhelmed by the black power, Taizhongtong would be entirely controlled. Upon witnessing this disconcerting development, Ren Qianxing turned her gaze towards Bai Qiufei, whose expression tightened in contemplation, murmuring, "The Changsheng society is indeed rather formidable." A look of tension and gravity adorned his countenance. Boom! At that moment, Taizhongtong, bearing the iron blood banner, began to transform, and a dragon's roar resonated from within the flag. Accompanied by this roar, an iron-blooded dragon shadow surged forth into Taizhongtong's body. At this juncture, a blood-colored dragon image began to manifest within Taizhongtong's psyche, opening its maw to unleash a tremendous pull. The surrounding black figures were all drawn into its gaping mouth, while the black energy of the mind surged like a tide towards the dragon's jaws. Seeing this, Gu Tianhuan's expression shifted dramatically. In the past, he had employed this very move, utilizing his soul force to eliminate the master of the secret sect. He had since masqueraded as the master, hiding within the sect. Never did he anticipate that Tai Zhongtong would unravel his technique. Your dragon soul. Uft. Before he could finish his words, blood erupted from his mouth. In an instant, the surrounding mind energy vanished, while the iron blood banner emitted a resplendent crimson glow. Tai Zhongtong's eyes snapped open. With a swift motion, he grasped the banner, which soared into his palm. Raising his hand, he launched an attack towards Gu Tianhan. Gu Tianhuan's expression shifted again as a black wooden sculpture materialized in his grasp. He formed a seal with his hand, causing the sculpture to radiate a brilliant black light as it advanced towards Tai Zhongtong. Chapter 892, The Invisible Soul Pursuit. Inviting the moon and pitying the stars, Ice Phoenix bloodline, explode. The black wooden sculpture emitted a resounding explosion, releasing a wave of black energy. Amidst the cacophony, Gu Tianhan shouted, Qianxing, soul escape. Recognizing his failure to penetrate Tai Zhongtong's defenses, he harbored no intentions of engaging further, transforming into a shadow and vanishing in an instant. The iron blood banner's strike met with resistance, falling short and leaving a massive crater in the ground. Tai Zhongtong descended, his gaze fixed on the retreating Gu Tianhan, revealing a hint of seriousness. Having missed his target, Tai Zhongtong's expression hardened slightly. He intended to move, but his demeanor shifted, prompting him to halt. Deputy Master Tai, the opponent is injured. Should we pursue? Bai Qiufei stepped forward, inquiring. Your Highness Qianxing, we have fulfilled the entrusted task. I trust the promised reward will be delivered to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. With that, Bai Qiufei departed alongside his companion. After Tai Zhongtong and the others left, a figure clad in black armor emerged from the shadows. I pay my respects to your highness. Upon seeing this armored individual, Murong Qianxing's expression subtly shifted. If Bai Qiufei and the others had not made their appearance just now, it is likely that the figure clad in black armor lurking in the shadows would have acted swiftly. Tai Zhongtong paused, sensing the presence of this individual. His prior intervention should have been sufficient to thwart Gu Tianhan. Murong Qianxing gazed at the armored figure as he spoke. You cannot stop him, the figure in armor retorted. Upon hearing the armored man's response, Murong Qianxing's brow furrowed slightly. Is it not possible even with the combined efforts of Vice Pavilion Master Tai? It is not feasible. Tai Zhongtong replied gravely. While I can free myself from the constraints of the mind and inflict significant damage upon the opponent's spirit, I cannot prevent them from fleeing through blood sacrifice. I might be able to guard my own mind, but inflicting severe damage on theirs is beyond my capability. The newcomer stated in a low voice. In light of this, Murong Qianxing refrained from further inquiries. Meanwhile, in a dense forest, Bai Qiufei and Tai Zhongtong halted their movements. Vice Pavilion Master, had you exerted your full strength earlier, would it have been possible to detain the opponent? Bai Qiufei inquired. Perhaps, but during my pursuit, my presence was revealed, locking onto me. To expose oneself at that moment indicates a desire to deter my chase. Moreover, even if I were to pursue, based on the methods displayed by the opponent, it is uncertain whether I could catch up, Tai Zhongtong answered solemnly. Rest assured, Vice Pavilion Master. While you were engaged in combat, I dispersed a portion of the formless soul-chasing powder I acquired from the Five Poisons boy. It has already adhered to Gu Tianhan. Given a little time, I will be able to locate him, Bai Qiufei declared. Excellent. Once we find this individual, we shall encircle him, Tai Zhongtong responded. The two then departed swiftly. In Jiangnan, within a certain residence's back garden, an elderly man dressed in a brocade robe was meticulously pruning branches. Not far behind him stood Li Muhan, the deputy commander of the Jiangnan Town Protectorate, respectfully awaiting. Beside him stood Mo Huaizhen, who had traveled from Jiangbei. The two remained silent, not daring to disturb the elderly man's work. Suddenly, a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe appeared beside the garden. Upon sighting him, both Li Muhan and Mo Huaizhen bowed in unison. Greetings, Chief Gu, they said. The middle-aged man nodded at the two before slowly approaching the elderly figure. The old man sensed the presence and set down his pruning shears, turning to speak. Is there a matter at hand? The middle-aged steward reached the elderly man's side. Sir, we have received a letter from the capital. He replied. You two should return for now. Come to see me tomorrow, the elderly man instructed the two standing before him. Upon hearing that the old man wished for their return the following day, joy illuminated the faces of Mo Huaizhen and Li Muhan. We shall come to pay our respects to the esteemed one tomorrow. They bowed and took their leave. Murong Tiannan is one of the 4 great commanders of the Jiangnan Celestial Monitoring Division. His Majesty is somewhat incensed about the destruction of the Murong family by the celestial concubine, stating that action should be taken. The middle-aged steward spoke. If I act, it means I must locate the celestial concubine here in Jiangnan. Do you have any news regarding her? The elderly man queried, before proceeding to a nearby pavilion. The middle-aged steward swiftly poured a cup of tea for the elder, who had long been prepared. While the whereabouts of the heavenly consort remained uncertain, the trail of Qin Baiming had been confirmed. It was believed that through him, they could locate the heavenly consort. Thus, it was decided to detain him in the town protector's prison. It was anticipated that once Qin Baiming was captured, the heavenly consort would inevitably act. And as soon as she did, her trace could be uncovered. She had taken the body of Murong Tiannan, and presumably had not yet departed from Jiangnan. I shall take matters into my own hands to find him. The elder finished his tea and spoke. Mo Huai is here regarding the affairs of the Hua family in Jiangbei. What is your perspective? The elder then steered the conversation toward the Hua family. Amidst the conflicts of the martial world, the town protector's office ought not to intervene. However, His Majesty has summoned me to take action, likely for ulterior motives. The head of the Shui faction must have something to convey to me as well, the elder mused softly. Indeed, the esteemed one understands the intentions of the head of the Shui faction. He wishes for you to probe the Qinglong Society, remarked the middle-aged steward. Currently, the Qinglong Society in Jiangnan is presided over by the second dragon head, Li Xuanhuan. Please arrange for me to meet with him. The elder pondered for a moment before responding. I shall attend to it, the middle-aged steward acknowledged before departing. After his exit, the elder furrowed his brow in contemplation. In another location, within a tavern in Su City, Su Chun murmured, does the Zhou Emperor possess the bloodline of an imperial clan? It is no wonder so many fear him. Having witnessed the power of bloodline strength, Su Chun understood its formidable nature. Guanxi had merely activated the blood of the supreme overlord, yet could shatter the power of a domain with ease. Thus, Su Chun now regarded those with bloodline abilities with caution. Moreover, as the Zhou Emperor belonged to an imperial bloodline, even a trace of such lineage must be immensely potent. The host's subordinates, Yao Yu and Lian Xing, have acquired a fragment of the Ice Phoenix bloodline from the essence of the Ice Phoenix, rewarding 2 orange lottery cards. Yao Yu and Lian Xing have actually comprehended a fragment of the Ice Phoenix bloodline. How remarkable! Su Chen's heart surged with delight. Notification. The character Xiao Siwu has requested to exchange for a spirit condensing pill. Is Xiao Siwu seeking to break through to the sea of spirit condensation? Su Chen consented to the transaction. Xiao Siwu appeared to still be in Yang City. Was he attempting to achieve this breakthrough in the sea of spirit condensation? It seemed unlikely to be a natural progression, suggesting he might be facing some peril. Su Chen could not help but ponder. While utilizing medicinal pills to break through might lead to reaching the sea of spirit condensation, it likely paled in comparison to a self-initiated breakthrough. With Li Xuanhuan's guidance, Xiao Siwu should be accumulating spiritual momentum rather than relying on the spirit-condensing pill for advancement. At this moment, outside Yang City, Xiao Siwu, clad in white garments, bore traces of blood upon him. Accompanying him was a woman dressed in a flowing azure gown. She was Lu Qingqiu. Not far from them stood 3 others, led by an elderly man. Wan Fuchong, the steward of the Wan family, regarded Xiao Siwu with a cold demeanor. Beside him were 2 individuals, one wielding a long sword, the other holding an iron fan. Chapter 893, The Heart of the Divine, Coalescing into Power, Xiao Siwu's Blade. Lu Qingqiu, it is indeed you, wretched woman, who has summoned assassins from the Qinglong Society. The leader, Wan Fuchong, scolded as he glared at Lu Qingqiu behind Xiao Siwu. Behind Xiao Siwu, Lu Qingqiu's expression bore a hint of anguish. She had only just returned when the people of the Wan family began to turn against her. Had it not been for Xiao Siwu's timely intervention, she feared she would have already been seized by the Wan household. Xiao Siwu's demeanor was somewhat frosty. He approached Lu Qingqiu due to her dealings with Su Chun, as the Qinglong Society aimed to take control of the Wan family in Yangzhou, supporting Lu Qingqiu to dominate Yangqing. You have slain the 3rd young master. Today, I shall return with your head to offer tribute to him. The gaze of Wan Baichuang was filled with a murderous intent. Kill me, then why do you hesitate? Xiao Siwu's eyes were icy. In his right hand, he held a flying dagger, emanating an aura of sharpness that hinted at its lethal potential. Chief Steward, I shall take his life. I refuse to believe his dagger can still be as steady as before. With a thunderous crash, the man wielding the iron fan beside Wan Baichuang stepped forward, targeting Xiao Siwu's vital points with his fan. Xiao Siwu's eyes narrowed. He raised the flying dagger, and in that instant, it shot forth like a streak of light. Just as I anticipated, the assailant unfurled his iron fan to intercept the dagger. The two collided with a metallic clang, the fan spinning to deflect the dagger, sending it crashing to the ground. As expected, even injured, your dagger lacks vigor. With a triumphant grin, the assailant closed in, his fan transforming into a sword-like weapon, slashing toward Xiao Siwu. In that moment, a blade of air erupted from the fan, enveloping Xiao Siwu. Humph. Just then, a cold snort echoed. Xiao Siwu's aura expanded, coalescing into numerous flying daggers. This technique, known as the heartbroken arrow, was a recent acquisition from Fang Huaiyuan through a trading platform. Though the daggers were finite, if formed from his own energy, they could be limitless as long as his qi remained intact. The flying daggers surged forth like a torrential downpour, striking at the assailant. The chilling, piercing sound of blades filled the air, shattering the energy aimed at Xiao Siwu. The man wielding the iron fan found himself engulfed in a storm of daggers, terror flooding his senses as he felt the specter of death looming. His body bristled with fear, and panic surged within him. This is perilous. This is dire. Under the deluge of flying daggers, he instinctively retracted his fan and opened it once more, attempting to shield himself from the onslaught. Yet, with a series of clangs and hisses, while some strikes were deflected, others pierced through, leaving his lower body riddled with daggers. A scream of agony escaped his lips as pain shot through him, slowing his movements. A dagger pierced his brow, and blood gushed forth as he collapsed to the ground. A visage marked by shock, fear, and disbelief. One had believed victory was within grasp, only to be met with a demise of such a nature. The blood-soaked scene left the wielder of the long blade and Wan Baichuang in a state of rigid disbelief. Witnessing this spectacle from behind Xiao Siwu, Lu Qingqiu's face mirrored the horror. If you wish to take my life, you must pay the price. Xiao Siwu's voice was frigid. Is that so? Yet it seems your energy has been significantly depleted. How can you still unleash such terrifying power as to condense your qi into a blade? Wan Baichuang's gaze turned frigid as he regained his composure. While speaking, his mind was alert, scanning the surroundings. The Qinglong Society was currently a formidable force in Jiangnan, and he could scarcely believe that only Xiao Siwu had ventured into Yangqing. Surely, there must be other experts lurking in the shadows. Thus, he refrained from engaging. I will suppress him with my divine might. You shall strike him down. Wan Baichuang communicated telepathically to the swordsman beside him, who was clutching a long sword. At that moment, Xiao Siwu produced a pill, emanating a unique aura. He swallowed it whole. Boom. His aura surged dramatically. Attack. Observing this, the swordsman sprang into action, his figure darting forth as sword energy swirled around him, colliding with the air to produce a sharp sound. His long sword erupted forth, the light of the blade exploding like thunder, hurtling toward Xiao Siwu. As Xiao Siwu's aura surged, the flying dagger reappeared in his hand, with a special energy coalescing around it. Whoosh! The dagger shot forth. Boom! At that instant, Wan Baichuang made his move, unleashing his divine might. Divine might. The weight of 10,000 streams, the divine aura surrounding Wan Baichuang, could influence the flow of qi. As it manifested, the air around them seemed to be controlled, forming a vortex. In this moment, Xiao Siwu's dagger, affected by the turbulent air, experienced a change in both speed and power. Clang! The light of the sword enveloped the dagger, causing it to plummet. Xiao Siwu's eyes narrowed as the blade energy within him surged, forming another flying dagger aimed at the swordsman. Yet, these daggers were still subject to the influence of the turbulent air, shattering beneath the sword light. The daggers are futile. Let us see how you fare. The swordsman's eyes twisted with malice as he unleashed a strike, the sword's energy crashing forth like tumultuous waves. Xiao Siwu's explosive might was instantaneously obliterated beneath that sword energy. Is there truly no one? Wan Baichuang thought to himself, his mind keenly observing the surroundings. Boom! At that moment, a divine aura manifested around Xiao Siwu, the silhouette of a figure emerging, not Xiao Siwu himself, but rather reminiscent of Li Xuanhuan. This was Xiao Siwu's obsession, a singular devotion to pursuing the elusive Li. He infused this sentiment into his divine might, which was not merely an enhancement of martial prowess, but a profound augmentation born from the depths of his spirit. Xiao Li's flying dagger, a blade that astonishes the world. With a single strike, it never misses its mark. The moment this divine aura manifests, the sword's wielder finds their sword light affected, their mind pierced by a fleeting crack of uncertainty. With a swift motion, a flash of the dagger emerges, instantly shattering the sword light. As the brilliance of the sword vanishes, a flying dagger appears at the throat of its bearer. This divine presence? Wan Baichuang gazes intently at the formidable aura emanating from Xiao Siwu. Within this divine force, although seemingly ordinary, it instills an overwhelming sense of peril in his heart. At that very moment, Xiao Siwu's gaze fixates coldly on Wan Baichuang, his right hand slowly raising, revealing a flying dagger held delicately between his fair fingers. This dagger, unlike the previous one, possesses a unique essence. Whereas the earlier dagger was plain, merely a weapon that radiated sharpness, this one, infused with Xiao Siwu's divine aura, transforms into a translucent masterpiece, akin to a flawless work of art, exuding an intoxicating aura of lethal intent.